Chapter 103. Exterminating another group. Little Yellow's both tiny hands turned into the long green vine and stretched out and wrapped the barbaric bull's corpse. Then with a speed that could be seen by the naked eye, the corpse of that barbaric bull started to dry up. Oh, I almost forgot that this little guy can also devour. Ye Xiao was stunned for a moment after seeing this, and then he suddenly remembered that he had seen Little Yellow devouring the corpse of the magical beasts before. Little Yellow's existence itself was a bit mysterious. It has extremely high intelligence and its abilities are also on a different level. Devour. Ye Xiao also sat down near the corpse of a barbaric bull and started devouring it. After a long time, when Ye Xiao finished devouring the corpse of the barbaric bull, he opened his eyes. He did not manage to break through to the second stage of the origin core realm. Chi. Seeing him opening his eyes, Little Yellow again pointed at another barbaric bull's corpse with an expectant look. Ye Xiao sighed and said, "You don't need to ask me. If you want it, then take it. Devour as much as you want." Chi. Little Yellow cried out in excitement and immediately walked to a corpse of a barbaric bull and started devouring it. Ye Xiao also started to devour the next corpse of the barbaric bull. Ka-cha. Time continues to pass. Suddenly, a sound of something breaking came out from inside Ye Xiao's body. Second stage of the origin core realm. Ye Xiao finally broke through and advanced to the second stage of the origin core realm. The spirit energy inside his body became even more abundant. He could feel the changes that his spirit core went through inside his dantian, but he was disappointed to see that the dragon-shaped core remained unchanged. But despite this, he did not mind much and thought that if he continues to improve himself, one day there will be some change in the dragon-shaped core and the white energy inside this core will become even more powerful. Ye Xiao thought that he will continue to devour and improve himself even more, but when he opened his eyes, he was taken aback after seeing the scene in front of him. All the corpses of remaining barbaric bulls were turned into dried-up corpses and Little Yellow was nowhere to be seen. Little Yellow. Ye Xiao shouted out loud. He thought that he would be able to improve his cultivation with the corpses of more than a dozen of barbaric bulls, but he made a mistake and let Little Yellow devour as much as it can, and the result was something he never even thought of. At this time, Little Yellow was sitting near the root of a tree inside the forest. As if feeling something, it looked toward the direction of grassland where Ye Xiao was, and its little mouth suddenly curved slightly as if it was smiling. If Ye Xiao was here and see Little Yellow smiling, he would have been shocked again. Little Yellow's intelligence was something that far surpassed any magical beasts. Ye Xiao once again came out. He did not know how much time he spent devouring the two corpses of the barbaric bulls, but the traces of fight were long gone from the canyon mysteriously. There was another group of barbaric bulls here now, fighting among themselves for food. Ye Xiao's eyes once again lit up seeing them. This group of barbaric bulls has almost 30 barbaric bulls. Ye Xiao once again took out the spirit sword from the spatial ring. He did not want to waste much time fighting these barbaric bulls. Swoosh. Thud. He sneakingly went near a barbaric bull and with a slash of his sword, he chopped off the head of that barbaric bull, and with a loud thud, its headless body fell on the ground. When other barbaric bulls heard the noise, they turned around only to see Ye Xiao, who was standing beside the headless corpse of a barbaric bull. Blood of that barbaric bull was also still dripping from his sword. Roar, roar, roar. All the barbaric bulls immediately became angry and started to roar at Ye Xiao furiously. They rubbed their feet on the ground and white smoke came out from their bosses as they furiously charged toward Ye Xiao, just like the previous group of barbaric bulls. Ye Xiao also rushed toward the barbaric bulls and took the incoming attack of those barbaric bulls head on. He was not afraid of these third-grade magical beasts. Just like what he had done with the previous group of barbaric bulls, Ye Xiao started massacring this group of barbaric bulls. Not long after, all the ordinary third-grade barbaric bulls died in the hands of Ye Xiao. There was only a single barbaric bull left in front of him. It was the leader of this group of barbaric bulls. Ye Xiao felt an aura that was not any weaker than a peak origin core realm martial artist. "Haha, come on, let me see what you have got." Ye Xiao laughed out loud and rushed toward the leader of the barbaric bulls while ready to slash with his sword any time. That barbaric bull also charged at Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao slashed at the neck of this barbaric bull, but it suddenly stopped in his track and managed to avoid the fatal attack of Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao missed his target as this leader was a cunning magical beast. It first charged at Ye Xiao with full speed, and when Ye Xiao slashed at it, it suddenly stopped, avoiding Ye Xiao's attack. Ye Xiao also became serious at this time. He also understood that if he wants to deal with this barbaric bull, he has to become serious and go all out fighting with it. Bang! When Ye Xiao missed his attack, the leader of the barbaric bull immediately pounced at him, and its two long and sturdy horns collided with Ye Xiao's chest. Fu! Ye Xiao coughed out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Roar! He crawled up with the support of his sword. Just as he stood up, he saw the leader of the barbaric bulls appearing in front of him. FCK, at least give me some time. Ye Xiao cursed at the leader of the barbaric bulls. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late for him to dodge the incoming attack of the leader of the barbaric bull. Bang! Burp! Ye Xiao was again sent flying by the leader of the barbaric bulls, and he once again coughed out a mouthful of blood. Roar! Without giving Ye Xiao any chance to even stand up, the leader of the barbaric bulls once again roared and ran toward him and wanted to crush Ye Xiao under its feet. FCK, you man! No! It's beast, yes, FCK, you beast! Ye Xiao cursed and rolled to the side. Only by doing this, he managed to avoid being crushed to meet Patty under the feet of the leader of the barbaric bulls. Boom! Even though he managed to avoid being directly crushed under the feet of the barbaric bull's leader, but still when its feet stuck to the ground at that place broke and many small pieces of the ground flew in all directions. Ye Xiao was unable to avoid it. He suffered from some minor injuries from this, and including the injuries he got from the previous two attacks of the leader of the barbaric bulls, he was in a very miserable state. Dragon's claws! Ye Xiao immediately transformed both of his hands into the dragon's claws. The leader of the barbaric bulls felt a terrifying aura coming out from the hands of Ye Xiao, which was now a pair of dragon's claws. Ye Xiao was still lying on the ground, very close to the leader of the barbaric bulls. He directly struck his claws at the leader of the barbaric bull's fat stomach. The barbaric bull's leader wanted to avoid this attack of Ye Xiao, but it failed to dodge as Ye Xiao was too close. Bang! Roar! Blood started to flow out like water from the stomach of this barbaric bull's, as its stomach now has additional 5 large injuries. Ye Xiao also attacked it immediately after transforming his hands into dragon's claws without using any martial arts skill. If he has wasted any time in using the martial arts skill to attack it, the leader of the barbaric bulls would have managed to avoid his attack. But he did not do so and directly attacked its stomach with his full strength. Only because of this, he was able to deal a fatal blow to this cunning barbaric bull. Sacred Finger Art. Without giving any more chances to it, Ye Xiao attacked the leader of the barbaric bulls with his martial arts skill. Chapter 104. The Queen of Plants. Ye Xiao did not want to give any chance to the leader of the barbaric bulls, so he instantly attacked it with his only high-grade profound rank martial arts skill. Sacred Finger Art. Ye Xiao's dragon's finger directly pierced through the bottom of the stomach and came out from the back of the barbaric bull. Ye Xiao himself was shocked to see this. He did not expect that when he attacked the leader of the barbaric bull desperately with his dragon's claw, it would give out this kind of effect. Roar! The leader of the barbaric bull roared loudly in pain and then fell down on the ground lifelessly. Ye Xiao's hand also reverted back to its original appearance immediately after that. He had once again consumed all of his spirit energy, but he was surprised to see that he can still fight around. Ah, I almost forgot that I have dual core and I did not consume any energy from the dragon-shaped core. Ye Xiao muttered. But even though this was the case, he still felt fatigued, so he sat down on the ground. After resting for some time, Ye Xiao once again stored all the corpses of the barbaric bulls inside the heavenly pearl except for the corpse of the leader of the barbaric bulls. He was afraid that if he stored it inside the heavenly pearl, Little Yellow will fight with him for it. Devour. Ye Xiao once again started devouring. A large amount of spirit energy was poured inside his body. He did not even need to refine it because of his ability to devour. With this ability of the heaven-devouring divine dragon, he can devour anything and everything including heaven and earth. But to do this, he needed to have that kind of strength. Right now, he can only devour the spirit energy from the corpses and something that did not have much value. But one day, when he will completely cultivate the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique, his devouring ability will evolve and he can devour many things besides just spirit energy. Well, he still needed to wait until he finished cultivating the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. Ye Xiao was devouring the corpse of the leader of the barbaric bulls. His cultivation was also increasing slowly. When he completely devoured the corpse of the leader of the barbaric bulls, his cultivation stabilizes at the middle second stage of the origin core realm. Ye Xiao opened his eyes and entered the heavenly pearl. He once again appeared in the beautiful grassland. But when Ye Xiao appeared here, he did not have the mood to cherish the beauty of the grassland. He just wanted to devour the corpses of the barbaric bulls and increase his cultivation. But when he appeared here, he saw that all the corpses of the barbaric bulls are now already turned into dried-up corpses. Little Yellow. Ye Xiao immediately understood, who have done this. He gritted his teeth as he let out 2 words from his mouth. You just eat and do nothing. It is okay if you have devoured so many corpses of the barbaric bulls, but what is with your stomach? Is there some kind of special space inside your stomach? It is okay if you eat so much, but why there is no difference to be seen? Why have you still not evolved? Ye Xiao felt annoyed as he started to think many things about Little Yellow. Chi. He was still thinking about Little Yellow and cursing it in his heart when suddenly he heard an extremely familiar voice. Little Yellow. Ye Xiao turned back and saw Little Yellow. It was walking leisurely toward him. Ye Xiao wanted to curse at it, but suddenly his eyes became a bit bigger as he stared at Little Yellow. Little Yellow has grown in height. Previously, it was only the size of an adult's palm, but now it has grown to the size of about half a meter. When he first met with the Little Yellow, it was still a slightly timid creature. But from the moment he made friends with it, Little Yellow became very daring. It now even dared to eat all the food it saw appearing in the grassland. It did not even leave a single corpse of barbaric bulls for Ye Xiao. Other things were also different from before in Little Yellow besides its height. Strange dim golden scales started to grow out on the surface of the back of its palm, waist, thigh, and its shoulder. Little Yellow, you have evolved. Ha ha ha, finally, after eating so much, you have evolved. Ye Xiao laughed out loud and hurriedly appeared in front of Little Yellow. This aura, so you are now a first-grade magical beast, but why is your aura making me feel like you can kill a third-grade magical beast by yourself? Ye Xiao felt an aura that belongs to a first-grade magical beast, but it was even more terrifying than the aura of the leader of the barbaric bulls that he fought with a while ago. He suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. He saw that Little Yellow was looking at him with fiery eyes. Hey, Little Yellow, what is going on? Why are you looking at me like this? Ye Xiao shuddered a little and finally said to Little Yellow. Little Yellow did not even let out its chi sound. It just directly transformed its hand into a pear of the vine and it charged toward Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao dodged to the side, but the vine of Little Yellow also made a turn in the air and directly pierced into both of hand. Little Yellow, what are you doing? Ye Xiao shouted in pain. What are you crying for like a little baby? Rest assured, I will not eat you. Suddenly he heard the sound of a 4 or 5 years old little girl in his mind. Ye Xiao was shocked at first, but then again he suddenly remembered that Little Yellow tried to talk with him this way previously, but at that time, it talked with great difficulty and its voice was not clear. But now it was totally different from before. Not only can it talk with him by piercing its vine in his hands, it even made a taunt at him. You can now talk clearly by doing this. Ye Xiao subconsciously said these words. He was still in shock. So what? Now don't cry like a little baby. Little Yellow again taunted at him. Ye Xiao also recovered from his shock and gritted his teeth. Little Yellow, look Ye Xiao was still in the middle of his speech when Little Yellow interrupted him. First thing is, stop calling me Little Yellow. Yes, my skin's color is yellow, but it is only for now, okay? Little Yellow said in anger. Then what should I call you? Little Yellow is a perfect name for you. Ye Xiao said. Humph, what do you know? Call me Queen. Little Yellow snorted in its childish voice. It looked very cute in the eyes of Ye Xiao. Queen. Ye Xiao repeated this word and started laughing. Ha ha ha, and what kind of queen are you? Ye Xiao laughed for a while and said. Little Yellow looked at him in anger and said, I am still very small. Wait for me to evolve more. Humph, one day I can command the entire forest. Listen carefully, I am the queen of plants and plants-type lifeforms. In the words of you humans, you can take me as the queen of forest, the queen of plants and plants-type lifeforms. Ye Xiao muttered and said in shock, you said that you can command an entire forest one day if you evolved well. Ye Xiao did not doubt Little Yellow's words. The first day, Little Yellow came here, in the world of Heavenly Pearl, it even changed the nature of flowers that were blooming in the grassland. How can an ordinary being do this kind of thing? He was now the owner of the Heavenly Pearl. Even though he cannot control it, but still this Heavenly Pearl was his and all the things inside the Heavenly Pearl belonged to him. But still, after the Little Yellow changed the nature of the flowers, it even attacked him with thorns. This all proved that what Little Yellow said was the truth. Humph. Let alone a single forest, if I continue to evolve, I can even control all the plants of this world. Little Yellow again snorted and replied to him with its head high in pride. Control all the plants of this world. Ye Xiao was again shocked, but this time his shock was something he cannot describe with words. Just thinking about the situation when a single being is controlling all the plants of this world, he felt goosebumps. Chapter 105. Little Yellow's conditions. Ye Xiao was very shocked when he found out that one day, Little Yellow can control the plants of the whole world if she continued to evolve. Just thinking about the situation when a single being is controlling all the plants of the world gave him goosebumps. This matter was really very shocking. Just thinking about how grand that scene would be when all the plants of this world, no matter the type, no matter if it is a single plant or the entire forest, would be under Little Yellow's control. He cannot even imagine that scene. He immediately got excited as he thought of it. He can also benefit from this, after all he is the only friend of Little Yellow. When Little Yellow would evolve to the point when she can control all the plants of this world, at that time, if he needed any rare medicinal herb, he would tell Little Yellow and Little Yellow can easily get that medicinal herb for him. Little Yellow, what can I do for you to let you evolve to the point when you can control all the plants of this world? Ye Xiao asked excitedly. Call me Queen. Little Yellow snorted at him. Yes, yes, my Queen. Tell me, what can I do for you to let you evolve to the point when you can control all the plants of this world? Ye Xiao did not think too much about it. He just called her Queen, and immediately after that he repeated his question. Humph. Do you think it is very easy for me to evolve? Little Yellow again snorted and continued to say, don't forget just how much effort it took you to let me evolve to become a first-grade magical beast. When Ye Xiao heard this, his face stiffened immediately. When he thought about just how many second-grade and third-grade magical beast was devoured by Little Yellow, and then finally she evolved and became a first-grade magical beast, his heart started to ache. And when he again thought about just how many magical beasts he had let Little Yellow devour so that she can evolve to the point of controlling all the plants of this world, at that time, he did not even smile. At this time, he felt like not discussing about the matter of evolving Little Yellow anymore. Little Yellow, how about you also came with me to the outside world so that we both can hunt together? This way, our strength will also increase rapidly. Ye Xiao thought for a while and finally said, call me Queen. And no, I am not going out. I like being here. I love that forest of yours. You, go and get this Queen lots of corpses of the magical beasts so that I can devour them and evolve. Little Yellow said in a tone which looked as if she was ordering Ye Xiao to deliver food to her. Little Yellow, if you don't want to come with me to hunt, then don't even think about getting any corpse of magical beast from me. Ye Xiao also snorted and did not give in. He was determined to let Little Yellow hunt together with him. Even though right now, Little Yellow is only a first-grade magical beast, her strength is in no way inferior to him, or maybe she was even stronger than him. There was another thing, and that was any forest is like a home for Little Yellow. With the help of Little Yellow he can definitely hunt down even more stronger magical beast, and this way, his strength will increase by a large margin. Call me Queen. If not, then I am not gonna outside no matter what you do. Little Yellow spoke out in anger as Ye Xiao was repeatedly calling her, Little Yellow. Okay, okay. How about it? From now on, you come with me to hunt magical beast and I will call you Queen. If not, then I am ashamed to inform you that I will always call you Little Yellow. Ye Xiao also did not take a step back. Hey, you think that you can make me call you Queen just because you want to? Don't even think about it. Ye Xiao smiled inwardly but did not let Little Yellow feel that he was laughing in heart. Okay, I will go out to hunt with you, but I have two conditions. If you can fulfill my two conditions, I will go out with you and do what you'll tell me to do. Little Yellow thought for a while and finally said, what two conditions? Tell me. Ye Xiao curiously looked at Little Yellow and asked. Little Yellow looked like just a little child, and her voice was also that of a 4 or 5 years old kid, but her intelligence was almost equal to that of an adult. It was really surprising. Little Yellow, just what kind of monster are you? My first condition is that you have to let me evolve to the second-rank magical beast first before I will go out and hunt with you. Little Yellow looked at him and smiled slyly. What? No, that is impossible. I only have 3.5 months left to increase my cultivation to at least the 9th stage of the Origin Core realm. I don't have that much time to waste. If you want to evolve, then come and hunt together with me. Ye Xiao directly refused. Humph, it is not your place to negotiate with me. This is my condition, and if you cannot fulfill my condition then don't bother me. And anyway, I am not in hurry to evolve. Little Yellow snorted coldly. She was about to take out her vine when Ye Xiao hurriedly stopped her. Ye Xiao did not thought that Little Yellow's response would be like this. She did not even give her the right to negotiate the condition with her. She was really behaving like a queen. Okay, I agree with your first condition. Now tell me, what is your second condition? Seeing that there was no other way, Ye Xiao finally agreed to her first condition. He had no choice anyway. With the help of Little Yellow, his cultivation will definitely improve fastly. My second condition is that give me a drop of dragon's blood essence. Little Yellow told Ye Xiao her second condition, to which Ye Xiao's reaction was like, my lady queen, do you think dragons are first and second grade magical beasts, which can be found everywhere? And let's say, I managed to find a dragon. Do you really think I have enough strength to fight with a dragon and kill it? Ye Xiao was looking at Little Yellow as if he was looking at an extremely intelligent fool. Little Yellow, call me queen. Queen my ass. Where can I find a dragon, and even if I manage to find it, do you really think I have strength to take a drop of blood essence from it? Ye Xiao suddenly erupted in anger. Hey, do you think I am a fool? I can feel the dragon's aura from you. You definitely have something to do with dragons. Or maybe you have a dragon's bloodline within you. Little Yellow thought that Ye Xiao was just making an excuse. Dragon's bloodline, what are you saying? Ye Xiao was first confused, but then he suddenly understood that Little Yellow would have felt the heaven-devouring divine dragon's aura coming out from him, and she was talking about it. See, you are still trying to make excuses. Only if I would have evolved and become a third-grade magical beast, at that time, I can easily tell if you have a dragon's bloodline within you or you have some sort of treasure related to dragons. Little Yellow snorted and said. Ye Xiao was again shocked to find out about this ability of Little Yellow. It was fortunate that she is not a third-grade magical beast right now, otherwise who knows what her demand would have been. Little Yell, no, queen, yes, my lady queen, I really don't have any dragon's bloodline. I am just an ordinary young man who can be found anywhere in the Azure Sky continent. Ye Xiao hurriedly said. He wanted to let Little Yellow believe that he has nothing to do with dragons so that she can change her second condition. As I have said before, do you think I am a fool who don't know anything? Let me tell you, in my inherited memory, there are lots of things that you humans think is legends. I even know about those things that are lost from this world for millions of years. Humph, don't try to fool me. I can feel the dragon's aura coming from you, and it means that you definitely have something to with dragons. I just want a drop of dragon's blood essence. Little Yellow did not buzz off even a little and said in a cold voice. Chapter 106, Barbaric Bulls King, Humph. Don't try to fool me. I can feel the dragon's aura coming from you, and it means that you definitely have something to with dragons. I just want a drop of dragon's blood essence. Bring me that and help me evolve to become a second-grade magical beast, and I will help you for everything I can. Little Yellow did not buzz off even a little and said in a cold tone. From the looks of it, she was getting impatience. But, even if that is the case, do you really think I have what it takes to obtain the dragon's blood essence? Ye Xiao said anxiously. Little Yellow fell into thought, and only after a long time did she said, okay then, you just have to fulfill my first condition. As for my second condition, just promise me that you will give me a drop of dragon's blood essence in the near future. You will try to obtain it as soon as possible. Ye Xiao nodded his head and said, okay, but I cannot guarantee. I can only try my best. Little Yellow nodded her head and withdrew her vines from Ye Xiao's hands. After that, those two vines transformed back to being her hand. Now that Ye Xiao agreed to her conditions, he has to prepare lots of food for Little Yellow so that she can evolve and become a third-grade magical beast. Okay then, I am leaving, Ye Xiao said with reluctance, as he did not wanted to go out and hunt alone. His idea of hunting together with Little Yellow did not succeed. Now he has to hunt alone. Little Yellow did not said anything. She just turned back and walked toward the forest. When she was about to disappear, her voice sounded. Chi. Ye Xiao looked at her and saw her gesturing something. After looking carefully, he understood what she wanted to tell. Call me queen from now on. Yes, this was what Little Yellow meant to say. Ye Xiao cursed at her in his heart and simply took his leave from the world of the Heavenly Pearl. Ye Xiao once again appeared in the canyon. He did not wanted to stay here anymore, so he just turned to leave from here, but exactly at this moment, he felt a chill running down in his back. Ye Xiao slowly turned back and raised his head. He saw that there was a barbaric bull standing and looking at him with a gaze which looked like it wanted to tear him apart. Silence at this moment, a period of extreme silence started. That barbaric bull just kept looking at him. It did not make any move against Ye Xiao. It just kept looking at him calmly, but exactly because of this, Ye Xiao did not dare to move. Ye Xiao felt that this barbaric bull is actually very terrifying, more terrifying than that ambusher who wanted to kill him. That ambusher was a martial king realm martial artist who just entered this realm, but this barbaric bull looked as if it is in this realm for a long time. There is only one barbaric bull that can be a 4th grade magical beast. And that barbaric bull is the one who ruled over all other barbaric bulls. It is also known as the barbaric bull's king. Ye Xiao hurriedly stared to think of ways that can save him from the barbaric bull's king, but he failed to think of any such way. Ye Xiao also thought that maybe he can deal with this barbaric bull's king by using his wings of the divine dragon and dragon's claws, but again, he was disappointed as he understood that there is no way that he can deal with the barbaric bull's king by using the abilities gained by the heaven-devouring divine dragon. The gap between him and the barbaric bull's king was too huge, which is impossible to fill by just some powerful additional and special abilities. Ye Xiao thought, maybe he can save himself by hiding inside the heavenly pearl. Then again, what will he do after coming out if the barbaric bull's king would still be waiting for him here? It needed to know that the barbaric bull's king was already waiting for him here. It somehow knew that Ye Xiao vanished from here and will definitely appear here, and because of his own belief, it was waiting for Ye Xiao here. Ye Xiao had already killed 2 groups of barbaric bulls. As their ruler, how can barbaric bull's king will let this matter slide so easily? It will definitely try to kill him no matter what. So there was only a single choice left, which is also a very risky choice. Run. Ye Xiao can only think of one possibility by which he can barely save himself, and that was by escaping from here. Wings of the divine dragon. A beautiful pair of wings grew out from his back and he immediately leapt on the air and started to flew away by full speed. Roar. The barbaric bull's king roared loudly, and after seeing that Ye Xiao was fleeing, it opened its mouth and suddenly a ray of light came out from its mouth, directly aiming at Ye Xiao, who was flying in the air. FCK. Ye Xiao felt a terrifying force coming his way. He turned his head while flying forward and saw that a white ray of light was coming toward him with extremely high speed. It was so fast that he could not dodge even if he wanted to. He just turned and saw a white ray of light, which gave him a very dangerous feeling. Dragon's claws. Ye Xiao did not thought too much and directly transformed his hands into dragon's claws. Mountain collapsing fist. Ye Xiao attacked the terrifying white ray of light with his mountain collapsing fist, as he did not have a better martial arts skill. He did have a high-grade profound rank martial arts skill, which is the sacred finger art, but for his disappointment it was not a wide area attack skill. With the sacred finger art, he can only attack a point and it will directly pierce that point, but it will not affect the area near that point. How can he use this martial arts skill against this terrifying ray of light, which is almost as wide as his head? Ye Xiao executed the mountain collapsing fist with the help of his beast fire. Boom! Ah! Ye Xiao's mountain collapsing fist collided with the terrifying ray of light of the barbaric bull's king. A loud explosion sounded when both of their attacks collided against each other's attack. Ye Xiao was not able to save himself. Even after his attack collided with that terrifying ray of light, it still affected Ye Xiao very much. How can a frog go against a snake? Here was also same thing. No matter how much powerful Ye Xiao's strength became after his hands transformed into the dragon's claws and executing the mountain collapsing fist with the help of his beast fire, he was still very weak in front of the barbaric bull's king. But yes, his beast fire and the dragon's claws did help him a lot. His dragon's claws withstand all the power and terrifying force the white ray that the barbaric bull's king shoot at him. And only because of this, he was able to save himself and did not lost his life. If there was anything less in his attack, or there was a slightly lower power in his attack, he would have been dead by now. Ye Xiao fell unconscious while he was still in the air because of the collision of his and the barbaric bull's king's attack. Both of his hands was not filled with blood, but what was even more terrifying was that his skin and flesh of both of his hands was slowly corroding and falling down. This scene looked very terrifying to see. If Ye Xiao would have been conscious, he would really become frightened after looking at his hands. It was fortunate that he already became unconscious after withstanding his collision with the barbaric bull's king's attack. Ye Xiao also fell down from the sky, and he was really very lucky that there was a river flowing where he fell. Chapak! This was the sound that came out after he fell down in river. Roar. On the other side, when the barbaric bull's king saw Ye Xiao felling from the sky while his hand's skin and flesh was also corroding and felling along with him, it roared loudly for a final time in pride, then it turned around and left. It believed that Ye Xiao died after his attack collided with him and he was successfully able to take revenge for his dear subjects. Now that Ye Xiao was dead, there is no point by standing here, so it left. Chapter 107. Recuperating. Ye Xiao drifted along with the river. There was nothing he could, as he was already unconscious. The river was flowing to an unknown direction, and every once in a while, a sound of wave was echoing in the river. That river started to bring Ye Xiao along with it to an unknown place. Just like that, time slowly started to pass and Ye Xiao's body still floated in the river. 1 day, 2 day, 5 day, it has been 1 week now since Ye Xiao floated in the river. During this time, countless strands of strange white energy circled around his hands. It was actually the energy from the dragon-shaped core which formed with the mixture of 3 types of energy. When Ye Xiao became unconscious and fell in the river, this energy emerged from his dantian and started to circulate itself around Ye Xiao's hands. Because of this, his hands, which has already lost almost half of skin and flesh, stopped corroding. After a week, Ye Xiao finally washed to the shore by the river. Coincidentally, 4 young men and women were passing by from there. One of the women had sharp eye and noticed Ye Xiao. These 4 people were outer sect disciples of a sect known as the Thunder Cloud sect. The woman was called Lu Xiaoran, and the 2 young men and a woman in beside her were her eldest senior brother Lu Qing, second senior brother Lu Feng, and third senior sister Lu Ran. Seniors, there is a person lying there. Lu Xiaoran pointed at Ye Xiao and asked. Lu Qing and Lu Feng looked at each other and walked to Ye Xiao's side alertly and said, This guy looks badly injured. After discovering that Ye Xiao was badly wounded, they immediately started to search Ye Xiao's body. Lu Xiaoran saw this and said in a dull tone, What is going on? Eldest brother, second brother, this is not good, is it? What is not good about it? Anyway, he is already seriously wounded and he will die very soon. What is left on his body is better to let us have it. Cannot you see the situation in our Thunder Cloud sect now? In the future, there will be fewer and fewer cultivation resources as competition between us disciples is starting to become more and more intense. So, we have to make plans for ourselves. Lu Xiaoran, I think you sound not be this kind, otherwise this kindness of yours will become your strongest weakness in the future. Lu Qing said. Lu Xiaoran frowned when she heard him and fell silent, as what his eldest brother said was the truth. Poor guy, there is nothing on him, Lu Feng spat in anger. Lu Qing and Lu Ran also failed to find anything on Ye Xiao's body. At this moment, Lu Xiaoran's gaze fell on Ye Xiao's fingers and there, she saw a ring shining. Spatial ring. Lu Xiaoran instantly recognized that this was actually a spatial ring, but she did not make any moves to take this spatial ring. Instead she tried to divert the attention of her senior brothers and sister. Seniors, let's go from here since this person did not have anything on him. It will be dangerous for us if we stay here for longer. After hearing her, others thought that what Lu Xiaoran is telling is the truth, so they agreed to not stay here any longer and left. Lu Xiaoran also turned and left with her senior brothers and sister, but before she left, she snapped her finger and an unknown pill shoot out and directly went into his mouth. All 4 of them left. After some time, Ye Xiao also woke up. When the 4 of them were here talking about taking his things, he was slightly conscious at that time, and when a pill suddenly landed in his mouth. He swallowed that pill with great difficulty as he was only partly conscious. After he swallowed that pill, he immediately felt that he was regaining his strength and his mind also started to become clear. Finally, he woke up. Lu Xiaoran, Thunder Cloud sect. Ye Xiao muttered these 2 names. When he was still only partly conscious, he heard these 2 names. He was not able to clearly hear the previous group of people's conversation, but he was still able to hear these 2 names clearly. He had also guessed that Lu Xiaoran was the one who helped him. I will remember your kindness and I shall return this favor in the future if we met again. Ye Xiao vowed in his heart. Whoosh, with a whoosh sound, he disappeared from where he was. The world of the heavenly pearl. In the middle of the grassland, on the jade path that went in 4 directions, a figure suddenly appeared. This figure's hands was disfigured and looked very terrifying. Who can it be if not Ye Xiao? Ye Xiao once again came into the world of the heavenly pearl. He walked toward the jade lotuses and plucked off one of the jade lotus. Without wasting any more time, he crushed the jade lotus in his mouth and swallowed it. Immediately after he swallowed the jade lotus, a current of warm energy started to move inside his body, be it physical injury, internal injury or hidden injury. It started to heal every single injuries on his body. His hands also started to recover. His flesh started to reform on both of his hands. The process was very slow, but even so, his hand, which already became like an skeleton's hand, started to reform its flesh. Ye Xiao once again swallowed a jade lotus. With the help of additional jade lotus, his recovery speed increased suddenly. Not long after that, both of his hands became just like how it was before. Ye Xiao raised his hands in front of him and practiced some hand stances. Seeing that there was no more injury and everything was back to how it was before, he heaved a sigh of relief. Damn barbaric Bull's king, one day I will return and definitely serve Little Yellow with your corpse as her food. Ye Xiao cursed at the barbaric Bull's king in his heart. When he thought about the barbaric Bull's king, his heart immediately filled with anger. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than increasing his strength and taking his revenge on the barbaric Bull's king. Grr. Suddenly, Ye Xiao's stomach let out a voice as it reminded Ye Xiao that he did not eat anything for many days. He immediately felt hunger attacking him. Ye Xiao once again appeared in the outside world as he felt very hungry, and there was nothing in the heavenly pearl which he could eat. In the future, I will raise some magical beasts in the forest of the heavenly pearl. Then if I became hungry again in the future, I can eat them, hee. Ye Xiao thought and started smiling. When Ye Xiao once again appeared in the outside world, he was shocked to find that there was no forest here. He still remembered that he was running from the barbaric Bull's king, and when the barbaric Bull's king attacked him, he executed the mountain collapsing fist with the help of his beast fire, but still after that he was unable to save himself and fell unconscious after taking the barbaric Bull's attack head on. He did not remember anything that happened after he became unconscious. And now that he woke up, he found himself on an unknown place. Since I am already here, maybe I can find some place where I can eat and ease my hunger. After thinking this, Ye Xiao started to walk straight. He did not walk for long when he saw a city wall a certain distance away from him. It looked like a city is there. Ye Xiao muttered and ran toward the city wall. When he reached there, he saw a huge gate which was the gate to enter this city. He walked toward the gate and stood in line as there was many other people lined up there, and their intention was also the same as him, as they also wanted to enter this city. Ye Xiao was really hungry and he just wanted to eat something at this time. Because of this, he did not even thought of asking someone the name of this city. He just lined up there. Some time later, it was his turn to enter the city. Stop there. Just as he wanted to enter the city, he heard a cold voice coming from his left side. He stopped and turned left. He saw that there were two guards looking at him coldly. 1,000 gold coins. One of the city guards said. What? Ye Xiao still did not understood what was going on. He turned around and saw that all the people present were also looking at him with a strange gaze. Chapter 108. Phoenix Restaurant. Ye Xiao was very hungry, and at this moment he wanted nothing more than to eat something. Because of this, when it was his turn to enter the city, he directly rushed past the huge gate to enter the city. Stop there. Just as he passed the city gate, he heard a cold voice coming from his left side. He stopped and turned left and saw that there were two guards looking at him with a cold expression on their face. 1,000 gold coins. One of the city guards said. What? Ye Xiao still did not understood what was going on. He turned around and saw that all the people present were also looking at him with a strange gaze. If you want to enter into the Southwood City, you have to pay 1,000 gold coins. Don't you know the rules of our city? Hurry up and pay if you want to enter, otherwise get lost. The guard sneered at him. Ye Xiao was stupefied for a moment. He did not wanted to create any type of disturbance here, so he said, it is my first time here, so I did not knew about the rules. Here, please accept it. After saying this, Ye Xiao took out 100 low-grade spirit stones and gave it to the two guards. Spirit stones. Not only guards, but all the people present who knew about the spirit stones, exclaimed loudly in surprise. One of the guard hurriedly took those 100 low-grade spirit stones with a smile and said, haha, you can go now. Ye Xiao nodded his head, but instead of going inside the city he asked, brother, do you know any inn or restaurant where I can eat and ease my hunger? All the people present started to look at him with a strange haze. The guard that took the spirit stones from him sighed after a short while and said, if you want to eat something good, then you can go to the Phoenix Restaurant, because this place is where you can eat the best. Thank you, brother. After Ye Xiao thanked the guard, he turned back, intending to leave, but just as he wanted to leave, he heard the same voice again. "Stop, is there something you need?" Ye Xiao stopped and frowned his brows. He again turned and looked in the eyes of that guard and asked. That guard felt a chill running down his spine when Ye Xiao looked into his eyes. Sweat appeared on his forehead. After a few breaths of time, the guard calmed down himself and smiled at Ye Xiao. "There is nothing I need. It is just that the price is very high in that restaurant. But if you want some discount, I can help you with it." When Ye Xiao heard this, he immediately understood that this guard wanted some benefits from him. And it was exactly the case. When the guard saw Ye Xiao taking out 100 low-grade spirit stones to pay for entering into the city without betting an eye, he became greedy. He thought that Ye Xiao definitely would have more spirit stones on him. Thinking of this, greed appeared in the guard's heart. When Ye Xiao asked him for a place where he could eat something, he instantly thought of an idea. He wanted to use Ye Xiao for his own benefit. But to his disappointment, Ye Xiao refused him. "Price is not a problem for me." After saying this sentence, Ye Xiao turned and left the place. Both guards' eyes immediately lit up when he heard Ye Xiao saying, "Price is not a problem." In their eyes, their guess was right. Ye Xiao did have more money on him. They both looked at each other. As if they understood what the other guard wanted to tell, both of them nodded their heads and one of them immediately left from there. Some peoples who were in front and saw everything that happened here, they understood that Ye Xiao was in trouble. They shook their heads in pity and started to do what they were doing before. Ye Xiao was not their relative and they did not know who Ye Xiao was. So they can only give pity to Ye Xiao's fate. Ye Xiao came in front of the Phoenix restaurant after asking the route of coming here from Anther Man. It was a 3-triangular-shaped building with 3 floors. Its gate was 3 meters long in length and around 2 meters wide. On top of its gate, 2 characters were written which were shining with a red light. Those 2 words were, Phoenix Restaurant. 2 guards were also standing in front of this restaurant's gate. But unlike the guards at the city gates, these 2 guards were here for welcoming their customers. "Welcome to the Phoenix Restaurant." When Ye Xiao was about to enter the restaurant, those 2 guards bowed their heads and welcomed him. Ye Xiao smiled and nodded his heads. One of the 2 guards said, "Dear customer, you can only eat on the 1st floor if your strength did not reach the martial king realm. Only a martial king realm or above martial artists are allowed to go to the 2nd floor." Ye Xiao was shocked when he heard this as he did not think that there were conditions even for eating on different floors. He just nodded his head and asked, "What about the 3rd floor?" 3rd floor only served special guests like the city lords or some big family's patriarch. It is not for ordinary and local people. One of the guards answered politely. Ye Xiao did not said anything this time. He was already very hungry, so without wasting any more time, he just nodded his head with a smile toward the guard and walked inside. At this moment, he only wanted to eat. So, he found an empty table and sat there. Moments later, an attendant came and gave him a menu of the restaurant. Ye Xiao did not has any intention of taking the menu from the attendant. He just said, "Give me the best you serve here and a jar of wine." That attendant looked at Ye Xiao's face curiously. Without saying a word, he nodded his head and went to bring the food for Ye Xiao. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, that attendant returned with Ye Xiao's food and a jar of wine. "Here is the best what we serve on the 1st floor and a jar of normal wine," the attendant said respectfully and turned to leave. "Wait," Ye Xiao stopped the attendant and said, "What do you mean by a jar of normal wine? If there is a better wine here, then bring that wine to me." "Sir, there is indeed better wine here, but that is only for the customers of 2nd floor. 1st floor's customers can only enjoy ordinary wines." The attendant smiled and replied him respectfully. "Oh, and to enter the 2nd floor, I needed to have the strength of at least the martial king realm, right?" Ye Xiao understood what the attendant said. "Yes, sir. If I am not a martial king realm expert and want to go to the 2nd floor to eat, is there any way?" Ye Xiao again asked while he wolfed down on his food. He was already very hungry. When the food was served, he was unable to control himself any longer and started to eat. The attendant looked at him with a strange gaze as Ye Xiao was eating and talking. Seeing Ye Xiao like this, he even forgot to reply Ye Xiao's question. When Ye Xiao did not heard any reply, he raised his head and saw the strange look in the attendant's eyes. He immediately understood what was going on and felt slightly embarrassed. Cough, cough. Ye Xiao coughed 2 times in embarrassment and the attendant also returned to normal. The attendant again put a smile on his face and said, "If you want to go to the second floor, there is indeed another way. You can come with a martial king realm martial artist. If a martial king realm martial artist will come with you, you'll be allowed to go to the second floor with him. If not, then only by gaining the special permission from the owner of the Phoenix restaurant or our manager, can you go to the second floor to enjoy the delicacies." Ye Xiao just nodded his head after hearing the reply of the attendant. He then flicked his finger and a low-grade spirit stone flew toward the attendant. That attendant saw a light flashing toward him. He unknowingly extended his hand and caught that light. When he opened his hand, he saw a crystal of light blue color which was shining on his palm. Spirit stone. That attendant took long breath and then looked at Ye Xiao with a worshipping gaze. Chapter 109. Manager Ma. With a flick of his finger, Ye Xiao sent a low-grade spirit stone flying toward the attendant. The attendant caught that spirit stone and looked at it. Spirit stone. He could not help but exclaimed in shock. He turned his head left and right and seeing that no one was looking at him, that attendant took long breath of relief and hurriedly put it in a pouch and hid it inside his cloths. After doing all of these things, he looked at Ye Xiao with a worshipping gaze and said, "Thank you for your kindness. If there is anything more you want to know about, you can ask me. As long as I would know the answers of your questions, I will definitely answer you." It was the first time when someone gave him a spirit stone as his tip. A low-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 gold coins, but even if one wants to exchange 200 gold coins for a low-grade spirit stone, no one will exchange. Spirit stones are very valuable and rare resource which helps one in their cultivation. Because of this, no one wants to exchange their spirit stones for gold coins. And this spirit stone was given to him just like that. He did nothing except for answering some normal questions of Ye Xiao. "No, I don't have anything to ask. You can go." Ye Xiao smiled and busied himself in enjoying his meal after replying to the attendant. "Oh," that attendant thought for a while and then said, "Sir, I will try to talk with the manager about allowing you to go to the second floor of our Phoenix restaurant." "Okay." Ye Xiao did not bother to say much. His all attention was on his food at this moment. It was the first time he was this hungry. He did not know the reason why he felt this much hunger in the first place, but he knew that if he does not eat, he will surely die because of starvation. This kind of death is really a very shameful death in itself. Ye Xiao did not want it to die right now as he just gained his new life, let alone this kind of death. While Ye Xiao was eating, that attendant went to his manager. "Knock, knock, come in." When attendant knocked on the door of an ancient-looking door at the second floor, a voice sounded out from the other side of that door which gave that attendant permission to come inside that room. That attendant opened the door and went inside that room. There was nothing in this room except for a large bed, a rectangular table which was about 2 meters long and few chairs which was placed surrounding the table. Many kinds of fruits were placed on the table, but there was no one there to eat. On the large bed, a middle-aged man with long beard which has the mix of black and white hair on them, was lying on the bed leisurely. He was looking at the attendant while one of his hands was on his waist and the other hand's palm was supporting his chin, helping him raising his head. "Senior Ma." That attendant was trembling in fear as the middle-aged man who was lying on the bed in front of him was a marvelous expert. He was actually a martial artist at the 3rd stage of the martial emperor realm. He was even stronger than the sect leaders of the 5 great sects and the king of the Azure Dragon country. If Ye Xiao would have been here, he would have shocked to see that a manager of a restaurant was actually stronger than all the experts of the Azure Dragon country. It was quite shocking. The attendant bowed toward the middle-aged man while trembling in fear, whom he called as Manager Ma. Manager Ma let out a soft voice from his throat and said, "What is the matter? I said it before that only if some major figure comes here in our Phoenix restaurant to eat can you come and bother me. If there is nothing important, I will definitely punish you." When the attendant before him heard this, he trembled uncontrollably. He did not dare to raise his head. He kept his gaze on the ground and respectfully said, "Manager Ma, there is a customer in the 1st floor who wants to go to the 2nd floor to enjoy the delicacies there. He is not a martial king realm martial artist, but he has spirit stones in his possession. I came here to inform Manager Ma about this as I thought that this matter is important. If it is not, then, please punish me, Manager Ma." That attendant played his role here. He already knew that after hearing him, Manager Ma will definitely become happy. Let alone punishing him, he might even able to obtain benefits from Manager Ma. His guess was not wrong. When the manager of the Phoenix restaurant heard that a customer, who is in the possession of spirit stones, wants to go to the second floor of the restaurant to enjoy the delicacies there, he immediately jumped up from his bed and arrived in front of that attendant in an instant. Thump! The attendant scared out silly as he sat down on the ground when Manager Ma suddenly appeared in front of him from the bed like a ghost. Stand up! That attendant continued to look at Manager Ma. His expression really looked too silly at this moment. And from the looks of his face, maybe, he did not even heard when Manager Ma told him to stand up. He just kept looking at Manager Ma with fear written all over his face. I said stand up, Manager Ma shouted in cold voice. Yes, thank you Manager Ma. The attendant became so scared when he heard Manager Ma shouting that he almost peed in his pants. He hurriedly stood up and thanked the middle-aged man in front of him. If what you said is not true, then I will kill you with my own hands. Manager Ma threatened the attendant while he kept looking in his eyes as if wanting to find some fault from the attendant's expression. Manager Ma, what I said is definitely the truth. That attendant said in full confidence. Manager Ma nodded his head in satisfaction and said, if what you said is true then you can get double salary this month, but if it is a lie, then believe me, I will definitely keep my words and kill you. When the attendant heard this, he became so excited that he almost started jumping. But suddenly, a hint of fear also appeared in his heart. What if that customer does not have any more spirit stones on him? When this question appeared in his heart, he was again scared and started trembling in fear. He wanted to say something to Manager Ma, but then he realized that Manager Ma was nowhere to be seen in this room. He understood that Manager Ma already went to find that customer. He hurriedly left the room and went down on the first floor. There he saw Manager Ma standing and looking at all customers with a curious gaze. He was trying to find the one who may have spirit stones in his possession. But he failed to find. Exactly at this moment, that attendant also returned. Who is that customer? Manager Ma asked softly but in a cold voice. That one. The attendant pointed at Ye Xiao, who was busy in wolfing down the foods. That one who was eating as if he had not eaten for years. When Manager Ma looked at Ye Xiao, he was quite shocked to see him eating like that. When the attendant confirmed him that there is a customer on the first floor of the restaurant who has spirit stones in his possession, Manager Ma imagined of him as some big shots who has a powerful background backing him. But that imagination of his shattered when he saw Ye Xiao, who was eating like a beggar and his cloths were also somewhat tattered. In short, at this moment, Ye Xiao was looking just like a roadside beggar. Yes, Manager Ma, he is the one. That attendant again confirmed him. That attendant also felt embarrassed at this moment because he was the one claiming that Ye Xiao has spirit stones in his possession. He also understood what Manager Ma was thinking at this moment. Manager Ma looked at the attendant first and then he turned his head to look at Ye Xiao. Even after a long time, he was unable to bring himself to believe that Ye Xiao is the one in the possession of spirit stones. After all, Ye Xiao looked very young and naive. Of course he is very young. After all, he is only 16 years old. Chapter 110. To be born treasure. When Ye Xiao finished his meal, he saw two people walking toward him. One of them was the previous attendant and another one was a middle-aged man. Hello dear customer, I am the manager of this Phoenix restaurant. You can call me Manager Ma. I heard that you want to go to the second floor to enjoy the delicacies there. Is that true? After arriving in front of Ye Xiao, Manager Ma greeted him with a big smile and asked if it is true that he want to go to the second floor of the Phoenix restaurant. Ye Xiao looked at him and nodded his head, saying, yes, I am really very interested. Manager Ma smiled and said, it is not impossible for you to go to the second floor of the Phoenix restaurant, but there is a special fee that you need to pay first if you want to go up there when you don't have the required strength. Oh, how much? Ye Xiao frowned as he felt that something was amiss here. It was the first time he saw such rules in a restaurant. This middle-aged man was the manager of this restaurant, but he personally came to meet him when he heard that Ye Xiao wants to go to the second floor of the restaurant. He looked at the attendant and then turned his gaze to look at Manager Ma. As if he understood something, he let out a soft sigh and murmured, I should not have given this attendant a piece of low-grade spirit stone. Ye Xiao had already eaten a lot, so he said, maybe next time. I have already eaten my fill. As it is my first time in the Southwood City, I will stay here for a few days. When I'll come here next time, at that time, I would like to go to the second floor of this restaurant. When I was eating, I heard quite a few people talking that the second floor is very different from the first floor, especially the wine there. I would like to enjoy all of these next time. What Ye Xiao told was the truth. Even though he understood the intention of this manager Ma, he still wanted to come here again. What he did not lacking the most is spirit stones. So, even if he gave some spirit stones, it will not matter. When manager Ma heard him, he remained silent for a while. After a short while, he took out a token and gave it to Ye Xiao while saying, "When you will come here next time, show this token to any one of my men here and they will lead you to the second floor." Ye Xiao took the token from manager Ma and looked at it. It was actually only a normal wooden token, but it was very hard. Whole token was colored in light yellow. A picture of Phoenix was engraved on one side of the token while on the other side of the token, there was actually a man's face. Ye Xiao stored this token in his spatial ring and said his goodbye to manager Ma. After doing all of this, he left the restaurant after paying the bill. But this time, he did not pay the bill with spirit stones but gold coins. Manager Ma kept looking at Ye Xiao's disappearing figure, and when Ye Xiao completely disappeared from his line of sight, he turned at the attendant and said, "When he'll come here next time, inform me immediately." "Yes, manager Ma." But that attendant hesitated to say something. "Say it." Seeing him hesitating, manager Ma coldly said. His previous smile was long gone. "Manager Ma, do you really think he will come here again?" Finally, that attendant decided to say what he wanted to ask previously. "He will." After saying this, manager Ma also disappeared from the sight of that attendant. Previously, he was observing Ye Xiao. When he talked about the special fee, he saw Ye Xiao frowning. At that he saw through Ye Xiao. He knew that Ye Xiao already understood what he was actually planning, but even after that he calmly talked with him and then left. In his opinion, there is only two reasons why Ye Xiao was able to remain calm at that time. First was that Ye Xiao have an expert protecting him from the shadows and he belonged to a very big family or has a powerful background. And the second reason is that Ye Xiao simply did not think much of him and he is very arrogant. He only thought that Ye Xiao belonged to one of these two categories. Of course, he was unaware of a heaven-defying treasure like the heavenly pearl, so he did not manage to think of a third reason. What he thought can only be applied on ordinary fellows. Ye Xiao is not counted as one of those people. Ye Xiao has an endless supply of spirit stones, and only because of this, he did not think much and said that when he will come here next time, he will go to the second floor of the restaurant. Ye Xiao was walking aimlessly on the street. After asking for a while, he found out that currently, he was actually in a second-grade country known as the Golden Fragrance Country. Southwood City is one of the three big cities in the Golden Fragrance Country. The three big cities are Southwood City, Grindstone City and the Golden Fragrance City, which was also the imperial city of the Golden Fragrance Country. The Cloudsmoke Forest was only 5 miles away from the Southwood City. It means that the Cloudsmoke Forest's other end was actually connected with a second-grade country like the Golden Fragrance Country. Ye Xiao came here by floating in the river while he was still unconscious. He could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. He did not know how long it will take him to get back to the Azure Dragon Country. In the Golden Fragrance Country, there is 3 great sects, but unlike the sect leaders of the 5 great sects of the Azure Dragon Country, the sect leaders of these sects were actually peak martial emperor realm experts. The Thunder Cloud sect is one of these 3 great sects. Lu Xiaoran, who helped him previously when he was badly injured, and other 3 people with her actually belong to this Thunder Cloud sect. Ye Xiao asked around and found the location of the Thunder Cloud sect. These 3 great sects were situated in 3 big cities. The Thunder Cloud sect is coincidentally in the Southwood City. Ye Xiao decided to visit Lu Xiaoran and thank her properly for her kindness. Ye Xiao was just about to go to the Thunder Cloud sect when he heard people talking about something interesting which aroused his interest. "Have you heard that there is something strange going on in the Cloudsmoke Forest these days?" "Yes, I also heard that there is going to be the birth of a treasure in the Cloudsmoke Forest, but its location has been kept confidential from us by those big families." "Yes, I heard that they did not want to share the location with us because they do not want to increase their competitors. But how can they do this? This treasure which is going to be born inside the Cloudsmoke Forest does not belong to anyone. Isn't it normal? Whoever gets it first will become its owner." "Hey brother, which era are you living in? There is no such thing as whoever gets the treasure first will keep it. If you get caught by anyone after obtaining the treasure, unless you submit to them and hand over the treasure, you will definitely get yourself killed. Anyway, even if those big families did not share the location with anyone, all peoples are still going inside the cloudsmoke forest. Let us all also go in there. If our luck is good, maybe we will find out the location where a treasure is going to born. Quote. Ye Xiao was very surprised as the matter about a treasure being born inside the cloudsmoke forest was really very inciting. Even though he had 2 high-grade spirit swords with him, but if he can get his hand on another treasure, there will be no loss. Ye Xiao, who was about to go to the Thunder Cloud sect to thank Lu Xiaoran, forgot everything when he heard of the matter of a going-to-be-born treasure. Soon, he reached the city gate, but just as he was about to walk out from the city, he was stopped by the same guard who talked with him when he was about to first enter into the Southwood City. "You there, stop," the guard said loudly. He was not shouting, but his voice was also not any less than that. It could be seen clearly that the guard was targeting Ye Xiao. Chapter 111. 100 Mountain Range. When Ye Xiao was about to exit the city gate so that he can go to the cloudsmoke forest again, a guard came and told him to stop. Ye Xiao stopped and looked at that guard. It was exactly the previous guard who wanted to obtain benefits from him when he first came here, in the Southwood City. "What do you want?" Ye Xiao asked coldly. He was about to go out so that he can go back to the cloudsmoke forest and search for the location where a treasure was about to born. Ye Xiao did not want it to cause trouble, but the trouble itself came knocking at his door. "I don't want anything from you. It is just that the city lord of this Southwood City want to meet you. Please come with me and meet with the city lord," that guard said. Ye Xiao frowned his brows. He has not done any crime or any kind of thing here, in the Southwood City, which can attract the attention of the city lord toward him. Then exactly why the city lord of the Southwood City wanted to meet him. After thinking for a while, he suddenly came to realization that all of these things are happening because of spirit stones. Damn it, looks like I have to be careful while spending the spirit stones, otherwise it will cause many unnecessary trouble. Ye Xiao cursed in his heart, but on the surface he smiled at the guard and said, "I am in hurry, but please report the city lord that I will pay him my visit when I'll come back again." Not wanting to start any argument, he secretly put 5 low-grade spirit stones in the guard's hand and hurriedly left the city. That guard wanted to stop Ye Xiao from leaving the city, but when he saw 5 shining light blue crystals in his hand, he stopped himself and did not try to make things difficult for Ye Xiao. While Ye Xiao was leaving in hurry, he was also carefully observing the actions of that guard. When he saw that the guard did not stop him again from leaving the city, he heaved a long sigh of relief. FCK, I don't know who said it, but this saying is really true, that money can almost solve 90% of the problems. But even if I have a whole mine of low-grade spirit stones, it is not easy to take advantage of me. Next time when I'll return here again, I'll definitely let you know the consequences of taking advantage of me. Ye Xiao ran toward the cloudsmoke forest, and in his way there, he saw hundreds of martial artists moving toward the cloudsmoke forest just like him. He did not stop and continued to move forward. After obtaining the information about the Golden Fragrance Country, Ye Xiao knew that on his way to the cloudsmoke forest, he will encounter a place known as the 100 Mountain Range. The 100 Mountain Range was actually a continuous mountain range with rugged terrain. The 100 Mountain Range is known as the 100 Mountain Range not because there were 100 mountains here. There were only 20 mountains here. When one climb at the top of any of these mountains, they'll see an illusion that there is hundreds of mountains standing tall here. Only because there is such illusions on top of each mountains that this place is known as the 100 Mountain Range. There is a legend about this place that tens of thousands of years ago, there were no 100 mountain range. There used to be a vast river in this place instead of these 20 mountains. One day, 2 experts came here from some unknown place and started fighting. They fought a bloody battle with each other because of some sort of treasure. The outcome of that battle was unknown, but it is said that after that bloody battle, this 100 Mountain Range appeared here, and the previous vast river shrunken and became a small river. This river is exactly the river where Ye Xiao fell after being hit by the attack of the barbaric Bull's King. After that battle between those 2 unknown experts, many people came here to investigate the reason of the appearance of this 100 Mountain Range, but they failed to find anything. They did not even found any corpse here, thus the outcome of that battle remain unknown. No one knows where those 2 experts went after fighting a terrifying battle here. Some people say that those 2 people were immortals. They died here, and before their death, they built a magnificent tomb for themselves, and that tomb is this 100 Mountain Range. Some people opposed them and said that they were unable to decide the winner, and because of this, they stopped fighting and went their own way. And the 100 Mountain Range is just a result of their fighting. They are someone who are standing at the peak of the azure sky continent, and it is normal for them to change the size and shape of land with their capabilities. There were many other rumors like this, but which one is true, no one knows. Slowly, many magical beasts started to come here and take shelter in the 100 Mountain Range. After just 500 years of the appearance of the 100 Mountain Range, it became the Forbidden Land. It became a forbidden land because of some events that happened here. It is said that every 100 years, a strange phenomenon take place here. All 20 mountains becomes illusory and started moving in circular motion. Many people again came here so that they can find the reason of this phenomenon, but after entering into this mountain range during the phenomenon, only 1/10 of those people came back with extremely terrified face. They said that there is a very terrifying demon sleeping inside the mountain range. Previously, when they entered, this terrifying demon woke up and started attacking them. They fought a very hard battle against the demon, but even after that, only 1/10 of them survived. As for the rest of people, they were eaten by that terrifying demon. There were even some cultivators at the martial ancestor realm that were eaten by that demon. Those people who survived and managed to come out, rose in strength after just tens of years. How can only those people rose in strength, who came out from the mountain range? Why is that no one else apart from them gained strength? Many questions started to come out one by one. People began suspecting and thought that those people did not told the whole truth, so they started forcing those people who survived and rose in strength. Being forced by the many people, those people who survived finally revealed an astonishing truth. And this truth was something that later made this 100 Mountain Range a forbidden land of the Golden Fragrance country. Those people revealed that even though there is a terrifying demon inside the 100 Mountain Range, there is also many opportunities inside. Many rare herbs, ores and treasures are inside the 100 Mountain Range. But obtaining these treasures is very difficult. Even the martial ancestor realm cultivators cannot obtain these treasures easily, let alone cultivators below the martial ancestor realm. When this matter was made public, many people started to enter the 100 Mountain Range even after knowing that they can die here. They risked their lives only because of one reason, which was they wanted to obtain those treasures so that they can also rise in strength. But to their disappointment, they failed to find even a single treasure inside the 100 Mountain Range. After years of searching and researching, a conclusion was made. That was that only when a strange phenomenon takes place here, can they find treasures inside the 100 Mountain Range. After 100 years of the previous phenomenon, another phenomenon appeared in this place. The scene was exactly the same as before. All 20 mountains became illusory and it started moving in circular motion. When this happened, many people again entered in the 100 Mountain Range at this time. And everything after that was the same as what happened previously. This time, only less than 1/10 of the people who entered in the 100 Mountain Range managed to come out after surviving the same disaster. They also said that there really is a terrifying demon inside the 100 Mountain Range. After surviving this disaster, these people also rose in strength after some years. From then onward, every 100 years, many people started to enter into the 100 Mountain Range. At this time, this mountain range also became the Forbidden Land. But from the last 3 times, no one managed to come alive after entering into the 100 Mountain Range. People said that maybe, the demon inside became stronger and it ate all those people who entered into the 100 Mountain Range. Chapter 112, Zhang family Ye Xiao spent a very long time coming near the 100 Mountain Range. The Cloudsmoke Forest was only 2 miles away from here, so Ye Xiao decided to take a look at this 100 Mountain Range first, and then he will go to the Cloudsmoke Forest. Ye Xiao started walking to enter into the 100 Mountain Range. Wisps of cold wind blew through his hair, making him feel very comfortable. His expression was extremely calm as he walked forward without stopping. As he walked toward the 100 Mountain Range, he discovered that the road ahead had become wider and wider, and a dense dark green forest gradually appeared. Even though this was called 100 Mountain Range and there are 20 mountains in this 100 Mountain Range, but there is also a dense forest on each mountain. Because there are forests here, there are also beasts. But of course, these forests are much smaller than the Cloudsmoke Forest. This forest was extremely far-reaching and seemed to be encompassed by the entire mountain range. The area was over 10 miles in circumference and it seemed that it was difficult to find anything within. Ye Xiao curiously took his first step in the forest of 100 Mountain Range and continued to walk inside, step by step. The shadows of trees covered the sky and overlapped each other, making it impossible for even the sun and moon to shine in. Not long after he stepped inside, he heard footsteps of many people from ahead of him, causing him to prick up his ears in vigilance. There were hundreds of people going to the Cloudsmoke Forest today, and it is not surprising that some of these people entered into the 100 Mountain Range to rest or to do something. Very soon, as Ye Xiao walked forward, he was able to see the silhouettes of many people. A group of people appeared in his line of sight. He stopped walking forward and hid behind a big and thick tree. There were some short shrubs connected to the root of this tree which helped him to hide his existence more thoroughly. He parted the shrubs slightly with his hand and saw that this group of people was consisted of about 20 to 30 people, and each of them wore different clothes. All of them were also armed with swords and sabers. There were both men and women in this group, and the weakest of them was a martial artist at the 7th stage of Origin Core Realm. The strongest of them was a pair of middle-aged men and women. Their cultivation was something Ye Xiao was unable to see through. This group of people was talking something among themselves. Ye Xiao thought that spying on someone else's conversation is not a good thing. Ye Xiao thought of taking a detour to enter deep into the 100 Mountain Range and hunt some magical beast and increase his strength. Only after increasing his by a stage or two will he go to the Cloudsmoke Forest, as it is very dangerous there at this time. After all, many people are going inside the Cloudsmoke Forest so that they can search and obtain the treasure that is about to be born. The majority of these peoples are much stronger than him. All these peoples are opponents of each other, and they will surely kill each other so that there will be more chances for themselves in obtaining the treasure. And the place where the treasure is about to born will surely become a battlefield where a bloody battle will take place after the birth of the treasure. Because of this, at this time, Ye Xiao wanted nothing more than to increase his strength, so that there will be more chances for him to obtain the treasure and put up the fight with others. It is going to be almost a month since he left the Imperial City and went inside the Cloudsmoke Forest to increase his strength. His strength did increase significantly, but the goal that his master Grandmaster Wang gave him was to become at least a peak Origin Core Realm martial artist within 4 months. He was still far away from reaching this goal. He was still only a 2nd stage of Origin Core Realm martial artist. Much of his time was wasted when he was unconscious. Just as Ye Xiao was about to silently leave this place and take a detour to walk deep inside the 100 Mountain Range, he heard something from the conversation of these people that forced him to stop so that he can hear more of their conversation. Ye Xiao stopped and pricked his ears like a rabbit. Did you see how those fools are going inside the Cloudsmoke Forest this early without knowing the time of the birth of a treasure? They even don't know the location of that place where the treasure is about to born. One burly man among this group of people laughed and mocked all those peoples who were going inside the Cloudsmoke Forest. This man was about 1.9 meters tall. His appearance was that of a sturdy man. He was actually a 5th stage of the Martial King Realm martial artist. Haha, you were right, big brother. Anyway, it was our 3 families that planned to keep the location and timing of the birth of the treasure confidential and not to spread. They are going inside the Cloudsmoke Forest this early. They don't even know that the treasure is about to born after 3 days. Another young man laughed and said. His facial features were quite similar to that of the previous burly man. He was also a young man who was in his early 20s. He was a 22 or 23 years old young man, but his strength is not a bit weaker than the burly man. He was also a 5th stage of the Martial King Realm. Shut up. Suddenly a cold voice rang out. It was that middle-aged man whose strength was something that Ye Xiao was unable to see. He looked at that young man and said coldly, Zhang-san, although we are currently inside the forest of 100 Mountain Range, it does not mean that no one will come here. You just unknowingly revealed the time of the birth of the treasure. If there was anyone else there apart from us, he would have heard about this matter. And think about it, by any chance, if that person will reveal the timing of the birth of treasure to the public, what will happen? Our probability of obtaining the treasure would have been reduced by almost 50%. If that really is to happen, it will be a big loss for our family. Only because of increasing the probability of obtaining the treasure, our 3 families made the decision of keeping the time and location of the birth of the treasure secret. Hearing this, that young man known as Zhang-san lowered his head and apologized to the middle-aged man. Third uncle, I am sorry. I really did not mean to say out loud the timing of the birth of treasure. I will not do something like this again in the future. The middle-aged man nodded his head and did not say anything after that. But the lady beside him smiled at Zhang-san and said, Don't worry, Zhang-san. It is okay. Don't mind your third uncle. He scolded you only for the future of our Zhang family. You are a direct line descendant of our Zhang family, so you have to remember this. No matter what happens, never ever reveal any secret that our family wants to keep confidential. I understand, second aunt. I will keep this in my mind and I will never do something like this again in the future. Zhang San nodded his head heavily toward the middle-aged lady. That middle-aged lady smiled and stroked Zhang San's hair slowly. Then she said, including our Zhang family, all the people from the 3 big families are currently inside the 100 mountain range. We all are waiting for the correct time to move forward and go inside the Cloudsmoke Forest. We will go to the Cloudsmoke Forest after 2 days. At that time, I think almost half of these peoples will return back to Southwood City in disappointment. Since they don't know when the treasure will be born, they'll think that the rumor about the birth of the treasure is fake. This will greatly reduce the enthusiasm of these people. At that time, we'll have less trouble to deal and our main focus will be on getting our hands on the treasure before the other 2 families. In these 2 days, we will not make our move. We will patiently wait here. Do whatever you want to do, but don't make a loud noise and not attract the attention of any people toward the 100 mountain range. After hearing her, all the people of the Zhang family said together, "We understood." Chapter 113. 5th grade magical beasts. All the people of the Zhang family became more alert after hearing what the middle-aged man and woman said. They all understood the consequences of revealing the timing or the location the treasure which is about to born. The middle-aged man and woman looked at each other and nodded their heads in with a satisfied smile on their face after seeing the reaction of these people. They never thought that what they were talking about was already heard by Ye Xiao. He was quite shocked when he heard them. He never thought that these big families will be this cunning. The member of 3 big families are residing inside this 100 mountain range for 2 more days. Ye Xiao silently retreated back from where he was hiding. He did not want it to reveal his whereabouts at this time. If these people discovered him, they will surely guess that he heard all of their conversation. They will try their best to kill him after discovering him. After retreating almost 300 meters from the members of the Zhang family, Ye Xiao took a detour and again stated to walk further inside the forest of 100 mountain range. He was nervous as well as excited at this time. He was nervous that he will be discovered by the members of the 3 big families, and if this is to happen, the consequences will definitely be dire. He was excited because he came to know when the treasure is going to born. 2 days later. Do you really think you can escape from me? A young man shouted toward a big frog-type magical beast. It was a 3rd grade magical beast known as Jade Frog. It was very big, about 5 meters. But blood could be seen flowing out from various places of its body. It was trying to flee from here, but that young man has no intention of letting it escape. Wings of the Divine Dragon. Swoosh. Sacred Finger Art. Ye Xiao jumped up in the air and a very beautiful wings grew out from his back. With the help of his wings, Ye Xiao flew toward the head of the Jade Frog and attacked with his Sacred Finger Art. His finger directly pierced into the head of the Jade Frog. Trrr. It let out its last screech and after that it lost its life. Ye Xiao descended. The beautiful pair of wings vanished from his back. He walked toward the Jade Frog and placed his hands on it. Devour. Ye Xiao started to devour it, and not long after the corpse of the Jade Frog turns into a dried-up corpse. 4th stage of Origin Core Realm. Finally, I am able to break through. Ye Xiao took a long breath. He felt very excited at this moment. He came deep inside the forest of 100 Mountain Range 2 days ago. He hunted down many magical beasts and devoured them himself. He did not give any of the corpse of magical beasts to Little Yellow because he knew that this time, he may encounter danger while searching for the treasure that is about to be born inside the Cloudsmoke Forest. Because of this, he wanted to increase his own strength. He can help Little Yellow to evolve any other time. After killing the magical beasts and devouring them, Ye Xiao was able to break through to the 3rd stage of the Origin Core Realm yesterday. But even after that, he did not rest even a little bit. He wanted to make use of these 2 days of time as much as he can, because on the 3rd day, he has to go to the Cloudsmoke Forest for the treasure. But even after devouring many magical beasts, he was unable to break through to the 4th stage of the Origin Core Realm. He was stuck at the peak of the 3rd stage, but he still did not stop killing and devouring, and finally when at the end of the 2nd day, he was able to make a breakthrough and became a martial artist at the 4th stage of the Origin Core Realm. During these 2 days, he bumped into close to 33rd stage magical beasts, but they all was easily taken care of by Ye Xiao. It is time to leave the 100 Mountain Range and go to the Cloudsmoke Forest. Ye Xiao mumbled, but just as he wanted to walk back, he heard noises coming from his left direction. Boom, boom. Ye Xiao looked ahead and realized that a large area of trees was shaking violently. The ground was also shaking, and trees were breaking and falling from time to time. It seemed like a huge battle was currently being fought. Whether it was blessing or a curse, Ye Xiao decided to take a look. Curious, Ye Xiao slowed down his steps and walked forward step by step. After he moved forward for about several dozen meters, his sharp eyes finally caught a glimpse of a gigantic magical beast in front of him. It was a giant ape. The giant ape's body was covered in the mixture of white and yellow fur. It was about 10 feet tall. When it stepped lightly on the ground, it could make an entire region tremble. Its mouth was wide open and it could be seen how sharp its upper and lower teeth were. Its golden eyes released an extremely ruthless aura, making people feel terrified from deep down their bones. As for its opponent who was facing it, it was actually also a gigantic magical beast known as Purple Flame Lion. It had 2 front paws on its chest, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its 2 large hind legs supported the ground, and its tail was about 3 feet long. Ye Xiao recognized only Purple Flame Lion, because of the memories of the ancient pill god. From these memories, he find out that this Purple Flame Lion will produce a beast flame after its death. Ye Xiao already has a beast flame and he did not need it any more beast flames, but he can still exchange it for something, or he can also give it as a gift to someone. But a full bucket of cold water was soon drawn on his head. Both of these magical beasts were actually at the level where Ye Xiao could not see through them. They both gave him the same terrifying feeling as the middle-aged man and woman of the Zhang family. What does it mean? It means that these both magical beasts are at the very least a 5th grade magical beast. Which means that they are equal to at least a human cultivator of Martial Emperor realm. Ye Xiao was quite surprised as well as terrified after seeing them. Seeing these magical beasts fighting among themselves, Ye Xiao silently watched them from sidelines. He did not dare to make a move. He was puzzled in his heart at this moment, wondering why the 2 5th grade magical beasts would fight so ferociously with each other here. It has to be known that Ye Xiao came here while hunting down dozens of magical beasts in his way, but he never encountered even a 4th grade magical beast along his way here, let alone a 5th grade magical beast. But suddenly 2 5th grade magical beasts appeared here out of nowhere and was still fighting with each other. There were a few deep wounds on the chest of the white and yellow furred ape. Bloods were flowing out of those wounds without any sign of stopping. These wounds were obviously left behind by the sharp claws of the Purple Flame Lion. The Purple Flame Lion was also not much better. It was also badly injured. One of its back legs was completely torn off by the white and yellow ape. Ye Xiao was not able to understand why these 2 magical beasts were fighting here. They should be in much deeper inside the 100 mountain range. Ye Xiao looked in that area carefully where these 2 magical beasts were fighting, and soon his gaze swept across the grass near the 2 magical beasts. He suddenly discovered that there was a light blue colored flower that was emitting a faint light which seemed to be extremely extraordinary. Ye Xiao was far away from that flower as he feared that he would be discovered by these 2 5th grade magical beasts, and if this were to happen, his chances of returning alive from here would be extremely small. Because of this, he was not able to see clearly what type of flower that light blue colored flower actually is. He thought of moving forward and closing some distance between him and that light blue colored flower, but he immediately stopped himself as these 2 magical beasts in front of him were 5th grade magical beasts and he did dare to take risk. And these 2 magical beasts were also very close to the light blue colored flower. Chapter 114. Horde of magical beasts. Could it be that this white and yellow furred ape and that Purple Flame Lion, both were fighting with each other over this light blue colored flower? Ye Xiao made a guess and a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. He crossed his arms and stood quietly, thinking of ways to obtain the light blue colored flower. I'll let you guys fight with each other and wait for an opportunity, and then I'll take advantage that opportunity and obtain that flower. Thinking of this, Ye Xiao nodded his head in satisfaction. Boom! The white and yellow furred ape and the Purple Flame Lion were both fierce and continued to fight relentlessly. It was quite difficult to determine the victor from their battle. The body of the 2 5th grade magical beasts continuously collided with each other as well as the surrounding trees, causing the area to emit cracking and shaking sound. These 2 beasts were fighting intensely and they were not much far away from the light blue colored flower. Only the area where the light blue colored flower was blooming was safe and there was not much damage in that area. Except for that area, everywhere were the traces of destruction. Destroyed trees were everywhere. Many places on the ground was filled with tens of pits as well as the marks of battle between two fifth-grade magical beasts. Ye Xiao kept looking at the light blue-colored flower. From time to time, he also made sure to look at the fight of the white and yellow furred ape and the purple flame lion. Suddenly, both magical beasts stopped fighting and turned to look at the light blue-colored flower. It was really strange for two magical beasts who were fighting with each other as if they were enemies of several generations, but suddenly, without any reasons, they stopped fighting. Looking at their strange behavior, Ye Xiao also suspiciously looked at the light blue-colored flower. This time, he noticed that there were some changes started to happen in the light blue-colored flower. A very different kind of aroma suddenly started to spread throughout the forest of 100 Mountain Range. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, many beasts' roar sounded. Ye Xiao was taken aback hearing the roars of countless beasts. Droom, droom, droom. Ground beneath his feet started to tremble. Ye Xiao felt countless footsteps coming closer to him from all direction. He felt terrified and immediately wanted to enter into the Heavenly Pearl, but to his surprise, he was unable to enter into the Heavenly Pearl at this moment. FCK, what is happening? Why can't I enter into the world of Heavenly Pearl? Ye Xiao was surprised, but very soon his surprise vanished and anxiousness took its place. He became very anxious as he felt that hundreds of beasts were coming closer and closer. He tried tens of times to enter into the Heavenly Pearl, but every time he failed to enter. He felt as if some type of force were restricting him from entering the world of the Heavenly Pearl. He could sense everything inside it but was unable to enter. Suddenly he felt a strange type of sensation from his heart. It was as if something was rotating in his heart. The Heavenly Pearl. Ye Xiao's eyes became large and then he frowned as he felt the rotation of the Heavenly Pearl. It was the first time something like this happened from the moment the Heavenly Pearl entered into his heart. A strange energy came out from the Heavenly Pearl at this moment and went straight into his mind via his meridians and nerves. Buzz. When that strange energy went into his mind, Ye Xiao started to feel dizzy. His eyes blurred for a moment, but just in the next moment, everything becomes clear once again. The Heavenly Pearl also stopped rotating. Everything became normal except for Ye Xiao's mood. FCK, FCK, FCK. Ye Xiao cursed in his heart loudly and immediately climbed on to the same big tree under which he was hiding. He climbed without wasting slightest of time. Roar, roar. Countless magical beasts also appeared in his line of sight at this moment. He hid himself behind tens of the branches as well as countless leaves of the tree. Roar, roar. At this moment, both white and yellow furred ape and purple flame lion roared at those coming beasts as if they were giving a warning to those magical beasts. As if saying that don't come here, otherwise the consequences will be out of their imagination. The fragrance coming from that light blue-colored flower also grew much stronger at this moment. That flower was still undergoing some changes. The light blue energy suddenly gushed out from the light blue-colored flower. That light blue energy covered that flower and hid the light blue-colored flower's existence inside itself. Roar, roar. Two low roared echoed in that area. Ye Xiao looked at the two fifth-grade magical beasts. He could feel the nervousness from their growl. Ye Xiao understood that the crucial moment is here. He did not know what that light blue-colored flower was or what is currently happening with that flower, but he knew one thing, and that was that it is definitely a very rare and higher-graded medicinal herb. Otherwise it would not have attracted the attention of these countless beasts, and even more so, the attention of two fifth-grade magical beasts like the purple flame lion and the white and yellow furred ape. Seeing more and more magical beasts coming, Ye Xiao felt terrified. The thought of obtaining the light blue-colored flower was long disappeared from his mind. He was very nervous. At this moment, he did not wanted anything except for going out from here. But it was obviously impossible as he was surrounded by countless magical beasts. He cannot even use his flying ability, which was gained by the heaven-devouring divine dragon, because there were countless flying-type magical beasts flying in the air above him. And entering into the world of the Heavenly Pearl was also now out of option. Previously, when that strange energy went into his mind after coming out from the Heavenly Pearl, it gave an answer to Ye Xiao why he cannot go inside the Heavenly Pearl. It was as if a lot of information suddenly entered into his mind. He was unable to enter, and it was because the Heavenly Pearl restricted him from going inside it. Every time Ye Xiao encountered a danger, the first thing he had done was to enter the Heavenly Pearl so that he can remain safe from the danger. He did not have the courage to face the danger. Because of this, he was restricted to go inside the Heavenly Pearl. He can store things inside it, he can get back the stored things, but he himself cannot go inside it. The restriction period was also given to him by that energy. Ye Xiao was restricted to enter into the heavenly pearl for 1 month. After digesting the information gained by the strange energy that came out from the heavenly pearl, Ye Xiao cursed and climbed the tree. Now that he felt that he was safe for a while, he heaved a sigh of relief. But he was still nervous and scared a little. The area all around him was now filled with thousands of magical beasts, and it was impossible for him to escape from here without being discovered by any of these magical beasts. So, he remained on top of the tree, hiding behind countless leaves. So, the heavenly pearl has its own consciousness. Ye Xiao again sighed. He never thought that the heaven-defying treasure that he obtained actually has its own consciousness. In the past few weeks, Ye Xiao was really very relied on the heavenly pearl too much. He used to hide inside the heavenly pearl whenever he felt that he could not face the coming danger. Seeing this cowardly nature of him, the heavenly pearl restricted him from entering, and it even informed him that if he did not change this habit of his and if he did not learn to face the danger himself, next time, he would be restricted from entering into the heavenly pearl for 1 whole year. Ye Xiao looked around, and after seeing the horde of magical beasts, he again cursed at the heavenly pearl, but he also understood that he was banned to enter because of his own cowardly nature. It looks like a beast tide. Ye Xiao again sighed, seeing thousands of magical beasts around him. There were thousands of magical beasts here, but these beasts still did not dare to go near the light blue colored flower which was now hidden inside the light blue energy. This also proved how much these magical beasts feared the white and yellow furred ape and the purple flame lion. Chapter 115. The 3 big families. The time it takes an incense stick to burn a go. In a certain part of the forest of 100 Mountain Range, a group of people was talking among themselves, laughing, eating. Suddenly they smelled a very strange but very attractive fragrance. This fragrance, is there a rare medicinal herb maturing deep inside this forest? A middle-aged lady twitched her nose and said. Beside her was a middle-aged man. He also smelled the fragrance, and suddenly he stood up and said, Brothers and sisters, it looks like there is a rare medicinal herb maturing somewhere inside the 100 Mountain Range. If we can obtain this medicinal herb, our Zhang family's strength will surely rise. Third uncle, let's go and search for this medicinal herb. This fragrance is very instancing, and from the looks of it, this fragrance is spreading throughout the forest of 100 Mountain Range. Those members of the Ma family and Wang family are also here. We should not delay any longer and search for this medicinal herb. It was Zhang San who said this. All of the members of the Zhang family nodded their heads and looked at the middle-aged man and woman. The middle-aged lady, who was also the second aunt of Zhang San, nodded her head and said, Let's go. Roar, roar. Exactly at this moment, roars of countless magical beasts echoed throughout the forest. Wah, what is happening? Zhang San shuddered a little and said. All the members of the Zhang family were stunned for a moment. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, they heard the footsteps of tens of magical beasts coming toward them. All the members of the Zhang family, including the middle-aged man and woman, stood up and brandished their weapons. They were ready to fight with the coming magical beasts. The sound grew closer and closer, and it also became louder. All of a sudden, the members of the Zhang family saw tens of different types of magical beasts coming toward them from within and outskirts of the forest of 100 Mountain Range. All of you, be ready to fight. The middle-aged man said loudly. Magical beasts were already in front of the members of the Zhang family. Attack! Yaa! The middle-aged man shouted loudly and ran toward one of the magical beasts with a sword in his hand. All members of the Zhang family also ran toward the magical beasts. What? Before these people can attack the magical beasts, they saw magical beasts ignoring them. The magical beast who was in front of other magical beasts jumped high in the air and descended on the ground 10 meters away from the members of the Zhang family. It still did not stop and kept running deeper inside the forest and soon disappeared from the sight of the members of the Zhang family. Seeing this, all of them stopped in their tracks and did not attack those magical beasts who were coming toward them. They were puzzled and did not understand what is going on. This matter did not end here. All other magical beasts that were coming toward them, came, ignored the members of the Zhang family, and went straight deeper inside the forest. What is going on? Zhang San muttered in a low voice, but it was enough to be heard by the members of the Zhang family. The middle-aged lady thought for a while, and suddenly, as if thinking of something, she said, I think these magical beasts are also going deeper inside the forest for that medicinal herb. The senses of magical beasts are already much higher than us humans. After smelling the fragrance of the medicinal herb that is about to mature, how can they not go after it? You are right, let's hurry and go. We need to be faster. Not only do we have to obtain that medicinal herb before these magical beasts, but we also have to obtain it before the other two families. The middle-aged man said anxiously and chased after the magical beasts. All members of the Zhang family also chased after him and soon they disappeared from where they were before. Exactly 1,000 meters left from where the Zhang family were, there was another group of men and women. At this time, they also smelled the fragrance of the light blue-colored flower. A middle-aged man who was also bald, twitched his nose and smelled the fragrance of the flower 2 or 3 times and said with an excited face, "Listen, all of you, this fragrance is coming from a certain medicinal herb which is very rare. Let's all go and get our hands on this medicinal herb. The other two families are also most likely going there. There will definitely be intense competition between us 3 families. So, I announce here that whoever can obtain that medicinal herb will be rewarded with 30 low-grade spirit stones. They can redeem their rewards from the treasury of our Ma family. Second elder, we will do our best. Let's go, brothers." A young man about 1.9 meters tall said loudly. "Let's go. Yes, let's go and obtain this medicinal herb." Suddenly, as if a kind of fire was ignited in the hearts of the members of the Ma family. They started shouting with an excited face. Seeing this, the second elder of the Ma family nodded his head in satisfaction. The aura coming from his body was the same as the middle-aged man of the Zhang family. What does it mean? It means that the second elder of the Ma family was also a martial emperor realm martial artist. "Where is Ma Bao?" the second elder of the Ma family asked the previous young man. That young man was about to answer the second elder when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him out of nowhere. "Ma Bao, where were you?" Seeing this figure, the second elder of the Ma family asked. "Second elder, let's not chit-chat. Hurry up and let us go deeper inside the forest so that we can get our hands on this medicinal herb." Ma Bao shook his head and said. Ma Bao was the eldest son of the current patriarch of the Ma family. He was only 28 years old, but from his aura alone, one could say that he was also a martial emperor realm martial artist. He is the #1 core disciple of the Thunder Cloud sect. Just 1 week before, he obtained an opportunity and broke through to the first stage of the martial emperor realm. He was also known as the #1 genius of Southwood City and #2 genius of the entire Golden Fragrance country. Roar, roar, roar. Just as they were about to go deeper into the forest, they heard the roaring sound of many magical beasts. TGDNG. TGDNG. They felt the footsteps of many magical beasts and soon they were able to see those magical beasts. There were tens of magical beasts and every one of them was coming toward them. Just like the members of Zhang family, they also brandished their weapons, ready to fight with these magical beasts. But soon, their mouths were open agape as they saw these magical beasts ignoring them and going straight deeper inside the forest. Ma Bao immediately understood what was going on. He said, "These magical beasts are also going deeper inside the forest for the medicinal herb. Let's not waste any more time." Saying this, Ma Bao, with the second elder of the Ma family as well as other members of Ma family, chased after the magical beasts and disappeared deep inside the forest of the 100 Mountain Range. Same as the other 2 family members, there was another group of people in a certain part of the forest of 100 Mountain Range. These were members of the Wang family. Wang family was also one of the 3 big families of Southwood City. In this group of peoples, there were also 2 martial emperor realm martial artists. One was an old man about 50 or 55 years old and another was a middle-aged man. The old man was the first elder of the Wang family and the middle-aged man was the younger brother of the current patriarch of the Wang family. These 2 men lead the members of the Wang family here so that when the time comes, they can go to the Cloudsmoke Forest and compete with the other 2 families for the treasure that was about to born. They also smelled the fragrance of the light blue-colored flower and just like the other 2 families, they also decided to go deeper inside the forest and get their hands on this rare medicinal herb before the members of the other 2 families. They also encountered many magical beasts and just like what other members of the 2 families faced, these magical beasts ignored them and went deeper inside the forest of the 100 Mountain Range. The members of the Wang family also chased after the magical beasts along so that they can find the medicinal herb without wasting any effort and time searching for it. Chapter 116. Tacit understanding. All the members of 3 families soon reached the place from 3 different directions where thousands of magical beasts were gathered. They were not able to see what was in front of them because of these thousands of magical beasts who were gathered in front of them. What is going on? Why are there so many magical beasts gathered here? Zhang-san asked in a trembling voice. He was very scared after seeing the thousands of magical beasts. Not only him, but all the people present here were terrified of seeing this scene. Haha, what a coincidence it is. All of you are also here. The members of the Zhang family were still talking among themselves when they suddenly heard someone's voice. They turned and saw a group of people coming toward them. Walking in front of this group of people was a bald middle-aged man and a young man. People of the Ma family. The middle-aged lady of the Zhang family snorted after seeing the members of the Ma family and coldly said, "I did not expect to see you all here. Ha ha ha, it is not only you but we also did not expect that we will meet here." That bald middle-aged man who was also the second elder of the Ma family laughed and politely replied to the middle-aged lady of the Zhang family. "You." But exactly this sentence of the second elder of the Ma family ignited the anger within the heart of the middle-aged lady of the Zhang family. I never thought that you two families will arrive here before us." At this time, a voice of an old man sounded. The members of the Zhang family and the Ma family turned back and saw an old man, leading a group of people toward them. Wang family. Both the middle-aged man of the Zhang family and the second elder of the Ma family spoke out at the same time. "Tisk, first elder, I did not expect that the Wang family will send their first elder to obtain the treasure which is about to born in the Cloudsmoke forest." The second elder of the Ma family taunted the old man who was also the first elder of the Wang family. Hearing the mocking voice of the second elder of the Ma family, the younger brother of the current patriarch of the Wang family was angered. He was about to say something when he saw the first elder raising his hand to stop him. Humph! He snorted at the second elder of the Ma family but did not said anything and kept quiet. Previously, when the Ma family came here, he felt an aura that belonged to the martial emperor realm martial artist coming from this place, so he, with the members of the Ma family, came here. When he arrived here, he saw the members of the Zhang family. Similarly, the first elder of the Wang family also felt the aura of four martial emperor realm martial artists coming from here, so he also came here with the members of Wang family and saw the members of the Zhang and Ma family. Now, at this place, the people of all three big families had gathered. There were exactly 6 martial emperor realm martial artists and several martial king realm and origin core realm martial artists present here. Because of this, the weaker magical beasts that were gathered near them started to move away. Why are there so many magical beasts gathered here? The first elder of the Wang family asked this question after ignoring the mocking sound of the second elder of the Ma family. "I don't know. When we came here, these magical beasts were already gathered here." It was the middle-aged lady of the Zhang family who replied respectfully. The 3 big families of the Southwood City has dispute between themselves. They fight and kill each other secretly. In the past, when the middle-aged woman of the Zhang family was still only a young lady who was only about 19 or 20, she encountered a danger and it was the first elder of the Wang family who saved her from that danger. Because of this, she respected the first elder of the Wang family very much. That old man nodded his head after hearing this and said, "We will not benefit anything from stopping here. Let's go ahead and see what is going on and what kind of medicinal herb can give off this type of fragrance that is spreading throughout the forest." Hearing him, all the members of the 3 big families nodded their heads in acknowledgement. Those who are weaker than a 5th stage of the martial king realm martial artist, go back to the place where we were resting previously and wait there. There can be danger ahead of us, so go back and wait patiently. The first elder of the Wang family again said. The members of the Wang family did not say anything. Those who were weaker than a 5th stage of the martial king realm martial artist went back to the place where they were previously resting. But the members of the other 2 families did not move. They turned and looked at their leaders. After thinking for a while, the second elder of the Ma family as well as the middle-aged man of the Zhang family also gave their orders to those martial artists who were weaker than the 5th stage of the martial emperor realm to return back to the place where they were resting previously. After their orders, many people from both families went back. Now there were only 27 people left here, including the middle-aged man and woman of the Zhang family, the second elder and Ma Bao of the Ma family, and the first elder and the younger brother of the current patriarch of the Wang family. These 6 people were also the only martial emperor realm experts of their corresponding family who were present here. All 6 martial emperor realm experts looked at each other, nodded their heads, and flew straight, passing thousands of magical beasts. They finally arrived in front of all the magical beasts. They were surprised to see a large empty area in front of them. They saw that this empty area was surrounded by thousands of magical beasts from all directions. They became suspicious as to why there was a large empty area here, but soon their suspicion vanished as soon as their gaze fell upon the white and yellow furred ape and the purple flame lion. 2 5th-grade magical beasts. They were surprised to see the 2 5th-grade magical beasts in front of them. Soon they also discovered the source of the fragrance. They saw a large amount of blue energy enveloping something. They were unable to see what that thing that was enveloped by the light blue energy was. But they can tell just by the fragrance that this thing was definitely not an ordinary thing. What do we do now? Ma Bao asked nervously to the second elder of the Ma family. We will wait. We can do nothing for now. Let's wait for that light blue energy to disappear. We will make our move after that light blue energy will disappear. We will follow the rule of first come first serve. Anyone who can first obtain the thing that is enveloped in the light blue energy will keep it and no one will attack again. It was the first elder of the Wang family who said this. Hearing him, the other 5 martial emperor realm martial artists nodded their heads. In the current situation, this rule is perfect. And it will also not waste much of their time. After all, they also have to go to the Cloudsmoke Forest so that they can get their hands on treasure that is about to be born. They turned to look at the people behind them. All of them also nodded their heads in acknowledgement. Now the rule was fixed. Whoever can get their hands on the thing that is enveloped in the light blue energy can keep it and no one was allowed to attack that person again. Of course, they will fight with each other before anyone can get that thing that was emitting a very strange fragrance that was spreading throughout the forest of the 100 Mountain Range. And it was not like whoever can obtain the medicinal herb will keep it for themselves. No, it was not like this. This rule was only to restrict the members of the other 2 families from attacking. Whoever can obtain the medicinal herb has to give that herb to the leader of their corresponding group and contribute to their family. It was just their tacit understanding and there was no need for them to say it out loud. All of them were already very clever and cunning. Now, they were only waiting for the light blue energy to disappear. Chapter 117. Dragon Blood Eagle Ye Xiao, who was hiding within the countless leaves on top of a tree, saw everything that happened here. He saw how the members of 3 families coming here and conversating something among themselves. After that, all of them became quiet and they also started waiting just like the thousands of magical beasts. It was really a very strange scene where thousands of magical beasts and 27 humans were standing together. But the strangest thing was that none of them were looking at each other. They were ignoring the existence of each other. All of their gazes were fixed at the light blue energy that was enveloping the light blue colored flower. They were waiting for the light blue energy to disappear so that they can obtain that light blue colored flower. Ye Xiao did not dare to come down. He knew that when the light blue energy will disappear, there will be a bloodbath here. This place will become a battlefield. Not only those 27 people will fight with each other for the light blue colored flower, but these thousands of magical beasts will also compete with each other for the same medicinal herb. He was only a martial artist at the 4th stage of the Origin Core realm. It is impossible for him to compete with these thousands of magical beasts and 27 humans. Putting aside the thousands of magical beasts and 21 human, the white and yellow furred ape and the purple flame lion as well as those 6 people that were giving off an aura that was in no way inferior to a 5th grade magical beasts, they alone were enough to kill Ye Xiao hundreds of times. He knew that he can't get his hands on that light blue colored flower that was still spreading its fragrance throughout the entire forest. Ye Xiao was scared but he was also very excited. It was the first time he saw thousands of magical beasts in one place. He was scared because of these thousands of magical beasts and he was excited because of one thing, and that thing was also these thousands of magical beasts. He thought that he will take the advantage of the battle between these beasts. Even if he cannot get the light blue colored flower, at least he can obtain hundreds of corpses of magical beasts. Not only can he become much stronger after devouring them, but he can also help Little Yellow to evolve with those corpses. Just thinking of this made him extremely excited. And what if he can get his hands on the corpse of a 5th grade magical beast? He believed that he can directly advance to the peak of the Origin Core realm by devouring the corpse of a 5th grade magical beast. He was thinking and getting excited. He became so excited that he started to take long breaths. He hurriedly calmed down and started to look at the situation below carefully. He did not want to be discovered by either of the 2 parties. Not only there were thousands of magical beasts on the ground, but there were also hundreds of magical beasts flying in the air, waiting for the light blue energy to disappear so that they can directly pounce toward the medicinal herb, hold it in between their beaks and fly away. Ye Xiao also easily guessed the identity of those humans. Previously, when he saw the members of the Zhang family, he only felt that there were only the middle-aged man and woman who were at the martial emperor realm, but here, he can feel that there were other 4 people besides the 2 middle-aged man and woman of the Zhang family who was giving off the same aura as them. And from the aura alone, that old man was much stronger than the other 5 people. The members of the 3 big families and those thousands of magical beasts, be it on the ground or flying in the sky, were all looking at the light blue energy with a greedy gaze. But Ye Xiao was different from them. He was not looking at the light blue energy as he long gave up on it. He knew that he was unable to obtain it, so why will he waste his time thinking of a solution to obtain that light blue colored flower? He was looking at those thousands of magical beasts with a greedy look, especially those 2 5th-grade magical beasts. He even wanted for the 2 5th-grade magical beasts and the 6 martial emperor realm martial artists to fight with each other, so that he can become the biggest winner in the end. Just the thought of this was making him crazy from excitement. Subconsciously, 2 drops of saliva dropped out from his mouth on his hands. FCK. Ye Xiao hurriedly cleaned the saliva that dropped on his hands and spits down. Those magical beasts who were far behind from here were trying to squeeze in and come in near the place from where the enchanting fragrance was spreading out. But they were unable to do anything as there were already so many magical beasts here that there was not even a place for a little baby to come in, let alone those large magical beasts. Roar, roar. Near the empty area where the light blue energy was enveloping the light blue colored flower, all the magical beasts and humans were waiting together when suddenly they heard terrifying roars of some very powerful magical beasts. Not long after that, 3 more magical beasts appeared near the empty area. They were all 5th-grade magical beasts. One was a big black bear, one was a long white-scaled lizard, and the last one was a flying-type magical beast known as the Dragon Blood Eagle. The Dragon Blood Eagle was a very powerful magical beast. It is said that the Dragon Blood Eagles are known as Dragon Eagle because they have dragon's bloodline within them and their bodies are that of eagles. They have very high potential. It is said that when a Dragon Eagle is born, it already has the strength equivalent to that of a martial king realm. It means that Dragon Blood Eagles are born as 4th-grade magical beasts. Among all the 5 5th-grade magical beasts here, this Dragon Blood Eagle was definitely the strongest and more terrifying than others. Not only can it fight on the ground, but it can also fly in the sky and attack from above. Seeing 3 more 5th-grade magical beasts, all 6 martial emperor realm experts frowned their brows. Sigh, looks like it is much more difficult to obtain that medicinal herb than what we thought. The younger brother of the current patriarch of the Wang family said while sighing. Yes, it looks like a battle between us and those 5th-guard magical beasts is unavoidable. Except for these 5 magical beasts, other magical beasts are nothing to worry of. The middle-aged woman from the Zhang family said. You are right, and only the first elder deal with that Dragon Blood Eagle. The second elder of the Ma family looked at the first elder of the Wang family gloomily and said. Yes, I also think so too. Ma Bao gave his opinion. Hearing them, the first elder of the Wang family laughed bitterly and said, You all are thinking too much. Yes, I am more powerful than all of you. I am at the 7th stage of the martial emperor realm, but I am still not strong enough to contend against that Dragon Blood Eagle. Dragon Blood Eagles are known for their fighting prowess as well as their ferocity. It can even fight and win against a peak martial emperor realm martial artist, let alone me. How about we fight together with that Dragon Blood Eagle? We may win, right? Ma Bao said after thinking for a while. You just entered into the martial emperor realm. You'll not be that much of help even if we fight together. The first elder of the Wang family shook his head. Ma Bao, that purple flame lion is already injured and it is also the weakest of the 5th-grade magical beasts here. You will fight with it. Both of you from the Wang family will fight with that Dragon Blood Eagle. One is at the 7th stage of the martial emperor realm while the other one is at the 4th stage of the martial emperor realm. You two should be enough to kill the Dragon Eagle. The second elder of the Ma family said. Yes, I think we can kill that Dragon Blood Eagle if we were to fight together with it. The first elder of the Wang family looked at the younger brother of the current patriarch of the Wang family, though for 10 breaths of time, and then replied. The younger brother of the current patriarch of the Wang family nodded his head and agreed to fight along with the first elder. Chapter 118. Spirit Stealing Fruit. Since the first elder and Mr. Wang will fight against the Dragon Blood Eagle and little brother Ma Bao will fight against the purple flame lion, then it is decided, I will fight against that white and yellow furred ape. After all, I am a weak girl. The middle-aged woman laughed in a low voice and said, "Weak girl, girl." All the people present looked at the middle-aged woman when they heard her. Humph. The younger brother of the current patriarch of the Wang family snorted at her but did not say anything. Okay, okay. Then I will take on that big black bear. The second elder of the Ma family nodded his head. After the first elder of the Wang family, he was the one with the strongest cultivation here. He was a martial artist at the 6th stage of the martial emperor realm. The middle-aged man was at the 5th stage of the martial emperor realm, and the sister, the middle-aged woman who said that she will fight against the white and yellow furred ape, was at the 4th stage of the martial emperor realm. She has exactly the same strength as the younger brother of the current patriarch of the Wang family. The weakest of them was, of course, Ma Bao. He was only at the 1st stage of the martial emperor realm. Even though the purple flame lion was already badly injured, it was still not an easy target. Thinking of this, the second elder of the Ma family turned to look at the weak girl, and said, after finishing off that ape, "You will help Ma Bao." "Hee, little brother, this big sister will be in your care when we will fight together." The middle-aged woman chuckled a little and said in a very seductive voice to Ma Bao. Ma Bao sucked in cold air and turned his head to look away. Even though the lady from the Zhang family was a middle-aged woman, she was still a very beautiful woman. She has the charm that can seduce people. The second elder of the Ma family wanted to say something but stopped himself from saying it, as this was not the time to argue among themselves. Sitting on top of the tree, Ye Xiao was seeing everything that was happening here. He was very frightened when he saw 3 more 5th-grade magical beasts coming, but immediately after that, he became very excited. More 5th-grade magical beasts means much higher chances of their deaths. Even though there were only 5 5th-grade magical beasts, but what about 4th-grade magical beasts and 3rd-grade magical beasts? There were more than 300 4th-grade magical beasts and more than 500 3rd-grade magical beasts. And among these thousands of magical beasts, the 1st guard and 2nd-grade magical beasts were in majority. Suddenly not only Ye Xiao but all the humans as well as the magical beasts felt a sucking force coming from the light blue energy. But this sucking force was not directed at anyone. Instead, it was directed at the strange fragrance and the spirit energy of the world. The strange fragrance that was already present in the air of the entire forest of the 100 Mountain Range started to retreat back and vary along with the spiritual energy of the world. A strange scene could be seen happening where the light blue energy was. All around the light blue energy, a black-colored fissure appeared which was sucking the fragrances as well as the spirit energy from the world. Not long after, all the fragrances that previously came out from the light blue-colored flower disappeared from the air of the entire forest of the 100 Mountain Range. If it is only this, then it was nothing. The strangest thing was that all the spirit energy from the air of this forest also vanished without any traces. It was clear that all the spirit energy of the entire forest of the 100 Mountain Range was also sucked into the fissure which appeared on the light blue energy that was enveloping the light blue-colored flower. All the magical beasts, including the 5 5th-grade magical beasts as well as the 27 humans, all of them were frightened at this moment. And how can they not be scared? After all, the spirit energy from the entire forest was sucked into the black fissure that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. What is happening? Zhang San trembled in fear and asked. I don't know. How can the spirit energy of the entire forest be sucked in that black fissure? The middle-aged man said. Not only him but all the people present were unable to understand what was going on. It looks like, the thing that is enveloped by that light blue energy is not an ordinary thing. The first elder of the Wang family looked deeply at the fissure that was sucking the strange fragrance of the flower and the spirit energy. Yes, and who knows if those who are outside of the 100 Mountain Range can feel the changes that is happening inside the forest of the 100 Mountain Range or not. The second elder of the Ma family also said while taking a long breath of air. All of the people present nodded their heads in worry. When all the spirit energy and the strange fragrance of the light blue-colored flower was sucked, that black fissure also vanished without leaving behind any traces. After that, something strange once again appeared. Many cracks appeared on the light blue energy. The light blue energy was the only energy that appeared as a protective shield for the light blue-colored flower. Now cracks appeared on this protective shield. It did not disappear as the others thought. It actually cracked, and very soon, like a shattering of glass, it shattered into many pieces and mixed into the air, disappearing from the world. When the light blue energy shattered and disappeared, what appears in front of everyone was a deep blue-colored round fruit. There was not even a trace of the light blue-colored flower left that could be seen. This fruit was looking very strange. It was deep blue in color, and it was very small, small enough to hide inside an adult's fist. And what was strange was that there was a strange pattern on the surface of this fruit. This is spirit-stealing fruit. Ye Xiao was shocked to see the fruit that appeared after the light blue energy shattered and vanished. Previously, he was unable to see clearly what the light blue-colored flower looked like because of the 2 5th-grade magical beasts and small shrubs in between which he was hiding. Now that he was on top of the tree, he can clearly see what the fruit looked like that appeared on the place where previously a light blue-colored flower was. Just as he saw the deep blue-colored fruit which has a strange pattern on its surface, he recognized it immediately. It was a spirit-stealing fruit. As the name says, spirit-stealing fruit was a fruit that steals the spirit energy. But it steals the spirit energy from the world before transforming into the fruit and after being swallowed by a living thing. It is a very rare spiritual fruit. Spirit-stealing fruit is only born once every 100,000 years. This fruit is rare from ancient times and now it is very rare. From the information that he gained about this fruit from the ancient pill god, he understood very well how much important and heaven-defying this fruit actually is. It is said that it matures after stealing the spirit energy of the world. It steals spirit energy from the world to the extent that even after 1 year, it is nearly impossible for spirit energy to return around the radius of 10,000 meters where this fruit is born. From this alone, one can guess that during the process of transforming into a fruit, the spirit-stealing fruit actually steals the spirit energy in a radius of 10,000 meters, taking the place where it was born as its center point. It means that after maturing, it already contains a very very large amount of spirit energy of the world. It contains so much energy that if a martial artist at the first stage of the chi condensation realm were to eat this fruit, he can break through continuously, directly advancing and becoming at the very least a martial artist at the peak of the origin core realm. There is even a chance for one to directly become a martial king realm martial artist. At the very least, it means that one can even advance to the martial emperor realm after swallowing it. And if a martial emperor realm martial artist were to swallow it, it is fixed for him to advance to the peak of martial ancestor realm at the very least. And one can achieve all of this with just the spirit energy this fruit already contains. Chapter 119. 6th grade magical beast. As described previously, the spirit-stealing fruit steals the spirit energy from the world a total of 2 times. The first time, when it is transforming into a fruit, and the second time, when it is swallowed by a living thing. It means, when one swallows the spirit-stealing fruit, it once again starts stealing the spirit energy from the world in a radius of 10,000 meters. It means the person who swallows the spirit-stealing fruit can obtain the double amount of spirit energy of what it already contains. How much one can advance in their cultivation with this much energy? With the double amount of energy, which it already contains, a first stage of the chi condensation realm martial artist can directly advance and become a martial artist at the peak of the martial emperor realm, or they can even step their foot in the martial ancestor realm. And this was not the strongest point of spirit-stealing fruit. The strongest point of a spirit-stealing fruit is that it did not affect or backlash even a little. When one breaks through after swallowing this fruit, one's foundation will become even stronger than what it was before instead of becoming weaker. I must obtain this spirit-stealing fruit. Ye Xiao's eyes burned with passion. How can he let this kind of treasure go out of his hands? He has to obtain the spirit-stealing fruit no matter what. He immediately decided to fight for the spirit-stealing fruit. Even if he is going to get injured badly during the process of getting his hands on the spirit-stealing fruit, he did not care. He has to obtain that fruit no matter the price he has to pay. What kind of fruit is that? Ye Xiao was still thinking of how to obtain the spirit-stealing fruit when he suddenly heard a question that was asked by a member of the Wang family. Ye Xiao looked at those people. I don't know, but if this fruit can let all the magical beasts of the entire 100 mountain range come here and fight for it. This fruit is definitely not an ordinary fruit. Maybe its value is almost equal to that of natural-born treasures and weapons, just like the one that is going to be born tomorrow. The first elder of the Wang family said, "What? Its value is almost equal to that of a natural-born treasure?" Ma Bao, who was standing beside the second elder of the Ma family, exclaimed in surprise after hearing this. It is needed to know that a natural-born treasure and weapons are something that is far superior to any of the spirit-rank treasures. The treasure that is ranked even above the spirit rank is known as a mystical rank treasure. And the natural-born treasures are born as mystical rank treasures. Mystical rank treasures are divided into 4 grades. These grades are low grade, middle grade, high grade, and top grade. So, the treasures that are natural born, are at the very least a low grade mystical rank treasure. And the first elder of the Wang family is actually saying that the value of this fruit in front of them is actually equal to that of the natural born treasures. Isn't it too terrifying? They came here to compete for the treasure that is about to be born inside the Cloudsmoke Forest, but now, there is another treasure that is almost equal to that of a natural born treasure, appeared in the 100 Mountain Range. All of the people's breaths become hurried as they turn to look at the spirit-stealing fruit. When Ye Xiao heard this, he heaved a breath of relief. At least, these people don't know the value of this spirit-stealing fruit. Let alone the value of the spirit-stealing fruit, these people don't even know anything about the spirit-stealing fruit itself. It means, he has some chances of obtaining the spirit-stealing fruit from these people, if they were the ones who obtained this fruit. Roar, roar. Suddenly, two even more terrifying roars echoed throughout the forest. Just this roar alone was so terrifying that magical beasts that were weaker than 4th grade directly fell on the ground. While blood was coming out from the mouth and noses of these beasts. 4th grade magical beasts were also no better off. They also kneeled down on the ground, not daring to stand up. They all were scared to the point where they did not even dare to let out the slightest voice of their mouth. And the 5th grade magical beasts were also trembling in fear. The same happened with the 27 humans that were present here. All of them were trembling because of fear. Those two voices alone were something that filled the hearts of these people with fear. Ye Xiao's situation was also similar to the beasts below. He was bleeding from his nose and drops of blood were also gushing out from the corner of his mouth from time to time. What is going on? Ye Xiao turned his head to look in the direction from where those two roars came. He was sitting on top of the tree which was very high from the ground. And because of this, he clearly saw countless trees falling down in distance. Dust was blowing everywhere because of the fall of those trees. The trees were falling in the distance in such a way that it seemed as if someone or something was coming toward his direction. The trees continued to fall along the way and soon, Ye Xiao was able to see two very large silhouettes coming toward him. Well, it is not like they were coming here for Ye Xiao but the spirit-stealing fruit. Ye Xiao quivered a little and adjusted his position, hiding his existence more thoroughly in between the tens of branches and countless leaves of the tree. He did not even dare to breathe loudly at this moment. No one dared to move from their place. Be it the thousands of magical beasts including the 5th grade magical beasts or the 27 humans, no one dared to move. Roar, roar. Again two roars echoed throughout the forest of the 100 Mountain Range, and this time, it was coming from only around 100 meters away from them. And just because of these two roars, hundreds of weaker magical beasts died down on the spot. Second Ant, WH. What is going on? Zhang San was shivering non-stop because of the fear. He could not help but sit down on the ground. He also started to bleed because of this roar. Shish, don't talk and don't move. From this unknown magical beast's aura alone, I can tell that it is a 6th grade magical beast. And there are actually two of them. The middle-aged lady silenced him and whispered in a low voice. What? Two 6th grade magical beasts? Zhang San almost shouted out loud but the middle-aged man who was standing beside him hurriedly shut Zhang San's mouth with his hand. I said to keep quiet. The middle-aged lady coldly glared at Zhang San and Zhang San also did not dare to let out a single sound from his mouth. The first elder of the Wang family said, looks like, we have no fate with that fruit. Remember, when those two 6th grade magical beasts will come here, we have to stay quiet and not move. All of them nodded their heads in acknowledgement. Who has the courage to move? Only a fool will make a move at this time just to die at the hands of the 6th grade magical beasts. A few moments later, two large magical beasts arrived in the empty area. Dark Demon Wolf and there are actually two of them. It looks like they are a pair. The first elder of the Wang family muttered in his heart. Both Dark Demon Wolf stopped in front of the spirit-stealing fruit and looked at it deeply. Whoosh! At this moment, the dragon blood eagle was unable to control itself and immediately pounced toward the spirit-stealing fruit. Roar! Seeing this, a dark demon wolf immediately turned, and with lightning speed, it caught the neck of the dragon blood eagle with one of its claws. After catching the neck of the dragon blood eagle, that dark demon wolf opened its mouth and bite on the neck of dragon blood eagle and tore off its head from its body. Krrr, krrr, with a cracking sound, that dark demon wolf chewed the head of the dragon blood eagle and swallowed it. Then he threw the rest of its body far on the ground. Roar. After doing all of this, it turned and looked at all of the magical beasts and humans that were present here and then roared loudly as if giving the warning to not even think of obtaining something that belongs to it, otherwise the consequences will be very dire. Chapter 120. Causing trouble. Seeing the dragon blood eagle was killed by the dark demon wolf in just one move, all the humans present here including Ye Xiao heaved a long breath of air. So powerful. Ye Xiao was shocked to the extent that he almost exclaimed loudly, but he somehow stopped himself from saying anything out loud in surprise. Right now, this place was filled with danger. Only a single mistake and his life will be over. So he controlled himself and calmed down. Roar. The dark demon wolf once again extended one of its claws and attacked the white and yellow furred ape. The white and yellow furred ape wanted to dodge the attack of the dark demon wolf, but the speed at which the dark demon wolf was simply too fast. It was unable to avoid the attack of the dark demon wolf and its chest was torn apart by the claw of the dark demon wolf. Soon, the body of the white and yellow furred ape fell down on the ground lifelessly. 2 fifth-grade magical beasts died in a very short amount of time at the hands of the dark demon wolf. If we stay here, we will also die. Let's escape in different directions. The second elder of the Ma family shouted after seeing the dark demon wolf killing 2 fifth-grade magical beasts mercilessly. After saying this, he did not even look at his own family members. He just turned around, signaled Ma Bai, and flew back while launching a palm attack to stir up and cause panic in the crowd of thousands of magical beasts. His idea was simple: disrupt the peace and order of the magical beasts, and cause panic in them so that the magical beasts can stir up trouble and he can get away while using this opportunity. Ma Bai also did not back down. He did the same thing what the second elder of the Ma family. During the process of escaping, he also launched an attack blindly in the crowd of the magical beasts ran in a different direction. FCK, let's go. Seeing this, the middle-aged man could not help but curse loudly. He also told the members of the Zhang family to escape. Seeing their leader escaping, the Ma family members also started running in a different direction. Soon, it was followed by the Zhang family members and the Wang family members. They also used the same tactic as the second elder and the son of the current patriarch of the Ma family, Ma Bao. While escaping, they also disrupted the order of the magical beasts and caused panic in them. Roar, roar. Seeing everyone escaping, one of the dark demon wolf, who was about to again attack another fifth guard magical beasts, roared in anger. It pounced at one of the members of the Wang family and bit toward him. Not being able to dodge, that man was swallowed by the dark demon wolf alive. He did not even get the chance to let out his last scream. Roar, roar, roar. The countless roar of magical beasts sounded at this moment. All the magical beasts who were still shivering here because of the pair of dark demon wolf began to run here and there in a panic. The scene here completely looked like a beast tide. The only difference is that in the beast tide, magical beasts run in only one direction no matter the scale of their numbers, but the magical beasts on this place were running in every direction while crushing the weaker ones under their feet, be it the magical beast or humans. Roar, roar, roar. The remaining 3 fifth-grade magical beasts took the advantage of this situation and pounced toward the spirit-stealing fruit together. One of the dark demon wolf was slightly far away from the place of spirit-stealing fruit due to its previous attack when he swallowed a member of the Wang family alive. But the other dark demon wolf was still guarding the spirit-stealing fruit without involving in the fight. Roar. Seeing the 3 fifth-grade magical beasts pouncing toward the spirit-stealing fruit, she roared at the big black bear. Just because of this roar, the big black bear felt dizzy for a moment, but this moment was enough for the dark demon wolf. It turned toward the purple flame lion and shoot out a black beam of light which directly collided with the head of the purple flame lion while attacking the big black bear who was still dizzy with one of the back feet. The claw of the dark demon wolf landed on the neck of the big black bear and its neck was cut in half. Thung. Thung. 2 sounds of something felling on the ground sounded. The big black bear and the purple flame lion, both fell on the ground lifelessly. The purple flame lion died even more miserably. Its head was nowhere to be seen. A cloud of black smoke was coming out from the place where its head should have been. Both of the 5th guard magical beast's life was taken away by the dark demon wolf with only a single attack. The last 5th grade magical beast that was in the middle of pouncing toward the spirit-stealing fruit hurriedly stopped itself and ran in a different direction with immense fear and panic. While running, the white-scaled lizard turned to look at the body of the other 4 5th grade magical beasts one last time, and then it disappeared deep in the forest. The dark demon wolf which just took the life of two fifth-grade magical beasts did not chase after the white-scaled lizard. It just kept looking at the disappearing figure of the white-scaled lizard. When the white-scaled lizard disappeared from its sight, this dark demon wolf made an expression as if it was sneering at the white-scaled lizard. The other dark demon wolf also returned and get together with its companion. It did not attack any of the fourth-grade or lower magical beasts with its own violation. But yes, whatever magical beasts crossed their way with this dark demon wolf, they were killed by it without getting any chance of survival. Soon, the entire forest of the 100 Mountain sect was filled with the roars of the magical beasts. Magical beasts could be seen running madly everywhere in panic as if they were running for their lives. Ye Xiao was seeing all of this from the top of the tree. He did not dare to come down. Now, there were no magical beasts or humans left here except for the two sixth-guard magical beasts, a pair of the dark demon wolf. All the magical beasts ran away from here in panic. And this panic in them was caused by the members of the three great families so that they can take the opportunity and escape from here with their lives. Roar, roar. Both of the dark demon wolves roared and then looked at each other. Then one of the dark demon wolf extended its claws and plucked the spirit-stealing fruit and sliced it in half, but the strange thing was that even a tiny bit of spirit energy was not leaking out from it. After slicing the spirit-stealing fruit in half, that dark demon wolf gave one half of the spirit-stealing fruit to its partner while it swallowed the other half of the spirit-stealing fruit. Fools, idiots, such a waste of a treasure like the spirit-stealing fruit. Ye Xiao could not help but curse at the pair of the dark demon wolves in his heart. If the dark demon wolf were slightly friendly and approachable, he would have told them to find a place that abundant spirit energy and then swallow the spirit-stealing fruit. By doing this, the spirit-stealing fruit would have once again started to steal the spirit energy from the world, and the pair of the dark demon wolves would have obtained the benefit of swallowing a whole spirit-stealing fruit. But here, there was already no spirit energy left in the air of the forest of the 100 Mountain range. So, in one sense, it was a waste of a treasure like the spirit-stealing fruit to be swallowed by these two sixth-grade magical beasts in this kind of situation. But what can Ye Xiao do? He can just watch the two dark demon wolves swallowing the spirit-stealing fruit in this manner and could do nothing. After they swallowed the spirit-stealing fruit, spirit energy immediately exploded within their bodies. Very soon, Ye Xiao saw that the bodies of both of the dark demon wolves started to glow and their bodies also started to grow in size. Roar, roar. Both of the dark demon wolves roared while raising their heads, looking toward the sky, and immediately after that a vast amount of very terrifying aura gushed out from their bodies, enveloping almost the entire forest. Chapter 121. Fortune. A very terrifying aura suddenly pressed down the entire forest of the 100 Mountain range. He, 7th grade magical beast. Both of the dark demon wolves actually evolved into the 7th grade magical beasts from 6th grade magical beasts. Ye Xiao was shocked to see the pair of the dark demon wolves evolving in front of him. Not being able to withstand the aura of two 7th grade magical beasts, Ye Xiao lost his consciousness. It was fortunate that he was sitting on a very thick branch, if not, he would have fallen down from the top of the tree. And if it was to happen, the only God knows if Ye Xiao would have been able to survive under the nose of two newly evolved 7th grade magical beasts, dark demon wolves. Here, Ye Xiao lost his consciousness, and on the other hand, both dark demon wolves finally broke through and become 7th grade magical beasts. Roar, 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 roar. Both dark demon wolves raised their heads, looked at the sky, and started roaring. Their roaring sound echoed throughout the forest. Both of them were still emitting out their aura, which covered the entire forest of the 100 Mountain range and pressing down all living things that were currently inside this forest. Weaker magical beasts even lost their lives because of the pressure emitted by the pair of 7th grade magical beasts. What a terrifying aura! It was the first elder of the Wang family who was still running for his life in the forest of the 100 Mountain range. Previously, the aura of both dark demon wolves was not this terrifying. Looks like they become stronger, and maybe it is because of that blue fruit. I knew it, a spiritual fruit that can attract thousands of magical beasts toward it was definitely not an ordinary fruit. What a pity, it is actually eaten by the dark demon wolves. The first elder of the Wang family did not stop, instead he started running for his life even faster after feeling the terrifying aura of the dark demon wolves. The first elder of the Wang family was not the only one, but all the people who were inside the forest of the 100 Mountain range started running even faster toward the outside of the forest. Ye Xiao did not know how long he remained unconscious. When he woke up he saw that both of the dark demon wolves had gone long ago. Only after confirming that the dark demon wolves had really left long ago and there is no more danger, did he dare to come down from the tree. After climbing down from the tree, Ye Xiao went to the place where there was the spirit-stealing fruit previously. The spirit-stealing fruit was eaten by the two dark demon wolves but its root was still there. Ye Xiao still did not know just how miraculous the grassland of the heavenly pearl was. He wanted to bet on it and see if the root of the spirit-stealing fruit can still sprout once again. Hence, he carefully dug out the root of the spirit-stealing fruit. Then, he made a small pot of wood after cutting down a very small but strong tree. He dug out some soil and put it down on the wooden pot and planted the root of the spirit-stealing fruit in it. He knew that all of this was just a waste of time as it is impossible for any change to happen, but what can he do? He was unable to enter into the world of the heavenly pearl for 1 month. He cannot let the root dry up, so he just planted it inside the wooden pot that he just made and stored it inside the heavenly pearl. He was unable to enter into the world of the heavenly pearl, but he can still sense the places where he had already visited previously. And since he can sense those places, Ye Xiao stored the wooden pot in the grassland, near the strange flowers. He thought that when the restriction would disappear, then he will plant the root of the spirit-stealing fruit near the jade lotuses. For now, he can only do this much. He only hoped that Little Yellow did not do anything funny with the root of the spirit-stealing fruit. He did not know if the root can give birth to the spirit-stealing fruit once again inside the world of the heavenly pearl, but he can still try. After doing all of this, Ye Xiao looked around him and saw hundreds of corpses of the magical beasts. There were corpses of 2nd guard, 3rd guard, 4th grade, and even 5th grade magical beasts. Ye Xiao's eyes flashed with excitement when he looked at these corpses. He did not think too much as he began to store the corpses of all of these magical beasts. Not long after, this entire area once again became just like how it was before. But yes, there were still some differences. Ye Xiao knew one thing, that if he stored all the corpses inside the heavenly pearl, Little Yellow will definitely devour all of them. She will not leave even one of the corpses of magical beasts for him. So, he only stored the corpses of the 2nd guard, 3rd grade, and 4th grade magical beasts inside the heavenly pearl. As for the corpses of 4 5th grade magical beasts, he stored them into his spatial ring. After doing all of this, Ye Xiao left from there, afraid that someone will come. After all, many things happened here in a short amount of time. Ye Xiao directly left the forest of the 100 Mountain Range. When he came out from the forest, he saw the sun was about to rise from the east. It is the day of the birth of treasure. Ye Xiao looked at the sun and sighed in his heart. He was slightly nervous. He did not know the location where the treasure was about to born, but still, maybe this time, Lady Luck be with him. Ye Xiao did not waste his time and flew toward the Cloudsmoke Forest. When he was finally able to see the outskirts of the Cloudsmoke Forest, the sun has already completely risen from the east. Not long after that, he entered the Cloudsmoke Forest, but still, he did not stop in his track as he did not see even the shadow of a human. He kept running and going deep inside the Cloudsmoke Forest. Finally, he stopped when he heard someone fighting in front of him. He sensed two auras clashing with each other, forming a huge energy wave that shattered the rocks and formed many small and big pits of strange shapes on the ground. The terrifying sound of their fight spread in all directions. Ye Xiao quietly approached them and finally saw two figures fighting with each other. They both were at the 6th stage of the Martial King realm. The surprising thing was that one of them was actually wearing the clothes that belonged to the Ma family. Ye Xiao previously saw the members of the Ma family wearing the same clothes, so he guessed that this 6th stage of the Martial King realm Martial definitely is a member of the Ma family. Ye Xiao looked at him for 10 breaths of time and finally remembered that he did saw him in the previous group of 27 humans inside the forest of the 100 Mountain Range. But the question was, what he was doing here and where are the other people that were together with him previously? Ye Xiao shook his head and threw this matter at the back of his head. He just continued to watch the battle of the two 6th grade Martial King realm martial artists. Soon, Ye Xiao realized that these two experts seemed to have entered into a kind of demonic state. Maybe from the anger or something, but both of their eyes were red. They were ruthlessly attacking their opponent with the intention of killing. One of them used his spirit energy to control a huge blade and hacked down towards the other. The other martial artist also attacked with his. He charged forward like a fierce tiger. His fist filled with immense amount of power collided head-on with the huge blade. Boom! The two streams of air swirled together, creating a layer of violent squall and repelling the bodies of both martial artists at the same time. They each smashed into a rock and vomited out a mouthful of blood. They were all red-eyed, covering their wounds, and looking at each other with hostile gazes. Seeing the fight between the two sixth stage of the Martial King Realm martial artist, only one word appeared in the mind of Ye Xiao. That word was terrifying. Ye Xiao did not go anywhere. He remained there, wanting to see who would be the final winner. Chapter 122. Map. The teeth of the cultivator that was holding the huge blade shattered with a single punch from his opponent. He gritted his teeth and said, "Keep dreaming, I will never give you the map." The other person suddenly said coldly, "Humph. It is just a map of the location where the treasure is going to born. As a member of one of the three big families, you already know the location, then why not give me that map? Hee, if you want it, come and get it." The blade-holding person spat on the ground with a provocative look on his face. The other person was enraged seeing this. He clenched his fist and a totem rose up from his body. His power suddenly exploded out. His strength suddenly increased by double. He used a secret technique to increase his strength. After that, he charged toward the man with a huge blade with all of his might and shouted, "Since that's the case, go and die." The person with a huge blade did not give up. He struggled a little and stand up, then he took out a pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. Suddenly, his entire body turned red. His veins turned blue. A terrifying aura suddenly emitted out from his body. His power was also multiplied after he swallowed the pill. Blade cutting through the sky. That man shouted loudly and slashed toward the other man who was attacking him with his fist. His body abruptly rose in the air as a blade shadow suddenly appeared above his head. Moreover, this shadow of the blade was very huge. Countless blade energies transformed into violent streams of air that surged in all directions, which caused the air to hiss. Ye Xiao, who was seeing the fight between these two people, felt as if tens of blade was trying to cut his body into many pieces. It was fortunate that this attack was not directed at him. After that, the two terrifying energies collided with each other. The totem crumbled and the shadow of the huge blade also shattered after colliding with each other. Not only the shadow but the blade in the hand of that person also shattered, leaving behind only the hilt of the blade. But even so, he did not throw it away. Not long after that, everything returned to normal. Both martial artists' bodies fell to the ground together. This time, both of them were out of strength. They did not even have the strength to sit on the ground. But even after all of these, they both continued to glare at each other with resentment in their eyes. Both of their bodies were now covered with blood and the blood was still flowing out from their bodies like water. Sometime later, they both died from suffocation and they died with grievances in their heart. The scene was too tragic. Ye Xiao observed quietly for a long time. Only after confirming that both sixth stage of the Martial King Realm martial artists are really dead, did he stood up indifferently and curiously walked toward the two corpses. After taking both of their spatial rings, Ye Xiao searched the body of the martial artist was still holding the broken blade in his hands tightly, not wanting to let it go even after death. Previously, Ye Xiao heard both of them talking about some map which has the location of the place where the treasure was about to born printed on it. He already looked into the spatial ring of that person and saw thousands of gold coins as well as 10 low-grade spirit stone in a corner of the spatial ring. There were also some herbs and pills but there was no map. Ye Xiao transferred all goods from both men's spatial ring to his spatial ring and threw away their spatial ring. Because of this, he guessed that maybe, the map is on the body of that person. So, he searched the blade cultivator's body repeatedly and finally found a piece of parchment. He used his 2 fingers to twist open the wrinkled parchment. There was a long dried-up ink map on it, depicting a location within the Cloudsmoke Forest. After seeing the location, he kept the parchment somewhat excitedly and then glanced at the corpse of the blade cultivator and the other person who was maybe a rogue cultivator. He then burned both corpses with his beast fire. He could have devoured them but he did not do so because of 2 reasons. The first one was that he did not want to devour a human and the second reason was that he did not have the time to devour anything. He still has the 4 corpses of the 5th grade magical beasts in his spatial ring but he did not choose to devour them because it will consume time and what he was lacking the most now was time. Because today, a treasure is going to born naturally and he did not want to miss it by any chance. As for the other hundreds of corpses of the 2nd grade, 3rd grade, and 4th grade magical beasts, Ye Xiao was sure that Little Yellow must have been devouring those corpses right now. After burning the corpses of both martial artists, Ye Xiao continued on his journey. According to the map, he would be walking to a river which was 250 meters away from here. Maybe, this river is the same river where I fell previously while attacked by the barbaric Bull's King. Ye Xiao thought and speed up. As he ran about 50 meters toward the river, he suddenly caught the glimpse of a group of people walking in front of him. They looked very tired as they walked. Ye Xiao quietly approached them and saw that this group of people were not from any of the three big families. The one leading them was a swarthy middle-aged man who was a martial artist at the second stage of the martial king realm. That middle-aged man suddenly turned his head in the direction of Ye Xiao and discovered that a young man was standing in the middle of the road behind him. What a powerful sense! Ye Xiao was surprised seeing that the middle-aged man was able to sense him. Ye Xiao was just about to say something when that middle-aged man pounced toward him and punched on his chest. Ye Xiao was not ready and he did not even think that the middle-aged man would suddenly attack him. Because of this, he was unable to dodge in time and was hit on his chest. Boom! Ye Xiao was sent flying. He collided with a tree behind his back and finally landed on the ground. Ye Xiao spurted out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to stand up. Previously, he was not ready and so he was hit hard on his chest, causing a heavy injury to him. He hurriedly took out a pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. This pill was a grade 3 healing pill. Previously, he transferred all things from the spatial ring of 2 6th stage martial king realm experts. Among those things, there were 10 of these grade 3 healing pills and 2 grade 4 healing pills. After swallowing one of the grade 3 healing pills, Ye Xiao's injury immediately started to heal. He did not heal completely but he was now able to stand up and can put a fight with these people in front of him. He stood up and looked at those people with fiery eyes. That middle-aged man attacked him without any reason and now he was angry. A dark-skinned man clenched his fists, lightly shouting at him, "You actually didn't get blown to death." Ye Xiao looked at him and then curled his lips. He laughed and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Don't worry, you all won't be able to see me die but yes, I will let you all die with a complete corpse." "Humph, you little bastard," a tanned middle-aged man shouted out. He stepped forward and rushed toward Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao stood still and instantly summoned his sharp spirit-rank sword. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he slashed at the coming tanned middle-aged man. The tanned middle-aged man was only an 8th stage origin core realm martial artist. He was unable to do anything as Ye Xiao slashed at him with lightning speed. After that Ye Xiao put down his sword and looked at the middle-aged man who attacked him previously. That middle-aged man looked confused. He did not understand what was going on with the tanned middle-aged man. Why was he standing in front of Ye Xiao without doing anything? Drip. Then he saw a drop of dark red liquid dropping on the ground. Following that drop of dark red liquid were many drops of dark red liquid. Chapter 123. Solving the trouble. The middle-aged man saw a drop of dark red liquid dropping on the ground. Following that drop of dark red liquid were many drops of dark red liquid. Blood. That middle-aged man was surprised as he muttered in a low voice. Thup. With a sound, the tanned middle-aged man falls down on the ground. When he falls down, only then the middle-aged man saw a fine red line on the neck of the tanned middle-aged man. The blood was flowing out from his neck and the tanned middle-aged man, who was still alive and kicking a moment ago, turned into a lifeless corpse. It was a kill with one slash. You actually dare to kill one of my companions. The middle-aged man raised his head, looked at Ye Xiao, and said in anger. It was you who started it. I was just passing by but you attacked me without any reason. And now that I killed one of your companions, you are shouting at me. Is your mind okay? Ye Xiao mocked the middle-aged man. I don't have time to waste on you all, said Ye Xiao and pounced toward the group of people in front of him. Wings of the divine dragon. Immediately, a pair of very beautiful-looking black wings with golden patterns grew out from behind Ye Xiao's back. A flying type martial arts skill. Everyone, be careful, the middle-aged man shouted after seeing the wings behind Ye Xiao. Just like others, he also thought that it was a flying type martial arts skill. When the wings grew out from the back of Ye Xiao, his speed instantly increased, leaving behind many afterimages which covered the sky. But soon, those afterimages disappeared in thin air. At this moment, his speed was already not the least bit inferior to a 5th stage of the martial king realm martial artist. In an instant, he approached the 2 origin core realm cultivators. The handle of the sword in his hand lightly rotated, and in a split second, with unfathomable speed, he waved his sword toward the waists of both Origin Core Realm martial artists. Sizzle, sizzle, the sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. Accompanied by the twisted hideous faces of the two Origin Core Realm cultivators, their bodies were instantly split into two halves as they slid down and fell onto the ground. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness as they died. Ye Xiao flew up in the air and stopped, looking down on the people from above. There was only one Martial King Realm martial artist in this group of people. He was the middle-aged man who attacked him previously and sent him flying. He was at the second stage of the Martial King Realm. Only he could fly in the air. But he did not choose to do so. He silently watched Ye Xiao killing his other two companions and then stopping in the air above the heads of his group. The remaining people were scared stiff after seeing their two other companions' death. Their bodies were trembling violently. Anyone who had a trace of consciousness wanted to scream and flee. But how could they flee under the relentless attack of Ye Xiao? Ye Xiao did not stop in the air for long. After stopping for 10 breaths of time, he once again flew with lightning speed toward the other peoples. Not long after, all the people of this group were killed by Ye Xiao except for the middle-aged man who attacked him first. Ye Xiao descended in front of him and the wings disappeared from behind his back. Ye Xiao looked at him and the middle-aged man also looked at Ye Xiao. Both stared for a while and finally, Ye Xiao got impatient and said, "You could have stopped me from killing these people but you didn't. You really are cruel. Haha, everyone here is an opponent. When the treasure will appear, who would know if they don't stab me in my back? So, it is fine even if they are killed." The middle-aged man laughed and said. Ye Xiao's mood became heavy. He killed these people thinking that this will give a blow to the middle-aged man, but who would have thought that Ye Xiao was just cleaning the trouble for the middle-aged man. Of course, if he would not have killed them, they would definitely try to kill him if given a chance. You are only a 4th stage of the Origin Core Realm martial artist while I am at the 2nd stage of the Martial King Realm. You were able to kill them because of 2 reasons. 1, they were weak, and 2nd, you have the flying type martial arts skill while they were unable to fly in the sky. Now, I will give you a chance. Party with me. We will compete together for the treasure with others, and if we will be able to obtain the treasure, it will belong to me. Of course, I will not let you suffer losses. I will give you 10,000 gold coins as well as 100 low-grade spirit stones. But there is also a condition. You have to give me that flying type martial arts skill of yours. The middle-aged man offered Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao looked at him as if looking at a fool. He smiled and said, "Do you really think I am a fool? Brat, don't overdo. I can kill you with a single hand. If you want to live, then give me your flying type martial arts skill." After hearing what Ye Xiao said, the smile of the middle-aged man stiffened and it was replaced by a cold look. "Hey, as I said before, I don't have the time to waste on you," Ye Xiao said and attacked the middle-aged man. Sacred Finger Art. The middle-aged man immediately felt danger coming his way. He was shocked to see that a 4th stage of the Origin Core Realm martial artist can let him feel danger. He immediately responded to Ye Xiao's attack without wasting any more time. Megaton Fist. Just as Ye Xiao's finger and the middle-aged man's fist were about to collide with each other, Ye Xiao's hand suddenly started to transform. Dragon's Claws. His hands transformed into a black claw with golden patterns. His attack was immediately boosted and became even more terrifying than before. When his Sacred Finger Art and Megaton Fist of the middle-aged man collided, his finger instantly pierced into the middle-aged man's fist. "Ah!" The middle-aged man screamed loudly and held his fist with his other hand. Blood was gushing out from his fist. Sacred Finger Art. Without giving any chance to make a comeback, Ye Xiao again attacked the middle-aged man with his only high-grade profound rank martial arts skill, Sacred Finger Art. The middle-aged man was holding his hand and he was agonizing in pain. He did not thought that Ye Xiao will shamelessly attack him without a second thought. His head was immediately pierced by Ye Xiao's finger. Plop! The scream of a middle-aged man abruptly stopped, and not long after that, he fell down on the ground with a lifeless body. Sigh. Ye Xiao looked at the dead bodies of a group of humans. He sighed, shook his head, and continued on his journey. His hands returned to normal. All things that happened here were just a big rock in his way toward his goal. After he turned that rock aside, he continued on his journey without any more hurdle in his way. Ye Xiao walked and walked without stopping, occasionally observing the movements in the forest. On his way, He met with many people and magical beasts, but he completely ignored them and did not even spare a glance for them. Only when he met an expert with 5th stage martial king realm or above would he give them a serious look and become cautious. Finally, after walking for a very long time, he reached where the location on the parchment pointed. He arrived in front of the river, but he did not see even a single person there. Is the location on the parchment wrong? Ye Xiao could not help but think. But again, if the location on the parchment was wrong, then why did it was with a member of one of the 3 big families? And that person even lost his life protecting this piece of parchment. Ye Xiao felt that he missed something. He once again took out the parchment and looked at it. Even after seeing it many times, he was unable to find anything wrong with it. The location it pointed to was also this river. But if this really is true, then why there is not a single member of the 3 big families here? They should be here, but they were not. Hurry up, walk cautiously. Suddenly Ye Xiao heard a voice. He hurriedly retreated and hid inside a bush. Chapter 124, Is the treasure already born? Ye Xiao heard a voice when he was looking here and there so that he can find what is wrong with the parchment. He hurriedly retreated to a side and hid inside a bush. Then he heard footsteps and finally saw 2 people walking cautiously. Members of the Ma family. Ye Xiao saw their clothes and immediately recognized them as a member of the Ma family. Since they are here, it means the location on the parchment is correct. Now, I just need to follow them silently. Ye Xiao thought in his heart and came out from the bush when the 2 people walked to some distance. Big brother, who do you think that treasure will belong to? Our Ma family or one of the other 2 families? While walking, one of the 2 men asked a question. Hearing him, the other person answered in a low voice, that I don't know. We need to hurry, we are already late. Yes, big brother. Ye Xiao quietly followed them from some distance and he made sure not to make any type of noise that can arouse the suspicion of the 2 people. They followed the river and soon arrived in front of a mountain that stood tall beside the river. When they arrived here, they stopped. Ye Xiao hurriedly retreated back and hid behind a tree. Those 2 people looked around themselves. After confirming that no one followed them, they walked to their left side. Sizzle, sizzle. Ye Xiao, who was hiding behind a tree, heard a very strange noise. He peeked and saw that both members of the Ma family were trying to push a big round stone. And the strange noise was coming from there. Sizzle, sizzle. A moment later, they successfully pushed the big round stone to a side. When the big round stone was pushed aside, a dark tunnel appeared in front of everyone. Both members of the Ma family entered the tunnel, and the moment they entered, a strange scene occurred. The big round stone shifted by itself and once again appeared where the tunnel was and closed the mouth of the tunnel. What? Ye Xiao was surprised to see this scene. He immediately came out from behind the tree and arrived in front of the big round stone. He looked at the big round stone carefully but was unable to find anything. How can this stone came shifted itself and closed the mouth of that dark tunnel on its own? Ye Xiao thought but was unable to solve this puzzle, but suddenly one word appeared in his mind. Formations. Yes, this big round stone can move on its own only because of formations. There definitely is an array or formation laid here by a certain formation master. The moment Ye Xiao thinks of formations, he once again remembered one more important thing. Now that he was already an Origin Core Realm martial artist, he was now qualified to merge with the memories of the ancient formation god. If Ye Xiao wants to merge with the memories of the ancient gods, he needed to have a certain amount of strength. He merged with memories of the ancient pill god when he broke through to the Qi condensation realm. If he wanted to merge with the memories of the ancient formation god, he needed to have the strength of an Origin Core Realm martial artist, and to merge with the memories of the ancient god of weapon refinement, he needed to have the strength of a martial king realm martial artist. He is already a martial artist at the Origin Core Realm, so he can now merge with the memories of the ancient formation god. Fu, it came at the correct time. Ye Xiao thought and wanted to enter into the heavenly pearl, but then to his disappointment, he suddenly remembered one more thing. He was restricted to enter the heavenly pearl for 1 month. Damn, 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 Ye Xiao shouted 3 times, and every time, his voice was louder than before. Looks like I can only try to push this big round stone to the side if I want to enter into the tunnel. Ye Xiao muttered in a low voice with a disappointed tone. He looked at the big round stone and smiled bitterly. Ye Xiao felt frustrated when he thought about the parchment. These 3 big families are really very careful. When he thought of the parchment, he could not help but praise the cunning mind of the 3 big families. They made a map but did not make the location clear. From this alone, Ye Xiao understood what their way of thinking is. Even if someone was able to get the parchment, he or she will never be able to reach the true place where the treasure was about to born. He put both of his hands on the big round, started pushing the big round stone just like the other two members of the Ma family, but the big round stone did not even move from its place. Dragon's claws. Time was already very short, so Ye Xiao did not try to waste his time and directly transformed both of his hands into the dragon's claws. Then he once again put both of his claws on the big round stone and pushed it. Sizzle, sizzle. This time the big round stone moved from its place and soon the same tunnel appeared before Ye Xiao's eyes once again. After pushing aside the big round stone, Ye Xiao immediately entered the tunnel without wasting any time. Just after 5 breaths of time, the big round stone once again moved on its own and arrived in front of the mouth of the dark tunnel, closing it. Ye Xiao was walking in the dark tunnel one step at a time. This tunnel was so dark that Ye Xiao was unable to see what was in front of him. Unable to see clearly in the dark tunnel, Ye Xiao raised his hand in front of him, and with a whoosh sound, a violet-colored fire lit up. The dark tunnel immediately lights up. Now Ye Xiao walked while looking ahead carefully. Not long after that, he saw a small ball of light flashing in front of him. He walked and the small ball of light became bigger and bigger. Very quickly, Ye Xiao arrived at the exit of the tunnel, and what appeared in front of him was a wide field filled with grasses, small and big plants. What the hell? Ye Xiao was shocked to see this. He took a step forward and landed on this land. Boom, bang. Suddenly, Ye Xiao heard the sound of fighting. Boom, bang, ah, damn, I'll kill you. Boom, come at me, bang, ah. Hearing the sound of fighting, Ye Xiao curiously walked in that direction. When he arrived at the place from where the sound of fighting was coming, he was surprised to see dozens of people fighting among themselves. They were fighting and killing each other. They killed one, and after killing one they will go for another person to kill him. As the treasure already born, Ye Xiao could not think of any other reason why these people were fighting among themselves. He recognized them from the clothes they wore. These people belonged to the 3 great families, the Zhang family, the Ma family, and the Wang family. Where is the treasure? Ye Xiao thought and started looking at his surroundings so that he can see where the treasure was. Boom, boom, bang, boom, bang. Suddenly a very loud explosion sounded, and following that a series of explosions rang out. Ye Xiao looked straight and saw that in some distance, 6 people were fighting among themselves, and with each collision of their attacks, a large part of land and mountain was being destroyed. The shock wave that spread with the collision of their attacks alone was enough to kill an ordinary martial weaker than 5th grade of the Origin Core realm. It was fortunate that Ye Xiao was no ordinary martial artist, otherwise he would have been dead by now. These 6 people were exactly those people whom Ye Xiao saw previously in the forest of the 100 Mountain Range. They were 6 martial emperor realm experts, belonging to the 3 great families. Looks like the treasure that was about to born have already been born. I am late and missed it, otherwise I would have seen with my own eyes the process of a treasure being born. Ye Xiao shook his head in disappointment. Since these people are fighting with each other, it means that the treasure is still not obtained by any of them. I think the treasure should be near where these 6 martial emperor realm martial artists are fighting. Ye Xiao guessed and started walking that way while trying his best not to be discovered by any of the members of the 3 great families. Chapter 125. Golden Brick. The whole area was in a state of shock, with mountains collapsing and the earth cracking. The surrounding peoples were fighting among themselves while Ye Xiao walked toward the place the 6 martial emperor realm martial artists were fighting. No one noticed Ye Xiao as he soon reached there. After arriving here, he once again hid behind a big boulder where no one can discover his existence. Then he tried to sneak a peek and saw a golden radiance from not far away from him. He first looked at the 6 experts, then he looked at other members of the 3 big families, and after confirming that no one was paying their attention, he silently walked toward the place from where the golden radiance was coming. That place was a little high, and after Ye Xiao reached there, he discovered that it was the perfect place to hide. Then he looked in front of him and saw a brick bathing in golden radiance. A brick? Really? Is this the treasure that these peoples are fighting for? Ye Xiao was unable to understand, but at this place, other than this golden brick, he did not find anything else that can attract his attention or can be considered a treasure. Hey, there is not much time. I will first take away this brick. Ye Xiao arrived in front of the brick and caught it in his hand. The moment he caught the brick, Ye Xiao felt immense pain in his hand. He hurriedly retracted his hand back and saw that his hand was swollen red. This really is no ordinary thing. Ye Xiao exclaimed in his heart. Dragon's Claw. He instantly transformed his hands into the dragon's claws, and then he once again extended his hand and caught the golden brick that was emitting out golden radiance. Although his hands were now transformed into the dragon's claws, he still felt a tingling sensation coming from his hands. He felt as if the brick wanted to break free from his hands. He did not want to let the brick break free, so without wasting any more time, he covered it with his spiritual sense and tried to store it in his spatial ring, but to his surprise, he was unable to keep it in the spatial ring. What is going on? Why can't I keep it in the spatial ring? Ye Xiao was shocked to see that he was unable to store the brick in his spatial ring. Boom! Bang! On the other side, explosions continued to echo as the experts from the three great families were fighting and killing one another. First Elder, why don't you give up? If you give up on the treasure, not only we don't have to fight anymore, you will able to save the lives of other members of your Wang family. It was the second elder of the Ma family who said this. Humph, shameless. If you have the guts, then fight with me one-on-one. The first elder of the Wang family shouted in anger. If the second elder of the Ma family were to fight him alone, the second elder of the Ma family will never be able to defeat him, but the situation here was different. The second elder of the Ma family partied up with the middle-aged man of the Zhang family with him. And the middle-aged lady of the Zhang family was fighting against the younger brother of the current patriarch of the Wang family, while they both were also stopping Ma Bao from getting near the treasure. These 6 people were fighting and stopping one another from getting near the treasure, and this also gave Ye Xiao enough time to go near the treasure without being discovered by anyone. Ye Xiao tried many times to store the golden brick in the spatial ring, but every time, he failed. I don't believe that I cannot take you away with me. Ye Xiao muttered in his heart and directly stored the golden brick on the first floor of the 9-story pagoda. This time, she successfully stored it. Whoa, this damn brick is stored in the 9-story pagoda, then why exactly did it was not being stored in the spatial ring? Ye Xiao could not understand the reason, so he shook it off from his head and cautiously looked at the martial artists who were still busy among themselves. I cannot stay here for long, otherwise I will be discovered by them, and if I were to really be discovered by these people, I don't know what they will do to me. So, I should leave before anyone sees me. I have to leave, Ye Xiao thought and started to go back silently. Soon, he walked to the place where he first appeared after exiting the dark tunnel. Who is it? Who took the treasure? Before Ye Xiao could enter into the dark tunnel again to leave from here, a loud sound echoed throughout that place and everyone's attention was attracted by that shout. Shit, I have to hurry and leave. Ye Xiao speeds up, but just as he was about to take his first step in the dark tunnel again, a burly middle-aged man's gaze fell upon him, and just like that, he was discovered by a member of one of 3 great families. Stop there! That burly middle-aged man shouted at Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao stopped in his track as he heard that the voice was coming from his back. He slowly turned back and saw a middle-aged man who was wearing a white robe with a red circular type symbol hanging on his chest. A member of the Zhang family. Ye Xiao immediately recognized him as a member of the Zhang family after seeing his clothes. When he looked at this burly middle-aged man, Ye Xiao remembered that he had seen him in the forest of the 100 Mountain Range. This burly middle-aged man was actually the big brother of Zhang San of the Zhang family. Who are you and how did you get here? The burly middle-aged man again shouted in loud voice and attracted the attention of the peoples nearby. I'm Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao was first shocked, but then again he hurriedly calmed his heart and replied. He never thought that he would be caught at this time. Soon, more and more members of the 3 big families started to gather. Looks like you all are busy. I will not disturb you all, so, goodbye. Ye Xiao wanted to escape from here before the arrival of 6 martial emperor realm martial artists, but his luck was really poor at this time. Who told you that you can go? A cold voice sounded from the air, and then a cold-looking young man descended from the sky in front of him. He looked at Ye Xiao as if he was looking at an ant. Ye Xiao can easily feel and see the disdain in the eyes of this cold-looking young man. This cold-looking was Ma Bao, a genius of the Ma family as well as the #1 core disciple of the Thundercloud sect. He was also known as the #1 genius of the Southwood City and #2 genius of the entire Golden Fragrance country. As the #1 genius of the Southwood City and #2 genius of the entire Golden Fragrance country, how can Ma Bao be not arrogant? Ye Xiao became very nervous as his heartbeat grew louder and louder. Calm down, calm down. He inhaled a long breath of air and calmed himself down. How did you get here? Ma Bao asked coldly. His aura also exploded, pressing down his surrounding. Ye Xiao felt as if someone has placed a very heavy mountain on him. His body grew heavy and he felt like kneeling. His entire body was trembling because of the pressure that Ma Bao was emitting out. Surrounding people were also feeling the pressure, but their condition was much better than Ye Xiao. After all, they were not the ones being targeted by Ma Bao. Ye Xiao clenched his fist and managed to hold himself back from kneeling down. Ma Bao saw that Ye Xiao was still not kneeling. He increased the pressure. Ka-rk. A cracking sound came from Ye Xiao's body, but he still holds himself back and did not kneel. At this moment, Ye Xiao felt a warm sensation in his mouth. Blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. At this time, many scenes began to display in Ye Xiao's mind. He saw his childhood before he met the fifth elder Ye Fan of the Silver Moon sect. At that time, he did not even have a name. Those days were the worst days of his life. But then the fifth elder Ye Fan of the Silver Moon sect came into his life and gave him the happiest memories of his childhood. Chapter 126. Thunderstorm. Ye Xiao followed the fifth elder Ye Fan and became a disciple of the Silver Moon sect. Fifth elder Ye Fan gave him his surname. From that day on, he was known as Ye Xiao. Then one day, he heard that the fifth elder Ye Fan died while doing a mission of the sect. And also from that day onwards, his life once again took a turn. He was framed and became a cripple. Zhou Yan tried to kill him, but to his surprise, he was still alive after falling from the cliff. Not only he survived, his dantian and meridians that were damaged was once again repaired. Surprisingly, he discovered that there was an extra existence in his body. That existence was the Heavenly Pearl. The Heavenly Pearl once again changed his life, and in a very short amount of time, he became so powerful that he can almost destroy the Silver Moon sect if he wants to. Then some different scenes appeared in his mind. The scene when he first entered into the world of the Heavenly Pearl. At that time, some strange but very domineering sound echoed in his mind, telling him that he was the inheritor of the Heavenly Pearl and he will control his own destiny. No one has the right to look down on him, not even the heavens. When this scene appeared in his mind, as if he was immediately awoken. He stopped trembling under the pressure of a martial emperor realm martial artist, Ma Bao. Ma Bao was surprised to see that his pressure was doing nothing to Ye Xiao. Seeing this, he once again increased the pressure, and this time, it was the true pressure of a martial emperor realm expert. Ye Xiao's body again trembled, but Ye Xiao's eyes were closed and he behaved as if nothing was happening. Blood was still leaking out from the corner of his mouth. Humph, do you think that I can do nothing if you withstand the pressure? You are thinking too much. After saying this, Ma Bao took out a long sword and slashed at Ye Xiao's neck. Ye Xiao still had his eyes closed. He did not open his eyes, nor did he try to dodge the attack of Ma Bao. Ma Bao's sword stopped exactly an inch away from Ye Xiao's neck. Damn brat, do you want to die? Ma Bao shouted in anger. This was the first time when someone did not give him face and did not try to dodge an attack that can kill him. If Ma Bao did not stop his attack, Ye Xiao would have been beheaded by him. He did not understand why Ye Xiao was only trembling under his pressure but not kneeling. To make Ye Xiao kneel, Ma Bao even pressured him with all of his strength, but still, Ye Xiao did not kneel. He was still just trembling and blood was leaking out from the corner of his mouth. And exactly because of this, Ma Bao was fuming in anger. On the other hand, Ye Xiao was still lost in the scenes that appeared in his mind at this time. He remembered that when he heard those voices in his ears, he vowed that he will never bow his head in front of anyone. He vowed that he will walk on the path to the peak of martial arts and no one would have the right to stand in his path toward the peak of the martial arts. He vowed that if the devils blocked his path, he will cut the devils into thousands of pieces. If the gods stand blocking his path, he will kill the gods, and if the heavens blocked his path, he will destroy the heavens. But now, there was someone who wanted to make Ye Xiao kneel in front of him. This person was neither a devil nor a god but a human slightly stronger than him. This human was blocking his path. If he kneeled here, how could he have the face to say those arrogant words like cutting the devils in thousands of pieces, killing the gods, and destroying the heavens? No, I will never kneel in front of anyone, never ever. Ye Xiao murmured, and suddenly he opened his eyes and 2 rays of light flashed out from his eyes. When Ma Bao saw him opening his eyes, he suddenly felt a sense of terror in his heart and took some steps back. When he realized that he had taken some steps back because of Ye Xiao and even felt terror and was scared by a mere origin core realm martial artist, he erupted with anger. Damn brat, I will kill you. Saying this, Ma Bao immediately slashed at Ye Xiao with his sword, and this time, he has no intention of stopping his attack. This time, he really wanted to kill Ye Xiao. On the other hand, the moment Ye Xiao opened his eyes, the heavenly pearl started rotating in his heart, but Ye Xiao did not feel it. He was lost in himself and muttering something. He saw Ma Bao slashing at him, but again, he did not see it. He just continues to mumble something. He saw immense hatred and fierceness in Ma Bao's eyes, but again he did not see it. No one has the right to look down on me. No one has the right to stand in my path, no one. When Ma Bao's sword was about to cut his neck, Ye Xiao suddenly roared toward the sky. And at this time, the heavenly pearl in his heart also suddenly stopped rotating. The wind that was moving slowly suddenly intensified and became strong. A very strong wind suddenly started blowing. Black clouds suddenly appeared in the sky and lightning started to crackle. Dust started to move up in the air with wind, and the wind became strong, and soon, the wind transformed into a storm. This storm, coupled with the thunders in the sky, instantly transformed into a terrifying thunderstorm. And the most frightening thing was that the thunderstorm not only covered the entire cloudsmoke forest, but it was covering far more area than anyone can see. The thunderstorm was covering the entire Grand Sha Empire. There were some signs of it spreading even further. Soon, very strong rains started across the entire Grand Sha Empire. The thunderstorm soon crossed the borders of the Grand Sha Empire and started to spread throughout many empires. Somewhere far away, in the Grand Sha Empire, an old man was sitting cross-legged on top of a mountain. A very beautiful young lady who was only about the same age as Ye Xiao was also sitting near him. Her face was covered in a veil, but even so, anyone who sees her would definitely fall in love with her. She was a devastating beauty. Suddenly, that old man opened his eyes. "Grandfather." Seeing the old man opening his eyes, that beautiful young lady spoke out in a soft but happy voice. That old man turned and looked at his granddaughter but did not say anything. Instead, he turned to look in a direction far away. "Grandfather, what happened?" The beautiful young lady went near the old man and asked. But before the old man could even answer him, a thunderstorm suddenly appeared and soon it started raining. But the amazing thing was that neither the thunderstorm nor the rain managed to touch the old man. But the beautiful young lady soaked in rain. The thunderstorm was so strong that it frightened the beautiful young lady. "Grandfather." The beautiful young lady hurriedly holds the hands of her grandfather. The old man shook his slightly and said, "Chinger, tomorrow, we will go to the imperial city of the Grand Sha Empire. You wanted to enter into the secret realm, right? I will talk with the emperor and let him give you a spot. Until then, don't break through to the martial emperor realm. After entering into the secret realm, you can break through." "Yes, grandfather. But you did not want me to enter into the secret realm first, and even said that it is a waste of time for me to enter into that secret realm. Then why are you suddenly telling me to enter into the secret realm?" Chinger asked in a puzzled tone. She was only 16 and she is already at the peak of the martial king realm, only half a step away from breaking through to the martial emperor realm. Her talent could be seen from this. She was a genius, and if placed in a second-grade country like the Golden Fragrance country, no one could rival her. Let alone in the second-grade country, even in the first-grade country, there will be no one who could rival her. But yes, two anomalies have appeared in the Grand Sha Empire. One was Ye Xiao and the other one was Lin Hao. Chapter 127. Eyes of the Heavenly Tao. Her talent was unrivaled in the entire Grand Sha Empire. At such a young age, she already had the cultivation at the peak of the martial king realm. It is said that she had a very special physique. But yes, two anomalies have appeared in the Grand Sha Empire. One was Ye Xiao and the other one was Lin Hao. And soon, there is going to be a third one also. And the third one is no other than Lin Ling. After awakening the extreme ice sage body, her talent will far surpass anyone in the entire Azure Sky continent. The old man sighed as he looked at the thunderstorm and said with a deep voice, "Someone appeared. An anomaly, a man of destiny. A man of destiny. Grandfather, I am not understanding what you are saying." Chinger muttered and said in a puzzled tone. "Sigh." That old man again sighed and shook his head, saying, "You don't need to understand. Just remember, when you enter into the secret realm, try to find someone who is different from others. If you find the type of person, immediately notify me after coming out from the secret realm." "Okay." Chinger still did not understand what her grandfather was trying to say, but she nodded her head in acknowledgement and said, "Don't worry grandfather, I will not disappoint you." That old man nodded his head and thought in his heart, I don't know who has appeared, but in the future, this man will definitely cause a great change that will affect the 9 heavens. Thousands of miles far away from the Grand Sha Empire was another empire known as the Blue Wind Empire. At this moment, in the forbidden ground of the imperial family of the Blue Wind Empire, a skinny old man was talking something with the current emperor of the Blue Wind Empire. But suddenly, he stopped in the middle of his speech and raised his head with lightning speed to look at the sky. The emperor of the Blue Wind Empire was confused seeing his ancestor behaving this way. He also raised his head to look at the sky but did not find anything strange. "Ancestor, does something happen?" The emperor of the Blue Wind Empire asked softly. "Yes, something did happen," that old man replied, and just as his sentence was finished, the wind that was blowing slowly started to become stronger and stronger, and very soon a terrifying thunderstorm took place. In the blink of an eye, the entire Blue Wind Empire drowned in darkness, thunderstorm, and rain. "What is happening?" The emperor was horrified when he saw this scene. He could not help but exclaim loudly. "This thunderstorm is only on the surface, the real terrifying thing is happening in the heavenly Tao. Something or someone has appeared who should not have," that old man murmured in a very low voice. But it was still loud enough to reach the ears of the emperor of the Blue Wind Empire. "Wah, T." The emperor was puzzled, but his ancestor did not solve his puzzle, instead said, "This is coming from the direction of the Grand Sha Empire. We will set off for the Grand Sha Empire in half-year. Go and prepare." Set off for the Grand Sha Empire. The emperor was even more confused, but he did not dare to ask further. He nodded his head and walked out of the forbidden ground. Not only in the Grand Sha Empire and Blue Wind Empire, but the same thing was happening in many other empires. At this moment, in the Cloudsmoke Forest, Ma Bao was sent flying by an invisible force when he was about to cut Ye Xiao's neck. All the people that have surrounded Ye Xiao previously were also sent flying. All of them fainted, including Ma Bao. On the other hand, Ye Xiao was still roaring while looking at the sky. Suddenly, the rain became even heavier and the thunder also started to crackle crazily. A dragon's shadow appeared behind the back of Ye Xiao. It was thousands of meters long and the dragon's head could not be seen from the ground. Roar! That dragon roared loudly and flew into the sky. Exactly at this moment, be the grandfather of Qing'er or the ancestor of the emperor of the Blue Wind Empire or any other experts of tens of empires, they all saw a dragon's shadow flying in the sky. The pressure and the feeling that this dragon's shadow gave them were beyond terrifying. Roar! Roar! That dragon's shadow once again roared while looking at the sky. Anyone who saw it, one thought appeared in their hearts, and that was that this dragon looks like as if it wanted to challenge the heavens. "What is happening?" the old man on a mountain exclaimed in surprise again. "Grandfather." Beside him, Qing'er was also looking at the dragon's shadow in the sky behind the thunderclouds roaring toward the sky. "I don't know." Before the old man could even finish his sentence, an even more terrifying aura suddenly pressured every martial artist above the martial ancestor realm. Qing'er did not feel anything, but the old man beside her suddenly spurted out a large mouthful of blood and kneeled down on his knees while looking at the sky with a fearful gaze. "Grandfather!" Qing'er exclaimed. She warily supported her grandfather and asked, "Grandfather, are you all right?" Heavenly Tao is angry," that old man said in a trembling voice. He felt this pressure, and from this, it could be seen that this old man's strength is above the martial ancestor realm. "Heavenly Tao is angry." Qing'er looked at her grandfather, not understanding his words at all. That old man saw through his granddaughter, but he did not explain anything and only said, "Qing'er, you must not come in contact with that person in the secret realm." "Grandfather, I'm not understanding what you are trying to tell me," said Qing'er. "You don't need to understand. Only know this, that if you find a person who is different from others in the secret realm, don't try to get close to him. You just need to wait for the day when the secret realm will close and tell me about that person." That old man shook his head and said, "I understand, grandfather, but at least tell me who that person is." Qing'er nodded her head and again asked a question. I don't know who that person is. I even don't know if he will come for the secret realm or not. But if he came, he will surely be different from others, and I can guarantee it. A person who can make the heavenly Tao angry, how can he not be different from others?" That old man answered her daughter in a low voice. He was still kneeling. He did not dare to stand up as he was still feeling the same terrifying pressure. Not only he, but all other experts above the martial ancestor realm were the same as this old man. They were all kneeling on the ground in fear while looking at the sky. Roar! In the sky, beyond the thundercloud, that shadow of the dragon once again roared toward the heavens. And exactly at this moment, the sky started to change its color and suddenly, an outline of a very big eye appeared in the sky. Whoosh! Not long after that, the eyelid of that eye suddenly opened and an even more terrifying aura fall down on the world. Eyes of the heavenly Tao. The old man exclaimed out loud. Why did the eyes of heavenly Tao appeared? It is said that only in the ancient times did the eyes of the heavenly Tao appears, and it is also said that only when an existence that can threaten the heavenly Tao and the heavens itself appears did the eyes of the heavenly Tao opens its eyes to exterminate that existence. Legend has it that under the eyes of the heavenly Tao, no matter how powerful an existence is, has never survived. Eyes of the heavenly Tao was born for exterminating those existences who can threaten the heavens. That old man mumbled in low voice, but since Chinger was supporting her grandfather, she heard it clearly. She was overwhelmed with this surprise that suddenly appears before her eyes. Many mysteries that she never even heard of were mentioned today by her grandfather. Not only her grandfather, but all other experts' situation was the same as him. They were also witnessing these scenes. After all, it was something that has never appeared after the end of ancient times. Not only him but all the living beings of the Azure Sky continent, be it mortals or cultivators, ordinary beasts, or magical beasts, all were witnessing this scene. They were all seeing a huge shadow of a dragon, arrogantly roaring at the eyes of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 128. Dragon Empire. The eyes of the heavenly Tao was like an abyss. Whoever dared to look in it, they would feel as if they were about to lose their souls. It was also like a black hole. Whoever dared to look in it, they felt as if their souls were being sucked out from their bodies. Because of this, no one dared to look directly at the eyes of the heavenly Tao, not even the martial ancestor realm martial artists and above. But there was one exception, and that exception was Ye Xiao. He was looking directly in the eye of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, the color of Ye Xiao's eyes was not black but golden. The eye of the heavenly Tao was also staring at Ye Xiao with a cold gaze. Suddenly the eyeball of the eye of heavenly Tao turned red, and the moment it turned red, the heavenly pearl in Ye Xiao's heart also once again started to rotate rapidly, and this time, it was rotating at a speed that was unbelievably fast. Roar! The shadow of the dragon in the sky roared at the eye of the heavenly Tao, and some parts of its body started to shine with golden light. This shadow of the dragon was actually the heaven-devouring divine dragon that Ye Xiao formed inside his sea of consciousness. The golden light was shining from the golden patterns on its body. Shua! Roar! Suddenly, a red beam of light came out from the eye of the heavenly Tao, which rushed straight toward Ye Xiao, wanting to erase his existence from the world. This red beam of light was so terrifying that just its rushing sound was enough to destroy an entire big mountain and turn it into specks of dust. One thing was fixed, that no one in the entire Azure Sky continent can withstand this terrifying attack, not even the peak experts of the Azure Sky continents. Exactly at this moment, the heaven-devouring divine dragon also roared loudly toward it and opened its mouth wide open. A black hole-type whirlpool appeared in front of the mouth of the heaven-devouring divine dragon. Heaven-devouring divine dragon, devouring the heaven and earth. A very mysterious and domineering voice echoed throughout the entire Azure Sky continent. The red beam of light that looked like as if it was going to destroy the world, was suddenly sucked into the black hole-type whirlpool and vanished without leaving behind even a single trace of it. It was actually devoured by the heaven-devouring divine dragon. But the devouring process still did not vanish. If one looks at the heaven-devouring divine dragon's mouth, they will notice that there was still a very powerful suction force that was actually trying to devour the eye of the heavenly Tao. Humph! A cold snort echoed throughout the entire continent. The eye of the heavenly Tao took a last look at the Ye Xiao and then closed its eyelid, and soon it disappeared from the sky. Roar! The heaven-devouring divine dragon arrogantly roared toward the sky once again. It looked as if it was celebrating its win. Then it turned to look at Ye Xiao and flew toward him. Roar! After arriving in front of Ye Xiao, it once again roared and then entered Ye Xiao's body, disappearing from the world as if it was never there. Not long after that, everything returned to normal. The rain stopped, the thundercloud vanished, the wind started to blow slowly just like before, and the sun appeared once again. The sky turned blue from black, and soon, everywhere, once again light started to shine brightly. As for Ye Xiao, when the heaven-devouring divine dragon disappeared inside his body, he fell to the ground and lost his consciousness. When everything returned to how it was before, the pressure that the old man was feeling also vanished. He finally dared to stand up and looked at the sky. His gaze was still filled with fear. What happened? What was that shadow that looked like a dragon? Why did the eye of the heavenly Tao appeared? Was that shadow of the dragon was fighting with the eye of the heavenly Tao? Both of them have disappeared. Who won? Was the eye of the heavenly Tao successful in exterminating the existence which can threaten the heavens in the future? That old man started to mumble many questions in a low voice. Currently, he looked like a madman instead of a dignified martial artist who has surpassed the martial ancestor realm. Grandfather, are you all right? Chinger, who was standing beside him, asked warily. Sigh. That old man looked at his granddaughter and sighed. He then nodded his head and said, I am all right. Go and prepare. We will immediately go to the imperial city and meet with your father. I have to discuss something with him. Yes, grandfather. Chinger immediately became happy when she heard that she was going to meet with her father very soon. She excitedly left while jumping like a small bunny. That old man shook his head and smiled when he looked at the disappearing figure of Chinger. Then again, when he thought about the events that happened just now, his smile immediately vanished and what replaced it was a worried face. Because of the eye of the heavenly Tao, no one dared to look toward the sky. And since they did not dare to look, they failed to see the marvelous scene when the heavenly devouring divine dragon devoured the red beam of light, which was also a very terrifying attack of the eye of the heavenly Tao. The heaven-devouring divine dragon not only devoured the attack of the eye of the heavenly Tao but also forced it to leave. If it was not a marvelous sight, then what was? Heaven-devouring divine dragon, devouring the heaven and earth. That old man muttered this sentence in a very low voice. It was exactly the sentence that echoed throughout the entire azure sky continent when the heaven-devouring divine dragon was about to devour the terrifying red beam of light. That old man made up his mind to investigate this no matter what. He also decided to check the ancient books and records for the information of the heaven-devouring divine dragon. Not only this old man but every expert who has power in their hands decided to investigate this situation and look for information about the heaven-devouring divine dragon. Hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Grand Sha Empire, in the vast ocean, there was an island. To say it was an island, but this island was actually even bigger than the entire Grand Sha Empire. Here, there were also humans and magical beasts, but the more surprising thing was that this land is actually ruled over by dragons. Everywhere here were dragons. In the street, in the forest, in the buildings, everywhere dragons can be found. This island was known as Dragon Empire. At this moment, in a vast empty area inside the imperial palace of the Dragon Empire, many dragons were gathered. There were dozens of dragons. The most surprising thing was that these dragons were actually in human forms. They looked more like humans than dragons. These dragons also saw and heard everything that happened. Since the Grand Sha Empire was hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Dragon Empire, these dragons were unable to see clearly what was happening there, but they heard everything clearly that they should have heard. Heaven-devouring divine dragon, Royal Father, what do you think about this? A young man who looked no more than 25 years old asked his question to his father. From his tone alone, it could be seen that his father was the emperor of the Dragon Empire and he was the Dragon Prince. Yes, my lord, we, the colossal golden dragon who ruled over every dragon, and we are their kings, even we don't dare to say that we are divine dragons, let alone heaven-devouring. What kind of dragon this so-called heaven-devouring divine dragon is? A yellow-haired middle-aged man asked this question when he heard the question asked by the Dragon Prince. Yes, my lord, I think we should go to that place where everything was happening before, catch that dragon who dared to call himself the heaven-devouring divine dragon, and punish him severely as an example to other dragons so that in the future, no dragon dare to call himself with this kind of arrogant name. Another man gave his point of view. These men were all dragons and they were giving their suggestions as well as asking questions. Humph! Suddenly an old but powerful voice rang out which snorted toward everyone present here. Hearing this snort, everyone, including the Dragon Prince, all of their bodies trembled in fear. They slowly turned and toward the place from where this snort came. Chapter 129, Jin Zihao. This snort came from an old man. From the expression of other dragons alone, one could see that this old man was not an ordinary dragon. Lord Ancestor, all of them greeted the old man after seeing him. That old man nodded his head and said, "Do you all really think that you can catch that heaven-devouring divine dragon?" Well, even I don't know what kind of dragon this heaven-devouring divine dragon is, but anyone who can cause this kind of terrifying phenomenon in the world would at least be standing at the peak of the azure sky continent. Even I, as the ancestor of the golden dragons, am unable to cause that kind of phenomenon, and I'm also still one step away from cultivating to the peak of this world. As a martial saint realm cultivator, even I don't have the confidence to catch that heaven-devouring divine dragon, and you think that you can catch that dragon? Laughable. Hearing him, all those dragons who said that they will catch the heaven-devouring divine dragon, lowered their heads in shame. But, at this moment, that old dragon once again said and stopped after saying one word, observing everyone. Seeing that every dragon's attention was attracted by him and they were looking at him while waiting for him to continue what he was about to tell, he nodded his head in satisfaction secretly. He smiled and said, "But, one thing you all said was correct. We should at least investigate who this heaven-devouring divine dragon is and from where he came from." Everyone nodded their heads. The Emperor of the Dragon Empire thought for a while, then he looked toward his son and said, "Jin Zihao." "Yes, father." Jin Zihao, who was also the Dragon Prince, stood up and replied respectfully. "You will choose 50 dragons and go to the place where the heaven-devouring divine dragon appeared and investigate thoroughly." The Emperor said, "Yes, father, I will do what you said." Jin Zihao said respectfully, then he greeted everyone here including his ancestor and walked out from there. Almost half a day later, with a gust of wind, 5 other martial Emperor realm martial artists descended on the place where Ye Xiao fell unconscious. These 5 martial Emperor realm martial artists were the middle-aged man and woman from the Zhang family, the second elder of the Ma family, and the first elder and younger brother of the current patriarch of the Wang family. They also fainted previously when a thunderstorm suddenly appeared. This place was the center of everything that happened, and because of this place suffered great damage, and the pressure from the heaven-devouring divine dragon and the eye of the heavenly Tao was also maximum at this place. Ma Bao. When the second elder of the Ma family saw Ma Bao unconscious on the ground, he hurriedly went to him, put his hand behind Ma Bao's back, and injected his spirit energy into Ma Bao's body. He helped Ma Bao circulating his spirit energy, and very soon, Ma Bao opened his eyes. "Ma Bao, are you all right?" the second elder of the Ma family asked with a concerning tone. "Second elder, I am fine now." Ma Bao nodded his head. "That guy, where is he?" Suddenly, as if remembering something, Ma Bao stood up and started to look here and there. "Ma Bao, who are you looking for?" The second elder of the Ma family furrowed his brows and asked. Him. Before Ma Bao could reply, his gaze landed on Ye Xiao's unconscious body. He pointed at Ye Xiao and said, "I think he stole the treasure." Hearing about the treasure, other 4 martial Emperor realm martial artists, who were previously unconcerned about Ma Bao, suddenly showed an expectant look and looked in the direction where Ma Bao pointed at. They saw Ye Xiao unconscious on the ground. The younger brother of the current patriarch of the Wang family went beside Ye Xiao, took out his spatial ring, and just as he was about to search it, he heard the first elder telling him to stop. He stopped and looked at the first elder with a confused look. The first elder of the Wang family shook his head and said, "That treasure is a natural treasure. Even if it was born naturally, it is at least a low-grade mystical rank treasure. And every natural-born treasure already has its own consciousness. We cannot store anything that has even the slightest bit of consciousness in the spatial ring. So, it is impossible for this boy to store the golden brick in his spatial ring. Instead of searching his spatial ring, you should search his body." When others heard the first elder of the Wang family, they nodded their heads. The younger brother of the current patriarch of the Wang family did not search Ye Xiao's spatial ring. He started to search Ye Xiao's body but failed to find anything on him. He looked at others and shook his head, indicating that there was nothing on Ye Xiao. Then he once again put back the spatial ring on the finger of Ye Xiao. "How is this possible? When I came here, that guy over there from the Zhang family was stopping this brat from escaping. If he did not steal the golden brick, then who was the one that stole the treasure?" Ma Bao anxiously said. They all started to look at each other. After 10 breaths of time, the middle-aged man from the Zhang family opened his mouth and said, "Let's first wake up everyone and ask from them if they saw this brat sneaking here." "Yes, I also think this is a good idea." The middle-aged lady from the Zhang family nodded her head and supported the decision of her brother. Others also nodded their heads and they started to wake up their corresponding family members. Soon, everyone woke up except for Ye Xiao. After talking with everyone including the burly man from the before who was also a member of the Zhang family, they found out that they did not saw Ye Xiao previously. The burly man said that he saw Ye Xiao was about to enter the dark tunnel so that he can escape from here. Because of this, he stopped Ye Xiao from escaping, and soon Ma Bao also came here. After hearing them, those 6 martial Emperor realm martial artists looked at Ye Xiao. The middle-aged lady once again checked Ye Xiao's body so that she could find something, but to her disappointment, she did not find anything. I will take a look in his spatial ring, the middle-aged lady said to her younger brother. He nodded his head and others also did not object to her decision either. Seeing this, she took out Ye Xiao's spatial ring from his fingers. Normally, no one can check what is inside the spatial ring of other people if the other people are still alive. If one wants to check what is inside a spatial ring of another people, there are only 3 methods. The first one is to kill the owner of the spatial ring. If the owner of the spatial ring is killed, then the spatial ring will become an ownerless object and one can see the contents inside the spatial ring. The second method is to forcefully break the imprint that the owner of the spatial ring left behind in it. There was one backside of this method, and that was that this method will deal huge damage to the soul of the owner of the spatial ring. And the third method is to use a secret technique to see what is stored inside a spatial ring. This world is too mysterious and there are hundreds of mysterious things in this world. Secret techniques are one of them. There are many types of secret techniques in this world, but a secret technique is very rare and difficult to come by. The middle-aged lady possesses a secret technique that can see the contents inside a spatial bag or a spatial ring of other people. She used the secret technique and checked the contents inside the spatial ring of Ye Xiao. Oh my God! Seeing the things inside, she could not help but exclaim loudly. Ms. Zhang, what did you see inside the spatial ring? Hearing her exclaim, Ma Bao immediately arrived in front of the middle-aged lady and asked. Spirit stones. There are thousands of spirit stones in his spatial ring. Not only there are thousands of spirit stones in the spatial ring, but there are also hundreds of thousand gold coins, 10s of pills, 1 scroll, and 2 high-grade spirit rank swords. The middle-aged lady could not help but excitedly describe everything that she saw inside the spatial ring of Ye Xiao. Of course, not everything there was Ye Xiao's. Gold coins and pills were something that he transferred into his spatial ring from the spatial rings of 2 Martial King realm experts previously. Chapter 130. Return to the Phoenix restaurant. When others heard the middle-aged woman from the Zhang family saying that there are hundreds of thousand gold coins, 10s of pills, 1 scroll, and 2 high-grade spirit rank swords and thousands of spirit stones in the spatial ring of Ye Xiao, they were surprised to the extreme. What, are you for real? Thousands of spirit stones? Just who is this brat? He must be the young master of some big family from the first-grade kingdom, or maybe he is someone from the imperial city of the Grand Sha Empire. All of them started talking among themselves. It does not matter who he is, what matters here is what is he doing here? How does he come here? And the most important, if he does not take the golden brick, then who stole it? The first elder of the Wang family said in low voice. Hearing him, all of them once again became silent. Since the middle-aged lady from the Zhang family did not mention anything about the golden brick after searching through the contents in Ye Xiao's spatial ring, they understood that the golden brick was not there and Ye Xiao did not steal it. Then again, the question was, if Ye Xiao did not steal the golden brick, then who was the one to steal it? All 6 martial emperor realm martial artists looked at the members of their families, but on the face of every member of their families, they could clearly see confusion written on it. It means that every people, who were present here, did not know where the golden brick has gone to or who took it. Maybe, this brat has hidden the golden brick somewhere here and wanted to escape first, so that even if he was caught, we would be unable to find anything, and when we will leave from here, he will come here once again and take away the golden brick. Ma Bao looked at unconscious Ye Xiao and said in hatred. He hated Ye Xiao because Ye Xiao did not give him face. Maybe or maybe not, the middle-aged lady of the Zhang family said. What do you mean? The second elder of the Ma family asked coldly. We cannot say anything clearly right now. My suggestion is that we should take him with us. He is very weak right now and his condition is also serious. It looks like he has used his spirit energy above his limit. The middle-aged lady smiled at the second elder of the Ma family and gave him a reply. When she said this, a scene suddenly appeared in Ma Bao's mind. He suddenly remembered that just as he was about to cut the neck of Ye Xiao, a very terrifying aura erupted out from Ye Xiao's body, and only because of that aura, he lost his consciousness and was sent flying. Ma Bao, it was you who unnerved him, right? The middle-aged lady looked at Ma Bao and said with a smile that was not a smile. I did not. Ma Bao directly refused to admit it. Ma Bao, he is seriously injured, and you also said previously that you came here and stopped this little boy from escaping after hearing the commotion caused by this boy in Zhongyan. The middle-aged lady said, but this time, there was no smile on her face. Zhang Yan was the name of the big brother of Zhang San, who was also the burly man who told Ye Xiao to stop when he was just about to enter the dark tunnel and escape from this place. I did attack him, but my attack did not even touch him. You can ask anyone who was here at that time. Ma Bao also did not step back but replied coldly. When other 5 martial emperor realm experts looked at other people who were here previously after hearing what Ma Bao said, they saw all those people nodding their heads, including Zhang Yan. Their meaning was clear. This also proved that what Ma Bao said was true. But again, the question was, how does Ye Xiao become like this? He suffered greatly and he was in a very weak condition right now. Ma Bao suddenly said, I remembered that just as I was about to cut this brat's neck, a very terrifying aura erupted from his body. Because of that aura, I was sent flying and lost my consciousness. Are you sure about this? This time, it was the second elder of the Ma family who said this, because they all also fainted, but it was due to a different reason. This different reason was the terrifying thunderstorm, the shadow of the dragon, and the eye of the heavenly Tao. Yes, I am sure about this. Ma Bao immediately nodded his head. That scene was still clear in his mind. How can he not be sure? These experts started to look at each other. Maybe he used a secret technique to stimulate out his potential so that he can fight against Ma Bao. And if this is the case, it also explains why this brat is in this condition, the younger brother of the current patriarch of the Wang family said after thinking for a while. Maybe. The first elder of the Wang family also nodded his head and agreed with the younger brother of his patriarch. But how can a brat like him have a secret technique? It was Ma Bao who said this. If he can have thousands of spirit stones on him, then why can he not have a secret technique? As I said before, maybe this brat belongs to a big family of either a grade 1 country or the imperial city of the Grand Sha Empire. The middle-aged lady of the Zhang family said, Okay, let's stop this. The first elder of the Wang family said. After hearing him, the middle-aged lady snorted at Ma Bao and started to look in a different direction. The first elder of the Ma family continued, No matter who this boy is, it has nothing to do with us. What matters is whether this boy stole the golden brick or not. Yes. Others nodded their heads. What we need to do now is to take this brat with us and heal him. When he wakes up, it will be time to interrogate him. At that time, not only we find out whether he took the golden brick or not, we may also find out where does he came from. If he is really from the first grade country or the imperial city of the Grand Sha Empire, we can try to build a relationship between us and this boy's family through him. The first elder of the Wang family again said, Yes, we will do as the first elder said, but this boy will not go to any family to recuperate. The second elder of the Ma family said. The middle-aged man and woman from the Zhang family also nodded their heads and agreed with the second elder of the Ma family for the first time. But if that is the case, then where will we keep him? Asked the middle-aged man. The Phoenix Restaurant. We will keep him on the 3rd floor of the Phoenix Restaurant. There he can also recover from his injuries much faster. The second elder of the Ma family said, and no one objected to him this time. They also agreed with him. No one wanted to let other families obtain the benefit. Because of this, they decided to let Ye Xiao heal on the 3rd floor of the Phoenix Restaurant. After everything was decided, all of them once again searched this entire area for the golden brick one last time. After not finding it, they disappointedly walked out from this place via the dark tunnel and started to go back to the Southwood City while taking Ye Xiao with them. Knock, knock. On the 2nd floor of the Phoenix Restaurant, in a big room, a middle-aged man was playing with a girl when he heard a knock on the room's gate. Who is it that dared to disturb me at this time? The middle-aged man erupted with anger as he stood up, leaving a nude girl on the bed. He opened the door and saw a man about the age of 29 or 30 standing in front of him. He said in anger, Didn't I said before that no one is allowed to disturb me? That boy trembled in fear, but in the next moment, he calmed himself down and said, Manager Ma, there are 7 guests here. They want to go to the 3rd floor of our Phoenix Restaurant. 7 guests. Who are they? After hearing him, Manager Ma asked in confusion. 7 guests who came at once and wanted to go to the 3rd floor, there definitely is something going on. Manager Ma thought in his heart. Chapter 131. Grandmaster Wang's surprise. 2 guests are from the Wang family, 2 are from the Ma family, 2 are from the Zhang family, and the last one is that boy who previously came here and told that he will go to the 3rd floor of our Phoenix Restaurant when he will come here again. This attendant was exactly the attendant that attended Ye Xiao when he came here the first time to eat. At that time, Ye Xiao gave this attendant a low-grade spirit stone as his tip, but who would have thought that this attendant actually told Manager Ma that Ye Xiao has spirit stones with him, which caused Manager Ma to become greedy and set his eyes on Ye Xiao. When Manager Ma heard that the guests were from the 3 big families and Ye Xiao was also with them, he hurriedly walked out of his room and went to greet these 7 guests. Haha, welcome, welcome. Manager Ma laughed loudly when he saw arrived in front of the martial emperor realm experts from the 3 big families. But soon, his gaze fell upon the unconscious Ye Xiao. He was surprised to see him unconscious, but on the surface, he continues to maintain his previous expression. Then Manager Ma leads them to a room on the 3rd floor. After arriving here, the first elder of the Wang family placed Ye Xiao on the bed and fed him a grade 3 healing pill. Others were standing while surrounding the bed. Manager Ma was also standing here, seeing the first elder of the Wang family feeding Ye Xiao a grade 3 healing pill. This boy's background is definitely not simple. Manager Ma thought in his heart. Manager Ma. At this time, he suddenly heard the voice of the second elder of the Ma family. He turned and looked at the second elder with a respectful gaze. The second elder of the Ma family said, "Something happened when we were inside the Cloudsmoke forest. This boy is very important to us 3 big families. I hope Manager Ma will look after him until he wakes up. The 3 big families will reward you greatly." Haha. Second Elder Ma, you don't need to worry about this young man. I will look after him with great care, don't worry. Manager Ma laughed and said. The middle-aged lady from Zhang family walked in front of Manager Ma and said, Manager Ma, after we leave, I will send a Grandmaster Alchemist here so that this boy can recover quickly, and in these few days, if you need anything, you can come to any of our 3 families. Lady Zhang, don't worry about anything. I will take good care of this young man. Manager Ma said with a smile, but in his heart, he was laughing excitedly. And how can he not be happy? A great fortune opened its door while he was still sitting in his home. Who can not become happy if this were to happen? After looking at Ye Xiao one more time, everyone left. Ma Bao snorted coldly in his heart, but still, he left with the second elder of his family. Ye Xiao's treatment started from this moment. All 6 martial emperor realm experts returned to their families and reported everything that happened there to the patriarch of their families. When the patriarch of the 3 big families listened to the news about the disappearance of the golden brick, they immediately erupted with anger, but when they heard that the golden brick might be hidden by Ye Xiao, they calmed themselves down. When they heard that maybe Ye Xiao came from a first-grade country or even the imperial family of the Grand Sha Empire, they immediately became excited and ordered to treat Ye Xiao as soon as possible. All 3 great families requested a Grandmaster Alchemist from the Alchemist Association to come and look at Ye Xiao and heal him quickly. The Grandmaster Alchemist replied after taking a look at Ye Xiao that Ye Xiao did not suffer any kind of damage and he was not injured in the slightest. It is just that he used too much energy, so much that was out of what Ye Xiao could use. And only because of this, he fell into a deep sleep. Every bit of his body's energy was used up, and it is already a miracle that Ye Xiao only fell unconscious but didn't die. The Grandmaster Alchemist also said that Ye Xiao will wake up as soon as he recovers his spirit energy and vital energy. Hearing him, all of the core members of the Zhang, Wang, and Ma family took a sigh of relief and started to wait for a day when Ye Xiao will wake up. Azure Dragon Country. In a room on the 3rd floor of the Alchemist Association, an old man was sitting cross-legged. He was not cultivating but thinking something. Heaven-devouring divine dragon, why can't I remember where I heard this name? This old man was Ye Xiao's master, the only Grandmaster Alchemist of the Azure Dragon Country. Just like others, he had also seen everything that happened. When he heard that domineering voice which said, Heaven-devouring divine dragon, devour the heaven and earth, he felt that he had heard this name before somewhere. From that moment onwards, he tried very hard to remember where he had heard this name before, but he failed to remember anything every time. That's why he sat down cross-legged and tried to calm himself down. After calming down, he once again started thinking about the matter regarding heaven-devouring divine dragon. Suddenly, as if Grandmaster Wang remembered something, he stood up with a flash and muttered, I remember, haha. I remembered. I had read about the heaven-devouring divine in an ancient paper, which was actually a torn paper of an ancient book. On that paper, it was written in the ancient language that the heaven-devouring divine dragon was an ancient dragon which born along with the 9 heavens. There were also other things written on that paper, but since it was in the ancient language, I was unable to understand what was written on that torn ancient paper. I was able to understand this much only because, at that time, I was learning how to read and understand the ancient language. But how can an ancient dragon like the heaven-devouring divine dragon appeared here, in this lower realm? Grandmaster Wang started to think, but he was unable to understand anything. If Ye Xiao were to know this, he definitely would have been very surprised. His master's identity was definitely not as simple as just a grandmaster alchemist of a third-grade country like the Azure Dragon country. Knock, knock. Suddenly a knock came from the door of his room. He stood up and opened the door and saw the sect leader of the White Snow sect standing in front of him with her disciple Lin Ling. Grandmaster Wang. Both master and disciple pair greeted him. He nodded his head and said, "Snow sect master, is there anything you need my help with?" The sect leader of the White Snow sect nodded her head and said, "Grandmaster Wang, my disciple is now already an Origin Core Realm martial artist. Now, I want her to eat the Extreme Ice Sage Leaf and obtain the Extreme Ice Sage Body. But since the Extreme Ice Sage Leaf is a 7th grade medicinal herb, I thought that it will be much better if Ling will eat it in front of you. I will be in Peachin without any worry. I just want Grandmaster Wang to help Ling if anything happens to her during the process of awakening the Extreme Ice Sage Body." After telling this, the sect master of the White Snow sect started to look at Grandmaster Wang. This was the first time she came here to ask for the help of Grandmaster Wang, as he was the only one who knew everything about the Extreme Ice Sage Leaf in the Azure Dragon country currently. And she also did not want anything to happen to her disciple, Lin Ling. Lin Ling also looked at Grandmaster Wang with a very respectful gaze. She respected him because of 2 reasons. The first reason was that Grandmaster Wang was the only Grandmaster of Alchemy in the Azure Dragon country, and secondly because he was the master of Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao fought with her to a tie, but she knew that if Ye Xiao would have used the secret finger art in the battle against her, she would have lost for sure. And Ye Xiao was also the friend of Lin Hao, and in her eyes, Lin Hao's friend was worth her respect, and the Grandmaster Wang in front of her was the master of Ye Xiao. How can she not respect him? Okay, I'll help her. Grandmaster Wang smiled and agreed to help Lin Ling. Chapter 132. Memories of the Ancient Formation God. Times continued to fly. The treatment also continued, but Ye Xiao remained unconscious. He did not wake up. Soon 1 month passed away, and on this day, Ye Xiao finally gave a reaction when he was fed a recovery pill. Not long after that, he opened his eyes and found himself on a large bed in a very luxurious room. Spirit energy here was also abundant. He tried to move his body but immediately felt immense pain coming from every pore of his body. What happened? Ye Xiao muttered in his heart and tried to think why he became like this. But he failed to remember anything. At that time, that guy Ma Bao wanted to humiliate me, but suddenly many scenes from my past started to appear in my mind and suddenly my mind went blank. I don't remember anything that happened after that. Who took me here? Ye Xiao could not help but think about the person who took him here. This. When he subconsciously tried to enter into the Heavenly Pearl, he was surprised to see that he directly appeared in the grassland without any warning. Didn't it mean that I was unconscious for at least 1 whole month? What exactly happened? Ye Xiao could not help but again think about everything that happened previously, but to his disappointment, he was unable to remember anything. His whole body was still in pain, so he immediately walked in front of jade lotuses and swallowed one of them to recover. Soon the medicinal properties of the jade lotus took effect and the pain vanished from his body as if it was never there. Since Ye Xiao could not remember anything, he did not try to force himself. With only one thought, he took out the root of the spirit-stealing fruit and planted it in the grassland, exactly opposite to the jade lotuses. After planting the root of the spirit-stealing fruit, which has less than 1% chance to bloom again, he arrived on the first floor of the 9-story pagoda. He came here this time for the memories of the ancient formation god. He was already an Origin Core Realm martial artist, so he was qualified to merge with memories of the ancient formation god. What happened with me? When he thought about the qualification of merging with the memories, he was surprised to see that his cultivation fell down from the 4th stage of the Origin Core Realm to the 1st stage of the Origin Core Realm. Why my cultivation fell down? Why? Ye Xiao could not help but shout loudly. Even though for him, cultivation was very easy. He just needed to devour and his cultivation will increase, but still, he needed to fight to gain the chance to devour and increase his cultivation. He could not accept the fact his cultivation fell down by 3 stages. Suddenly, he held his head and shouted loudly. He felt something appearing in his mind. When the pain subsided, He checked what appeared in his mind and was surprised to see that there was some information. He checked it and was shocked. He actually gained a new ability. But the question is, how? He went through the full information and finally understood the reason for the appearance of this new ability. There was not much information. He only understood that, somehow, the heaven-devouring divine dragon devoured a very vast amount of energy, and this energy was something that was filled with the aura of destruction. This energy was something that did not belong to any of the energies in this world. It was something different from everything. Since the heaven-devouring divine dragon devoured it somehow when he was still unconscious, it means that he can use that destructive energy as he wishes. After all, as it is said, the heaven-devouring divine dragon devour the heaven and earth and use it as its own. It means that whatever it devoured, it can use that thing as if it is its own ability. And since the heaven-devouring divine dragon was a dragon which he formed in his sea of consciousness and he can use its ability to devour, he can also use everything that the heaven-devouring divine dragon devoured. He wanted to know how the heaven-devouring divine dragon devoured this extremely destructive energy, but he was again disappointed as he was unable to understand the reason why. Leave it. Ye Xiao shook off this thought and started to see what that destructive energy was, but again a stream of energy appeared in his mind. This stream of energy was sent by the Heavenly Pearl. The Heavenly Pearl was communicating with him. Next, he was told by the Heavenly Pearl that he does not has the qualification to use that energy right now. Whatever that destructive energy is, it is mine now. Why can I not use it? Ye Xiao shouted as he felt some anger toward the Heavenly Pearl. But no reply came. He was just told that he does not has the qualification to come in contact with that destructive energy. Since he could not do anything to the Heavenly Pearl, he endured it. Ye Xiao walked in front of the dragon coiling cauldron and opened its lid. There he once again saw two familiar small balls of light. One ball of light was blue in color while the other ball of light was purple in color. The blue ball of light was the one containing the memories of the ancient formation god, while the purple ball of light was the memories of the ancient god of weapon refinement. He extended his hand and took out the blue ball of light, then he closed the lid of the dragon coiling cauldron. After taking it out, he looked at the blue ball of light which was covered by a protective barrier. Bang! Ka-cha! Ka-cha! Ye Xiao punched it with all of his strength and the protective barrier started to crumble under his attack. Boom! With a loud sound, the protective barrier, that protected this blue ball of light for who knows how many years, was finally shattered into countless pieces and disappeared in the thin air. Just as the protective barrier shattered, that blue ball of light flew out from his hand and directly entered in the middle of Ye Xiao's brows. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the first floor of the 9-story pagoda the moment that blue ball of light entered in the middle of Ye Xiao's brows. Ye Xiao directly sat down on the place he was standing while holding his head. Pain. So much pain. Ye Xiao experienced the process of gaining new information in his mind and merging with memories many times, but still, he was unable to bear the pain every time. Merging with the memories of the ancient god was a painful process, and no matter how Ye Xiao tried to relieve the pain, he was unable to. One after another, many new information and knowledge started to appear and forcefully imprint in his mind. Ah! He was groaning in pain while merging with the memories of the ancient formation god. After who knows how much time passed, the pain finally started to subside and he finally started to feel slightly comfortable. Not long after, the pain completely disappeared from his head. Ye Xiao was drenched in sweat because of the pain. Finally the pain has ended. I am still not used to the pain that appears when I am merging with the memories of the ancient gods. Ye Xiao trembled in fear as he thought about the unbearable pain. Merging with the memories of an ancient god was no small matter. He was still not out of the feeling of that terrifying pain, so he sat down and started circulating the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. Ye Xiao was again shocked when he started to circulate his cultivation technique, because only at this moment, he noticed that his cultivation of the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique is about to be completed. He has already comprehended and cultivated the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique somehow. But the question is, when? He suddenly felt that when his mind went blank in the cloudsmoke forest, something major and important definitely would have happened at that time. Otherwise, how can he explain the appearance of the destructive energy? How can he explain why his cultivation of the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique skyrocket? He has unknowingly cultivated the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique to almost its peak. What does it mean? It means that after cultivating the first layer of his cultivation technique to its peak, he can form a second dragon and start cultivating the second layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. Chapter 133, Myriad Fire Image Technique. Sometime later, Ye Xiao stopped circulating the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. Then he took a long breath and let it out, and started to look into the information and knowledge that he just gained by merging with the memories of the ancient formation god. Oh my god, I never thought that there is so much to learn. The knowledge of formations are in no way inferior to the knowledge of alchemy. Ye Xiao was shocked when he went through the information and knowledge that he just gained. He was also shocked when he understood everything related to the formations. The formations and inscriptions are equally important as alchemy. He can use inscriptions and formations for defense as well as offense. He can increase his strength by using formations. Just like the memories of the ancient pill god, 2/3 of the memories of the ancient formation god was locked. He was able to merge with only 1/3 of the memories of the ancient formation god. If he wanted to unlock the rest of the memories, he needed to have enough strength, which was not possible for the time being. What was even more surprising was that to lay down formations or to create inscriptions, he has to burn much money. It was fortunate that money was something he was least worried about. He did not lack money as he owned the mine of low-grade spirit stones. If he needed, he will just mine it out and use it. He gained the knowledge about the formations after merging with the memories of the ancient formation god, but the surprising thing was that just like what happened when he merged with the memories of the ancient pill god, not only he obtained the knowledge about the formations and inscriptions, he also obtained the experience of the ancient formation god. What kind of existence was the ancient formation god? Just as the name says, he was a god, and all these profound knowledge about the formations of a god now belonged to him. After organizing everything, he again took a long breath and excitedly jumped up while saying, "Yay! So, what should we do now?" Ye Xiao mumbled softly, then suddenly, as if he remembered something, he waved his hand and the beast fire appeared on the palm of his hand. When he was fighting with Lin Hao on the arena for the championship of the competition that was organized by the 5 great sects as well as the imperial family of the Azure Dragon country, he gained a fire-type martial arts skill from the memories of the ancient pill god. That martial arts skill was known as Myriad Fire Image Technique. Through the introduction of the Myriad Fire Image Technique, he understood that this martial arts skill has total 9 levels. It is a technique that uses fire soul as a medium to create fire clones. What is shocking was that he can create many fire clones, and each clone would have 90% of his fighting prowess. While cultivating each level of the Myriad Fire Image Technique, he can create double amounts of fire clones from before. For example, when he cultivates the first level of the Myriad Fire Image Technique, he can create a total of 5 fire clones, and every clones would have 90% of his total fighting prowess. When he will cultivate the second level of this technique, he can create 10 fire clones. Cultivating this technique to the 3rd level, he can create 20 fire clones, and cultivating this technique to the 4th level, he can create a total of 40 fire clones, and so on. As long as he can cultivate to the next level of this technique, he can create double amount of fire clones of what he had already created before, and the most important thing is that every fire clone would have 90% of his fighting prowess. As long as he cultivated the Myriad Fire Image Technique to the 9th level, he can create more than thousands of fire clones, and every fire clone will have 90% of his fighting prowess. What does it mean? It means that he can create an army of fire clones, and the most important thing will be that he need not to worry about any betrayal, and every member of this army will not back down even if he told them to dive into the ocean and extinguish. After all, these clones would be fire clones, and water is a natural nemesis for them. The quality of the fire clones depend on the fire soul. He currently has beast fire as his fire soul, so naturally, the quality of his fire clones will not be high. But, as long as he can get his hand on a natural fire soul, the quality of the fire clones will naturally improve. Previously, he did not think too much about this technique as he was fighting with Lin Hao, but now that he once again looked at this technique in his mind, his mouth was shocked open. He hurriedly tried to check the rank of this technique, and he was shocked to find that it was actually a high-grade heaven rank martial arts skill, which is already the peak of what Azure Dragon Country has. The more shocking thing was that this martial arts skill was actually an incomplete technique. It was not that the Myriad Fire Image Technique was an incomplete technique, it is just that Ye Xiao was not qualified to have the complete technique. If he wanted to get the complete technique, he needed to first unlock the rest of the memories of the ancient pill god, which he could not with his current strength. It was already shocking enough for this technique to be a high-grade heaven rank technique, but now that he knew that it was still incomplete, didn't it mean that this technique's rank is even higher than the limit of the Azure Dragon continent? If this is true, then what is the rank beyond the heaven rank? Ye Xiao shook this matter off from his head and started to concentrate his attention on comprehending and creating his first fire clone. He started to cultivate. 3 days inside the first floor of the 9-story pagoda was equal to only 1 day outside. He continued to comprehend the myriad fire image technique, and soon he was able to create his first fire clone. This clone was made up of his beast fire. It did not have soul, but it can move here and there, and it can also fight on its own. It really was very mysterious. He did not stop here after creating the first fire clone, but continued to cultivate the first level of the myriad fire image technique. He wanted to create all 5 fire clones in one fell swoop, but to his disappointment, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to create the second fire clone. It really is not easy to cultivate a high-grade heaven rank martial arts skill. Ye Xiao shook his head and stood up. From the moment he entered into the first floor of the 9-story pagoda, it has already been 2 days. If not for the difference of time between here and the outside world, Manager Ma would have gone mad while searching for Ye Xiao. After all, Ye had Xiao disappeared from the room without any notice. Ye Xiao walked out of the 9-story pagoda as he was unable to create the second fire soul. After coming out, he once again walked to the grassland as he thought of Little Yellow. As expected, she was not here, and there was not even a single corpse of the magical beasts that he stored here previously. Even though those corpses of the magical beasts were for Little Yellow, it was unexpected that Little Yellow actually devoured all of the corpses of magical beasts. After all, there were at least thousands of corpses of magical beasts that he stored. Little Yellow should have evolved and become a grade 2 or even grade 3 magical beast, right? Ye Xiao questioned with himself. This is also what he expected from Little Yellow. After all, he gave her almost all of the corpses of magical beasts to devour that he obtained. When he thought of the matter regarding the corpses of the magical beasts, he suddenly remembered that he has stored 4 corpses of 5th grade magical beasts in his spatial ring. It meant that he can devour and level up, and who knows, maybe he can directly break through to the Martial King realm after devouring all 4 corpses of the 5th grade magical beasts. But he did not wanted to devour them right now. After all, he was inside the Heavenly Pearl. He feared that if he took out even one of the 4 corpses of 5th grade magical beasts, Little Yellow will arrive here out of nowhere. Chapter 134. Fixing flaws. Ye Xiao did not want to devour the corpses of 4 5th grade magical beasts right now. After all, he was inside the Heavenly Pearl. He feared that if he took out even one of the 4 corpses of 5th grade magical beasts, Little Yellow will appear in front of him out of nowhere. He observed the situation in the grassland and then came out from the Heavenly Pearl. Once again, Ye Xiao appeared in the room on the 3rd floor of the Phoenix restaurant. He felt that here, spirit energy was much denser than that of the outside. He looked around him and soon noticed an array formation. Now, he had already merged with the memories of the ancient formation god, so, with just one glance, he recognized this array formation. Spirit Gathering Array. As the name itself defines, this formation is used to gather spirit energy. Before this, he had never seen Spirit Gathering Array anywhere. Now that he saw one, he started to observe it. There are many flaws in this array. Ye Xiao shook his head as he looked at the flaws in the Spirit Gathering Array. For the people of Azure Dragon Country, Golden Fragrance Country, or even the entire Grand Sha Empire, this kind of Spirit Gathering Array is already like a very precious treasure, but here, Ye Xiao was dissatisfied with it. He even said that there are many flaws in this Spirit Gathering Array. He had merged with the memories of an ancient formation god, so his knowledge and insight about the formations are much profound than others. Naturally, he also now knows how to lay down an array or a formation. So, he easily saw through the flaws of the Spirit Gathering Array in front of him. Over time, many things in this world disappeared, which includes many pill formulas, many cultivation techniques, and martial arts skills, and knowledge about the formations. Only because of this, the Spirit Gathering Array in front of him has many flaws. Ye Xiao's knowledge about the formations and pills came from a god, and it is even an ancient god. Obviously, he knows many things that have already disappeared from this world in the river of time. Ye Xiao started tampering with the Spirit Gathering Array. He even took out 5 low-grade spirit stones and used them to erase the flaws and perfect the Spirit Gathering Array. Not long after that, an immense amount of spirit energy immediately appeared in the room where Ye Xiao was. He has obviously perfected the spirit gathering array, and since there was no flaw, the spirit energy that this perfected spirit gathering array gathers was almost 5 times more than before. If anyone knows this, they will be shocked and will definitely fight with others over Ye Xiao. They definitely would want to win over him. After doing all of this, Ye Xiao once again sat down on the bed and looked at the spirit gathering formation that he had just perfected. Now it is perfect. Ye Xiao nodded his head in satisfaction after seeing the spirit gathering formation and feeling the spirit energy in this room that was already 5 times more than before. Then he looked out of the window and found the scene outside very familiar. Not wasting any time, he arrived in front of the window, and soon, he understood where he currently was. What am I doing in the Phoenix restaurant? Ye Xiao was surprised to find himself in the Phoenix restaurant. He still did not forget the greedy look of the manager Ma. So what? He does not fear anyone, why will he mind manager Ma? From the looks of my surrounding, not only I'm inside the Phoenix restaurant, but I should also be in a room on the 3rd floor of the Phoenix restaurant. Ye Xiao continues to guess, but the more he guessed, the more surprised he became. I lost my consciousness at a secret place that is only known to the members of the 3 big families in the Cloudsmoke Forest. Now that I appeared here, it should be the members of 3 great families who took me here. Ye Xiao nodded his head and muttered in his heart, they will arrive here soon. Since they took me here, they must be doubting me that I have stolen the golden brick. If they were to know that I have already woke up, they will surely rush here and tell me to hand over the golden brick. So, before they arrive here, I should flee. Ye Xiao thought, and just as he was about to jump out of the window, another thought appeared in his mind and stopped. But there is no clue that I was the one who had stolen the golden brick, so why should I fear? If they will ask me about the golden brick, I'll just say that I don't know anything about the golden brick. If they were to ask me, how was I able to find that secret place, I will just tell them the truth, that I followed 2 members of 3 big families and found out about that place. But after entering there, I saw many experts fighting with each other. Since my cultivation is not enough, I thought of escaping, but exactly at that moment, that burly man stopped me. This should be enough to convince them. If I were to escape from here now, they will immediately become sure that the golden brick is with me and they will hunt me down. After thinking through the in and out of this matter, Ye Xiao did not escape. Instead, he decided to stay here and wait for the members of the 3 big families so that they will not suspect him. He did not wait for long when he heard the sound of footsteps. He immediately understood that someone was coming as he listened to the sound of the footsteps coming closer and closer. Grr. Soon, the sound of door opening rang and the door of the room where Ye Xiao was currently in opened slowly. After the door was opened, 3 figures entered the room. The first one to enter was the attendant whom Ye Xiao has given a low-grade spirit stone, the second one to enter was Manager Ma, and the third one to enter was the Grandmaster Alchemist whom the 3 big families recruited for Ye Xiao. When they entered the room, they saw Ye Xiao, who was standing beside the window. Ha ha ha, finally, you woke up, boy. Seeing Ye Xiao, the Grandmaster Alchemist started laughing. In his entire life, it was the first time for him to see a situation where one was not injured in the slightest but was asleep for more than a month. If it was not for him seeing that Ye Xiao has overused the energy where even every part of his body was almost dried up, he would have thought that Ye Xiao was pretending to sleep. You are. Ye Xiao looked at the 3 people who entered the room. He already knew 2 people, only this Grandmaster Alchemist was the one whom he did not know. He is one of the Grandmaster Alchemists from the Alchemist Association of our Southwood City. Manager Ma hurriedly introduced the Grandmaster Alchemist to Ye Xiao. Grandmaster Alchemist. Ye Xiao looked at the old man with a surprised gaze, then he smiled and greeted him, "Greetings, senior." The Grandmaster Alchemist nodded his head in satisfaction when he saw Ye Xiao's behavior and said, "Not bad, not bad. Boy, don't use the energy within your body out of limit, otherwise next time, maybe no one can save you. You have to know that even though you were not injured previously, but you were in a very critical situation. If not for many 3rd grade and 4th grade medicinal pills, you would not be able to wake up so soon. And there is also no guarantee if you could wake up or not." When Ye Xiao heard this, he was so shocked and scared at the thought of not waking up that he could not help but tremble. Just what happened to me at the moment when many scenes appeared in my mind that my condition turned so critical. Ye Xiao could not help but think in his heart. He thought for a moment and decided to get some information about what happened at that time from the members of 3 big families when they will come here to see him. Now that he had already woken up, he knew that Manager Ma will definitely inform the 3 big families about him. But to be safe and not to arouse any suspicion, he chooses to ask Manager Ma about who brought him here. Manager Ma, can you tell me who brought me here while I was unconscious? After hearing his question, Manager Ma and the Grand Master Alchemist both looked at him strangely. Chapter 135. Leave the Southwood City. Manager Ma, can you tell me who brought me here while I was unconscious? After hearing his question, Manager Ma and the Grand Master Alchemist both looked at him strangely. It was the first elder of the Wang family and the younger brother of the Wang family's current patriarch, the second elder of the Ma family and Ma Bao, who is also a known genius of our Southwood City, and the second sister and third brother of the patriarch of the Zhang family who brought you here while you were still unconscious. Manager Ma gave him a brief note and then he spoke something to the Grand Master Alchemist in a low voice and left. When he arrived here, he immediately felt that the spirit energy here was much denser than what it was previously. He looked at the spirit gathering array and found that there were some spirit stones embedded in this formation. He also noticed that the spirit gathering array looked somewhat different from before. He guessed that maybe Ye Xiao was the one who did something with the spirit gathering array, causing it to gather many times more spirit energy from before. He himself was shocked with his own guess, but after seeing the spirit stones embedded in the array, he was sure that it was Ye Xiao who did this. After all, the attendant told him previously that Ye Xiao has lots of spirit stones. And anyway, spirit stones are so rare, who would like to waste them? He guessed that maybe Ye Xiao really has many spirit stones, so he did not take it to heart, using some spirit stones to perfect the spirit gathering array. So it is them who brought me here. In Ye Xiao's mind, 6 martial emperor realm martial artist figures appeared. He shook his head, then looked at the Grand Master Alchemist. Both of them sat down on the bed and started talking with each other. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Ye Xiao heard many footsteps which was coming toward the room he was in. He immediately understood that the experts from the 3 big families are here. He did not have to wait long. The experts from the Zhang family, the Wang family, and the Ma family soon entered the room. Ha ha ha, so this little brother has finally woken up. The first elder of the Wang family laughed loudly and said, "May I know who this little brother is?" Ye Xiao looked at the first elder of the Wang family, then he looked at other experts behind him. Except for the 6 martial emperor realm martial artists from the 3 big families whom Ye Xiao knows, there were other 3 martial emperor realm martial artists present here at this moment. He took a long breath, calmed his mind and heart, and then said, "Ye Xiao." He only said his name and did not plan to say anything further. Hearing him, all of the people in this room looked at each other for a moment. Ye Xiao understood that they were talking something with each other via sound transmission. "Little brother, it is important for us to know exactly how you were able to find that place of the birth of the treasure. That treasure went missing and we suspect that someone has stolen it. If little brother is the one who took it, then I hope little brother can return the treasure to us." A few moments later, the first elder of the Wang family began his investigation. Ye Xiao was already ready for their questions, so the moment he heard the first elder of the Wang family, Ye Xiao replied to him casually as he wanted to show them that the golden brick was not related to him in the slightest. "Oh, that, when I arrived here in the Southwood City, I heard many people talking about the birth of a treasure, so I thought to take a look. So I went to the Cloudsmoke Forest. I was first disappointed as I did not find anything, but just as I was about to come back, I saw 2 people talking with each other about the treasure and followed them. Soon, I saw them arriving in front of a mountain beside a river in the Cloudsmoke Forest and saw them pushing a big round rock. After the big round rock was pushed, a dark tunnel appeared in that place. Those 2 people entered there. Since I already saw this, it was naturally not a problem for me to enter there. I also entered and followed the path of the dark tunnel. Soon I saw a light in. When I walked out of the dark tunnel, I saw many experts fighting with each other. As you all can see, my cultivation is weak, so I did not want to meddle in other people's stuff. Hence, I turned back, and just as I was about to leave, a burly man stopped me. Yes, that burly man said that he was from the Zhang family. Not long after that, this guy also appeared and started attacking me. Because of his attacks, I lost my consciousness." Ye Xiao pointed at Ma Bao and explained everything, which was entirely true. "Bullshit. It was clearly you who was using some sort of secret technique, because of which even I was sent flying and fainted on the spot." Ma Bao immediately retorted Ye Xiao. "Humph." Ye Xiao only snorted and did not look at Ma Bao. He continues to say, As for the treasure that you are talking about, I did not even saw what that treasure is, let alone stealing the treasure. All the experts present here started to look at each other once again. They did not found any fault in what Ye Xiao said. As for the matter of losing his consciousness, these experts thought that Ye Xiao used a secret technique at that time to counterattack Ma Bao. He does not want to expose the matter of the secret technique, so he simply blamed Ma Bao. They already checked Ye Xiao's body and even his spatial ring. They didn't find anything and knew that it is almost impossible for Ye Xiao to steal the golden brick, and it is even under the nose of 6 martial emperor realm martial artists. And Ye Xiao also answered their questions instantly and very casually, causing them not to suspect him. They were here for 2 reasons. One was to ask Ye Xiao about the matter related to the golden brick, and another was to form some sort of relationship with Ye Xiao, as they thought that Ye Xiao was a descendant of some big family from a first-grade country or the imperial city of the Grand Xia Empire. Oh, little brother, don't mind us, after all the matter related to the treasure is very important. The first elder of the Wang family laughed and tried to erase any misconception that might appear in Ye Xiao's mind after being treated as a suspect of theft. I don't mind. I also understand how important a matter that is related to a natural-born treasure is. Ye Xiao nodded his head and then stood up and said, I think I've been unconscious for a very long time, so I plan to walk outside for a while. Please excuse me. After saying this, he left the room and walked out of the Phoenix restaurant. No one tried to stop him as they thought it was natural. And anyway, there was already someone from the 3 big families following Ye Xiao in secret. Ye Xiao did not know that someone was following him, but he knew that the 3 big families will not leave him alone, so he casually started to walk. Soon, he arrived in a crowded area. He took 4 or 5 turns on the street here and left this place. Not long after he left, 3 men appeared. Where is he? This place is so crowded, I lost him. Don't worry, we will find him soon, let's search in a different direction. These 3 men talked and then disappeared from where they were standing. Ye Xiao walked out of the Southwood City and ran toward the Cloudsmoke Forest once again. He was still not sure if someone was following him or not. He did not want to stay in the Southwood City any longer, so he hurriedly exited the city. It is already almost 2 months since I left the Azure Dragon country, and yet my strength did not increase much, instead it even fell down. I need to increase my strength as soon as possible. Ye Xiao now only has one thing in his mind. He wanted to increase his strength as soon as possible. There were many things he planned to do after increasing his strength, and the first thing he has to do was to devour the corpses of the 4 5th guard magical beasts. Chapter 136. Continuous breakthrough. After leaving the Southwood City, Ye Xiao once again arrived at the secret location from where he got his hands on the golden brick. This time, when he entered into the dark tunnel, he changed the formation that was placed on the big round rock so that except for him, no one else can enter here. After all, to devour the 4 corpses of 5th grade magical beasts, no place can be better than this one. Here, no one will disturb him. He not only wanted to increase his strength, but he also wanted to cultivate the first level of the myriad fire image technique to its peak so that he can have one more trump card in his hands. Ye Xiao sat down on the ground cross-legged and took out one of the 4 corpses of the 5th grade magical beasts. He did not know exactly how much time it would take him to devour the 4 5th grade magical beasts, but he knew that it will definitely not be a short period of time. Devour. He placed his hands on the corpse and started devouring while circulating the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. As he devoured the corpse of the magical beast, the amount of spirit energy within his body also started to increase rapidly. Not long after, Ye Xiao's spirit energy had nearly doubled in amount within his body compared to before. He did not stop but continued to devour. But the spirit energy within his body looked as if it stopped increasing after doubling in the amount. He was surprised to see this, so he looked inside his body and followed the path of the spirit energy, and to his surprise, he discovered that the dragon-shaped core within his dantian was absorbing the spirit energy non-stop that he was devouring from the corpse of the magical beasts. Because of this, he remained at the first stage of the origin core realm and did not achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. What is happening? This never happened before. Ye Xiao was shocked to the extreme, but soon he discovered that as the dragon-shaped core was absorbing the spirit energy, the heaven-devouring divine dragon within his sea of consciousness was also becoming larger and larger in its height. The aura of the heaven-devouring divine dragon was also increasing continuously. Its aura was already frightening, but now it was becoming more and more fearsome. Time continues to pass. He had long devoured the corpse of the magical beast to the point where it became a very skinny dried-up corpse. But even so, he failed to break through. It has to know that this corpse of a magical beast was actually a corpse of a 5th-grade magical beast. Ye Xiao immediately took out another corpse of the 5th-grade magical beast and continued to devour it. This time, after he has almost done devouring the second corpse of the 5th-grade magical beasts, the dragon-shaped core stopped absorbing the spirit energy. Ka-cha! When he completely devoured the second corpse, a sound of something breaking rang out inside his body. Ye Xiao felt as if some type of shackle has broken inside his body, and soon his body automatically started to absorb the spirit energy from his surrounding. Second stage of the origin core realm. Ye Xiao opened his eyes and took a long breath while feeling the changes within his body. My strength. It seems even stronger than when I was at the 4th stage of the origin core realm. Why is that? Ye Xiao felt that he was now even stronger than before. He did not know the reason behind it, but he guessed that maybe it was related to the dragon-shaped core within his dantian. He did not stop here. He once again took out another corpse of the 5th-grade magical beast and started devouring it. Because of the ability of the heaven, devouring divine dragon, even if he increased his strength continuously by 4 or 5 stages, his foundation will remain strong. It looked like a magical ability, but it was true. This time, the dragon-shaped core did not absorb the spirit energy that he devoured, so his strength started increasing with a frightening speed. Very soon, he once again reached the peak of the 2nd stage of the origin core realm and felt that he was going to break through to the next stage. If he were to enter into the next stage of the origin core realm, he has no idea how much his strength will increase. Buzz. He continues to devour the corpse and circulate the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique at the same time. At this time, Ye Xiao had already completely released all the restrictions he had on the spirit energy. Boom! A burst of horrifying aura shook the circumference of 50 meters, and everything within this area started to tremble. This aura actually burst out from within Ye Xiao's body. The ground was even cracking, and its might was so vast that it violently fluctuated. 3rd stage of the origin core realm. Ye Xiao once again broke through and advanced to the 3rd stage of the origin core realm. And exactly at this time, the corpse of the 3rd 5th-grade magical beast completely dried up. Fu! Ye Xiao let out a breath of air from his mouth. The requirement to make a breakthrough is getting more and more difficult. Even after devouring 3 corpses of the 5th-grade magical beast, my strength only increased by 2 stages. There is only the last corpse of a 5th-grade magical beast left in my spatial ring. I just hope that it can help me to break through to at least at the 5th stage of the origin core realm. Ye Xiao muttered in his heart as he took out the last corpse of the magical beast from his spatial ring. It was the corpse of the big black bear. It looked like that all of this happened in a very short period of time, but the truth was that almost it took him more than a week to devour the 3 corpses of the 5th-grade magical beasts. Ye Xiao adjusted his position, then once again placed his hands on the corpse of the big black bear and started devouring it. Devour. His strength once again started increasing at a very fast speed. Early 3rd stage, medium 3rd stage, and soon his cultivation increased to the peak of the 3rd stage of the origin core realm without stopping. After his cultivation reached the peak 3rd stage of the origin core realm, it stopped increasing as if it has encountered some type of bottleneck. Bring it on! Ye Xiao shouted and forced the spirit energy to circulate faster and faster inside his body. Rumble! It was like a thunderbolt. The spirit energy within his body seemed to have been completely released as it fiercely roared out. The moment that spirit energy, which had become like a wild horse escaping its reins, was forced, it began to move 10 times faster than normal, and it moved to every inch of Ye Xiao's muscles and meridians as fast as lightning. Ah! Such a powerful circulation instantly started to destroy Ye Xiao's meridians, causing him to groan out in pain. If it was not for his astonishing willpower, he would not have been able to withstand it. Shoo! Boundless amounts of spirit energy continued to flow inside his body. Break! Ye Xiao's blood started to boil at this moment as he shouted loudly. Boom! An explosion sound rang out, and a trace of blood could be seen at the corner of Ye Xiao's mouth, which started to flow out the moment he shouted. But as if Ye Xiao did not felt it, his mouth curved slightly as he let out a comfortable smile. 4th stage of the origin core realm. Finally, he once again arrived at the point where he previously was. Why is it getting more and more difficult for me to break through? Ye Xiao noticed that as he continued to break through, it is getting more and more difficult. This time, even blood flew out from the corner of his mouth. And its reason was something Ye Xiao did not know. Ye Xiao did not think too much about this. He once again closed his eyes and started to devour again. He had already made up his mind that he will break through to the 5th stage of the origin core realm. So, even though he faced great difficulty in breaking through to the next stage of his realm, he did not stop. Time continues to pass hour by hour, then day by day, and his strength also continues to rise. Soon, he once again increased his cultivation to the peak of the 4th stage of the origin core realm. And now it was the time to make another breakthrough. Chapter 137, 5th stage of origin core. Ye Xiao once again started devouring. The spirit energy that he devoured once again started to run havoc inside his body. Within his body, his meridians were unceasingly being tempered. For a moment, every inch of Ye Xiao's flesh and blood felt as though it was being permeated by the godly light. A strong sense of enlightenment slowly surfaced in his heart. This is the feeling. In his heart, Ye Xiao howled in madness. He suddenly grabbed onto the feeling of this spirit light flashing by, channeled all the strength in his body, and ruthlessly shot towards the shackle. Boom! That shackle was akin to a gigantic door, unceasingly releasing terrifying barriers in the face of Ye Xiao's attacks. A thunderous boom rang out. Ye Xiao returned empty-handed. However, he was not discouraged. Instead, he chose to continue his collision. Rumble. After a series of explosions, the gateways like shackles finally began to gradually loosen up. However, after such a powerful explosion, traces of blood had once again seeped out from the corners of Ye Xiao's mouth. At this moment, all the muscles on Ye Xiao's body were split open and blood was flowing out. More and more blood was flowing out of Ye Xiao's body. However, at this time, a powerful aura was suddenly released from Ye Xiao's body. This aura overflowed into the heavens like a mountain or a sea. It was as though mountains were collapsing and the earth cracking as it forcefully swirled up. Boom! A very strange but terrifying light burst forth from Ye Xiao's torn flesh. That terrifying light carried along with it a sacred yet majestic fluctuation. Within Ye Xiao's body, the energy that contained an inexhaustible might started to fuse together. Under Ye Xiao's control, the energy carried an unparalleled force as it ruthlessly slashed through the air, rushing towards the gate-like shackles. Bang! This was the full power of his attack. Ye Xiao's body instantly trembled violently. An indescribable feeling crazily spread throughout his body. The sea was wide, the fish leaping through the air, the sky was high and the birds were flying. This was what Ye Xiao felt. Waves of energy began to fill up as the shackles were broken apart. Break it for me, Ye Xiao howled in his heart. Instantly, terrifying explosions rang out from the depths of his dantian. Ye Xiao's speed of circulating the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique became faster and faster. This time, Ye Xiao felt that not only can he break through to the 5th stage of the origin core realm, he can also cultivate the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. Suddenly, the heaven-devouring divine dragon within his sea of consciousness roared as a gigantic illusory shadow of a dragon appeared behind Ye Xiao's back out of thin air. Right now, the illusory dragon of the heaven-devouring divine dragon was even more terrifying than before. Within his body, there was the purest dragon's might. As he howled at the sky, one could even see the trembling of space. The originally tranquil depths of the cavern instantly transformed into a terrifying storm. With Ye Xiao as the center, it began to spread out. 5th stage of origin core. The shackles of the 5th stage of origin core realm had finally been broken by Ye Xiao. The 4th corpse of the 5th grade magical beast, which was also the last one left, finally turned into a completely dried up corpse. Ye Xiao finally achieved what he wanted to. After which, the spirit energy in the surroundings seemed to be unable to restrain him any longer. All of the spirit energy in this space was forcibly devoured and absorbed into Ye Xiao's body. The spirit energy within his body began to be continuously urged forward with an increasing speed. As his strength increased, a mysterious seal formed at the center of his brow. It was flashing with intense light. The illusory shadow of the dragon suddenly flew up in the sky, then after flying for 20 breaths of time, it directly flew toward the mysterious seal that appeared in the middle of Ye Xiao's brows. A very intense light suddenly flashed and the shadow of the dragon directly merged with it. When the light vanished, a dragon-shaped imprint appeared on Ye Xiao's forehead. Whoosh! Finally, after half another week of cultivation, Ye Xiao's opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were emitting a sparkling and translucent brilliance, as deep as the universe. His entire body seemed to be covered by the light wind. Finally, I have cultivated the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique to the peak. Ye Xiao muttered in a low voice, but once could easily feel the excitement he was feeling through his words. Although the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique is cultivated to peak by me, I am feeling that I'm still a distance away from the second layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. I am also feeling that it is because of my cultivation. I have a feeling that as long as I can make a breakthrough and become a martial artist at the martial king realm, some major change will happen with the 9-dragon universal circulation technique, and only after that change can I start cultivating the second layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. Ye Xiao thought in his heart. Anyway, he was very excited at this moment. He finally made progress not only in his cultivation but also in his cultivation technique. When Ye Xiao tried to stand up, he groaned in pain. Only now he noticed that his entire body was covered in blood. There were many wounds on his body. Is it because I forcefully made a breakthrough to the 5th stage of the origin core realm? Ye Xiao took a long breath. Whoosh! Ye Xiao once again entered the heavenly pearl and appeared in the beautiful grassland. He plucked out 3 jade lotus at once and swallowed all 3 of them together. Then he started circulating his cultivation technique. Not long after that, all the wounds on his body healed. Although his wounds were healed, his body was still covered in blood, so he immediately walked out from this secret place through the dark tunnel and cleaned his body in the river. After Ye Xiao cleaned his body, he took out a set of clothes from his spatial ring and wore it. Then he once again returned to the secret place. After returning here, he once again entered the heavenly pearl, and without wasting any time, he went to the 9-dragon pagoda and immediately appeared on its first floor. Now, let's cultivate the first level of the myriad fire image technique and create 4 more fire clones. Ye Xiao started cultivating the myriad fire image technique. Hours passed and became a day, days passed and became a week. Soon 2 more weeks passed by, and on this day, Ye Xiao opened his eyes once again. In front of Ye Xiao, 5 fire clones were standing, waiting for Ye Xiao's orders. After entire 2 weeks, I finally cultivated the first level of the myriad fire image technique. It is quite difficult to create fire clones. Looks like if I want to cultivate the second level of this technique, it will take me months. It's fortunate that there is a 9-story pagoda in the heavenly pearl, and otherwise it would have been difficult for me to increase my cultivation to at least at the 9th stage of origin core realm and completely cultivate the first level of myriad fire image technique, making 5 fire clones. Ye Xiao felt both fortunate and worry. He was worried because he did not know if he can increase his cultivation to the 9th stage of the origin core realm in less than 1 month or not. Yes, there was only less than a month left before he has to return to the Azure Dragon country. His master, Grandmaster Wang, gave him 4 months. At that time, he thought that it would be quite easy for him to increase his cultivation. He also felt that 4 months was quite long. He even had the confidence that he can break through to the martial king realm in these 4 months, but now, he did not felt so. Breaking through to the 5th stage of the origin core realm in more than 3 months was already quite difficult for him. Wanting to break through to the martial king realm in the remaining days would be almost impossible. Ye Xiao took a long breath and came out from the heavenly pearl. He looked at his surroundings and remembered that he got his hands on the golden brick from here. He did not know what that golden brick was, but he knew that it is at least a low-grade mystical rank treasure. Chapter 138. Green Flame Python. Ye Xiao didn't know what that golden brick was, but he knew that it is at least a low-grade mystical rank treasure. A mystical rank treasure was something difficult to find even in the imperial city of the Grand Sha Empire, let alone a 3rd grade and 2nd grade country like the Azure Dragon country and the Golden Fragrance country. He knew that only because of luck, he managed to get his hands on a treasure like the golden brick. With a swing of his hand, the golden brick appeared. He looked at it and tried to check what kind of treasure it was. He used many methods but failed to find out the golden brick's ability. Disappointed, he once again stored it back at the first floor of the 9-story pagoda. He then walked out from the secret location via the dark tunnel and after started to go deeper into the cloudsmoke forest. According to his guess, the Azure Dragon Empire should be at the other side of the cloudsmoke forest, so he did not hesitate in going deeper into the forest. He also wanted to return to the place where the barbaric Bulls King attacked him. He wanted to kill the barbaric Bulls King, as he still didn't forget how miserable he became after the attack of barbaric Bulls King. Half a day later, Ye Xiao had already walked more than 30 kilometers. The deeper he went into the cloudsmoke forest, the colder the surrounding aura became. giving off a sense of potential danger. It was still noon, but the entire forest was extremely gloomy. Wah, wah, wah. Suddenly, Ye Xiao heard the sound of water flowing. The sound was crisp and thick, like the roar of a majestic tiger. It should be a waterfall. Ye Xiao mumbled to himself as he hurriedly walked in the direction of the voice. About 10 minutes later, Ye Xiao finally arrived in front of the waterfall. When he raised his head, he saw a winding stream of water that looked like a true dragon coiled around it. Gulp. Ye Xiao couldn't help but gulp down a few mouthfuls of water. It was sweet and refreshing. After washing his face, Ye Xiao started to observe his surroundings. The scenery here was beautiful, quiet, and serene with lush plants growing everywhere. That's not right. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Ye Xiao abruptly snapped out of his daze as he furrowed his brows. This place looked very good, but it was filled with a faint sense of strangeness. It's too quiet. This kind of silence caused Ye Xiao to become increasingly vigilant. An ice-cold chill suddenly rose from behind him. Hiss. A strange sound rang out from behind Ye Xiao as if something sinister was staring at it. Dodge. Ye Xiao had no time to ponder over this as he directly circulated his spirit energy to dodge it. Sizzle. Sizzle. Just as he dodged, a green ray of light, accompanied by a strong stench and the sound of air scraping against each other, quickly shot towards the stone where Ye Xiao was sitting. Squeak. Squeak. The rock had actually been corroded, forming a pit that continued to emit green smoke. What a terrifying poison. Whoosh. Seeing that the venom attack had missed, a figure instantly dashed out from behind the waterfall and appeared in Ye Xiao's line of sight. This was a terrifying giant snake. Its body was 10 feet long and green all over. Its bloody mouth continuously let out scarlet tongues, causing people to shudder. 5th grade magical beast. Ye Xiao's expression changed as he turned and ran without any hesitation. This 5th grade magical beast was called the Green Flame Python. It was extremely powerful and had a poisonous body, so even a drop of it would be enough to cause a person to perish. Moreover, this fellow's snake skin was extremely tough. Unless one was a martial emperor realm martial artist, there was no way one could defeat it. When he thought about the power of Green Flame Python, Ye Xiao worked even harder to circulate the spirit energy within his body to increase his speed. Hiss. The Green Flame Python's eyes revealed a murderous look as it continued to spew out venom and gave chase. It did not seem to plan on letting Ye Xiao go that easily. It wanted to kill him. Swoosh, swoosh. Streams of venom sprinkled around Ye Xiao's body, corroding everything in their path as green smoke billowed out. Bam! At this moment, a nearby tree was corroded by the poison. It abruptly snapped at the waist, blocking Ye Xiao's path. Shua! The Green Flame Python took the opportunity and bit down at Ye Xiao with its huge head. There was no way to dodge it. Ruthlessness flashed past Ye Xiao's eyes as the spirit energy in his body surged like a tide. His right foot stomped on the ground as it split the ground, violently punching out. Mountain collapsing fist. Boom. As his fist struck out, the air exploded with a sound of an explosion, creating a sluggish air current. The sound was extremely powerful, but it didn't cause much damage to the Green Flame Python. Hiss. Hiss. Green Flame Python only stooped for a moment, and the second moment, it angrily hissed at Ye Xiao, and with an extremely fast speed, this Green Flame Python pounced toward him. FCK. Why is my luck so bad? Ye Xiao dodged to a side, avoided the fatal blow of the Green Flame Python. Then he turned and fiercely smashed down with another punch. This time, he executed this punch while covering his hands with the beast fire. And not only that, the instant he attacked, his hand also transformed into dragon claws, making his fist attack even more terrifying. Ow! The powerful fist force penetrated the Green Flame Python's skin and penetrated its body, causing it to scream miserably. However, before Ye Xiao could rejoice, the Green Flame Python's tail swept over him mercilessly and landed on his body. PFF'd. The mountain-like force caused Ye Xiao to spit out blood. His body was like 1,000 jin boulder as it flew out horizontally. Bang! Bang! Ye Xiao's body slammed into a large tree one after another. After flying for over 30 meters, he finally collapsed onto the ground. Cough! Cough! Ye Xiao coughed, as he struggled to stand up. A bitter smile appeared on his face. My strength is still too weak. If only I can break through to at least at the Martial King realm, I am sure I can kill it. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. The Green Flame Python recovered, raised its head and roared, and pounced towards him once again. Ye Xiao clenched his teeth and madly circulated the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. He also took out a jade lotus and swallowed it, which helped him alleviating the pain on his body. Whoosh! When the green flame python once again pounced toward him while its mouth wide open, Ye Xiao also took the initiative to attack. Wings of the Divine Dragon. A pair of beautiful black dragon wings grew out from Ye Xiao's back, and flapping it, Ye Xiao flew in the air, dodging the attack of the green flame python. After dodging the attack of the green flame python, Ye Xiao flew down rapidly at the back of the green flame python while extending his dragon's claws forward. Sacred Finger Art. Sensing a great danger, the green flame python swept its tails toward Ye Xiao. It was unable to dodge Ye Xiao's attack, so it chose to attack Ye Xiao with its tail. The serpent tail swept out, aiming straight for Ye Xiao's claws. Bang! Chi! Both of their attacks collided with each other. Ye Xiao's dragon finger directly pierced into the tail of the green flame python. Ye Xiao's dragon finger did not stop after piercing in the tail of the green flame python. It continued to pierce until his finger came out from the other side of the green flame python's tail, making a huge hole in it. Roar! Ah! Both Ye Xiao and the green flame python roared and screamed simultaneously in pain. The green flame python roared because it suffered a serious injury because of Ye Xiao's attack. It did not believe that Ye Xiao's attack, which was like an ant's attack in its eyes, managed to injure him to this extent. On the other hand, Ye Xiao screamed because he felt that his shoulder was burning like hell. He felt that not only his shoulder but almost half of his body was burning, as if a terrifying flame was burning him. His only unaffected part on the affected half of his body was his hand, which was now a dragon's claws. Only it was unaffected. Ye Xiao looked closely and found that only those parts of his body were burning that came in contact with the blood of the green flame python. Chapter 139. Back to the Azure Dragon Country. Green flame python, as its name describes, should have something to do with flames. But from the very beginning, it never attacked Ye Xiao using its flame. Only now Ye Xiao understood that the blood of the green flame python was not inferior to that of his beast fire. Ye Xiao stood up and once again attacked at the head of the green flame python, wanting to kill it. He had the beast fire, and because of it, even though he felt that half of his body was burning intensely, in reality, it was just his feelings because of the effect of the blood of the green flame python. Because of the beast fire, he managed to avoid burning in reality. The burning effect of the blood of the green flame python was absorbed by his beast fire, making him slightly comfortable. Fire clones. Sacred Finger Art. Immediately, 5 balls of fire flew out from Ye Xiao's body and transformed into fire clones, and then all of the fire clones, including he himself, attacked the green flame python with the Sacred Finger Arts. All of his fire clones had 90% of his combat prowess. This attack of his and his fire clones was no small matter, even if the opponent was a 5th-grade magical beast. Hiss! Roar! The green flame python roared at the coming attackers. It once again swung its injured tail, which collided with 2 of the 5 fire clones of Ye Xiao. Roar! Those 2 fire clones immediately shattered. Fire clones were the result of Ye Xiao's training in the myriad fire image technique with the beast fire. When the fire clones shattered after colliding with the tail of the green flame python, the beast fire immediately started burning its tail. And exactly at this moment, the other 3 fire clones' Sacred Finger Art also landed on different parts of the green flame python's body. Roar! It roared in pain, but at this moment, Ye Xiao also appeared in front of the green flame python and attacked it. His finger, which was now a dragon's finger, directly pierced into the head of the green flame python. Roar! The green flame python swung its burning tail toward Ye Xiao. In the middle, its tail collided with the other 3 fire clones, which shattered at the moment of collision, and the beast fire spread further on the green flame python's body. Bang! Ye Xiao was not ready for this attack of the green flame python, and because of this, he was not able to dodge it. The tail of the green flame python once again landed on his body and he was sent flying. Boom! Wah! He collided with a tree and vomited out a mouthful of blood. This time, he did not even have the strength of standing up. He remained lied down on the ground, looking at the green flame python, which was slowly crawling toward him. Damn! Am I going to die here? Ye Xiao cursed in his heart. He looked as the green flame python was slowly coming toward him. When green flame python was about 5 meters away from Ye Xiao, its head, which was held high as it crawled toward him, suddenly dropped on the ground. What happened? Ye Xiao looked at the green flame python which was now lying on the ground as if it was a corpse. Then suddenly, his gaze fell down on the beast fire which was still slowly spreading on the big body of the green flame python, burning it slowly. The skin of the green flame python, which is why burning it directly with the beast fire was almost impossible. But the beast fire still managed to kill it. How? A question suddenly popped up in his mind. Does it? Suddenly, as if Ye Xiao remembered something, he raised his head and looked at the beast fire keenly, and then his eyes lit up. So that's how it is. Ye Xiao's mouth suddenly curled up as a smile blossomed on his face. When he felt that half of his body was burning, at that time, the beast fire within his body suddenly absorbed the burning effect of the blood of the green flame python, making him feel comfortable. When the beast fire fired upon the tail of the green flame python, there was already a large hole made up by Ye Xiao's sacred finger art. Blood was also seeping out from that hole. The beast fire directly started to absorb the burning effect from the blood of the green flame python. After that, Ye Xiao once again injured it and pierced his finger on the head of the green flame python, making it extremely weak. To attack him, the green flame python once again swung its tail, and in this process, it shattered the other 3 fire clones. Because of this, some specks of fire also landed on the head of the green flame python and on the other part of its body, which started absorbing the burning effect from its blood, making it weaker and weaker. Finally, its life force disappeared because of the intense absorption of the beast fire, and it died down lastly 5 meters away from Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao felt lucky that not only he was able to live under the attack of a 5th-grade magical beast, he was also able to obtain another corpse of a 5th-grade magical beast. Azure Dragon Country Alchemist Association. In front of the building of Alchemist Association, a young man was standing, looking at the 2 words, Alchemist Association, for a long time. Finally, he took a long breath and stepped inside the building. He did not stop on his way, directly arriving at the stairs, wanting to go up. Stop right there. At this moment, an attendant stopped him. That young man stopped and turned to look at the attendant. Where are you going? Only those who want to make a request to refine pills for them can go up to the next floor. But before going, they have to first register on the counter there. If you are here to request an alchemist to refine the pills for you, then go there and register first. Only then can you go up. The attendant explained to the young man. That young man smiled at the attendant and said, I am not here to request the alchemist to refine pills for me. I'm here to meet my master. Master? Who is your master? The attendant asked with a surprised tone. I also don't know my master's name. But everyone calls him Grandmaster Wang. That young man rubbed his nose embarrassingly. After all, he didn't even know his own master's name. Grandmaster Wang. The attendant looked at the young man with a surprised gaze and exclaimed, Are you, by any chance, young Master Ye Xiao? Young Master. The youth was surprised that the attendant called him young master. He nodded his head and said, Yes, I'm Ye Xiao. Ha ha, young master, you are finally here. Grandmaster Wang had already told us about you. He is on the 3rd floor in the room at the leftmost side. That attendant laughed and told him to go. Ye Xiao nodded his head and started climbing the stairs, going up. It's been almost 1 month since he killed the green flame python. After recovering from his injuries, he devoured the corpse of the green flame python, then continued on his way toward the deeper part of the cloudsmoke forest. On his way, he met countless magical beasts. He killed every magical beast above the 3rd stage that he met. He stored every 3rd-grade magical beasts and devoured every 4th-grade magical beasts on his way here. He avoided any magical beasts at the 5th stage or above. When he arrived at the deepest part of the cloudsmoke forest, he saw 2 6th-grade magical beasts sleeping at the mouth of a cave. Obviously, those 2 magical beasts were a couple. Ye Xiao didn't disturb them as his mind was in the right place. He ventured deeper and deeper and even saw a 7th-grade magical beast. He avoided them from far away. After 2 weeks and 3 days of travel, he finally arrived at the canyon and killed the barbaric bull's king with his single attack. After taking his revenge, he devoured it on the spot and then continued his journey. He killed and stored the corpses of the magical beasts, and also killed and devoured them. Finally, he arrived at the place of the cloud of fog. After that he directly ran toward the Azure Dragon Country, arriving here. There was still 1 day left before the time period of the 4 months would be up. His strength also increased by leaps and bounds in this 1 month of journey. Not only he killed and devoured, but he also found many treasures of heaven and earth, many spiritual herbs as well as many spiritual fruits. Chapter 140. Change the weapon, sword. Intent on his way here to the Azure Dragon country, Ye Xiao not only killed the magical beasts and devoured them, but he also found many treasures of heaven and earth, many spiritual herbs as well as many spiritual fruits. He refined some pills for himself. He increased his strength not just by devouring the magical beasts but also swallowed many pills and spiritual fruits to increase his strength. After so much, he finally achieved the required strength that Grandmaster Wang set up for him. He was now a martial artist at the peak 9th stage of the Origin Core realm. In only 1 month, he increased his cultivation by 4 stages. It was quite difficult to achieve this, but still, somehow, Ye Xiao managed to do so. When he left the Azure Dragon country and entered the Cloudsmoke forest, at that time he thought that he can not only achieve the required strength set up by his master, Grandmaster Wang, but he can also break through to the Martial King realm. He could have broke through to the Martial King realm if his strength would not have been regressed to the 1st stage of the Origin Core realm from the 4th stage of the Origin Core realm. Knock, knock. Ye Xiao arrived in front of the room where his master was currently in. Come in, an old voice sounded. Squeak. Ye Xiao pushed the door and with a squeak sound, the door opened. He went inside and saw that his master was refining pills, so he did not disturb him and waited silently. Grandmaster Wang also didn't see who it was. He continues to refine the pill as he could not diverge his attention at this time. If he did so, there was a high chance that the concoction of pills will fail and the cauldron will explode. Around 1 hour later, Grandmaster Wang is finally done with his alchemy stuff. After putting the pills in the pill bottle, he turned back to look at the person who came into this room 1 hour ago. Ye Xiao, you are back. Grandmaster Wang smiled when he saw it was his disciple who was waiting for him. Master. Ye Xiao greeted him. Peak 9th stage of the Origin Core realm. You have really surprised me. In just 4 months, your strength increased from the 7th stage of the Qi Condensation realm to the peak 9th stage of the Origin Core realm. Even in the upper realm, there are very few people who can achieve this. Grandmaster Wang nodded his head as he checked Ye Xiao's cultivation. Upper realm. Ye Xiao looked at his master in confusion. Upper realm was a term he never heard before. You are still too weak. When you will become at least a 9th stage martial emperor realm martial artist, I will tell you about the upper realm. Grandmaster Wang realized that he misspoke something that he should not have. He didn't explain Ye Xiao anything, instead told him to increase his strength. Okay, master, when are going to talk with the king and the sect leaders of the 5 great sects about giving me a spot to enter the secret realm? I've already talked with them. They put a condition. A condition? Yes, as you know, there are 15 spots given to our Azure Dragon country. They told me that they will first select the 14 candidates, and they can give you the last spot, but the condition is that you have to win a fight against one of the 14 candidates. Win a fight against one of the 14 candidates? Ye Xiao muttered slowly, then raised his head and said, Master, I'm ready. Grandmaster Wang stroked his beard with his right hand, then he laughed and said, okay, then we will go there tomorrow. Tomorrow is the day when the 5 great sects and the imperial family will compete against each other for the spots. You don't have to participate in this competition. You only have to fight against one of the selected 14 candidates and win against him. I will, Master, Ye Xiao said with confidence. He took out his sword, looked at it, and said, Master, I'm going to the treasure pavilion. I have to find a sword technique, otherwise it would be a waste of this a high-grade spirit rank sword like this. From your fight last time in the competition, I found one of your biggest problems, that is, did you find that, in fact, the sword is not suitable for you? Grandmaster Wang looked at Ye Xiao and said, a discovered problem. What? Ye Xiao looked at his master with a confused look. I wanted to tell you this at the time when I was telling you about the secret realm that was discovered by the Grand Xia Empire, but I forgot to tell you. I think you should not use the sword as your main weapon. You should change to some other weapon. Master, since I was a child, I wanted to be a swordsman. I wanted to wield a sword and adventure in this world. How can it be that the sword is not suitable for me? Ye Xiao was a bit surprised to hear the words said by his master, Grandmaster Wang. Although he knows that what he said might not be wrong, after all Grandmaster Wang was his master and much more experienced than him, but subconsciously, Ye Xiao still doesn't want to give up the sword. Haha, I know your mind. You have different fantasies about swords. But in fact, in my opinion, it is not fated for you to be with the sword. Grandmaster Wang stopped for a moment, looked at Ye Xiao and continued, you use the sword mostly to stab straight or slash directly. It is not flexible at all. You can find an excuse for yourself that you have never learned sword arts. But I can tell you the truth, I've seen the world and can tell at a glance whether a person is suitable to use a weapon. If you think about it carefully, when you fight against someone, do you take the sword in your hand as a kind of spear, and you always stab it back and forth? Hearing the struggle in Ye Xiao's words, Grandmaster Wang laughed and said with a smile. Well, it seems to be true. But master, since you think that I'm not suitable for the sword, then what weapon should I use? After careful consideration, Ye Xiao also found that what his master said was indeed something that left him with no reason to refute. Although he liked swords, but, for some reason, during the battle, all the moves that he had been thinking about in his mind to execute with swords couldn't play any role. He just took the sword like a spear and stabbed it around, and slashed it randomly. He simply didn't have any rhythm with the sword. Generally speaking, a lot of people like to be prejudiced in the first place, especially when they see that others use a certain kind of weapon freely and easily. But in reality, many people don't consider whether they are suitable or not. For example, to someone like you, a sword is just a type of obsession. As you said, since your childhood, you have wanted to use a sword as your weapon. As the time passed, this wish of yours became a kind of obsession. As for what kind of weapon you should use, I think you should choose a spear as your weapon. After all, subconsciously, you stab with your sword as if it is a spear. You should use a spear and practice with it. If a spear is suitable for you, you will immediately able to perform many things with it that you could not with the sword. Yes, Lin Hao, that brat is more suitable for the sword. It is as if he is born to wield a sword. He even achieved the second stage of the sword way at such a young age. Grandmaster Wang explained in detail what Ye Xiao should use as his weapon. He also revealed some breaking news about Lin Hao to Ye Xiao. What, second stage of the sword way? Isn't he only achieved the first stage of the sword way, sword light? And by the way, master, what is the second stage of the sword way? Ye Xiao was asked in surprise. Lin Hao's strength was increasing rapidly for some reason. He was curious about Lin Hao but didn't feel jealous of him. And anyway, why should he feel jealous toward Lin Hao? He has a heaven-defying treasure like the heavenly pearl after all. That was before. But now, Lin Hao had made a big progress toward the sword way and comprehended the second stage of the sword way, sword intent. Grandmaster Wang laughed and explained while stroking his long white beard. Chapter 141. Meeting again. Grandmaster Wang laughed and explained while stroking his long white beard. Sword intent. Ye Xiao looked at his master and, question, could be easily seen on his face. Yes, sword intent. Grandmaster Wang nodded his head and said, intent is a type of will. The will to kill, killing intent. The will of a sword, sword intent. Sword intent contained the belief of the sword, and this power is displayed through the mental energy to slash. If one comprehends not only the sword intent but the true meaning behind it, then even a glance could be made into a sword, killing people with a glance. Grandmaster Wang explained to Ye Xiao about the sword intent. Ye Xiao was shocked after hearing it. He had gained much knowledge after merging with the memories of the ancient pill god and the ancient formation god, but he only gained the knowledge related to pills and formations after merging. Sword intent was something he did not know about. After knowing what a sword intent is, he was so shocked that he could not find any words to say anything for few moments. Okay, go and do what you have to do. Tomorrow, we will go to the Heaven Sword Sect. The competition to select the candidates is held there. We will go in there tomorrow evening. At that time, the 14 candidates should already have been selected. Yes, master. Ye Xiao walked out of the room after talking with his master. Then he went to the inn he was staying in before when he arrived in the Imperial City for the first time. There he once again rented a room and went inside it. After locking the gate of the room, he directly entered the Heavenly Pearl and arrived at the first floor of the 9-story pagoda. Then he started cultivating the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. 3 days passed soon. After 3 days of cultivation, he exited the Heavenly Pearl and went to the Alchemist Association at noon to meet his master. He wanted a breakthrough in his cultivation technique and create a second dragon inside his sea of consciousness, cultivating the second layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique, but every time, something holds him back. After meeting with his master, Grandmaster Wang, they both left for the Heaven Sword Sect. How astonishing! When they arrived at the gate of the Heaven Sword sect, Ye Xiao was shocked to see how grand the sect was. "Welcome Grand Master Wang." A middle-aged man walked forward and greeted Grand Master Wang and nodded toward Ye Xiao. Then he led them to the place where the king and the sect leaders of the 5 great sects just finished selecting the candidates who will enter the secret realm. After arriving, Grand Master Wang started to talk with the sect masters of the 5 great sects and the king of the Azure Dragon Empire while Ye Xiao was looking at the 14 candidates that were standing in front of him. Lin Hao. When he was looking at the 14 selected candidates, he was shocked to see that Lin Hao was one of the 14 candidates. Lin Hao was also looking at him at this moment. When both of their gazes collided, Lin Hao smiled and nodded at him. Ye Xiao also nodded at Lin Hao with a smile. When he looked at Lin Hao carefully, he was again shocked that Lin Hao actually broke through to the Martial King realm. He was at the first stage of the Martial King realm. How could this be? Ye Xiao was really shocked at this time. It has to know that Ye Xiao's strength increased by leap and bound in these 4 months mainly because he can devour. But Lin Hao did not have the ability to devour. The question that came at this moment in Ye Xiao's mind was, how did he actually break through to the first stage of the Martial King realm in just 4 months? On the other hand, Lin Hao was also shocked after seeing Ye Xiao's cultivation. When he fought with Ye Xiao last time, he thought that he will never fight against Ye Xiao again because Ye Xiao can't increase his strength as fast as he can. In these 4 months, not only he obtained many precious resources from the sect, but also with the benefit he got from the broken sword in his sea of consciousness, he finally raised his cultivation by a whole realm. But Ye Xiao did not obtain any cultivation resources that a sect could give him. As for getting the pills for his cultivation from Grand Master Wang, he didn't think about it because he heard from someone that just after the competition, Ye Xiao entered the Cloudsmoke Forest to train. He never thought that the next time he will meet Ye Xiao would have already come very close to him in terms of strength. Ye Xiao was still in his shock when he heard an old voice calling him. He turned and saw that it was the sect leader of the Profound Sky sect that called him. In only 4 months, you went from the 7th stage of the Qi Condensation realm to the 9th stage of the Origin Core realm. Not bad, looks like Grand Master Wang obtained a gem from stones. You are almost as talented as Lin Hao. The sect leader of the Profound Sky sect stroked his beard, nodded his head, and said. Lin Hao had already comprehended the sword intent. How can this brat be as talented as Lin Hao? It was the sect master of the Heaven Sword sect who spoke at this moment. Ye Xiao looked at the sect master of the Heaven Sword sect. He didn't understand why this sect leader was against him. Cough. The sect leader of the Profound Sky sect coughed. Then he looked at Ye Xiao and said, ignoring the sect leader of the Heaven Sword sect, Ye Xiao, choose any one person from these 14 candidates and fight with him. If you can win, we will give you the last spot to enter the secret realm, but if you lose, you will also lose the opportunity to enter the secret realm. Ye Xiao nodded his head and again looked at the 14 candidates. This time he again saw a few more familiar faces in these 14 candidates. Wen Shang, who was also the grandson of the sect leader of Profound Sky sect, was also one of the 14 candidates. Ye Xiao noticed that Wen Shang was actually also at the 9th stage of the Origin Core realm. Previously, when Ye Xiao met him, he did not look at the cultivation base of Wen Shang, but at that time, Wen Shang told him that he sneaked out from the sect because his grandfather was not permitting him to go out until he breaks through to the Origin Core realm. What does it mean? It means that at that time, Wen Shang was also at the Qi Condensation realm. It's been only 4.5 months since he met Wen Shang, and now, only in these 4 months, Wen Shang actually also increased his strength to the 9th stage of the Origin Core realm. When he looked at Wen Shang waved his hands toward him while smiling. Ye Xiao also responded back with a smile. Ye Xiao also saw Lin Ling. What was shocking was that Lin Ling was actually at the 4th stage of the Martial King realm, and which was also the highest cultivation among the 14 candidates. He never thought that Lin Ling will improve this much in just a short month of time, surpassing everyone. What is going on? Why did everyone's strength increase by this much? Ye Xiao felt like weeping. He increased his strength by facing the life and death crisis many times, but when he returned, he saw that everyone he knew has their strength increased by leaps and bounds. When he thought of the extreme ice sage leaf and the sacred body granted by it, the extreme ice sage body, Ye Xiao hurriedly looked at Lin Ling and saw that a different type of cold energy was coming out from her body. Only after seeing this, he heaved a sigh of relief. It means that the reason Lin Ling's strength increased by this much was because of the extreme ice sage leaf that she swallowed and obtained the extreme ice sage body. After obtaining the extreme ice sage body, she also received a big boost in her cultivation. It was normal that her strength increased by this much. After all, the extreme ice sage leaf was a 7th grade herb that went extinct millions of years ago from the azure sky continent. Ye Xiao looked at other candidates and again saw another familiar figure. It was Chu Feng from the Heaven Sword Sect. Chapter 142, Fighting against Chu Feng. Ye Xiao looked at other candidates and again saw another familiar figure. It was Chu Feng from the Heaven Sword Sect. Chu Feng was someone whom the Heaven Sword Sect was most proud of. It was another matter that only Ye Xiao knew Chu Feng while Chu Feng did not know him. When Ye Xiao first saw him, he was still in the tomb of the first 9th stage martial emperor realm martial artist of the Azure Dragon country. At that time, Chu Feng was at the first stage of the martial king realm, and now, after more than 5 months, his strength increased by 1 stage, reaching the 2nd stage of the martial king realm. Ye Xiao once again shifted his gaze and looked at other candidates. After looking at the 13 candidates, when Ye Xiao's gaze fell on the 14th candidate, he was again surprised. Because the 14th candidate was none other than Xu Qing. Xu Qing's strength also increased by leaps and bounds in these 4 months. He was now at the 8th stage of the origin core realm. What is going on? How can they all increase their strength by this much in just 4 months? Humph. He will definitely choose Xu Qing as his opponent. After all, Xu Qing is the weakest among all the 14 candidates. It was sect leader of the Heaven Sword Sect who again made a taunt at him. Ye Xiao turned and looked at the Heaven Sword Sect's sect leader. He did not understand why this old man was targeting him. Anger erupted in his heart, but he suppressed it because he was still too weak to go against a martial emperor realm martial artist. He once again looked at the 14 candidates. He did not understand one thing, that why was Zhao Yufei not one of the 14 candidates. When he last met Zhao Yufei, she was already a 9th stage origin core realm martial artist. Now that more than 5 months have passed, with her talent, she should have already broken through to the martial king realm, or she should have even made 2 or 3 small breakthroughs in the martial king realm. Then the question is, why she is not here? He wanted to ask, but he understood that now was not a good time, so he shook off this matter from his head and said, I choose to fight with. After saying till here, he turned his head and looked at the sect leader of the Heaven Sword Sect, and a teasing smile appeared on his face. When the Heaven Sword sect leader saw this, he felt that this brat in front of him was planning something. Chu Feng. When Ye Xiao finally said the name of the opponent that he chooses, all the sect leaders of the 5 great sects looked at Ye Xiao as if looking at a madman. In their eyes, Chu Feng was a 2nd stage martial king. Realm martial artist. No matter how powerful Ye Xiao was, he is not Chu Feng's opponent. They thought that Ye chose Chu Feng in impulse because of the sect leader of the Heaven Sword Sect. Ye Xiao, you should think about it and choose another opponent. The sect leader of the Profound Sky Sect said to Ye Xiao. Humph, since this brat has already chosen his opponent, he cannot change it again now. The sect leader of the Heaven Sword Sect with a cold tone. Others shook their heads, but when they turned to look at Grandmaster Wang, wanting him to make Ye Xiao change his opponent, they saw Grandmaster Wang's smiling face as if he was not worried about Ye Xiao at all. Okay then, both of you, go on the stage there and start fighting. Remember, it is only a friendly match, and so, you cannot badly injure your opponent. It was again the sect leader of the Profound Sky Sect who said this. He was saying this while looking at both Ye Xiao and Chu Feng, but one could easily tell that he was saying Chu Feng to show mercy on Ye Xiao and not injure him badly. In his eyes also, Ye Xiao was no match for Chu Feng. But in Ye Xiao's eyes, Chu Feng was not his opponent. No matter how powerful Chu Feng is, could it be that he was stronger than the green flame python? Both of them took the stance of fighting. Chu Feng coldly looked at Ye Xiao. Although he didn't say anything, disgust could be easily seen in his eyes. In his eyes, Ye Xiao was only courting death when he challenged him. He could not kill Ye Xiao right now. After all, there were other sect leaders and the king of the Azure Dragon country present here, and most importantly, Ye Xiao's master, Grandmaster Wang, was also present here. But he made up his mind that in the future, if he found any chance to kill Ye Xiao, he will kill him. On the other hand, Ye Xiao made up his mind not to use his full strength against Chu Feng. He will keep some cards for himself to use in the future. Start. The moment start sound came, a terrifying aura erupted from Chu Feng. What? The sudden terrifying aura made Ye Xiao widen his eyes, filled with shock. Even though Chu Feng was only at the second stage of the Martial King realm, but the aura that erupted out from his body was no less than that of the third or even a fourth stage Martial King realm martial artist. How terrifying! Ye Xiao could not help but praise in his heart. Buzz. This is, sensing that Chu Feng was trying to suppress him. Very strong. Break. However, even under such terrifying pressure, Ye Xiao did not retreat. He brandished his sword, hacking downwards. Chu Feng hurriedly dodged Ye Xiao's sword attack, and when he moved to dodge, the pressure that was emitting out from his body also vanished without any trace. Inferno Palm. After dodging Ye Xiao's attack, Lin Hao immediately attacked back with his fire-type palm technique. Che Feng was someone who was born with a fire-attributed body. He can control flame very well. Now that he also practiced a fire-type martial arts skill, it was tricky for others to contend against him. But right now, his opponent was Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao was someone who has merged with the beast fire, and because of this, fire-type martial arts skill was something that he was least afraid of. Mountain Collapsing Palm. Ye Xiao also attacked, but he only used his only low-grade ordinary rank martial arts technique. But he did carry out this attack with his beast fire. Bang! An explosion rang out when both of their attacks collided with each other. Both Ye Xiao and Chu Feng retreated, and none of them seemed to be injured. How could this be? When Chu Feng saw that his attack was shattered without causing any damage to Ye Xiao when both of their attacks collided, he was not able to accept this fact. But this was reality and he had to accept this. When he thought this, he immediately became frustrated. You are good. You can block the attack that I executed with 60% of my strength. Since you are this good, I will show you the difference between us. After saying this, Chu Feng took out a sword from storage bag. Burning sword. When he took out the sword, fire immediately covered the sword's body. Then Chu Feng walked toward Ye Xiao with his burning sword and slashed it. Ye Xiao will of course not just stand there and get hit by Che Feng's sword attack. Wings of the Divine Dragon. Immediately, a beautiful pair of draconic wings appeared behind his back. He flew in the air, avoiding the attack of Chu Feng. Then he directly flew toward Chu Feng with his head down. Sacred Finger Art. He extended his hand, attacked Chu Feng. Chu Feng had just unleashed an attack and because of this, he was unable to dodge this attack of Ye Xiao. Ah! Ye Xiao's finger directly pierced in Chu Feng's shoulder, and because of the pain, Chu Feng screamed out loud. Then Ye Xiao landed on the ground, retracted back his hand, and kicked at the chest of Chu Feng. Boom! Chu Feng was sent flying and he falls on the ground outside the arena. This kid, Grandmaster Wang looked at his disciple in surprise, then he laughed out, ha ha ha, looks like my disciple won the fight. The wings of the Divine Dragon also disappeared after when Ye Xiao kicked Chu Feng and sent him flying. A flying type martial arts skill. The sect leader of the Blue Cloud sect looked at Ye Xiao and muttered in low voice. It has to know that a flying type martial arts skill was very rare, but Ye Xiao has this kind of martial arts skill with him. Chapter 143, Treasure Pavilion. Ye Xiao won the fight. The sect leader of the Profound Sky sect announced the result of Ye Xiao and Chu Feng's fight. He was quite surprised when he witnessed the fight between Ye Xiao and Chu Feng. At first, he thought that Ye Xiao was being too reckless when he chose Chu Feng as his opponent. At that time, he even advised Ye Xiao to change his opponent, but when Ye Xiao didn't change his opponent, he thought that Ye Xiao was too arrogant, but now, he knew that Ye Xiao was neither reckless nor arrogant. Ye Xiao could fight and even win against a second-stage Martial King Realm martial artist even though he was still a 9th-stage Origin Core Realm cultivator. The difference between these two was quite far apart in terms of cultivation, but still, Ye Xiao created a miracle when he won the fight against a second-stage Martial King Realm expert like Chu Feng. It was not only the sect leader of the Profound Sky sect who thought this, all other sect leaders and even the king of the Azure Dragon Empire thought the same. But the final result was something that none of them believed to be. Only Ye Xiao's master, Grandmaster Wang, chose to believe in Ye Xiao. From the very start, he kept smiling as if it was none of his business whether Ye Xiao wins or lost. He never advised Ye Xiao to change his opponent even when the sect leader of the Profound Sky sect told him to make Ye Xiao change his opponent. In Grandmaster Wang's eyes, Ye Xiao was not an ant but a dragon who could spread his wings far wide and fly in the sky. Ye Xiao, who grew up in a small third-grade country like the Azure Dragon country, but still, somehow knew about the existence of the extreme ice sage leaf, which was a grade 7 medicinal herb. Well, it was not that important. What was important that this medicinal herb actually went extinct millions of years ago, but still, Ye Xiao was able to recognize that. He even knew about the effects of the extreme ice sage leaf. Not only this, Ye Xiao even knew about the fire soul and even merged with a beast fire. These all things showed how extraordinary Ye Xiao was. Grandmaster Wang knew that Ye Xiao has some unspeakable secret with him, but so what? Isn't that unspeakable secret was still of his own disciple? At this moment, everyone apart from Grandmaster Wang was looking at Ye Xiao with a shocked gaze. Everyone had the same expression on their face. Impossible. It is impossible for me, a second-stage martial king realm martial artist, to lose to a brat who is not even a martial king yet. It is impossible. Che Feng got up and shouted loudly as if he has lost control of himself. Shut up. It was the sect leader of the Heaven Sword sect who shouted loudly at this moment. Chu Feng was the pride of the Heaven Sword sect. He had laughed at Ye Xiao previously, but now, Ye Xiao slapped his face hard. He felt ashamed as well as angry at this moment. He clenched his hands and gritted his head. Then he turned around and left. Ye Xiao, you have won the fight, and so, the last spot will belong to you. The sect leader of the Profound Sky sect said while smiling at him. Ye Xiao nodded his head and thanked him. The sect leader of the Profound Sky sect continues to say while looking at the candidates, as you all know that you all will enter the secret realm after 2 months in the Grand Sha Empire. You all will set off for the Grand Sha Empire with the Grandmaster Wang after 1 month. Quote. Seeing that none of them said anything and they were all looking at him with a confused gaze, he said, yes, as you have heard, Grandmaster Wang will lead you all to the Grand Sha Empire, and all of you will set for the Grand Sha Empire 1 month later. It will take a whole month to travel from the Azure Dragon country to the Grand Sha Empire. We, the sect leaders, cannot go with you all because of the sect stuff. You all will listen to Grandmaster Sha. Remember, none of you are allowed to defy the orders given by Grandmaster Wang. Secret realms have many great opportunities as well dangers. If you can come back alive after entering the secret realm, you will definitely become a dragon among men. Grandmaster Wang will lead you to the Grand Sha Empire, and he will also lead you back to our Azure Dragon country. Disperse. After saying all of this, the sect leader of the Profound Sky sect started to talk with other sect leaders and then bade his farewell to everyone, leaving with Wen Shang and another young man. Before going, Wen Shang came to talk with Ye Xiao. After the sect leader of the Profound Sky sect left, others also started to leave with their disciples. Not long after, only the disciples of the Heaven Sword sect remained standing here. Lin Hao slowly walked and arrived in front of Ye Xiao and said, I never thought that in just 4 months, your strength will increase this much. Hey, even so, I'm still behind you. But this time, I may not lose to you even if you have comprehended the sword intent. Ye Xiao smiled at Lin Hao and said, oh, looks like you didn't use your full strength while fighting against Chu Feng. Surprised, Lin looked at Ye Xiao curiously. Hee. Ye Xiao only laughed, then turned and left with his master, Grandmaster Wang, for the Alchemist Association. Master, I have something to do, so I have to go. I will come back later. After arriving in front of the Alchemist Association, Ye Xiao told his master that he has to do something and left after getting permission from his master, Grandmaster Wang. After leaving, he arrived in front of the Treasure Pavilion. He did not stop and directly entered the Treasure Pavilion. Treasure Pavilion also has a very powerful background. Many small and big branches of the Treasure Pavilion were spread across not only the Grand Sha Empire but also the entire Azure Sky continent. Few peoples were looking for the things they want to purchase. Just like the previous time when he came here, he saw many weapons such as swords, sabers, spears, and so on. The weakest of the weapon here was of low-grade spirit rank. It's you. Ye Xiao started looking at the weapon when he heard a girl's voice from behind his back. He turned back and saw that it was the same beautiful young lady whom he met previously when he came here for the first time. Yes, it's me, beautiful lady. Ye Xiao smiled at her, then he once again turned back to look at the weapons. Are you here to buy a weapon this time? The beautiful young lady asked softly. When Ye Xiao came here for the first time, she looked down upon him. She even mocked him many times when he said that he wanted to buy a high-grade profound rank martial arts technique. Surprisingly, she found out that Ye Xiao, whom she looked down upon, was extremely rich. Not only this, but she also went to look at the competition organized by the 5 great sects in the imperial family. At that time, she found out that Ye Xiao was not only rich, he was also a strong young man. And by the end of the competition, she found out that Ye Xiao was actually the only disciple of the Grandmaster Alchemist of the Alchemist Association. At that time, she regretted a little about her behavior. Now that she once again saw Ye Xiao here, she didn't dare to be disrespectful to him. Yes, I am here to buy a good spear. Ye Xiao nodded his head and replied to her. Oh, what kind of spear are you looking for? The beautiful young lady once again asked. Is there any high-grade spirit rank spear here? Ye Xiao thought for a while and asked. Yes, there is, but that spear is very costly. Are you sure that you want that spear? The beautiful young lady once again asked. If there is something I am the least worried about, then it is the money. Just show me that spear. Ye Xiao looked at the beautiful young lady and said. Okay then, come with me. The beautiful young lady said and led Ye Xiao to the third floor. When he came here for the first time, she led him to the second floor to buy the martial arts skills, and this time, she led him to the third floor of the treasure pavilion for the spear. Chapter 144, Sea Dragon Spear. The third floor of the treasure pavilion. The beautiful young lady led him to a room. After arriving in front of the room, she knocked on the gate. Come in, an old voice sounded out from the other side of the gate. She pushed open the gate and led Ye Xiao in. In the room, an old man was sitting on his prayer mat cross-legged. He is the one responsible for this branch of the treasure pavilion. The beautiful young lady whispered in Ye Xiao's ears. Oh, Ye Xiao nodded his head and curiously sized up the old man. Grandfather, this young man here is the disciple of Grandmaster Wang from the Alchemist Association. He wanted to buy the high-grade spirit rank spear, so I led him here. The beautiful young lady introduced Ye Xiao to the old man and also told him Ye Xiao's purpose of coming here. Ye Xiao was also surprised to find out that the beautiful young lady whom he thought of as an attendant here, is actually the granddaughter of the old man who was controlling this branch of the treasure pavilion. Her grandfather nodded his head and said, so that old man has accepted a disciple. I never thought that he will accept a disciple here, in a third-grade country of the lower realm. He looked at Ye Xiao for a few breaths of time, then stood up and walked out from the room. The beautiful young lady gestured Ye Xiao to follow her grandfather, and she also walked out of the room. Ye Xiao, on the other hand, was stunned for a moment when he heard the old man motioning, lower realm. He remembered that his master also mentioned something like this. This old man mentioned the lower realm while his master mentioned the upper realm. Just what is this lower realm and upper realm? Ye Xiao became extremely curious at this moment. He also guessed that this old man knows his master, and just like his master, this old man's background was also not simple. After recovering from his stunned state, Ye Xiao walked out of the room hurriedly and saw that the beautiful young lady was waiting for him in front of another room. Ye Xiao walked to her and then both of them entered the room. The moment Ye Xiao entered the room, a compelling slaughter energy surged outward, making him tremble. It was as if a devil was seeing him with its blood-red eyes. The surprising thing was that the beautiful young lady beside Ye Xiao acted as if she didn't feel anything. Ye Xiao didn't understand the reason behind it. Ye Xiao couldn't help but take back one step. The beautiful young lady smiled at him when she saw him retreating. She proudly said, every weapon in this room of the treasure pavilion has histories of tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. Some have followed proud sons of heavens, and some have been handed down by peerless experts. These weapons have been quenched in the blood of countless battles and have been used to tear down numerous extreme powerhouses. The killing intent they emanate is terrifying. Treasure Pavilion was established several hundred thousands of years ago in the Azure Sky continent. Every year there were new weapons brought in as well as weapons bought out by others. This Treasure Pavilion is only a very small branch that was established here, in the imperial city of the Azure Dragon continent only for almost 100 years. Most of the weapons here were low-grade spirit rank weapons and middle-grade spirit rank weapons. There were fewer high-grade spirit rank weapons. As for the weapons above spirit rank, they can only be found in Treasure Pavilion of the first-grade country or above. I and my grandfather arrived here 20 years ago with your master. Your master and my grandfather are childhood friends. After saying till here, she looked at Ye Xiao and smiled at him, then continued to say, mystical weapons. Mystical weapons are weapons one rank above the spirit rank weapons. In the entire Azure Sky continent, there are only a few thousand low-grade and middle-grade mystical rank weapons. As for the high-grade mystical rank weapons, there are only a few hundreds of them in the entire Azure Sky continent. I'm telling you all of this because, in this room, the weakest of a weapon is that of high-grade spirit rank. Weakest as high-grade spirit rank. Ye Xiao looked at the beautiful young lady in surprise. From her words, he guessed something shocking, and because of this guess, his eyes opened wide as he looked at the weapons in this room. Hee. Seeing this expression of Ye Xiao, she giggled sweetly and said, as you have already guessed, yes, in these weapons, there are many mystical rank weapons. When she confirmed Ye Xiao's guess, he looked at her with a shocked gaze, then he once again turned to look at the weapons. Little fellow, you can come here only because you are the disciple of that old man Wang. I will not tell you which weapon is best here. What you can choose will depend on you and your luck. At this moment, the voice of the grandfather of the beautiful young lady sounded out. Ye Xiao looked at the old man and nodded his head. Then he started to at the weapons present here. For the spirit rank weapons, he can easily see through them. They were all high-grade spirit rank weapons as the beautiful young lady described before. As for the mystical weapons, Ye Xiao was unable to see the ranks of those weapons. Ye Xiao ignored all other weapons and started to look at the spears. There were very few spears present here. He started to look at every spear. He saw that there were 5 high-grade spirit rank spears while the remaining spears are mystical rank weapons. He ignored the high-grade spirit rank spears and started to look at the mystical rank spears. Sometime later, he chose a red spear. He extended his hands and was about to hold the red spear when his gaze subconsciously landed on a blue spear that looked like a damaged weapon. Just as he saw that blue spear, he felt that the heaven-devouring divine dragon in his sea of consciousness opened its eyes for a moment. He hurriedly looked into his sea of consciousness and felt that the heaven-devouring divine dragon was looking at the blue spear. The heaven-devouring divine dragon once again closed its eyes immediately after taking a glance at the blue spear. But it was enough to let Ye Xiao feel that the blue spear is not an ordinary weapon. He curiously looked at the blue spear. It looked like a damaged spear, but he could feel a sense of familiarity from it. How can it be? I am sure I've never come in contact with any spear till now. How can I feel a sense of familiarity with this blue spear? Ye Xiao was puzzled over this question, but quickly he shook of it, moved his hand, and held the blue spear. The moment he held the blue spear, he felt a dragon's cry coming out from this spear. I choose this spear. Ye Xiao looked at the old man said. The old man didn't look at Ye Xiao, but he was looking at the spear in his hand. At this moment, if Ye Xiao were to look carefully at the old man, he could see many emotions from the old man's eyes. Shock, sadness, anger, many emotions were flicking in his eyes at this moment. But quickly, the old man recovered his composure back. He was about to say something when he heard his granddaughter saying, Ye Xiao, are you sure you want to take this spear? Can't you see that this spear is damaged? Ye Xiao looked at the beautiful young lady, smiled, and said, I know, but I think this spear is more suitable for me than any other spears here. At this moment, the old man said, this spear is known as the Sea Dragon Spear. Every weapon here is forged by me except for this Sea Dragon Spear. Ye Xiao was again shocked. He never thought that the overseer of this branch of the treasure pavilion is actually a weapon refiner, and on top of that, this old man is no ordinary refiner. He is someone who can even forge the mystical rank weapons. This was quite a shocking news to Ye Xiao. If this spear is not forged by you, then who forged it? Ye Xiao asked the old man curiously. The old man looked at him, let out a long breath, and said, this is a spear that was forged by the Sea Dragon King. Sea Dragon King forged this weapon with his own bones and tendons when he was about to die. Chapter 145. Immortal rank weapon. The old man let out a long breath, and said, this is a spear that was forged by the Sea Dragon King. Sea Dragon King forged this weapon with his own bones and tendons when he was about to die. Before his death, the Sea Dragon King gifted this spear to a human for a promise. A promise to help his Sea Dragon clan to fight a war against his enemies. That human fulfilled his promise and fought alongside with other sea dragons against their enemies. Because of that human, the Sea Dragon clan won the war. After the war, when that human was returning with glory, he faced another disaster. Because of the Sea Dragon Spear, a few greedy people who were also that human's comrades decided to assassinate that human. They failed as that human came to know about the betrayal of his comrades and their assassination plan somehow. He counterattacked, but still, he was too tired and injured because of the previous war, so he failed to defend himself, and died. Before his death, he did something with the spear and sealed it. Only because of that seal, this spear looks like a damaged spear, but in reality, as long as one can unseal the seal, the sea dragon spear will transform back to its original form. The old man said to Ye Xiao as he took the sea dragon spear from his hands. Ye Xiao then asked, "Senior, how can I unseal the seal?" "That, even I don't know. No one knows how the seal can be unsealed, otherwise this spear would not have fallen in my hands from those bastards who betrayed Wan, that human," the old man said. In the middle of his speech, Ye Xiao felt as if he was about to say something else, but suddenly this old man changed his words. He didn't ask anything as he knew that the old man does not want to tell him. He looked at the spear and thought that he will definitely find a way to unseal the spear. "Do you still want to take this spear even after knowing that this spear is sealed and cannot be unsealed with any ordinary means?" That old man to Ye Xiao asked after some time. "Yes, I still want this spear. As for unsealing the spear, I will definitely find a way in the future." Ye Xiao smiled and said. Then he took the spear back from the old man and swung it 2 or 3 times. "Drop your blood on the spear." Ye Xiao once again heard the old man. "What?" He looked at the old man with a confused look. "I said, drop a drop of your blood on the spear. Any weapon above the spirit rank can be bind with its owner with a drop of owner's blood. Only after that can one use a weapon above the spirit rank with the weapon's full potential." "Oh, so that's how it is." Ye Xiao nodded his head as if he understood something. The beautiful young lady and her grandfather thought differently, while the reason why Ye Xiao nodded his head because he now understood why he was unable to use the golden brick that he got from the Cloudsmoke forest. Golden brick was a natural-born treasure and not a weapon that is forged by a human. Because of this, Ye Xiao was unable to use the golden brick till now and didn't even know how to use it. But now, he can bind the golden brick with the help of a drop of his blood, and use it as he wishes. Then Ye Xiao bit his thumb and dropped a few drops of his blood on the sea dragon spear. The moment his blood landed on the sea dragon spear, it immediately started shining with blinding light. Moments later, the blinding light disappeared and Ye Xiao got some information about the sea dragon spear in his mind. "Top-grade immortal weapon," Ye Xiao muttered in a low voice with a confused look. "Yes, the sea dragon spear is actually a top-grade immortal weapon." The old man nodded his head and continued to say without stopping, "Immortal weapons are ranked even above the mystical rank weapons. Immortal weapons are divided into 4 tiers. They are low grade, middle grade, high grade, and top grade immortal rank. Let alone a top grade immortal rank weapon like the Sea Dragon Spear, Azure Sky Continent does not even have a single low grade immortal rank weapon." That old man explained something that was not known to him. Then there is no need to know any further. Before Ye Xiao could again ask any question, that old man cut his speech in middle. Ye Xiao looked at the old man. The old man ignored Ye Xiao. He turned around and walked out of the room. Before leaving, he stopped and said, "You are too weak to know anything about the word, immortal. Be it an immortal rank treasure or immortals, you don't have the qualification to know anything right now. If you want to know about these things, you have to first become stronger. Enough to control at least a first-grade country. The Sea Dragon Spear is a top-grade immortal rank weapon which you cannot buy even if you have millions of high-grade spirit stones. Even if you are the disciple of Old Wang, you have to pay for the Sea Dragon Spear. I'll give you a discount. You only have to pay 100,000 high-grade spirit stones." After saying this, the old man left. On the other hand, Ye Xiao was stupefied after hearing the old man. Strength, enough to control a first-grade country. When Ye Xiao went to Golden Fragrance Country, he saw many Martial Emperor Realm experts there. Those Martial Emperor Realm experts were also no ordinary people. Ye Xiao even saw an 8th stage Martial Emperor Realm expert there. And it was even just in a single big city of the Golden Fragrance Country. What does it mean? It means that the ruler of the Golden Fragrance Country is actually at the very least a Martial Ancestor Realm. The Golden Fragrance Country is only a second-grade country. If he wants to control a first-grade country, he needed to at least have the strength at the 8th or 9th stage of Martial Ancestor Realm. It means, in the eyes of that old man, only when Ye Xiao has the strength of at least an 8th or 9th stage Martial Ancestor Realm, would he gain the qualification to know about the things related to the word, immortal. And to have the strength of the Martial Ancestor Realm, Ye Xiao still has a long way to go. There was also other thing that shocked him, and that was 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Ye Xiao muttered in his heart and felt that his heart became very heavy as if someone has placed 1,000 Jin boulder on his chest. If it were 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, he can still pay, but the old man said that he has to pay neither with the low-grade spirit stones nor the middle-grade spirit stones but with the high-grade spirit stones. He only has low-grade spirit stones mine open in the heavenly pearl. Other mines were still closed. How can he pay this astronomical price? If there is something in this world that I am least worried about, then it is money. At this moment, he heard a mocking voice. It was the beautiful young lady who said this. This sentence was exactly the sentence that Ye Xiao said previously before coming up on the third floor of the treasure pavilion. Now when he heard his own sentence, he felt as if someone has slapped him hard on his face. His face immediately turned red because of embarrassment. Now that he dropped his blood on the sea dragon spear, making the sea dragon spear recognizing him as its master, it was impossible for him to return the spear back to the treasure pavilion, and what is more, this spear was actually an immortal rank weapon. He definitely cannot return the spear back to the treasure pavilion. He turned to look at the beautiful young lady and said, "Great beauty, I cannot pay right now with this amount, but in the future, I will definitely pay you, I promise. Can you please let me go this time without paying? Don't keep calling me beauty. It feels awkward. My name is Tong Nian." The beautiful young lady, for the first time, introduced herself. "Big sis Nian, can you please give me a few years worth of time to pay back?" Ye Xiao requested Tong Nian. "Hey, acting cute." Tong Nian giggled and said, "But how can I give you a few years worth of time?" Ye Xiao also knew that he was asking for something that he should not have. Chapter 146, Grandmaster Wang's History. Ye Xiao also knew that he was asking for something that he should not have. He did not even know this pair of grandfather and granddaughter. He was able to get his hand on an immortal weapon only because of his relationship with Grandmaster Wang. But what can he do now? He did not have enough to pay the bill. He can only request at this moment to get some period of time. "Big sis Nian, please." Okay, I will give you 1 year. In 1 year, you have to pay. I am giving you the time of 1 year only because you are the disciple of Grandpa Wang, otherwise no matter, I would not have given you time to pay. Haha, thank you, Big sis Nian. Ye Xiao laughed and stored the sea dragon spear at the floor of the 9-story pagoda inside the heavenly pearl. After storing it, he once again asked, "Big sis Nian, is there any spear-type martial arts skill in the treasure pavilion?" "No, spear arts are very rare to come by. We currently do not have a spear art." Tong Nian smiled and said, "Oh, okay." Ye Xiao nodded his head and then bade his farewell to Tong Nian, and left the treasure pavilion. On the other hand, Tong Nian once again arrived in front of her grandfather and said, "Grandfather, is that spear really the sea dragon spear of Uncle Wang Lin?" Her grandfather nodded his head and said, "That really was the sea dragon spear of your Uncle Wang Lin." When Tong Nian heard this, she looked at her grandfather with a puzzled look. It was as if there was something she could not understand. "Then why did you give that spear to Ye Xiao? If anyone in the upper realm gets the news of sea dragon spear, it will bring him a great disaster. Grandpa Wang has already lost his son, how can he bear to lose his disciple as well?" Not only Grandpa Wang lost his son, but he was also framed and got into a fight. Because of his injuries, his cultivation also dropped, and now, he only at the martial emperor realm. And all of this started because of the sea dragon spear. If not for the sea dragon spear, how can Grandpa Wang have reduced to being an alchemist in a third-grade country like the Azure Dragon country of the lower realm? After saying all of this, Tong Nian looked at her grandfather who was silently listening to her. Sigh. That old man took a long breath and let out a sigh. Then he said to his granddaughter, "Tong Nian, you don't understand anything. Do you know why the sea dragon spear is with me while it should be with your Grandpa Wang?" "No, why?" Tong Nian shook her head and said, "It is because your Grandpa Wang gave it to me. When he gave me the sea dragon spear, he said me to keep the spear at the treasure pavilion and wait for the fated one to come and buy it. I even asked him that in the lower realm, how can anyone be worthy of the sea dragon spear? Do you know what he said?" Tong Nian once again shook her head to indicate to her grandfather that she does not know. Her grandfather nodded his head and said, "He said that even in the upper realm, no one is worthy enough to wield the sea dragon spear. Sea dragon spear is a top-grade immortal rank weapon. A top-grade immortal rank weapon, only the strongest even in the upper realm is qualified to own a weapon like this. There are very few top-grade immortal rank weapons even in the upper realm, and only because of this, almost all of the peak figures there became so greedy that even after the death of Wang Lin, they shamelessly plotted and framed old Wang. If not for them, How can old Wang be forced to come down to a lower realm so that he can hide from them and recuperate from his injuries? He wanted to keep the sea dragon spear here and let it be with the Fated One. Who would have thought that the Fated One would be his own disciple, Ye Xiao? Anyway, that little brat is also no ordinary person. I felt a kind of draconic aura coming out from his body. He is definitely related to dragons. Maybe, he has the dragon's bloodline, and if it is true, then in the future, maybe he can truly use the sea dragon spear with its full potential. Even, Wang Lin was unable to activate the full potential of the sea dragon spear. When Tong Nian heard this, she was so shocked that she could not say anything for some time. When she calmed down, she said, I never thought that Ye Xiao is actually related to dragons. Her grandfather nodded his head and said, he is definitely related to dragons. Maybe, for some reason, he cannot control his draconic aura from coming out, that's why I sensed it. He has to learn how to control the draconic aura within his body, otherwise he will be in trouble if dragons discovered him. Dragons don't want their bloodline to live among humans. If they discovered him, they will definitely do anything to take Ye Xiao back with them to their dragon clan. There are also some other evil people who hunt down anyone with the dragon's bloodline so that they can use hunted person's bloodline to cultivate some sort of technique or to refine some pills. All in all, a dragon's bloodline is a very rare thing. It can grant strength surpassing ordinary humans, and it can also cause many troubles for them. Tong Nian nodded her head and said, Fate definitely is making a joke with Grandpa Wang. His son died because of the sea dragon spear, and now, his disciple not only gets his hands on the sea dragon spear, he is also related with the dragons in some way. Sigh, that old man sighed, nodded his head, and said, I am going to talk something with old Wang. After saying this, the old man suddenly disappeared from where he was. It was as if he was never there. Tong Nian kept standing there for some time, then she shook her head and walked down to the ground floor to welcome others who are going to come here to buy something from the treasure pavilion. Alchemist Association Grand Master Wang started to give his guidance to other alchemists after coming here from the Heaven Sword sect. After the guidance, when other alchemists left the room, Grand Master Wang suddenly felt something and said, Why don't you show yourself, old Tong? Hey, your perception is still as good as it used to be. An old voice sounded, and with this sound, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Grand Master Wang out of thin air. Come, sit, Grand Master Wang said, and after that, both of them sat down. Old Wang, the Fated One appeared that you spoke of has appeared. After they both sat down, Tong Nian's grandfather immediately said what he was here for, without wasting any time. Quote. Grandmaster Wang remained silent for a while, then said, Is it, Ye Xiao? You have already guessed. Old man Tong was surprised to hear that. Grandmaster Wang nodded his head and said in a low voice, I was the one who advised him to use spear. It is just, at that time, I didn't know that he will choose Sea Dragon Spear. Fate. Both of them sighed at this moment. I'm here for one more thing. Old man Tong said while looking at Grandmaster Wang. What? I think you have already sensed that Ye Xiao is related to dragons, right? Old man Tong said in a deep voice. Are you saying me to guide him to control the dragon aura that always emitted out from his body? So you've also sensed it. Ye Xiao is different. He is related to dragons, knows about the herbs that already went extinct for millions of years in the Azure Sky continent, and there are many more things about him that make him somewhat mysterious. I think he can control the dragon's aura on his own after some time. Grandmaster took a long breath and said. When old man Tong heard this, he was slightly surprised. Then he just stood up and said, I am leaving. Wait. When he was about to leave, Grandmaster Wang said him to wait. Old man Tong turned and looked at Grandmaster Wang, waiting for him to say what he was about to say. 1 month from now, I will lead the chosen candidates to the Grand Sha Empire for the Secret Realm. After the matter regarding the Secret Realm will over, I think we should leave the lower realm. Grandmaster Wang said after some time. Chapter 147. Sea Dragon Descends. Old man Tong looked at Grandmaster Wang and said, You still have not recovered from your injuries yet, otherwise your cultivation would have also increased back to your peak. How can you decide to? Old Tong, you don't understand, I am confident that I can recover to my peak in 4 months at most. Grandmaster Wang cut his sentence in the middle and said, Sigh, okay then, what about your disciple? I think it will take him at most 10 years to cultivate to the peak of Azure Sky continent. When he will ascend to the upper realm, I will meet him there. Grandmaster thought for a while and said, "So, do you thought of about telling Ye Xiao everything related to Sea Dragon Spear, and yourself?" "Not now, but when he will come back from the secret realm, I will tell him." "Okay then." After talking about all of this, Tong Nian's grandfather once again disappeared from the room. Ye Xiao on the other hand arrived at the inn where he had already rented a room. He directly went into his room, closed the door, and entered the Heavenly Pearl. Then he went to the first floor of the 9-story pagoda and dropped his blood on the golden brick. The moment his blood dropped on the golden brick, a vast golden light suddenly flashed that forced Ye Xiao to close his eyes. He immediately felt some information appearing in his mind. He went through that information and immediately became excited. The golden brick can become as big as a mountain, and it can also become as small as a speck of dust. The surprising thing was that when it becomes smaller, its weight will remain the same as when it is in its normal size, but its weight will increase when it becomes bigger. It was not all. The most surprising thing was that the owner can fuse with the golden brick and their defense will increase by a large margin. It will act as an armor after merging with its owner. Ye Xiao immediately became extremely excited. Then he took out the Sea Dragon Spear and looked at it. He had already merged with the memories of the ancient formation god. So he started to look at the Sea Dragon Spear closely to find out a way to break the seal. After looking at it for a long time and going through the knowledge he gained by merging with the ancient formation god, he finally finds out what kind of seal the previous owner of the Sea Dragon Spear placed on it. It is actually 3-style life seal. From his memories, he finds out about the seal and the method to break it. The seal was called 3-style life seal and has a total of 3 parts. If one sealed something with all 3 parts of the 3-style life seal, this seal will use the life of that person as a price and seal away that thing. If one wants to break the 3-style life seal, they needed to start with breaking the first part of this seal. To break the first part of the 3-style life seal, Ye Xiao needed to sacrifice at least a mystical rank treasure. As for the information about breaking the other 2 parts of the 3-style life seal, that was still locked with the remaining 2/3 of the memories of the ancient formation god. Ye Xiao immediately became depressed when he finds out about the method to break the first part of the seal. After going through many difficulties, he finally got his hands on a mystical rank treasure, and now, he has to sacrifice that treasure so that he can break the first part of the 3-style life seal. Even though his heart was aching, Ye Xiao did not hesitate to decide. He decided to sacrifice the golden brick so that he can break the first part of the 3-style life seal that was placed on the Sea Dragon Spear by its previous owner. After all, even though mystical rank treasures are very rare, powerful, and priceless, they were still in no way as important as a top-grade immortal rank weapon. Ye Xiao started to process by unlocking the first part of the 3-style life seal according to the knowledge he gained from the memories of the ancient formation god. Boom! Not long after, an explosion at the first floor of the 9-story pagoda, the golden brick disappeared forever. As for the Sea Dragon Spear, it started to change. Ye Xiao looked at it transforming into a very beautiful spear. Previously, it looked like a normal blue spear, but now, a dragon's image appeared on the Sea Dragon Spear which increased the beauty of the spear. With the transformation of the Sea Dragon Spear, Ye Xiao once again received some new information about it. Sea Dragon descends. First style, Hands of Waves. Ye Xiao was surprised to see that what he got after breaking the first part of the 3-style life seal that was placed on the Sea Dragon Spear, was a martial arts technique that he can execute with the spear. From the information that he got, he also finds out that there were 4 styles of the Sea Dragon Descends. What he got right now was only the first style of the Sea Dragon Descends. And what is more, Ye Xiao finds out that this first style of the Sea Dragon Descends is actually equal to a low-grade immortal rank martial arts skill. It means that as long as I can unseal the other 2 parts of the 3-style life seal that is placed on the Sea Dragon Spear, I can get other 3 styles of the Sea Dragon Descends. Ye Xiao immediately became overly excited. He never thought that his luck is this good. He actually obtained a spear skill far surpassing the high-grade heaven rank martial arts skill. Ye Xiao immediately thought of trying out this technique. He immediately swung the Sea Dragon Spear and started to execute the first style of the Sea Dragon Descends. Sea Dragon Descends. First style, Hands of Waves. Ye Xiao swung his spear and stabbed in front of him. Immediately, the entire area transformed into a sea, and what appeared everywhere was only water. What happened? Didn't I was on the first floor of the 9-story pagoda? How come I appeared on a sea? Wait a minute, I am actually standing on a sea, what is going on? Ye Xiao was feeling crazy at this moment. What happened, he didn't know, but immediately, he felt that the spirit from the normal core in his dantian was almost all used up. He was still in the process of executing the first style of the Sea Dragon Descends. He didn't think much and just focused on completely executing the first style. He concentrated and attacked forward. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed at this moment, and countless dragon claws that were made up of water emerged out from the water and went forward to attack the place where Ye Xiao was aiming with his spear. Before Ye Xiao could see what happened next, his vision became blurry. He released the sea dragon spear from his hands and held his head while sitting down on the ground. A few breaths later, when his vision was becoming clear, he opened his eyes and saw that he was back on the first floor of the 9-story pagoda. He looked at his surroundings in confusion. He was still not able to understand what just happened. He wanted to stand up but felt too weak to stand up. When he realized this, he checked dantian and saw that all the spirit energy and from both cores in his dantian was already used up. Why, he guessed, maybe it is because he was still too weak to use an immortal rank skill. It was fortunate that he has 2 cores, otherwise he would have again lost his consciousness due to using the spirit energy out of his limit. He doesn't want to be bedridden for another month, so he decided not to use the Sea Dragon Descends for the time being. I am confident that after breaking through to the Martial King realm, I can use the first style of the Sea Dragon Descends for at least one time. Ye Xiao muttered in his heart, sat down cross-legged, and started circulation, the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique, so that he can recover his used-up spirit energy. Not long after, he once again recovered back to his peak and started thinking about the situation where he found himself at the ocean when he tried out the first style of the Sea Dragon Descends. Maybe, that was just an illusion that appears while using the first style of the Sea Dragon Descends. Ye Xiao thought in his heart. Chapter 148, Poisonous Beast. Maybe, that was just an illusion that appears while using the first style of the Sea Dragon Descends. The first style of this spear skill is already a low-grade immortal rank skill. Anyway, I don't know anything about this ranked skill. Ye Xiao thought in his heart and calmed down. Now the first thing I have to do is to make a breakthrough in my cultivation and become a Martial King realm martial artist. Ye Xiao thought in his heart and took his leave from the world of Heavenly Pearl, appearing in the room of the inn once again. Without wasting any time, he once again arrived in front of the Alchemist Association and entered. Master. Not long after that, Ye Xiao was standing before his master. Master, I am planning to go out once again. There is still 1 month before we will leave for the Grand Sha Empire, so I'll just go out and look for the opportunities to make a breakthrough in my cultivation. I can feel that my breakthrough is near. Ye Xiao had already decided to go and hunt down magical beasts, devour them, and break through to the Martial King realm. When Grandmaster Wang heard this, he turned his head and extended his right hand toward Ye Xiao. On his hand, there was a pill bottle. Ye Xiao took the pill bottle from his master, opened it, and saw that there was only 1 pill inside it, but when he saw that pill, his expression immediately changed. He excitedly said, Master, thank you. There is no need to thank me. As your master, I have to at least give you this much help. Grandmaster Wang waved his hand, said, Master, then I am leaving. Go. After taking the pill from his master, Ye Xiao immediately ran toward the Cloudsmoke Forest once again. The pill that his master gave him was known as Spirit Advancement Pill, which can play a big role if he wants to break through to the Martial King realm. Ye Xiao once again entered the Cloudsmoke Forest. He didn't stop and continued to run deeper into the forest while ignoring every magical beast that he saw on his way there. If he wanted to break through to the Martial King realm, he has to devour at least a 5th guard magical beast. Magical beasts weaker than the 5th grade magical beasts were no help to him now. But he still hunted down 2 or 3 4th grade magical beasts and stored it in the Heavenly Pearl for Little Yellow. After almost 1 week of searching, when Ye Xiao was resting under the tree, he suddenly heard a very strange sound. Ye Xiao estimated the general direction and started walking toward the source of that strange sound. When he arrived at the place from where he heard that strange sound, he saw that there was a cave that was going underground. If Ye Xiao has not heard the strange sound, he would not have been able to find this cave as it was hidden within the bushes. When he entered the cave, he realized that his thoughts were still quite simple. The light inside was very weak. Of course, to the martial cultivation, the problem with this light was not that big of a problem. Once one reached the Qi condensation realm, their senses automatically become much sharper than before, they would be able to see clearly even if the light is slightly weak. Yes, it was another matter if there is dark. Well, the weak light was not that important, the truly scariest part was the dangerous environment. Z. Suddenly Ye Xiao once again heard that strange sound. Compared to the one he had heard outside earlier, this time, this sound was several times more strange and frightening to listen to. With this, it could be said that every step he took here was filled with danger. Ye Xiao once again heard that strange sound, but this time, he was terrified because he heard this sound from exactly behind his back. Wings of the divine dragon. Without thinking about it anymore, he immediately used the ability of the heaven-devouring divine dragon as a beautiful pair of wings grew out from his back. He flapped his wings and immediately flew forward at a very fast speed. This cave was small and narrow, so he was unable to fly in the air. Swish, swish. The moment he dodged, he saw two streams of blue light flashed where he was standing before. When he looked at the blue thing on the ground, he saw that it was poison. He raised his head and saw a 2-meter big poisonous insect, with a black carapace around its body. It also had a pair of wings on its back. A 5th grade magical beast which is about to advance to the 6th grade. Ye Xiao looked at that magical beast and surprised to see that it was actually a 5th grade magical beast which is about to advance to the 6th grade. That magical beast flapped its wings behind its back and fiercely charged towards Ye Xiao's. Its speed was so fast that only after when Ye Xiao was able to feel its bone-piercing sharpness did he react. Such fast speed, this guy, with another flap of his wings, Ye Xiao again immediately distanced himself from this strange magical beast. This was a strange poisonous beast. The carapace on its surface looked especially hard. Ye Xiao started to think of ways to kill this magical beast and devour it. Dragon's claws. When he was unable to think of a way, he decided to fight with this strange beast head-on. The enemy's head had a triangular shape. If this posture was used in the air, the speed, impact, and piercing force would achieve an extreme effect. It was fortunate that he was fighting with this beast inside this small and narrow cave, otherwise, he was sure that with its speed if he were to fight it outside, there was no chance that he could stand against this strange poisonous beast. Just when Ye Xiao transformed his hands into dragon's claws, a deafening sound rang out. He looked at the poisonous beast and saw it suddenly bursting forth with an incredible speed. Shua, swish. Ye Xiao's mind went into a frenzy. He could not dodge at this moment, so he chopped down his claws toward it ferociously. Clang. Like a great bell ringing, for a time, the collision between the two instantly produced a terrifying sound wave. Ye Xiao was surprised to discover that his attack only managed to injure it a little while he himself was sent flying. He vomited out a mouthful of blood, looked at the strange poisonous beast, and muttered, "This beast. What a tough defense." Ye Xiao was extremely shocked in his heart. Although he was in a sorry state because, and he did not manage to defend in time, but he did attack the strange poisonous beast with almost 80% of his strength, but still, he was only able to injure it slightly. Ye Xiao also quickly discovered that blood that was gushing out from the beast's body was actually green in color. It means that this beast's blood was also poisonous. As this beast opened its mouth to leak at its wound, a pair of venomous teeth appeared from time to time in its mouth. With a cold flash, drops of venomous liquid dripped from the teeth, corroding the surrounding plants and turning them into venomous water. This beast is extremely poisonous, and its speed is also incredibly fast. Not only that, but its defensive power is also terrifying. Moreover, my attack with 80% of my strength was only able to injure it slightly. Thinking about the characteristics of this poisonous snake, Ye Xiao's face turned gloomily as he became extremely serious at this time. He took out the sword from his spatial ring. He did not take out the sea dragon spear because he was simply unable to use it with his current strength. He also guessed that if he wants to use the sea dragon spear, he has to first make his breakthrough and become a martial king realm martial artist. The moment Ye Xiao took out the sword, the poisonous beast shot out once again. This time, its speed was even more shocking, bringing with it a fierce green, poison arrow, that burst out from its mouth. Ye Xiao flapped his dragon wings and flew backward, dodging the poison attack of the poisonous beast. Then he once again flapped his wings and flew forward. Because of his and the poisonous beast's speed, both of them appeared in front of each other almost in an instant. Ye Xiao slashed down his sword on the poisonous beast's head with his full strength. Clang! The sound of a metal collision rang out in his surrounding. Chapter 149. Martial King Realm. When both Ye Xiao and the poisonous beast arrived in front of each other in an instant, Ye Xiao slashed down his sword on the poisonous beast's head with his full strength. Clang! The sound of a metal collision rang out in his surrounding. Because Ye Xiao attacked with his sword first, the poisonous beast did not have the chance to attack. Srrr. When his sword landed on the poisonous beast's head, green blood gushed out from its head like a fountain. Ye Xiao flipped in the air and flew back. His sword was still stuck in the poisonous beast's head. Not long after that, Ye Xiao saw a shocking scene. The part of his sword that was stuck in the poisonous beast's head actually melted down because of the terrifying poison. That terrifying poison acted as acid, and the other part of the sword soon falls down on the ground. This poison is so shocking. Ye Xiao had no way to imagine how shockingly powerful the poison of this beast actually is. If it was him in the place of the sword, what would happen to him? He could not help but tremble in fear of the poisonous beast's poison. Swish! The poisonous beast once again flapped its wings and flew toward Ye Xiao in rage while spitting out an arrow of poison from its mouth. Ye Xiao also flew toward it while taking out another exactly same sword as the one which just melted down. Originally, what he got was the pair of a sword from the tomb of Mu Chen. He turned aside and dodged the poison arrow and once again stabbed his sword down on the poisonous beast's head. This time, the poisonous beast becomes smart and immediately backed off. It managed to avoid Ye Xiao's attack, but Ye Xiao had also guessed that the same attack might not work on this beast as it was already a 5th grade magical beast which is about to become a 6th grade magical beast. It already has intelligence not inferior to that of an adult human. Ye Xiao flapped his wings and with an increase in his speed, he once again appeared in front of the poisonous beast immediately and stabbed his sword on the wound of its head. The poisonous beast cried loudly in pain as the sword penetrated through its injured head. Ye Xiao did not stop here. He once again arrived in front of the poisonous beast, held its head from both sides with his dragon claws, and directly tore it open. Bang! The poisonous beast groaned loudly in pain and then fell down on the ground lifelessly. On the other hand, its green and poisonous blood scattered around everywhere in the circumference of 1 meter. Some of its blood also dropped on Ye Xiao's dragon claws as he used his 2 claws to tore open the poisonous beast's head. He had no choice but to take the risk as this beast was actually very terrifying and if given any chance, it could instantly kill Ye Xiao. So, because he was wary of this beast, he took the risk and tore open its head. When the blood of the poisonous beast fell down on his both claws, he was scared to the point where his mind went blank for a moment. He could not think of anything at this moment. But then, he suddenly discovered that this poison actually did not affect his claws in any way. Why is this? When he thought about it, he guessed maybe it is because his claws came from the heaven-devouring divine dragon. The dragon's scale that grew out on his hands when he transformed his hands in the dragon's claws, did not let the poisonous blood touch his skin, and because of this, it did not affect him in any way. Thank God! Ye Xiao heaved a long breath of relief when he found himself safe. He thanked God for this subconsciously. After some time, Ye Xiao dragged the corpse of the poisonous beast out from the small and narrow cave. He was now preparing to devour its corpse so that he can break through to the martial king realm. Devour! Ye Xiao placed his hands on the corpse of the poisonous beast and started to devour it. Simultaneously, he also took out the pill that his master gave him and swallowed it. It is time to break through. The energy contained within the pill was extremely violent, and at this moment, Ye Xiao was also devouring the poisonous beast, which made the energy inside his body even more violent. However, right now, Ye Xiao did not think too much. He circulated the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique and shaved off them bit by bit. Once a small amount of energy was released, he started absorbing the energy into his stomach and started refining. If it were a normal person, then doing something like this would be simply unimaginable because the energy within his body at this moment was really too terrifying. If a normal person had absorbed it like Ye Xiao, it was very likely that only a single strand would completely destroy their body. But it did not affect Ye Xiao much as he circulated the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique, which is an unknown rank technique. With it, not only Ye Xiao was able to absorb this violent energy, but he was also able to refine it. He didn't even waste a single speck as he subdued the violent energy and refined it so that it could increase his cultivation. In a situation like that, Ye Xiao's cultivation started growing rapidly. Although he was already a peak 9th stage Origin Core Realm martial artist and was just half a step away from the Martial King Realm, this half step was still very hard to take. To go from Origin Core Realm to Martial King Realm, one must experience a process that is like a river bursting out of a core. Boom! With an explosion, Ye Xiao's ordinary core in his Dantian exploded and all the spirit energy within his Dantian started to run havoc. At the same time as the explosion, Ye Xiao's aura rapidly rose. It was extremely quick, and it was simply shocking. Ah! Ye Xiao groaned in pain, but he still did not stop and started to circulate the first layer of the 9 dragon. Universal circulation technique with all of his strength, which slightly eased his pain. As for Ye Xiao's aura, it had increased several times as his strength increased. That feeling was one of nearing the Martial King Realm. With one more step, he could step past the barrier blocking his way and become a Martial King. Suddenly, with Ye Xiao as the center, spirit energy within several thousand miles, as if they were summoned, started quickly surging towards Ye Xiao's body and gathering around it. At that instant, his aura was clearly different from before. There was a change. In essence, this was the true power. Ye Xiao could feel the changes that were happening within and outside of his body. The spirit energy from the world was entering his body as if he was a whirlpool sucking down everything that comes in contact with it. The more he absorbed, the more he felt like absorbing the spirit energy. He does not know the reason behind it, but his instinct told him to continue to absorb as much spirit energy as he could. He also felt as if 50% of the spirit energy that he absorbed disappeared after entering his body. It was like something or someone was stealing the spirit energy from his body rapidly. It was fortunate that there was no end of spirit energy here, otherwise he would not be able to fill himself up completely. Suddenly his Dantian also started to expand, and only when it expanded to double its previous size, did it stop expanding. For most martial artists, advancing would only require breaking past a single barrier, which was often thought of as breaking out from a single pair of shackles. Extremely talented people might have to break through multiple shackles. But no matter how talented someone was, to break through out of Origin Core Realm would definitely never double the size of one's Dantian. Only when a martial artist breaks through to the Martial Emperor Realm can their Dantian expand in size. Before the Martial Emperor Realm, while breaking through, one's size could never expand, but yes, the quality of the spirit energy within it will increase and grow denser and denser. Just like when one breaks through to the Origin Core Realm from Qi Condensation Realm, their spirit energy's quality will increase as a core will form inside one's Dantian. It is coming, it is coming. Ye Xiao muttered excitedly as he felt his breakthrough is coming. Chapter 150. Heavenly Punishment. Ye Xiao could feel that he was about to break through. He immediately became very excited. Boom! Finally, a horrifying explosion burst within Ye Xiao's Dantian. It was a very strange sound. More deafening than thunder, however, others could not hear that sound. Only Ye Xiao alone could. At the same time as the explosion, Ye Xiao's aura rapidly rose. It was as if there was no end to it. His aura kept rising without the sign of stopping. He had made a breakthrough. He had successfully surpassed the Origin Core Realm and became a Martial King. He had truly become a Martial King. Martial King. How many people worked for their entire life yet they could not even touch this level and could only admire those who were able to, just like those of Silver Moon Sect. It was a realm seen as godlike in many people's eyes. But Ye Xiao, before the age of 17, had entered such a realm. That was definitely quite an achievement. At least, within the Azure Dragon Empire, and to those in the third grade country or even third grade country, only very few geniuses could accomplish such a feat. Even though he was only at the first stage of the Martial King Realm, his fighting prowess was no less than that of a martial artist at the 6th or 7th stage of the Martial King Realm. Haha, success! I've finally succeeded. I've finally become a Martial King Realm martial artist. Ye Xiao was elated and excited. His expression could not be represented by words. Ye Xiao did not know how much time it took for him to break through to the Martial King Realm from the Origin Core Realm, but he knew that it was definitely not a short amount of time. Although there was a portion of luck in today's success, it could not be denied that Ye Xiao had exchanged his hard work for that success. When he stood up and was about to check his Dantian, the originally sunny and cloudless sky immediately turned dark with pitch-black clouds. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. Everything within thousands of miles went completely dark. What's going on? Ye Xiao was completely horrified. He realized that all those black clouds were like a huge whirlpool, and the whirlpool's center was right above himself. It looked like nothing more than a huge demonic eye focusing expressionlessly on him. At the same time, a terrifying destructive will pushed down upon him. Ye Xiao immediately realized that he was unable to avoid being the center of the whirlpool because when he moved, he saw that the cloud above him also moved along with him. He wildly cursed inside as he saw more and more black clouds gather in the sky. The lightning within the sky gradually converged at the center of the black clouds. Is it going to strike me? Even if Ye Xiao was stupid, he would still be able to predict what was about to happen. He madly struggled, but it was as if the thundercloud in the sky has taken him as its enemy. Despite his best efforts, his body unable to shake off the thundercloud above him. Suddenly, immense pressure pressed down on him. It was so terrifying that he was unable to move even an inch now. The huge boulder beneath his foot cracked. Such a sturdy boulder was actually unable to bear the pressure. Ye Xiao couldn't help but tremble in fear. He tried running, but he felt as if a whole mountain was crushing him from every direction. He was only able to make very limited movements and was simply unable to flee. What is that thing in the sky? Why is it pressing me down? Why is it trying to suppress me? Ye Xiao was not able to understand what was going on. He was terrified by the scene that suddenly appeared before him. It is heavenly punishment. You are unable to flee. Gather your full strength to resist. If you are able to resist it, you will be able to not only gain a terrifying strength, you can also start cultivating the second layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. As Ye Xiao was wildly cursing in his heart and was incredibly anxious, a voice suddenly rang in Long Chen's ears. Heaven-devouring divine dragon. Ye Xiao felt that this voice was coming from his mind. When he checked in his sea of consciousness, he saw that the heaven-devouring divine dragon was looking at him and it was the one who just told him about the heavenly punishment. You can actually talk. Ye Xiao was so shocked that he even forgot about the heavenly punishment for a while. The heaven-devouring divine dragon looked at him. It did not reply to him, instead opened its mouth and said, humans also call the heavenly punishment as the heavenly tribulation. Heavenly tribulation? Ye Xiao muttered these two words and immediately thought of something. He exclaimed in surprise, isn't heavenly tribulation something that one encounters after breaking through to martial ancestor realm from martial king realm? Why is it that I encounter it so soon when I just become a martial king realm martial artist? Because you are the inheritor of the heavenly pearl. Because only you will have the ability in the future to defy and even fight against the heavens. Because you can become the greatest threat to the heavens. This time, the heaven-devouring divine dragon replied to him as if he was making the joke of heavens. A puny human, like Ye Xiao, could become a threat to the heavens to the extent where it wants to exterminate his existence before he could even grow up. It wanted to kill Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao also understood this at this moment and he was immediately infuriated. How many evil people existed in the world, and yet the heavens decided to punish him? So unfair. Putting away his anger, he waved his hand, and immediately a long blue spear appeared in his hands. It was the Sea Dragon Spear. He circulated the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique and pushed his power to its peak. Would you help? Ye Xiao looked at the heaven-devouring divine dragon and asked in a low voice. No, I will not help this time. You have to overcome this tribulation yourself. This can also be considered as a test to see whether you are qualified for that destiny or not. The heaven-devouring divine dragon shook its head and said, this time, did you help me before? And what about that destiny? Why can't I understand anything that you are saying? Ye Xiao asked many questions at once because he did not understand anything that the heaven-devouring divine dragon said. He also did not know about the situation where the eyes of the heavenly Tao wanted to kill him and it was heaven-devouring divine dragon that saved him at that time. You don't need to know much right now. With time, you will naturally know everything. Now go, face and overcome the heavenly tribulation. The heaven-devouring divine dragon said, and when it waved its claws, Ye Xiao was forced to retreat from his own sea of consciousness. How terrifying. At the moment when the heaven-devouring divine dragon waved its hand, Ye Xiao felt as if he was standing before an existence that could kill him with just a flick of its finger. At that moment, he felt immense pressure from the heaven-devouring divine dragon, so much that he felt that the pressure that pressed down on him from the sky was like a child's play compared to the heaven-devouring divine dragon. He never encountered this type of pressure in his life, nor did he ever saw an existence that could rival the heaven-devouring divine dragon. Ye Xiao looked at the sea dragon spear in his hand, then he looked at the thunderclouds that were still rumbling in the sky as if they were furious about Ye Xiao's existence. He said while looking at the thunderclouds, When I entered the heavenly pearl for the first time and became its inheritor, I vowed that if devils blocked my path toward the peak of martial arts, I will cut down the devils into 1,000 pieces. If the gods blocked my path, I will kill every god, and if the heavens blocked my path, I will destroy the heavens. Now that heavens, you really are blocking my path, then from now on, either you kill me or one day I will definitely wage a war against you. When Ye Xiao said these words, his figure looked as if he was a war god that had fought a war and went through the crisis of life and death countless time. At that moment, his demeanor was something else. He looked so domineering that could not be explained by words. Chapter 151. Overcoming the tribulation. The sea dragon spear lit up as Ye Xiao circulated the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. A halo of blue light also enveloped him. It was as if a god from the heavens had reincarnated within him and was disdainfully looking up at the sky. Ye Xiao pushed his strength to the max. Spirit energy from heaven and earth was continuously streaming into his body. Now that his dantian was double its previous size, he was able to control an even greater amount of energy. The black clouds in the sky were becoming increasingly thick, and the lightning was becoming more and more concentrated. Suddenly, the sky became completely silent. A bolt of lightning several feet wide shot straight down from the center of the black clouds towards Ye Xiao, its power seeming to want to destroy Ye Xiao from the surface of this world. Ye Xiao watched as the terrifying lightning bolt descended. He felt an endless destructive will coming from it. Raising his sea dragon spear with his hand, a strange light appeared over his spear. Sea dragon descends. First style, hands of waves. Immediately, Ye Xiao saw his surroundings turning into an endless sea once again. Countless dragon claws that were made up of water emerged from the seawater and collided with the powerful bolt of heavenly lightning, wanting to tear apart it to shreds. Boom! An area that was hundreds of meters wide, taking Ye Xiao as its center, was immediately destroyed. Rocks crumbled as that one lightning bolt completely flattened the mountain. Ye Xiao vomited 3 consecutive mouthfuls of blood. When his attack collided with the lightning bolt, the endless sea that suddenly appeared after changing his surrounding, immediately shattered. His hands were still trembling. He looked at his hands and then looked at the sky. He was frightened by the collision just now. If not for the sea dragon spear and the first style of the sea dragon descends, he would have been dead by now, as that lightning strike was destructive enough to destroy the area of hundreds of meters around him. This made him feel completely dispirited. In front of that lightning, he felt that he was completely insignificant. His joy from advancing to the martial king realm was immediately extinguished. His body was charred all over, and he could even smell his own flesh roasting. His full force blow was like an ant waving its antennae in front of an elephant. He was unable to shake that lightning bolt in the slightest. He had been essentially powerless. Rumble, rumble, lightning once again started to rumble in the sky as if it was not satisfied, when Ye Xiao blocked the first lightning bolt. It started to gather many strands of lightning from the black clouds as if it wanted to become even stronger and then strike Ye Xiao to exterminate him. Well, the problem was not that Ye Xiao could not deal with another bolt of lightning, the problem was that Ye Xiao actually does not have much spirit energy left. In his previous attack, he used up almost all of his spirit energy. And when he was breaking through to the martial king realm, the ordinary core within his dantian exploded, because if one wants to break through to the martial king realm, the core has to explode, if not, one is unable to break through. While the ordinary core exploded and he successfully advanced to the martial king realm, but there was still the dragon-shaped core left intact in his dantian. At this moment, when he used up almost all of his spirit energy, Ye Xiao wanted to use the energy from the dragon-shaped core but was surprised to find that he was unable to use a single strand of energy from the dragon-shaped core. Why the FCK? I can't use the dragon-shaped core. Ye Xiao was annoyed at this moment. After all, he was currently in a very critical situation. He has to somehow deal with the second lightning strike that was about to strike him. Rumble, KRR, Shua. Without giving Ye Xiao any chance, the second bolt of lightning that looked even more destructive than the previous one, shot straight down from the center of the black clouds towards Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao watched as the terrifying lightning bolt descended. He again felt an endless destructive will coming from it. He was terrified. He really was scared at this moment, but when he thought that the heavens actually wants him to die when he did nothing wrong, he doesn't know why, but he immediately becomes infuriated. Damn you, come at me, Ye Xiao shouted while looking at the second bolt of lightning. Wings of the divine dragon. Dragon's claws. Beast fire. Fire clones. Immediately, Ye Xiao started to use all of the cards he had under his sleeves to deal with the coming lightning bolt. Not only a pair of beautiful wings grew out from his body, but his hands also transformed into dragon claws. 5 fire clones also appeared and surrounded him as if they wanted to protect him. And lastly, the beast fire covered his entire body, formed a protective fire barrier around him so that Ye Xiao did not have to be directly struck by the lightning. Boom! Again, the lightning bolt struck him, but before it could collide with Ye Xiao, the 5 fire clones jumped toward it. Almost instantly, they were shattered as they collided with the lightning strike. When the terrifying lightning bolt struck at the protective barrier formed by the beast fire, it was also instantly torn apart, and exactly at this moment Ye Xiao flapped his wings and flew backward, wanting to avoid the incoming lightning bolt. He also brought both of his claws to his head and made a sign of a cross in front of his head while clenching his claws into fists. Even though Ye Xiao flew backward, but the lightning bolt still struck him down. It directly landed on his dragon's claws. Ah! Ye Xiao screamed in pain as his entire body was charred all over, and he could even smell his own flesh roasting. Ye Xiao vomited out 5 mouthfuls of blood continuously. He was about to curse something, but he once more vomited more blood. That thunderbolt had greatly shaken his internal organs. Rumble, rumble. Ye Xiao did not even take a breath of relief when he once again heard the thunder sound in the sky. His body trembled as he looked at the sky. There he once again saw the black cloud gathering the lightning bolt. Ye Xiao understood that there was going to be the 3rd bolt of lightning. The 2nd bolt of lightning was already so terrifying, how much more terrifying the 3rd bolt of lightning would be. When Ye Xiao thought this, instead of fear, his heart burned with anger at this time. FCKU, if you want to kill me, then I will swallow you down. Ye Xiao shouted at the thundercloud. Rumble, boom, shua. Immediately, the 3rd bolt of terrifying and destructive lightning once again struck down at Ye Xiao. Devour. Ye Xiao roared loudly as he activated the devouring ability of the heaven-devouring divine dragon. He roared loudly at the lightning strike and opened his mouth subconsciously. His eyes once again turned golden at this moment. The previous time when his eyes turned golden, he was at the secret place where he got his hands on the golden brick. This is the 2nd time when his eyes turned golden. When Ye Xiao opened his mouth, a black whirlpool suddenly formed in the air in front of his mouth, aiming directly at the incoming lightning strike. Boom! When the lightning strike collided with the black whirlpool, Ye Xiao was sent flying, but the most important thing was that this time, he was not injured much as the lightning bolt suddenly disappeared somewhere after colliding with the black whirlpool. Hua! The black whirlpool also disappeared at this moment and Ye Xiao's eyes returned to normal, and exactly at this time, he once again vomited out a large mouthful of blood. Where did that lightning bolt disappear to? Is it that the lightning bolt was actually devoured by that whirlpool? Wait, how come that black whirlpool appeared in front of my mouth? At this moment, many questions surfaced in Ye Xiao's mind, but he was unable to guess a perfect answer for his questions. Ye Xiao looked at the sky and saw that the sky once more returned to its sunny state as the black clouds scattered. It was as if everything before had been just an illusion. His entire body was in extreme at this moment as his entire body was burned charred black by the 2nd strike of the lightning. The tribulation was over. Finally I overcome the heavenly tribulation. Ye Xiao took a long breath of relief and with a sound, he sat down on the ground. Chapter 152. Heavens. While Ye Xiao sat down on the ground as he was too tired and badly injured at this moment. Not only his entire body was burned charred black by the lightning bolt, but his internal organs were also in mess. You have finally done it. Exactly at this time, he heard a familiar sound. Ye Xiao looked in his sea of consciousness and saw the heaven-devouring divine dragon looking at him with its big golden eyes. The heaven-devouring divine dragon once again said, "Quickly enter the heavenly pearl and look for the queen of plants. She can heal you almost instantly. You don't have much time, so hurry up." Queen of plants? Do you mean little yellow? And, what do you mean when you said I don't have much tea? Crack. Before Ye Xiao could complete his sentence, he heard a cracking sound coming out from his dantian. He hurriedly looked and saw that some cracks appeared on the dragon-shaped core and it was actually spreading slowly. The dragon-shaped core was about to explode. Ye Xiao was terrified again. If the dragon-shaped core exploded at this moment, he didn't know if he could endure the explosion and pain as he was already very badly injured right now. He also understood at this moment why the heaven-devouring divine dragon told him to find little yellow quickly. Without wasting any time, he entered the heavenly pearl and appeared on the grassland. He looked around but didn't see little yellow. She must have again gone to the forest here. How can I search for in a short amount of time when I don't even know how large that forest exactly is? Ye Xiao muttered in a low voice as he ran toward the forest with his injured body. He was feeling immense pain, but what can he do at this moment? He has to look for her no matter what. Little yellow, little yellow, Ye Xiao started to shout when he arrived at the periphery of the forest. He did not know how to search for her, so he just started to shout and call the name that he gave her. Didn't I told you to call me, Queen? When he was still shouting, he suddenly heard a childish but arrogant voice. He looked in the direction from where the childish voice came and saw that there was actually a 5 or 6 years old beautiful and cute girl standing and looking at him. Are you little yellow? Ye Xiao was surprised to see her. He first thought that how come a child appeared here, but when he thought about it, he found it impossible for anyone to appear here if he himself did not bring them here. Then there was only one thing possible, and that is that little yellow somehow took the form of a human girl. Humph, call me Queen. That little girl once again told him arrogantly to call her Queen. Little yellow, I don't have time right now. Hurry up and heal me. Ye Xiao did not call her Queen, nor did he pay any attention to what she said. Time was running out as the crack has almost covered the area around 2/4 of the dragon-shaped core. Little yellow was about to retort him once again, but at this moment she finally realized that Ye Xiao was charred black as if he was burned by a terrifying flame. Not only that, but there was also traces of blood on his lips and chin. Seeing all of this, little yellow did not say what she was about to say. She just waved her hand and a drop of green liquid came from her hand and flew toward Ye Xiao. That drop of green liquid directly entered into Ye Xiao's mouth. Ye Xiao only managed to sense that it tasted sweet before it quickly slid down his throat and rapidly spread throughout his body. His wounds began to quickly heal. The black burned parts of his skin slowly fell off. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, his body had recovered 80 to 90%. This was much more miraculous than any healing pills. Ye Xiao was surprised beyond belief seeing this. No need to be surprised. She is the queen of plants and she can do much more things than just healing you. At this moment, Ye Xiao once again heard the voice of the heaven-devouring divine dragon in his mind. Hurry up and go at the first floor of the 9-story pagoda and circulate the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. Ye Xiao was about to say something when he once again heard the heaven-devouring divine dragon's voice in his mind. Little yellow, see you later. Ye Xiao looked at the 5-year-old little girl in front of him and said. Then he immediately ran toward the 9-story pagoda. How do you know about my cultivation technique in little yellow? In fact, how do you know so much about me? While running, Ye Xiao asked this question to the heaven-devouring divine dragon. You don't need to know about that right now. You will know in the future. The heaven-devouring divine dragon said him emotionlessly. Okay, then at least tell me, exactly why did I encounter a heavenly tribulation when I just break through to the martial king realm? Ye Xiao did not dwell over the previous matter anymore and asked something which was more important to know at this time. This heavenly punishment mostly focused on destroying your will. If your will wasn't sturdy enough, your mind and soul would have been exterminated by the heavenly tribulation, said the heaven-devouring divine dragon. What is this heavenly punishment? Ye Xiao once again asked as he does not understand anything about the heavenly punishment. To others, it is just a little test from the heavens to see if they deserve the new strength they gained after breaking through to the new realm or not, but for you, it is the will of the heavenly Taos. Anyone that can threaten the heavenly Taos will attract its punishment when advancing. Threaten the heavenly Taos? Could that be because of the heavenly pearl and the 9-dragon universal circulation technique? Ye Xiao could not think of any other things at this moment. Only the heavenly pearl that he got by an accident was truly heaven-defying. Not only he could merge with the memories of 3 ancient gods because of the heavenly pearl, but he can also create 9 dragons in his sea of consciousness and use their abilities as he wishes because of the cultivation technique he got from the heavenly pearl. There were also the 12 mines. One of those mines was filled with the low-grade spirit stones. He did not know what other mines had in them, but he did know that those things will definitely be more valuable than the low-grade spirit stones. There are some things that I can't tell you too much about, or it wouldn't be beneficial to you. The heaven-devouring divine dragon replied him. It stopped for a moment then again said, you just need to know that you are now in existence that could threaten the heavens in the future and to exterminate you, a threat, the heavens will do anything it could. Just like this time, everyone encounters heavenly tribulation when they advance to the martial ancestor realm, but you encountered it when you just break through to the martial king realm. When Ye Xiao heard this, he thought of the moment when he was locked by the immense pressure. That heavenly punishment had released an unstoppable aura. He had been trying to flee originally, but he noticed that he could not. At the same time, he also understood just how important a powerful will was for martial cultivators. Cultivation was fundamentally a path of no retreat. He took a deep breath. Thinking back to that bolt of lightning, Ye Xiao shivered. That lightning bolt was something he had been completely unable to resist. Then he once again thought in his heart, was it really as the heaven-devouring divine dragon said, and the heavenly punishment only tested my will? If my will had broken down, would I have been destroyed beneath that heavenly punishment? Now, whenever Ye Xiao thinks back to when he was still facing the heavenly tribulation, he trembles in fear. Ye Xiao once again arrived in front of the 9-story pagoda, and without stopping, he directly entered it. The cracks covered more than 3/4 of the dragon-shaped core in his dantian. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged and started circulating the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. The moment he started circulating his cultivation technique, the speed at which the crack was spreading on the dragon-shaped core increased suddenly. Not long after, the dragon-shaped core was filled with cracks and was about to explode. Chapter 153. One with the dragons. After Ye Xiao arrived at the first floor of the 9-story pagoda, he sat down cross-legged and started circulating the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. The moment he started circulating his cultivation technique, the speed at which the crack was spreading on the dragon-shaped core increased suddenly. Not long after, the dragon-shaped core was filled with cracks and was about to explode. Boom! The dragon-shaped core exploded, and the strange energy that came out from it did not rampage inside his body. Instead, it took the form of a dragon. Crap! This feeling, however, just as Ye Xiao felt elated, his complexion suddenly changed greatly. An unprecedented fear emerged in his eyes. Ye Xiao discovered with astonishment that when the dragon-shaped core exploded, and the strange energy within it took the form of a dragon, it had surged out of his dantian, rapidly moving about in his body. The energy dragon, as it surged within his body, didn't meld into his blood at all and give a feeling of union. Instead, it wanted to rush out of his body. It wanted to break out, and leave the shackles of Ye Xiao's physical body. How could Ye Xiao remain calm? Right now, the energy dragon wanted to break out and leave Ye Xiao's body. He didn't know if that was fortune or disaster, something of joy or of sorrow. However, what was fated to happen would happen eventually. It was something that Ye Xiao could not stop, nor change. And for the energy dragon in Ye Xiao's body, he could not control them either. Roar! Finally, from Ye Xiao's body, a burst of energy surged out, pierced through all 9 floors of the 9-story pagoda, and went straight into the sky with a dragon's roar. Roar! Ye Xiao was stunned when he saw this. Before he could understand what was happening, the heaven-devouring divine dragon also flew out from his sea of consciousness and flew straight into the sky. What is happening? How could the heaven-devouring divine dragon come out from my sea of consciousness on its own? Ye Xiao could not help but feel puzzled at this moment. Be it the energy dragon or the heaven-devouring divine dragon, both of them flew out from his body straight into the sky. He could not understand the reason why, and what was surprising that he could actually see what was happening in the sky while he was still sitting cross-legged on the first floor of the 9-story pagoda. It was as if he gained the ability to see through all the layers of 9-story pagoda easily. Roar! Roar! In the sky, the energy dragon and the heaven-devouring divine dragon, both roared at once and with an extremely fast speed flew toward Ye Xiao. What? Boom! Before Ye Xiao could react, both dragons collided with him and an explosion rang out on the entire first floor of the 9-story pagoda. Ah! Ye Xiao started to scream in pain as both dragons actually started to merge with his flesh, bones, and blood. He was feeling so much pain that he wished to die at this moment. He wanted to faint, but the process of becoming one with the both energy dragon and the heaven-devouring divine dragon was so painful that it didn't let Ye Xiao faint. He felt every part of his body tearing apart and then recovering. It was as if someone was peeling off his skins with a sharp knife while he was still conscious. Ah! Ye Xiao continues to groan in pain. He could no longer continue to stay sitting down cross-legged. He started to scream loudly as he lied down on the ground and moved here and there. Ah! Ye Xiao was screaming in pain and agony. He was feeling like his whole body was about to be ripped apart. Violent spasms went through him. He had never once imagined that this was how extreme pain would feel like. It was truly utter misery, where one could neither live nor die. While he was being assaulted by great pain, Ye Xiao wasn't aware that his body was currently undergoing a miraculous change. Everything in his body, be it his bones, meridians, skin, or blood, was going through changes that ordinary people would find hard to even imagine. Every single cell, every inch of his blood and flesh, every single bone, all of them were being reborn at this moment. In his dazed state, an earth-shattering roar resounded. An image of the heaven-devouring divine dragon covered from head to toe in black scales with a very different but beautiful golden pattern carved on it, floated in the air behind Ye Xiao. It roared into the heavens as it flapped its wings. Splurt, splurt. In the instant that the image of the heaven-devouring divine dragon appeared behind Ye Xiao's back, he felt as if countless sharp blades started to pierce through his flesh as a strange sound rang out, and thousands of black scales with beautiful golden pattern which are now covered in bloodstains began to pop up one by one on the surface of Ye Xiao's body. On both of his arms and both of his legs, on his chest and his abdomen, on his back and his buttocks. In the blink of an eye, the black golden scales had spread and covered every part of Ye Xiao's body, making him look as though a monster covered in scales. However, it wasn't over yet. Splurt, yet another soft pop rang out. Behind him, a long, thick, and muscular dragon tail grew from where his buttocks were. That dragon tail was also covered in blood. It looked evil and sinister and reeked of blood. At the same time, two bamboo shoot-like objects also grew from his forehead. They were sharp-tipped, seeming as if they were going to pierce through the heavens. This pair of horn was also black-golden in color. These were a pair of dragon horns. Black-golden dragon scales, black-golden dragon horns, and a dragon tail. No matter how one looked at Ye Xiao, they cannot tell that he was actually a human. He looked like a dragon person right now. The changes finally came to a halt at this point. Sweat and blood covered the ground. It was as though Ye Xiao was lying in a pool of blood. At this moment, Ye Xiao didn't even feel like lifting a finger at all. It hurt too much. He felt as if he had gone to hell and back. Suddenly, Ye Xiao transformed back to normal. All the scales, horn, and tail disappeared as if it was never there. Roar! Ye Xiao suddenly stood up. If one looked in Ye Xiao's eyes at this moment, they will notice that his eyes were dull, without any brightness in them. It was as if he subconsciously stood up and he himself did not know about it. Suddenly a huge wave of wind appeared out of nowhere and Ye Xiao's entire body transformed into that of a dragon. This time, he does not look like a dragon person, but a real dragon. What he transformed into was exactly the heaven-devouring divine dragon. But compared to the real heaven-devouring divine dragon, he was still far from being that imposing and domineering. Ye Xiao did not remain in the dragon's form for much longer as he once again transformed back to his real appearance. No one knew how long this process continued. Ye Xiao finally felt that the pain that almost killed him finally started to calm down. After almost half a day, he finally did not felt that terrifying pain. Even though he did not feel pain at this moment, he continues to lie down on the ground. He was gasping for air and panting heavily. After 1 hour of rest, he finally sat down once again and looked at his body. He did not feel any changes from before. He sat down cross-legged once again and started to absorb the spirit energy from the air. He felt that the absorption speed was at least 10 times greater than before. Even if Ye Xiao fought a powerful enemy again, he would not have to worry about running out of spirit energy like before. Back when he had been overcoming the heavenly tribulation, it was precise because the consumption had been too great that he had run out of spirit energy, making it so he was unable to continue fighting. Slowly closing his eyes and examining his body, he suddenly shook and went crazy with joy. He had never been this excited before. A few new pieces of information appeared in his mind. Now not only Ye Xiao can grow out a pair of wings and transform his hands into dragon's claws, but he can also transform his entire body into that of the heaven-devouring divine dragon's body. Chapter 154, Ye Xiao and Tong Nian. It was not like he had become a dragon and is no longer a human. It was only his body transforming into that of a dragon's. After his energy will run out, he will return back to his human form. Not only this, but he also gained a few new abilities. Now, he doesn't need to touch the corpse and circulate the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique to devour. In fact, he does not even need to touch the corpse to devour. When he kills someone or any magical beast, he can directly devour them with just a thought. He also gained an ability known as Spirit Devour Escape. It was a movement skill. The surprising thing was that he did not need to use his own spiritual energy to activate this skill. He can directly devour the spirit energy from heaven and earth and use them to move at an extremely fast speed. While in dragon form, he can use this skill to its fullest potential. It will be like disappearing in an instant. Not only this, but he can now also devour more than just spirit energy from a corpse. For example, if he killed a human who has a water elemental body, he can now not only devour the spirit energy from that human, he can also devour and obtain the water elemental body. It was quite surprising, but this was the truth. Ye Xiao could not believe that the heaven-devouring divine dragon was actually this overpowered and heaven-defying. He started to think about what will happen if he can devour and own all 5 types of elemental body, or other types of the sacred body like Lin Ling's extreme ice sage body. He can also devour and own other bloodlines, and like others, he did not have a limit that he can only have 1 or 2 bloodlines. He can have as many bloodlines as he can devour. After all, the ability of the heaven-devouring divine dragon was to devour the heaven and earth and use them for its own. Ye Xiao can also use all types of bloodlines, elemental bodies, and the sacred bodies that he will devour as if they were his own in the first place. Just thinking about this, Ye Xiao could not help but shout excitedly while raising his head high. Ye Xiao could not help but grin in joy. He wanted to find out something, so he looked in his sea of consciousness and was surprised to see that there was no one in his sea of consciousness. Where is the heaven-devouring divine dragon? Did it really merged with me and became one with me? Ye Xiao was so shocked that he could not continue thinking. He could not help but think of the moment when the heaven-devouring divine dragon and the energy dragon both collided with him. Sigh. Ye Xiao sighed. He was about to stand up when he again felt something. He hurriedly checked and his mouth was again left wide open. 3rd stage Martial King Realm. I actually advanced directly to the 3rd stage of the Martial King Realm from the early 1st stage of the Martial King Realm. His cultivation again increased without him even knowing. His cultivation speed was just too fast. At this moment, even he himself didn't know just how powerful he had become. He went through many life and death situations in a very short amount of time, but his strength also increased by a large margin. The saying is really true, for all disadvantages there were advantages. He did gain many things from the disaster that struck him. Ye Xiao did not know how to describe what he was feeling right now. It was extreme emotion with both happiness and sadness. When Ye Xiao thought about all of the things that he went through after his encounter with the Heavenly Pearl, he could not help but feel extremely grateful toward it. If not for the Heavenly Pearl, he still would have been a cripple man. He would not have become what he is today. The thing that made him most excited was that he can now start cultivating the 2nd layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique and create another dragon inside his sea of consciousness. He did not know what dragon will be formed by cultivating the 2nd layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique, but he did know that the dragon that will form will be at least as amazing as the heaven-devouring divine dragon. He wanted to immediately start cultivating the 2nd layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique and create another dragon inside his sea of consciousness. But he did not know how much time has passed while he was making his breakthrough to the Martial King Realm and merging with the heaven-devouring divine dragon and the energy dragon that was formed with the strange energies that came out after the dragon-shaped core exploded. He still did not know the usage of the energy dragon that had merged with his flesh, bones, and blood. He thought of returning to the Azure Dragon country and meet with his master first. If there were still some time left before they will leave for the Grand Sha Empire, he will try to form the 2nd dragon inside his sea of consciousness. He came out from the 9-story pagoda and exited the Heavenly Pearl. He once again appeared at the place where he had overcome the heavenly tribulation. Hundreds of meters of the area around this place were completely destroyed. Ye Xiao once again returned to the imperial city of the Azure Dragon country. He directly went to the Alchemist Association to find his master, but what shocked him that his master was not there. Ye Xiao, you have finally returned. He was about to ask where his master was, when he heard a soft voice of a girl. He turned back and saw Tong Nian entering the Alchemist Association. Big Sis Nian. Ye Xiao looked at her and smiled. Big Sis Nian, why are you here? Ye Xiao again asked, as he did not think that it was coincident for Tong Nian to come when he just returned. I come to inform you that you are 5 days late. Tong Nian knocked Ye Xiao's forehead and said, What do you mean? Ye Xiao looked at Tong Nian suspiciously. I mean that Grandpa Wang left with other candidates 5 days ago. You are 5 days late. Where have you been till now? If not for the men that I specifically assigned to inform me when you return, I would not have known that you have already arrived. Tong Nian said with a serious face. What? I am 5 days late? Ye Xiao almost shouted out in surprise. He never thought that it will take him more than 20 days to completely merge with the heaven-devouring divine dragon and the energy dragon. What are you being surprised about? You are behaving as if you don't even know how much time has passed. Tong Nian looked at Ye Xiao's surprised face and snorted. But when she saw Ye Xiao's unchanging expression, her face stiffened. She once again said, Are you, by any chance, really don't know how much time it has been since you left? Ye Xiao shook his head and confirmed her. Just what were you doing that you even forgot the flow of time? Tong Nian asked seriously this time. I have been cultivating, Ye Xiao said in low voice. After all, he could not say that he was merging with 2 dragons, in which once was a real dragon while the other one was made up of strange energy. Tong Nian looked at him deeply when she heard Ye Xiao's answer. When she looked at him, her mouth was left wide open. 3rd stage of the Martial King realm, Tong Nian exclaimed in surprise. Her voice was so loud that it attracted the attention of every single person that was present there at that moment. Tong Nian also realizes that she had done something wrong. She then held Ye Xiao's hand and dragged him away. They both left the Alchemist Association and arrived at the Treasure Pavilion soon. Tong Nian took him to a room on the 3rd floor of the Treasure Pavilion, told him to sit down, and when they both sat down, she said, Just 1 month ago, you were at the 9th stage of the Origin Core realm, and in just 1 month, you went from being a 9th stage Origin Core realm martial artist to the 3rd stage of the Martial King realm. Just what were you doing till now? Ye Xiao looked at her speechlessly and helplessly. Before this, he never thought that he will be helpless against a girl whom he took her as an attendant of the Treasure Pavilion. Chapter 155, Flying Ship. Ye Xiao looked at Tong Nian speechlessly. Before this, he never thought that he will be helpless against a girl whom he took her as an attendant of the Treasure Pavilion. But who would have thought that this girl was actually the granddaughter of the owner of the Treasure Pavilion? What was more was that this pair of grandfather and granddaughter actually knows his master. Now that he thought about it, he looked at Tong Nian carefully and was surprised to find out that he cannot see through the cultivation. It is needed to know that her grandfather was someone who owns a branch of Treasure Pavilion. He definitely is at the very least as powerful as his master. It means, her grandfather was at the very least a martial emperor realm martial artist. As her granddaughter, how could she not have any cultivation base? Then to describe this situation, only 2 reasons appeared in his mind. One is that she is hiding her cultivation base with the help of a secret skill that she has cultivated. And the second reason was that her cultivation base is actually much more than what he can currently see through with his current strength. Ye Xiao thought that the second reason was something that fit Tong Nian perfectly. She has a powerful grandfather, how could she not has any cultivation base? What happened? Will you answer me or not? If you don't want to answer me, it is okay. It is not like I have to know why your cultivation has increased by this much in a very short amount of time. It is just that I was curious seeing your cultivation that I asked. Tong Nian said and stood up. She wanted to leave and it could be seen that she was slightly unhappy with Ye Xiao because he did not tell her the reason why his cultivation increased by a major and 2 minor stages in just 1 month. Before this, Ye Xiao never thought that he will encounter this type of situation. He also never thought that he would feel bad if he did not tell Tong Nian anything, but right now, he really was feeling bad. Why? He does not know the answer. Why? He only felt that the pose of Tong Nian's face was too innocent and cute. He even wanted to laugh at this moment after seeing how Tong Nian was behaving. She was behaving like a little kid who did not get chocolate from his parents and started to pretend to be angry so that his parents would give him what he wants. Ye Xiao laughed and said, "Big sis Nian, it is not like I don't want to tell you. I was just thinking, now that I am already 5 days late, and everyone has already left, how will I go to the Grand Sha Empire? As for the answer to your question, I just encountered a great opportunity 1 month ago when I entered the Cloudsmoke Forest, which helped me breaking through to the 3rd stage of the Martial King realm from the 9th stage of the Origin Core realm. Since I was busy cultivating and breaking through in my cultivation, I didn't feel the flow of time, thus getting late." When Tong Nian heard this, she also nodded her head. In her opinion, there was no other reason for Ye Xiao to arrive here late except for the reason he gave her. She looked at Ye Xiao and said, "You don't have to worry about how you will go to the Grand Sha Empire. I and my grandfather were waiting for you all this time. We are also going to the Grand Sha Empire and you are going to come with us. There is no room of discussion in this matter. she said as if she was ordering, but one could easily tell that she was just pretending, and was trying her best to pretend and not found out by Ye Xiao. But her expression deceived her. Ye Xiao did not know what to say. Just to not laugh after seeing the expression on Tong Nian's face, he started to look in a different direction. Big Sis Nian, why will I even refuse if you and your grandfather can lead me to the Grand Sha Empire? In fact, I will thank you in advance. Ye Xiao smiled and said, okay then, we will depart for the Grand Sha Empire in the evening. Till then, if you have anything to do, just do it. Tong Nian said, and after saying this, she left. There was not much time left before it will be evening. He did not go anywhere. Instead he sat down on the bed in that room and started to cultivate. He did not start cultivating the second layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique because this was not the right moment. He still circulated the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique to see if he can feel the existence of the heaven-devouring divine dragon or not. To his surprise, when he circulated the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique, he was not only able to feel the existence of the heaven-devouring divine dragon, he also felt 2 other types of extremely destructive energy within his body. But to his disappointment, he was unable to locate either of the 3. He tried many times, but every time, he felt that there was something that was blocking him to feel the existence of those 2 types of extremely destructive energy and the heaven-devouring divine dragon. He also tried to communicate with the heaven-devouring divine dragon, but still, he didn't gain anything. Ye Xiao, let's go. While Ye Xiao was still trying to find a way to at least locate any one of the 3 existence, he heard Tong Nian's call. He opened his eyes and walked out of the room. There he saw that Tong Nian was walking toward him excitedly. Is it already evening? Ye Xiao asked Tong Nian in confusion. He once again didn't felt the flow of time. Are you for real? Tong Nian looked at Ye Xiao and could not help but ask this. That, I again started cultivating, and so. Ye Xiao embarrassingly rubbed his hair a few times. Let's go, it is already the time to depart for the Grand Sha Empire. Tong Nian nodded her head and said. Then she turned back and walked down. Ye Xiao followed her suit. Soon, both of them arrived at the place where he registered for the competition that was held by the 5 great sects. When he came here for the first time, this place was filled with hundreds of peoples, but now, it was all empty. There was a large ship standing in the middle of this field. This is, Ye Xiao looked at the ship in awe. He never had seen a huge and marvelous ship like this. It is a low-grade mystical rank treasure, a flying ship. Tong Nian replied Ye Xiao as she moved forward toward the ship. What, a low-grade mystical rank treasure? Ye Xiao's mouth was wide opened as he heard Tong Nian saying that this marvelous ship in front of him was actually a low-grade mystical rank treasure. Don't be too surprised, my grandfather even had a middle grade, and a high-grade mystical rank flying ship in his hands. Tong Nian once again exploded a bomb on Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao looked at Tong Nian in surprise and said, you are telling me this as if these are not mystical rank treasures but just an ordinary ship? In my eyes, yes. This ship is just like an ordinary treasure. In the upper realm, these mystical rank treasures are just like junks. You can see them everywhere. On top of that, all of those treasures will at least at the high guard mystical rank or above. Tong Nian once again shot an arrow. Ye Xiao felt that if he continues to listen to Tong Nian, he will go crazy. But again, he noticed a point from what Tong Nian told him. Big Sis Nian, can you tell me about the upper realm thing that you just told me? When Ye Xiao asked this, Tong Nian's steps halted for 2 seconds, and then she once again continues to move forward toward the flying ship. At this moment, she also realized that her tongue slipped. She said while walking, after you will come out from the secret realm, maybe at that time, your master will tell you. As she said this, she turned to look at Ye Xiao and smiled at him. Then she suddenly flew up in the air, and with an extremely fast speed, she landed on the deck of the flying ship. So fast, she was so fast that Ye Xiao only saw a blur flickering in front of his eyes, and the next moment, he saw Tong Nian on the deck of the flying ship. Chapter 156. Refining the heavenly thunder. Tong Nian was so fast that he could only see a blur flickering in front of his eyes, and the next moment, Tong Nian was on the deck of the flying ship. So she really is much stronger than me, and because of this, I was unable to see through her cultivation. But right now, even if there is a 9th stage martial emperor realm martial artist in front of me, I can see through their strength with just one look. Then this means, Big Sis Tong Nian is at least a martial ancestor realm martial artist. As Ye Xiao thought this, his mouth once again opened wide. He could not believe what he just thought in his mind. But there was no other possible explanation that can explain why he could not see through Tong Nian's cultivation. If Big Sis Tong Nian is already a martial ancestor realm martial artist, then what about her grandfather? When Ye Xiao once again thought about it, he could not help but take a look at Tong Nian, who was also looking at him from the deck of the flying ship. He once again felt suspicious about his master's background. Tong Nian's grandfather was his master's friend, then his master should have at least the same strength as her grandfather. But again, Ye Xiao clearly remembered that his master was only at the martial emperor realm. He was easily able to see through his master's cultivation. When he thought about it, he suddenly remembers that when he was giving his master a stalk of newly evolved Jade Lotus, his master said him at that time that the Jade Lotus will help him much. Is my master injured, and because of his injuries, his cultivation also dropped down by a large margin? Ye Xiao thought in his heart, and when he thought about the mystery that was revolving around his master, he felt that this might be the real case. Hey, why are you not coming up? While he was still deep in his thought, he suddenly heard Tong Nian's voice and forced to come back to himself. He again rubbed his head and laughed, then said, "I'm coming." With this, he also flew up in the air toward the flying ship. But this time, he flew in the air without the wings of the divine dragon. He was now a martial king realm martial artist and can fly in the sky without the help of wings. When he flew toward the flying ship, he felt that he was not as fast as he could be with the wings of the divine dragon. After about 10 breaths of time, he also descended on the deck of the flying ship, in front of Tong Nian. Tong Nian led him to a room and said with a smile, "You can rest here. With this flying ship, it will only take us around 15 or 16 days to reach the Grand Sha Empire. Even though you are already 5 days late, with this ship, you can reach the Grand Sha Empire even before your master and the candidates with him." Okay, Ye Xiao nodded his head and said, "Big Sis Nian, I will be cultivating during our journey, so when our destination will arrive, please wake me up." Ye Xiao wanted to find out more about those two types of destructive power that he felt within him when he tried to feel the existence of the heaven-devouring divine dragon while circulating the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. Previously, he didn't feel the flow of time, and because of this, he thought that it will be good to inform Tong Nian first so that when they will arrive at the Grand Sha Empire, she can wake him up. Seriously, are you a cultivation freak or what? Tong Nian looked at Ye Xiao and said in a frustrated tone. She wanted Ye Xiao to enjoy the scenery together with her on the flying ship, but now, Ye Xiao told her to wake him up after arriving at the Grand Sha Empire because he was again going to cultivate. Ye Xiao did not answer Tong Nian. He just continued to look at her. Seeing him like this, Tong Nian sighed and said, "Huh. Okay, go and cultivate. I will wake you up after arriving at the Grand Sha Empire." "Thank you, Big Sis Nian." Ye Xiao thanked her and immediately went into his room and closed the door. Tong Nian shook her head when she saw Ye Xiao's excited face, and left. Ye Xiao immediately entered the world of the Heavenly Pearl as he did not want to attract the attention of the pair of grandfather and granddaughter. Although he did not see Tong Nian's grandfather at the moment, he knew that her grandfather was on the flying ship. Ye Xiao directly went to the first floor of the 9-story pagoda and started circulating the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. Soon, he once again felt the existence of those two extremely destructive energy within his body. "This time, I will definitely find you," Ye Xiao muttered in his heart and started to work on it more diligently. After who knows how much time has passed, Ye Xiao finally discovered one of the two destructive energy within him. "Isn't this?" Ye Xiao was speechless when he saw that destructive energy, because the destructive energy that he discovered was none other than the heavenly lightning that he devoured when he was going through the heavenly tribulation. At that time, he devoured the third bolt of the lightning strike, which was also the final attack of his heavenly tribulation at that time. He once again was surprised by the devouring ability of the heaven-devouring divine dragon. Heaven-devouring divine dragon, devour the heaven and earth and use them for its own. So that's what it meant when it says, use them for its own. When Ye Xiao created the heaven-devouring divine dragon for the first time in his sea of consciousness, he gained the information about it in his mind. At that time, he did not understand what use them for its own mean, and he also did not dwell in this much as he thought that this was not important. But now that he saw the heavenly lightning inside his body, which aggressive and destructive, but still, it was not doing any harm to his body. He finally understood what that sentence meant. "Then, I will refine you and make you mine first." Ye Xiao muttered as he started to refine the heavenly lightning within his body. Ah! The moment Ye Xiao started refining, the heavenly lightning that was still silent in his body started to wreak havoc. He groaned in pain as he felt lightning burning his body bit by bit. What was terrifying was that this was happening inside his body. The lightning was very strong, but it was not as powerful as it was before while it was still a part of the heavenly tribulation. Although this was the case, its power was still very destructive and Ye Xiao felt that his internal organs were going to be destroyed at any time. He began to circulate the first layer of the 9-dragon universal technique with all his might and finally felt the pain lessen. But still, it was very terrifying. Even though the pain that Ye Xiao was currently feeling was less than what he felt when he was merging with the heaven-devouring divine dragon and the energy dragon, but still, it was not something that he could easily handle. Moments turned into minutes and minute turned into hours as time continues to pass. Ye Xiao continues to endure the pain as he refined the heavenly thunder. The more pain and burnt he felt, the more crazily he refined the heavenly thunder. He had already decided to completely refine the heavenly thunder and make it his own. After who knows how much time passed, Ye Xiao finally completely refined the heavenly thunder. At this moment, Ye Xiao's entire body was powerless as he let out a helpless sigh. After refining the heavenly thunder, although he gained a powerful trump card for himself, he also suffered a very heavy injury as almost all of his internal organs were burnt because of the lightning wreaking havoc within his body. Ye Xiao arrived at the grassland, plucked out 2 jade lotuses, and swallowed them. Immediately, he felt a cold and sweet feeling going down from his neck to his abdomen. His pain relieved a little as he felt slightly comfortable. He once again plucked out 2 more jade lotuses and swallowed them. Only after he swallowed another 2 jade lotuses did his pain completely vanished and he felt that his internal organs also healed more than 75%. Only 2 more jade lotuses and I can heal completely, Ye Xiao thought in his heart. Chapter 157. Vitality Essence. Ye Xiao took a long breath as he looked at his surrounding. He only planted 1 jade lotus and it was even a grade 3 medicinal herb, but now, there are thousands of jade lotuses, and all of them are evolved grade 4 jade lotuses. Only one thing disappointed him, and that thing was that the root of spirit-stealing fruit still did not sprout out. There was almost no chance for it to grow up once again in the outside world, but at that time, Ye Xiao thought maybe, in the Heavenly Pearl, there will be a chance to sprout once again. After all, the Heavenly Pearl is so heaven-defying. But now, looks like he was wrong. Even in the Heavenly Pearl, the root of the spirit-stealing fruit has no result. He took a long breath and was about to leave when his gaze fell upon a 5-year-old cute girl. Who could it be if not for Little Yellow? Little Yellow was also extremely mysterious. Ye Xiao didn't know anything about her. He once searched the memories he gained from the ancient pill god and the ancient formation god, but there was no result as the memories he has merged with only had the information and knowledge related to pills and formation. Little Yellow, you are here. Ye Xiao looked at her and smiled. I told you to call me queen. Little Yellow said in her childish voice. Hey, you are just a little kid. When you will grow up, I'll definitely call you queen, but right now, look at you, how cute you are. Ye Xiao arrived in front of Little Yellow while saying this and pinched both of her cheeks. Ah, what are you doing? It hurts. Oh, sorry, but you look so cute. Can you take your hands back? It hurts. Little Yellow, can you give me some drops of that green liquid which healed me completely when I was seriously injured? Ye Xiao suddenly remembered about the drop of green liquid that came out from Little Yellow's little hands and healed him completely. At that time, he was burned charred black by the second bolt of the lightning strike when he was going through the heavenly tribulation. Be it his outer or inner body, his entire body was burned, but still, he was completely healed with just a single drop of that green liquid that came out from Little Yellow's hands. From what he had observed and guessed, his master was also seriously injured, and because of his injury, his master's cultivation has dropped to the martial emperor realm. If he can give even a single drop of that green liquid to his master, if not completely, then at least his master can heal half of his injuries. That's why he suddenly asked for the green liquid from Little Yellow. Those are not some green liquid but my vitality essence. Do you think just any random thing can heal you to the point where not even a scratch can be seen on your body? Vitality essence. When Little Yellow said that the drop of green liquid was actually the drop of her vitality essence, he was shocked to the point where he could not say anything for some time. Yes, vitality essence. You were really badly injured at that moment, and only because of that I used a drop of my vitality essence on you. Taking out even a single drop of my vitality essence can slow down my growth. If I were to take out any more drop of my vitality essence, it will cause great damage to me. So, I cannot give you any more drop of my vitality essence. Little Yellow looked at Ye Xiao and explained to him, is there any way to restore or even increase your vitality essence? Ye Xiao did not want to give up, so he thought for a while and again asked. Little Yellow looked at Ye Xiao and said, there is. But it is too difficult to restore or increase my vitality essence. Just say it, I will try my best to increase your vitality essence. Ye Xiao said with determination. Why do you want my vitality essence so much? When Little Yellow saw that Ye Xiao was determined to help increase her vitality essence, she could not help but look at Ye Xiao suspiciously. When Ye Xiao first asked her for some drop of her vitality essence, she thought that it was because he wanted to keep it for himself. After all, her vitality essence was even more precious than any heavenly treasure. But now, when she saw that Ye Xiao's determined face, her way of thinking changed. This kind of determination can only be seen on one's face when one wants to do something for their parents, siblings, or lovers. My master, I think he is badly injured and so, I want to help him heal. Ye Xiao did not hide why he wanted her vitality essence from her. He told her the reason. When Little Yellow heard him, she nodded her head and said, there are many ways to increase my vitality essence, but every way is dangerous. If you want to get those things, you have to rely mostly on luck. Are you sure you want to look for those things? I am sure. Ye Xiao nodded his head without hesitation. A sweet smile appeared on Little Yellow's childish face. She looked at him and said, you are going to enter the secret realm, right? Yes. Wait, how do you know? Ye Xiao looked at Little Yellow in surprise. He was going to the Grand Sha Empire for the secret realm, but he never told Little Yellow about this matter, nor he talked about the secret realm in front of her. Then how exactly did she know about the matter of the secret realm? I know everything, after all, I'm currently residing in your heart. Little Yellow looked at Ye Xiao and the smile on her childish face became even more bright. Ye Xiao looked at her as if he was looking at a monster. From the moment he met her, he knew that Little Yellow's existence is very mysterious. Not only her existence but she herself is very mysterious. But isn't this too much? Just what is Little Yellow? How can she? Wait, the heaven-devouring divine dragon also knew that he was created with Ye Xiao's cultivation technique. It also knew about the existence of Little Yellow and knew that she can heal him. Many questions started to appear in Ye Xiao's heart, but the more he thought of these things, the more complex this matter became. Yes, I am. Ye Xiao did not know what to say, so he simply answered Little Yellow's question. After entering the secret realm, I will help you search for the things that can help me increase my vitality essence. My vitality essence can also increase with the blood essence of a dragon, but that dragon has to be a true dragon. Little Yellow said to him in her childish voice. A true dragon? Ye Xiao looked at her in confusion. Yes, a true dragon. There are many dragons in this world, but not every dragon is a true dragon. Some of them are flood dragons, some evolve from a snake, and some have dragon's bloodline, but these are not true dragons. Little Yellow explained to him. When Ye Xiao heard this, his interest was piqued. He looked at Little Yellow and asked, then how would I recognize a true dragon? You will know when you will see a true dragon. Little Yellow looked at Ye Xiao and said. Ye Xiao did not know how to recognize a true dragon, but he was now merged with the heaven-devouring divine dragon, and because of this, he can easily tell the difference between a true dragon and a false dragon. But this thing was something Ye Xiao did not know. He had never seen a dragon other than the heaven-devouring divine dragon. He was also very curious about other dragons. When he heard Little Yellow saying that he will know when he will see a true dragon, he was confused. Well, after transforming into the heaven-devouring divine dragon, you can give me your blood essence as well. The technique you are cultivating is a very miraculous technique. When you are in human form, the blood running within your body is that of a human, and when you transform into the heaven-devouring divine dragon, the blood that will flow within your body also transforms along with you. At that time, the blood within your body will be that of the heaven-devouring divine dragon. Isn't this interesting? Little Yellow again said something that almost caused Ye Xiao to feel many emotions at once. He was surprised, curious as well as shocked. At this moment, he did not know what to say. Chapter 158. Some mystery. How did Little Yellow know about the 9-dragon universal circulation technique? How did she know about the heaven-devouring divine dragon? Just what is she? What kind of mysterious existence is she? Many questions again appeared in Ye Xiao's mind, but there was not a single answer to his many questions. He just kept looking at Little Yellow as if he was looking at a very strange creature. He was surprised, curious, and shocked. Don't look at me like that. I know all of this because of my inherent memories. When Little Yellow saw Ye Xiao looking at her like this, she felt uncomfortable. Inherent memories? You have inherent memories? Ye Xiao's eyes widened in shock again. He does not know much about the cultivation world, but he knew that the inherent memories are something only a high-ranking magical beast should have, such as dragons, phoenixes, and many other types of magical beasts. Yes, inherent memories. As you may know, inherent memories are something that comes from a very powerful ancestor. After I evolved to a grade 3 magical beast, I also awakened my inherent memories. There is information about the heaven-devouring divine dragon within my inherent memories. As I told you before, I can sense that you are related to a dragon somehow. After my inherent memories awakened, I can now easily tell that the presence of the dragon I felt at that time was the heaven-devouring divine dragon. Little Yellow explained how she comes to know about the heaven-devouring divine dragon to Ye Xiao. Then how can you explain how did you know what cultivation technique I am cultivating? Ye Xiao was still suspicious, and so, he again asked a key question. Little Yellow looked at him with her childish face and said, I don't know anything about your cultivation technique. Didn't you said that my cultivation technique is very miraculous in it? Did I said what cultivation technique you are cultivating? Before Ye Xiao could finish his sentence, Little Yellow cut his speech in the middle and asked. No. Ye Xiao shook his head as it was true. See, Little Yellow again said, I don't know what cultivation technique you are cultivating. I told you that before because the technique you are cultivating is truly miraculous. It can actually hide the blood of a divine dragon within your body and let it come to the surface only when you will transform into the heaven-devouring divine dragon. At this moment, Ye Xiao finally believed her. He thought for a while and said, I cannot give you the blood essence of the heaven-devouring divine dragon, as even I don't know what will happen if I do so. But I promise, I will help you find the treasures that can help you increase your vitality essence in the secret realm. Okay. Little Yellow smiled sweetly at him and nodded her head. She looked like a 5-year-old little but very beautiful young girl, and when she smiled, it increased her beauty even more. Okay, then I will go out for now. When I will enter the secret realm, I'll let you come out with me. Ye Xiao nodded his head and said, okay, and don't forget about your promise as well, you have to bring a drop of dragon's blood. Little Yellow again reminded Ye Xiao of his previous promise and her conditions. I remember, don't worry, Ye Xiao said, and just as he was about to leave, his steps once again stopped. He turned back and asked, what kind of dragon's blood you want? True dragon or any dragon, you can give me the blood of a flood dragon, or a magical beast which has dragon's bloodline, no matter whose blood you give, it has to be a half-dragon at least. Little Yellow again said without waiting for Ye Xiao to complete what he was saying. Half-dragon, okay, Ye Xiao nodded his head and left. Before he can leave the heavenly pearl, a strand of golden light came out from his body, but Ye Xiao didn't notice it. He simply exited the world of the heavenly pearl. When Ye Xiao left, the strand of golden energy took the form of the heaven-devouring divine dragon and appeared in front of Little Yellow. What do you think? The heaven-devouring divine dragon looked at Little Yellow and asked. He is good, but he doesn't have common sense. He does not know much about the world and worldly matters. It will be very difficult for him to grow, but if he can grow, he will definitely be able to achieve what we could not in the past. Little Yellow looked at the heaven-devouring divine dragon and said deeply. The heaven-devouring divine dragon nodded its head and said, he is now related to that destiny, so he has to face many dangers that are even more dangerous and life-threatening to what he had faced till now. Our years of struggle and sacrifices should not go in vain. It all now depends on him. That's true. Don't worry, this queen will also help him grow. Little Yellow nodded her head and said. At this time, the heaven-devouring divine dragon's body started to become illusory. Seeing this, it said, looks like it is about the time. My energy is running out. When do you plan me to tell Ye Xiao about that destiny and us? Little Yellow nodded her head and asked. Now is not the time to tell him. He is still too weak. Let him gain experiences in the lower realm and the upper realm. When he will reach the peak of the upper realm, it will be the time to tell him everything, said the heaven-devouring divine dragon, and then disappeared. Little Yellow nodded her head. She looked in the sky and sighed, I don't know how much time has passed, but the world has changed. With the body and soul of 9 dragons as well as with my help, this time, Ye Xiao will definitely achieve what we could not in the past. Chapter 159. Cultivating the second layer. Ye Xiao once again appeared in his room. He took a bath first and then walked out of his room. When he walked out of the room, he saw Tong Nian not far away. Big sis Nian. Ye Xiao arrived behind her and said, Ye Xiao, are you done with your cultivation? When Tong Nian heard a voice from behind, she turned and saw that it was Ye Xiao. Big sis Nian, how long have I been cultivating? Ye Xiao nodded his head and asked. It has been 10 days. Tong Nian smiled and replied. So it means I was refining the heavenly thunder for 1 month inside the first floor of the 9-story pagoda. Ye Xiao muttered in a very low voice. What are you muttering? When Tong Nian saw Ye Xiao muttering something but could not understand what he was muttering, she asked directly. Nothing. I was just thinking about something. Ye Xiao hurriedly shook his head. You can continue cultivating. There are still 5 days left before we can arrive at the Grand Sha Empire. Tong Nian smiled and said when she said the first sentence, she pressured it as if there was a hidden meaning behind it. Ye Xiao did not notice that. He nodded his head and said, okay then, I'm going. With that, he once again entered his room, closed the door, and disappeared with a slight ripple in the air of the room. On the other hand, Tong Nian was looking at his disappearing back speechlessly. She didn't know what to say. This brat, he really deserves a beating. She shook her head and subconsciously, a smile appeared on her face. Ye Xiao once again entered the Heavenly Pearl as he wanted to cultivate the second layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. Before entering the secret realm, he wanted to increase his strength as much as he can as it will be easier in the secret realm. Without wasting any time, he once again arrived at the first floor of the 9-story pagoda, sat down cross-legged, took a long breath, and started to circulate the second layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. Seeing that he was able to circulate the second layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique, he immediately became excited. When he was still cultivating the first layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique, he tried to circulate the second layer but failed. Now that he was able to successfully circulate the second layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique, how could he not become excited? What does it mean to be able to cultivate the second layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique? It means that he can now create another dragon inside his sea of consciousness. It means that he can gain new abilities from the new dragon. It means that he can again become powerful. Ye Xiao was circulating the second layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique with all his might. He fully focused on circulating the second layer of his cultivation technique. Time continues to pass but there were no changes in his sea of consciousness. But he was not discouraged. Ye Xiao did not give up. He continues to circulate the second layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. He did not know how much time but still, no matter how focused he was circulating the second layer of his cultivation technique, he was not able to create the second dragon inside his sea of consciousness. Ye Xiao was disappointed. Just as he was about to give up, he felt a slight ripple in his sea of consciousness. He immediately became excited as he understood that the second dragon is about to form in his sea of consciousness. Excitedly, he started to circulate the second layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique with all his might. He saw a cocoon that was covered with snaking patterns appearing in his sea of consciousness. It was like a dragon egg. The cocoon with snaking patterns slowly shimmered, one moment light, one moment dark. An intensely potent fluctuation of life blazed within this cocoon, seeming to be closely connected to Ye Xiao's body. Seeing this, Ye Xiao was surprised. Previously, when he formed the heaven-devouring divine dragon, there was no such cocoon formed. The body of the heaven-devouring divine dragon was directly formed but now, when he was trying to create his second dragon, its creation process was different. Ye Xiao faintly felt that his flesh and blood essence began to gather together, and when it happened, the vitality within the cocoon inside his sea of consciousness seemed to gather with Ye Xiao's own vitality. The small life within the cocoon was finally ready to emerge. A dazzling divine light shined. Inside his sea of consciousness, it was like a sun was dawning. It looked incredibly beautiful. In the center of this cocoon, one could faintly make out a small embryonic life form that was slowly breeding. However, this life form was even smaller than a baby in a mortal mother's belly. It was only the size of a palm and looked extremely fragile. Within his sea of consciousness, the cocoon slowly started to grow and in the blink of an eye, It had grown by several times and the walls of the cocoon were transparent and thin, pulsating with life. One could clearly see the life that was being bred within. This small life was ruddy and clear all over as if it were carved from the most beautiful jade. It was moving within the cocoon as if it was enjoying this slow pace of growth. Pa, pa, the cocoon pulsated as if blood was beating within it. On the surface of the cocoon, few cracks began to appear. Kacha, the crack began to spread throughout the cocoon. Boom, with a loud sound, an explosion echoed in his sea of consciousness. The fluctuation in his sea of consciousness became so heavy that it forced Ye Xiao to withdraw. Chapter 160. Divine Soul Emperor Dragon. Ye Xiao opened his eyes, took a long breath, and then let it out. He was so shocked that he could not explain. He was actually forced to retreat from his own sea of consciousness. What kind of dragon he has formed this time? After a few breaths of time, he once again closed his eyes to look inside his sea of consciousness. When he once again looked inside his sea of consciousness, he saw a mighty dragon standing in front of him. This dragon was light blue in color. What made Ye Xiao speechless was that he can actually see the other side of his sea of consciousness through this dragon's body. The dragon's entire body was not only light blue in color but it was also transparent. There were countless light blue scales on its body which were also transparent. He could see the other side of his sea of consciousness but could not see the internal body of this dragon. What he felt from the heaven-devouring divine dragon was its dominance. The heaven-devouring divine dragon was too domineering and terrifying. It gave him a feeling as that it was looking down on heaven. On the other hand, this light blue but transparent dragon neither gave him the feeling of dominance nor felt that this dragon was terrifying. What he felt from this dragon was mystery. He felt that this dragon is too mysterious. Whoosh! Suddenly, the light blue dragon's eyes flipped open. The colossal dragon's eyes were as blue as an ocean. Suddenly 2 rays of blue light came out from its eyes and without giving Ye Xiao any chance to dodge, it directly entered in the middle of Ye Xiao's brows. Ah! Ye Xiao groaned in pain as he felt that new information appearing in his mind. Divine Soul Emperor Dragon. Moments later when Ye Xiao's pain subsided, he finally checked the information he gained. This name was also very domineering but he did not know if this Divine Soul Emperor Dragon was also as powerful as the heaven-devouring divine dragon or not. He was still in the middle of his thought when he felt a great danger coming at him. Ye Xiao hurriedly raised his head and saw the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon opening its mouth wide. Roar! Pa Dragon's roar echoed throughout the first floor of the 9-story pagoda. Ye Xiao saw a deep blue ray of light came out from the mouth of the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon and spread throughout the sea of consciousness. Rumble, rumble, as if the thunder was crackling in the cloud, Ye Xiao heard a strange sound, and with this sound, he saw that his sea of consciousness started to change. Ah! Ye Xiao's pain was just subsided, but now, he screamed in pain once again. The sea of consciousness is directly connected to a person's soul. This time, when he saw some changes happening within his sea of consciousness, he felt immense pain, so much that with a scream, he directly fainted. On the other hand, inside his sea of consciousness, there was as if a storm appeared. The wave of soul energy appeared within his sea of consciousness and started to become violent just like a tsunami in the ocean. Waves after wave, the soul energy appeared and collided with each other. With every collision of the soul energy, a change occurred in Ye Xiao's sea of consciousness. His body was also trembling even more heavily with every collision of the soul energy. Ah! Ye Xiao was feeling so much pain that even in his unconscious state, he screamed out loud. Not long after, his soul also started to change. A major change was happening in his sea of consciousness but he was unaware of it. After all, he was still unconscious. Who knows how much time passed? When Ye Xiao opened his eyes, he found himself on the bed in the room of the flying ship. His head was still heavy and there was still a sense of pain present in his head. He held his head with both of his hands. He did not remain awake for long and once again fallen asleep. This time, he did not lose his consciousness, he just fell asleep. He was so tired and his head was feeling so heavy that he could not help but take a peaceful nap without even realizing it. He kept sleeping for an entire day. Only on the second day did he open his eyes once again. He looked in his surroundings and when he saw that he was in the room of the flying ship, he understood that he somehow came out not only from the first floor of the 9-story pagoda but also from the world of the Heavenly Pearl. When he thought of the 9-story pagoda and the Heavenly Pearl, he suddenly remembered what happened to him yesterday. When this thought flashed in his mind, he could not help but tremble in fear. This time, he did not enter the heavenly pearl. Instead, he directly looked in his sea of consciousness. When his spiritual mind came here, he was shocked to see that the entire sea of consciousness actually changed and became more like a world. Before forming the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon, his sea of consciousness was just like a vast sea, but now, after forming the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon, his sea of consciousness changed and became more like an endless ocean. In the middle of the ocean, a light blue illusory dragon was floating. It gave a sense of majesty. Divine Sea, Ye Xiao exclaimed out loud in surprise when he saw the scene in front of him. There was much information about the Divine Sea within the memories of two ancient gods that he merged with. Divine Sea was more like an evolved version of the Sea of Consciousness. It was many times stronger than the Sea of Consciousness. Not only that, but Ye Xiao also found out from that information that only 1 out of a million could open their Divine Sea. It is said that if one has the Divine Sea, not only can they comprehend everything that is very complex to understand for others easily, they can also cultivate their soul. If one cultivates one's soul, one can learn how to attack a person's soul. Physical injuries can be healed easily, but if one's soul were to be injured, it will be more difficult to heal a soul injury. Not only this, if one's sea of consciousness evolves into the Divine Sea, one can also refine pills and weapons, and lay down formations more easily and proficiently than a person with just a sea of consciousness. There were many other benefits upon evolving a sea of consciousness into the Divine Sea. A person with the Divine Sea can use their divine sense. Previously, he can only use his spiritual sense, but now his spiritual sense also evolved and became divine sense. He can now cultivate his soul and make his divine sense stronger. Cultivating one's soul is different from cultivating martial arts, as martial arts is mainly used to release the power of one's body. Meanwhile, cultivating one's soul, one can release the power of one's spirit. If he cultivates it to a certain point, his spirit would even be able to leave his body and wander in the outer world. It would be invisible and stateless. No one, who is weaker than him in terms of the soul, can see or feel his spirit outside. This is the lifetime goal and strived for by many strong martial artists. Ye Xiao started to imagine many things, such as when he will be sitting alone at home while his spirit drifts between heaven and earth, flies into the sky, and enters into the ground. Omnipotent, yet not any weaker than the strength of his body. How formidable that will be! In the future, even if one killed him, his soul will not die until the killer will destroy his soul. He can escape with his soul and can possess someone else's body. He can also create a body for himself, but he needed to have a certain amount of soul strength and encounter some fortuitous encounter to do that. There were many benefits of awakening one's Divine Sea, and now, those benefits belong to Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao looked at the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon, who was floating in the middle of the endless ocean with its eyes closed. He knew that all of this was given to him by the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon. He also understood one thing, and that was that this Divine Soul Emperor Dragon is in no way inferior to the heaven-devouring Divine Dragon. Both dragons have their own qualities and uniqueness. Ye Xiao could not help but look at the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon's light blue illusory body once more. Chapter 161. Ancient Divine Soul. Ye Xiao looked at the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon's light blue illusory body and took a long breath. Not only his sea of consciousness evolved into the Divine Sea, but Ye Xiao could also feel the changes in his soul. Before, even when Ye Xiao entered the Heavenly Pearl, he could not see anything more than what his eyes could see, but now, even though he was sitting on the bed in a room of the flying ship, he could see everything in the Heavenly Pearl. He could see Little Yellow sitting below a large and thick tree while staring at a flower in her hand. He could see the 9-story pagoda that stood tall like a mountain. He could see the small mountain that was surrounded by 12 big mountains. In short, Ye Xiao could see everything in the Heavenly Pearl except for one place, and that place was something where Ye Xiao never went. Whenever Ye Xiao enters the Heavenly Pearl, he always appears in the beautiful grassland. There was jade path that goes in 4 directions. The jade path which goes in the east direction leads to mountains and rivers. The jade path which goes in the west direction leads to the vast forest. The jade path which goes in the north direction leads to the 9-story pagoda, and the jade path which goes in the south direction was something Ye Xiao did not know where it leads to because he could not feel or see anything from that direction. He also never went in that direction, and even he himself did not know the reason why he had never gone in the south direction. And now, Ye Xiao could see everything within the Heavenly Pearl, but he could not see what is there in the south direction. Anyway, he was surprised to see that he could not only see what was within the Heavenly Pearl, with just a thought, he could also feel everything in the radius of 20 meters. For example, He could see Tong Yen, who was currently talking with her grandfather in a room 15 meters away on his left side. Ye Xiao wanted to probe more and know more about his soul when suddenly another information appeared in his mind. Ancient Divine Soul. This name appeared in his mind. Ye Xiao immediately understood this was the name of his soul after evolving along with his sea of consciousness, which evolved into the Divine Sea. Ancient Divine Soul. What kind of soul is this? Ye Xiao muttered in low voice. Ancient Divine Soul is an ancient and most powerful soul in the entire 9 heavens. Ye Xiao suddenly heard a domineering voice that echoed in his Divine Sea. A guess appeared in his mind and he immediately looked at the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon. Yes, it was the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon that replied to him. The Divine Soul Emperor Dragon looked at Ye Xiao and again said, in every era, there could only be one person with an ancient divine soul. There could be no one in an era with this type of soul, but there could not be more than one person with the ancient divine soul. It continued to say, from this alone, you can guess just how amazing and rare this an ancient divine soul is. Ye Xiao nodded his head, thought for a while, and said, my ancient divine soul is something that you gave me. Then is there a possibility for another person with ancient divine soul to appear? Good question. The mouth of the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon curved into a smile which gave Ye Xiao a strange feeling. Seeing a dragon smile like a human, how could he not feel strange? In a way, what you said is true, but in this era, you are the only one with ancient divine soul. As for the reason why you are too weak to know, the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon said with a smile that looked too strange in the eyes of Ye Xiao. Not again. Ye Xiao sighed in disappointment. It was not the first time when Ye Xiao has heard this sentence. There were too many questions in his mind, but every time, someone will tell him that he is too weak to know the answers to his question. The ancient divine soul is a very formidable soul. The biggest advantage of ancient divine soul is that no soul attack will work on you or harm you in any way. The Divine Soul Emperor Dragon once again said with a strange smile. No soul attack can harm me. When Ye Xiao heard this, he was surprised to the point where his mouth was left open wide for a few breaths of time. What does it mean when no soul attack can harm me? It means that he will be immune to any type of soul attack. It means that there is no chance for his soul to get injured. It means that even if he met a strong soul cultivator in the future who is countless times stronger than him, he would remain safe. The Divine Soul Emperor Dragon acted as if he did not see Ye Xiao's shocked look. It continues to say, you can comprehend any type of cultivation technique or martial arts skill very quickly. You can also comprehend any type of soul-type martial arts skill very quickly, but I will suggest you not to cultivate any soul-type martial arts skill or cultivation technique. Ye Xiao did not understand why the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon told him not to cultivate any soul-type martial arts skill or cultivation technique. He raised his head and asked slowly, why? What is the reason behind this suggestion of yours? Isn't this normal for me to cultivate a soul technique? Yes, it is normal. But you have to know that cultivating the soul-type martial arts skill or soul technique will use up quite a lot of your soul energy. I suggested you not cultivate any soul-type martial arts skill or cultivation technique because the ancient divine soul is no normal soul. It can evolve. What? You said my soul can evolve further? Ye Xiao looked at the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon with a shocked gaze and asked. Yes, your soul can evolve further. The Divine Soul Emperor Dragon nodded its huge head, and without stopping, it continues to say, with every evolution, you will awaken an innate soul skill. Isn't it much better to obtain innate soul skills than cultivate a soul-type martial arts skill? Innate soul skills. Ye Xiao was getting shock after shock. He could not believe what he was hearing right now. Your soul just evolved to the ancient divine soul and it is like a newborn baby right now. If you use soul energy to cultivate a soul-type martial arts skill, it will slow down the progress of your soul. It will be a huge loss at that time. The Divine Soul Emperor Dragon once again said, but this time, he said seriously. There was no smile on its face. You previously said, with every evolution. Do you mean that my soul can evolve many times? Ye Xiao thought for a while deeply in this matter. Yes, that's right. Otherwise, why do you think I suggested you not cultivate any soul-type martial arts skill? The Divine Soul Emperor Dragon nodded its head and said, okay, that's enough for now. I am going to sleep. The Divine Soul Emperor Dragon said and closed its deep blue eyes. But, before Ye Xiao could say further, he felt that someone was calling him. He understood that he has arrived at his destination. He looked at the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon and then retracted his divine sense from his divine sea. Then he stood up, walked toward the door of the room, and with a cracking sound, he opened the door. Outside the door, he saw Tong Nian standing. Big sis Nian. Ye Xiao looked at her and smiled. We will arrive at the Grand Sha Empire in 1 hour. Okay. Ye Xiao nodded his head. Why do I feel that your soul has gotten stronger? Tong Nian suddenly said something which surprised Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao never thought that Tong Nian could tell that his soul has gotten stronger. It also showed that Tong Nian was incredibly powerful, but on the surface, she behaves as if she is just an ordinary girl. Why, you can tell, Ye Xiao said in surprise. What do you think? Tong Nian looked at him and smiled mysteriously. Sigh. While I was cultivating, I suddenly felt my soul getting stronger. I don't know the reason. With a sigh, Ye Xiao acknowledged that his soul has gotten stronger, but he did not reveal anything. His cultivation technique and the dragon, and also his soul, all of these are related to the heavenly pearl, and he could not reveal anything related to the heavenly pearl no matter what. Chapter 162. Grand Sha Empire. When Tong Nian heard Ye Xiao, she frowned her brows, then she walked very close to him and said suspiciously, You are saying that while you were cultivating, some changes suddenly occurred and you felt your soul getting stronger. But you don't know the reason. Ye Xiao did not reply to her. He only nodded her head and confirmed her. She raised her hand and was about to touch in the middle of Ye Xiao's brows, but Ye Xiao suddenly retreated a few steps back. He understood what Tong Nian was trying to do. She wanted to look into his sea of consciousness. Ye Xiao was afraid that she would discover the divine soul emperor dragon floating in the middle of the endless ocean within his divine sea, so he hurriedly retreated a few steps. Tong Nian was surprised at first, then she realized that what she was going to do previously was inappropriate. Without Ye Xiao's permission, she was about to look into his sea of consciousness. It has to know that one's sea of consciousness is the weakest and the most fatal part of a cultivator. While looking in another person's sea of consciousness, if one wants to greatly harm or even kill another person, it will be too easy. Sorry, I was just surprised when I heard you and subconsciously wanted to look into your sea of consciousness. It is just misunderstanding. Tong Nian hurriedly apologized to Ye Xiao. She was slightly embarrassed when she realized her fault at this moment. It is okay, I was also surprised and subconsciously retreated. You can go ahead and check it. Ye Xiao shook her head, smiled, and said, Can I? When Ye Xiao gave Tong Nian his permission, she was surprised. Not everyone will give another person to look into one's sea of consciousness, but Ye Xiao gave her his permission. It also showed Ye Xiao's trust in her. She deeply looked at Ye Xiao and nodded her head. Ye Xiao gave her his permission to look into his divine sea only because when he was thinking that maybe Tong Nian would have seen the divine soul emperor dragon if he would not have retreated back, he heard the voice of the divine soul emperor dragon in his mind. It said that no one except for him can discover its presence no matter how powerful one would be. Tong Nian extended her hand and touched in the middle of Ye Xiao's brows to look into Ye Xiao's sea of consciousness. Divine sea. When she saw Ye Xiao's divine sea, she exclaimed out loud in surprise. Her exclaim was so loud even her grandfather was attracted to it. When he heard Tong Nian's exclaiming, Divine Sea, he was surprised and immediately arrived in front of Ye Xiao's room where both Ye Xiao and Tong Nian were standing. What happened? He looked at Ye Xiao and his granddaughter and asked. Grandfather, Ye Xiao, he awakened his divine sea. Tong Nian replied to her grandfather with great difficulty. She was so shocked that she could not even reply to her grandfather cleanly. When her grandfather heard Tong Nian, he was surprised first, then he also checked whether what Tong Nian said was true or not. When he saw the endless ocean which was filled with soul energy, he was also shocked. You have really awakened your divine sea. He looked at Ye Xiao and said after a few breaths of time while taking a long breath. What is this divine sea? Ye Xiao already knew about the divine sea, but still, he asked the old man about it because he did not want to grow the suspicion of the old man and Tong Nian. When Ye Xiao asked this question, Tong Nian started to tell him about the divine sea. He quietly listened to her, nodded his head from time to time. After she finished explaining, she looked at Ye Xiao as if she was looking at a monster. Awakening a divine sea is as difficult as ascending to the 9 heavens, but now, a young man who has awakened his divine sea while cultivating was standing in front of her. Old Wang has really accepted a good disciple. Old man Tong nodded his head, looked at Ye Xiao in satisfaction, and said, Ye Xiao, you have to cultivate some soul-type martial arts skill so that you can make good use of your divine sea. Although every people can practice soul-type martial arts skill and cultivate soul-type cultivation technique, they cannot be as good in it as you who has already awakened the divine sea. Tong Nian looked at Ye Xiao and said, "Okay, I'll look for soul-type martial arts skills and practice them." Ye Xiao did not refuse Tong Nian and accepted her suggestion. He accepted Tong Nian's suggestion on the surface, but in reality, he did not want to practice a soul-type skill because he wanted to evolve his soul even further. Old Man Tong took his leave at this moment and left Ye Xiao and Tong Nian together alone. "We are about to arrive at the imperial city of the Grand Xia Empire. What are you planning to do for the next few days?" Tong Nian asked. "I will go out for a walk in the imperial city of the Grand Xia Empire and then cultivate." Ye Xiao thought and said, You again want to cultivate? Aren't you tired of cultivating?" Tong Nian almost got frustrated when she heard Ye Xiao was again planning to cultivate. Ye Xiao simply smiled and did not say anything. Tong Nian shook her head and walked away. Not long after, the flying ship landed in a large field. Ye Xiao walked and Tong Nian walked out from the flying ship. Tong Nian's grandfather has no intention of coming out and he remained in the flying ship. Seeing this, Tong Nian looked at Ye Xiao and said, "You go and see how the imperial city of the Grand Xia Empire is. I will go and look for my grandfather first." Ye Xiao nodded his head. Tong Nian left after saying this. Ye Xiao looked in his surroundings and saw that there were actually 3 more flying ships standing at some distance. It means that the candidates from 3 countries must be already here. Ye Xiao was excited as it was the first time when he has arrived at the imperial city of the Grand Xia Empire. He walked out of the field. Before he had heard that flying in the imperial city was not allowed. Anyone who entered the imperial city would have to travel on foot and must not fly. This was a great disrespect and one would have to be beheaded. Since it was his first time here, Ye Xiao didn't want to cause any trouble, so he obediently walked out of the field. Stepping into the imperial city, Ye Xiao could more and more feel that the spirit energy in the air here was incomparably rich. In addition to the spiritual energy that gathered from all over the world, it was all gathering towards the center of the imperial city. There would definitely be experts at the martial ancestor realm or above overseeing the imperial city. Ye Xiao secretly thought in his heart, this imperial city that was here for thousands of years had at least a crowd of millions of people gathered here. Ye Xiao was walking and looking around him with interest in his eyes. Suddenly his gaze fell down on a tall ancient building. Treasure Pavilion. Ye saw a signboard that was incomparably huge and hung on the outside of the building, exuding a majestic aura. Ye Xiao could not be more familiar with this name. Ye Xiao directly entered the Treasure Pavilion, but unfortunately, no one came to take care of him. The service personnel of the Treasure Pavilion here all greeted the cultivators who seemed rich and overbearing. They only glanced at him coldly, and when they saw that it was a young lad, they retracted their gaze. Known as the #1 trading place, it is just so. Ye Xiao muttered as he didn't like the behavior of the attendants here. This little brother, he doesn't seem to be big, but his tone is actually quite arrogant. Although Ye Xiao's voice was soft, someone still heard it. A cold and gorgeous middle-aged woman wearing a tight dress walked over, her body wrapped in an exquisite cloth. However, the contempt in her eyes made her look completely different from her dignified and elegant self. Regardless of what kind of shop it is, to serve customers is the most basic knowledge. Is the Treasure Pavilion's basis for entertaining its guests is to glare with cold eye. Ye Xiao glanced at the arrogant woman and said, before this, he never cared about all of these things, but right now, for some reason, Ye Xiao felt bad. Chapter 163. How you, this young noble is very young and I think you are from a small country. You might also be here for the secret realm. Let me tell you, this is Treasure Pavilion, and it is not something you can slander easily. Furthermore, if you want us to serve you well, you have to have the strength. The arrogant woman covered her red lips and laughed as she spoke, completely disregarding Ye Xiao. Then may I ask, what kind of strength you need? Ye Xiao asked coldly. He did not like the way this lady was talking to him. The condition is that one has to purchase something with its value over 50,000 low-grade spirit stone, or else, your cultivation have to at least at the 5th stage of Martial King realm or above. If you can satisfy one of the 2 requirements, I will personally serve you. But if you cannot satisfy either of the 2 conditions, then let's not mention that the Treasure Pavilion service is not good. We will not waste any time chatting with people who are not important. The haughty woman said contemptuously, her tone full of mockery. The person in front of him looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. His clothes were ordinary, and he did not seem to have any huge background. so there was no need to mention 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. He would not even have 10,000 spirit stones with him. As for the cultivation, how high could people at such a young age possibly be? Unless one is a heavenly genius, it is almost impossible to have the cultivation of the 5th stage of the martial king realm or above at just 16 or 17 years of age. Before Ye Xiao could say anything, the arrogant woman continues to say, if you don't want to buy anything after entering the treasure pavilion, then just take a look here and go. Since you are just a poor person who came in to take a look and wants to obtain the services of the treasure pavilion, you are truly making me laugh. At this moment, the event here also attracted the attention of surrounding people. The people around them started to laugh, looking at Ye Xiao with ridicule in their eyes. Young noble, I advise you to be more courteous. Someone like you who has no money and still dares to come in and speak so shamelessly. If it was any other shop, they would have already brought you out, and only our treasure pavilion has the bearing, so I will not bother with you. But I still have to wait for the other people who can purchase something worth at least 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Quickly get out of here, don't disturb our business. The arrogant woman became cold, her voice full of contempt. She tiptoed, as though she was superior to others just because she worked in the treasure pavilion. This seductive bitch. Ye Xiao could not bear the arrogant woman. At this time, he finds out that when he first enters the treasure pavilion at the imperial city of the Azure Dragon country, Tong Nian's behavior with him was 100 times better than this arrogant woman in front of him. Anger burst in Ye Xiao's heart. Without saying a word, he immediately waved his hand, and from his spatial ring, countless spirit stones started to fall down on the ground. The hall suddenly shook. Who said I don't have enough spirit stones to buy? Ye Xiao said coldly, staring at the arrogant woman's changing expression. At this time, everyone in the hall, including the arrogant woman, was attracted by the spirit stones that Ye Xiao threw out. Are these? The arrogant woman could not say anything for a while. If a customer wants to buy something, should not you have to assist the customer? Hurry up and do your job, call the in charge here. Ye Xiao said in a cold tone, calling the other person. Even his expression made it seem as if he was talking to a servant. You. The haughty woman's eyes were cold. What about me? If you don't want to sell, I'll buy from somewhere else. However, if you refuse to sell, the elders above will not let you get away with it, right? The corner of Ye Xiao's mouth curved into a cold smile. I was wrong that I don't serve you well, young master can forget about it. If this matter were to spread to the elders, and they knew that she had chased away a guest who can be a big customer, then she would no longer have to stay in the treasure pavilion. I don't have time to chat with you, go and call your elder over. Ye Xiao said with incomparable disgust and was too lazy to explain more. Many thanks, young noble. Please wait for a moment, I will go and request for an elder to attend to you. After the arrogant woman finished speaking, she quickly left. The arrogance on her face had disappeared without a trace, as though she was afraid that Ye Xiao would leave if she could not handle the situation properly. It had to be said that revealing a bit of strength and wealth was indeed beneficial. Very soon, an elder wearing a light blue-colored robe came out, and when he saw the thousands of spirit stones on the ground, he immediately revealed a look of surprise. There were actually so many spirit stones in the hand of this brat. His eyes flashed with a strange light. He immediately took a step forward and observed it closely. What Ye Xiao threw was not just limited to 50,000 spirit stones. There were more than just 50,000 spirit stones. The elder's gaze turned towards Ye Xiao and asked with a smile, "Can you tell me who are you and which power you belong to?" This old man knows all sorts of forces in the Grand Sha Empire. If there's anything that you find unsuitable, I can greet the elder above you later. The elder from Treasure Pavilion said with a calm voice, but in reality, he was testing Ye Xiao to see which sector from which country he came from. Does Treasure Pavilion has such a rule that states that you have to know the background of the person who wants to buy the materials from here? Ye Xiao frowned, revealing a look of displeasure. With his hands behind his back, he looked very mature, but in front of this elder, he did not seem nervous. The Treasure Pavilion elder gave an embarrassed smile, and cupped his hands. "No, please forgive me, little brother. I am Fang Tan, an elder of the Treasure Pavilion." Before Ye Xiao could say anything, the voice of a young man echoed. Elder Fang rarely shows up, why did he come to the main hall himself? Just at this moment, a bright voice came from outside the Treasure Pavilion. Ye Xiao turned his head and saw a young man in bright clothes, who seemed to be in his 20s, striding into the Treasure Pavilion with two servants. When the arrogant lady and Fang Tan saw this person, their pupils constricted. "Young Master Hao Yu, welcome." The haughty woman had a face full of smiles as she hurriedly went to greet him. "Young Master Hao Yu." Inside the hall, everyone heard this and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Numerous gazes that contained surprise landed on the young man. In the imperial city of the Grand Xia Empire, there were a few aristocratic families with extremely ancient legacies that had existed since the establishment of the Grand Xia Empire. Although these few great families kept a low profile, their strength, status, and importance were of utmost importance in the imperial city. Hao Yu, also known as Young Master Hao Yu, was born as a genius of the Hao family. Hao Yu, it's said that he has already started cultivating the secret arts of the Hao family. His strength may have greatly improved. Not long ago, in Imperial City, there was a person at the 9th stage of the Martial King realm who offended him. That person was instantly killed in a single move by Hao Yu, causing his name to shake the Imperial City. At this moment, Ye Xiao heard a low voice talking with someone. Ye Xiao could feel the fear in that person's voice. He looked in his surroundings and saw that everyone's eyes were filled with fear and respect. Everyone was very afraid of him. "Young Master Hao Yu has arrived. Why didn't you inform me in advance so that I could arrange someone to welcome you?" Fang Tan put down the matter of Ye Xiao, put on a smiling face as he greeted Hao Yu with incomparable respect. Ye Xiao was looked at Fang Tan but did not say anything. Chapter 164, Discussion. The Treasure Pavilion was the #1 trading place in the entire Azure Sky continent. Its origin was mysterious as no one knows where the headquarters of the Treasure Pavilion is located. This branch of Treasure Pavilion in the imperial city of the Grand Xia Empire was controlled by the Fang family. The Fang family was known as one of the richest families in the imperial city of the Grand Xia Empire. But still, it was not as powerful as the Hao family. And Hao Yu was the young master of the Hao family. Elder Fang Tan wanted to form a relationship with the Hao family. Now that Hao Yu, the young master of the Hao family, was here, he completely ignored Ye Xiao. "I was just casually strolling around. I don't need to make such a big fuss. I, Hao Yu, am a very low-profile person." After speaking this, Hao Yu took a few steps forward and looked at the spirit stones on the ground with a face full of disdain. Only this little spirit stones, and it made Elder Fang Tan come out personally. Hao Yu looked at Elder Fang Tan and snorted as if the spirit stones on the ground were nothing in his eyes. He said, "I came here this time to buy some things. Elder Fang, please introduce them to me. To be able to serve young Master Hao is my greatest fortune." Fang Tan had a face full of modesty, and his attitude towards Ye Xiao was completely different from before. Although Ye Xiao surprised Fang Tan and made him speak to Ye Xiao with a gentle tone and expression, towards Hao Yu, it seemed as if he was serving his master. "Do all the people of the Treasure Pavilion have such a slave nature?" Ye Xiao said coldly. These words were immediately heard by Fang Tan and his face twitched slightly. This kid, his words were really infuriating. Ye Xiao himself did not know why he was behaving like this. Before coming to the Grand Xia Empire, he was like a low-key person. His behavior with everyone was very good. He never took the initiative to create trouble. But after arriving here, when he saw that no one came to attain him after entering the Treasure Pavilion, for some reason, he felt anger bursting out from his heart. He himself was very surprised with his own behavior. "Are you courting death? Don't you see that Elder Fang is serving young Master Hao? No one has ever dared to disrespect young Master Hao before. You'd better watch your words." It was the arrogant woman who said this. The previous panic caused by Ye Xiao had disappeared a long time ago after seeing Hao Yu entering the Treasure Pavilion. Fang Tan and Hao Yu were both present at this time, so she purposely raised her voice to let Hao Yu listen, saying that no one would dare speak like that in front of Hao Yu so that he could feel that Ye Xiao was provoking him. It had to be said that this woman's thoughts were very bad. Ye Xiao's eyes flashed with a cold light. Treasure Pavilion of the imperial city of the Grand Xia Empire was truly a snob. Because of Hao Yu's high status and background, all of them had to serve him, not caring about others at all. However, the reality was cruel. The effects of strength could be seen anywhere. "Do you have any objections?" Hao Yu was successfully tricked by the arrogant woman. He looked at Ye Xiao with an ice-cold expression and asked, "Of course I have. I came here first, not you." Ye Xiao said coldly. "Do you know who I am?" Hao Yu once again asked in a cold voice. "I don't know and I don't want to know," Ye Xiao replied in the same tone in which Hao Yu asked. "Humph. Do you know that young Master Hao Yu is one of the most talented geniuses of the Grand Sha Empire? He is the young master of the Hao family, which is one of the most powerful families in the entire Grand Sha Empire. No matter who you are, you still belong to a small country. In the eyes of young Master Hao, you are no different from a normal person. Without waiting for Hao Yu to reply, the arrogant woman started saying on her own. As she was telling about Hao Yu, she also became excited. She felt that this guy in front of her was just a fool. He didn't even know young Master Hao and didn't have the slightest bit of experience. As long as she served Hao Yu well, and if she can win over Hao Yu, she can obtain a large amount of rare and precious items which can help her increase her cultivation. You turned your customer just because he came from the Hao family. Why, can't he bring you more benefits? Ye Xiao's gaze turned ice cold. The elder in the treasure pavilion were not fools. One was a genius of the Hao family, and the other was an unknown brat. Even a fool would know who to serve. Your words. Fang Tan frowned. Anyone who was not a fool would understand that Ye Xiao actually was mocking the treasure pavilion by asking that question so straightforwardly. There were some things that would have been fine as long as everyone knew about it, there was no need to say it out loud. But if it was said, it would still have some impact on the reputation of the treasure pavilion. The more Fang Tan thought about it, the more he felt that Ye Xiao was doing this on purpose. What about my words? Ye Xiao looked at Elder Fang Tan and asked in his cold voice. You are now going too far. At this moment, Hao Yu came forward and asked, what is your name? From which country you came from? Who do you think you are? Why should I tell you? Instead of answering Hao Yu's questions, Ye Xiao started to ask. Chapter 165. Angry Hao Yu. Ye Xiao was once again surprised with his own behavior. If it was before, he would have truthfully answered the questions of Hao Yu, but right now, for some reason, even though he wanted to answer, he could not. He doesn't know why, but for some reason, he wanted to say something else while he was saying something else. What is happening? Why am I behaving like this? What is wrong with me? Many questions appeared in his mind, but he could not find the answers. At this moment, he heard the voice of the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon from his Divine Sea. When Ye Xiao heard what the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon said, he was stunned for a few breaths of time. It said that before Ye Xiao merged with the heaven-devouring Divine Dragon, he was like a little kid who had not seen the world. His behavior was like that of a child. He was too honest every time. He did not have the heart of a true cultivator. But if he were to face a great cataclysm one day, and if it continues to be like this, Ye Xiao will definitely fail to overcome the cataclysm. So, in order to train him and make his heart to that of a true cultivator, the heaven-devouring Divine Dragon was doing something because of which he was behaving in this way. Is it necessary to do something like this? Ye Xiao asked the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon. It is absolutely necessary. If you don't learn the way of cultivation and don't have the heart of a true cultivator, how will you face the heavens if the heavens were to attack you again? Answered the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon. It continues to say, this world is not as simple as you think. If you don't change, then one day, you will face a great danger just because of your foolish behavior. Let me give you an example. Take the current matter in hand. If it was before, you would have told your name and the country you came from to that brat named Hao Yu, right? Ye Xiao nodded his head as it was true. The Divine Soul Emperor Dragon said, now that you have already formed a grudge with Hao Yu, who knows if he wants to attack you to revenge? He belongs to a big family and the power behind him is not small. If he attacked, not only you, but your country will also be in danger just because of you. What can you do if he wants to take revenge and attack your country or attack the people close to you? What will you do at that time? So it is better to not reveal your information in this kind of situation. Ye Xiao thought for a while after hearing this and said, if he were to do this, no matter what I have to do in order to kill him, I will kill him for sure. Hey, your way of thinking is too simple. Let's say even if you kill him, so what? You cannot bring back the dead people that were killed by him because of you. If you don't tell him your name and your country's name, at least the people close to you will be safe. The Divine Soul Emperor Dragon said. It looked at Ye Xiao from within the Divine Sea and again said, what I gave you is only one of the examples. There are many more situations or accidents that could happen with just one foolish action of yours. I understand. When Ye Xiao thought about it thoroughly, he found out that what the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon told him was true. I will change myself, Ye Xiao said with determination in his eyes. Good. The Divine Soul Emperor Dragon nodded its head in satisfaction and became quiet. Ye Xiao also returned back to his sense at this moment. He looked at Hao Yu, then moved his gaze to look at Elder Fang and the arrogant woman. His gaze was so sharp at this moment that it made the heart of these three people beat faster for a few breaths of time. You are good, you actually dare to talk with me like this. Hao Yu became even angrier when he noticed that he was actually scared for a moment when he looked into this brat's eyes. I know I am good, and why can't I dare to talk with you like this? Do you think everyone is like this Elder Fang and that bitch? Ye Xiao said coldly. Since the treasure pavilion does not want to do business with me, I'll take my leave. After saying this, Ye Xiao stored all the spirit stones back in his spatial ring, turned back and was about to leave when he heard a voice. Wait, he turned back and saw that it was Hao Yu. What do you want now? Ye Xiao said lazily. Apologize to me right now, otherwise you cannot bear the consequence. Hao Yu flared up when he saw Ye Xiao's laziness. He calmed himself down and asked Ye Xiao to apologize. Hey, as I said before, who do you think you are? After saying this, Ye Xiao left decisively. Young Master Hao, that brat dared to talk to you in this manner. He doesn't know what is good for him. Why don't you teach him a lesson? The arrogant woman once again tried to play with Hao Yu's heart. She wanted to use Hao Yu's hand to kill Ye Xiao. She was infuriated when Ye Xiao called her bitch before leaving. Hao Yu was already very angry. When he heard the arrogant woman, he became even more infuriated. He knew that this woman was trying to provoke him in order to make things difficult for Ye Xiao. Pow! A loud sound echoed as everyone saw a figure was sent flying while vomiting out a mouthful of blood with some teeth mixed in it. It was the arrogant woman who was slapped by Hao Yu. Young Master Hao, you! Shut up, bitch! Hao Yu shouted loudly as he looked at the arrogant woman. Chapter 166. Ice Cube. The arrogant woman immediately quieted down. She did not dare to let out even the slightest of voice at this moment. Hao-kun, Hao Yu shouted. Yes, young master. A middle-aged man came forward from Hao Yu's back. He was one of the two followers that came here with Hao Yu. Go and find out who that brat was and which country he belongs to. Hao Yu said coldly. Yes, young master. I am going. After saying this, the middle-aged man named Hao-kun left the treasure pavilion. Elder Fang, let's continue. Hao Yu said and went to the second floor of the treasure pavilion with Elder Fang. After coming out from the treasure pavilion, Ye Xiao started to wander around, unaware that Hao Yu sent one of his people to find the information about him. As he was walking around, he saw a large crowd of people going in a certain direction. Hey, brother, can you tell me where all of you are going? Ye Xiao stopped a young man in his early 20s and asked curiously. That young man looked at Ye Xiao, and when he saw Ye Xiao's simple and ordinary clothes, without answering Ye Xiao, he continues to walk on his way. Ye Xiao was speechless as he saw this. He did not ask again from anyone. He also started to walk along with the crowd of people. In his way, he heard the conversation between people and found out why these many people were walking in a certain direction. It turned out that all the people were going to the Imperial Garden. Imperial family dug out many big ice cubes from the ice mountain. When the people from the Imperial family went for adventure on the ice mountain, they were caught in the snowstorm. They started running for their lives, but still many people died. After the snowstorm subsided, they saw many big ice cubes on the surface of the ice mountain. Those people hurriedly informed back to the Emperor of the Grand Sha Empire, and the Emperor gave an order to gather all the ice cubes. After the big ice cubes were gathered, they brought them back and kept them in the Imperial Garden. After they broke a few ice cubes, they found out that some of the big ice cubes contained treasure within them. Seeing this, with the Emperor's permission, the Imperial family organized an event, and the people of the Grand Sha Empire can buy the ice cubes and test their luck. If one got lucky and obtained some treasure, that treasure will belong to the person who bought the ice cubes from the Imperial family. Ye Xiao also followed along to try his luck. Since this event was organized by the Imperial family, there should not be any problem. After thinking this, Ye Xiao became excited as he also arrived in front of a big palace. Many people went to the ice mountain when they found out about the matter related to the ice cubes, but they did not found any ice cubes there. All the ice cubes were already brought back by the people of the Imperial family. When Ye Xiao arrived, there were already many people gathered there. He entered, and after passing the checkpoint where two guards were guarding, he arrived at the Imperial Garden. From the outside, the Imperial Garden was not obvious, but after he entered, he realized that the Imperial Garden was like a totally different world. It was a very big garden where different trees were planted. There was a wide road that led directly to the depths of the garden. Ye Xiao went straight and arrived at a place that was filled with many large ice cubes. There were many people gathered, looking at the ice cubes. They were trying to see through the ice cubes, but for some reason, they could not. If one wants to buy, it all depends on their luck if he or she can obtain a treasure or not. There were also many cultivators wearing luxurious robes chatting with each other. They were obviously here to try their luck and see if they could obtain something good from the ice cubes or not. Ye Xiao also looked at the ice cubes curiously. He could not see anything on the surface. Their surfaces were covered with all kinds of strange patterns. If he wanted to find out what was inside, he would have to cut them open. Furthermore, this also involved a process that would drive countless cultivators crazy, and that was gambling on the ice cubes. Cultivators who entered the Imperial Garden would have to rely on their own eyes to choose the ice cubes. Not every ice cubes contain treasures within them. I want this ice cube. As Ye Xiao was looking at the ice cubes curiously, he heard a loud shout that came from the front, immediately attracting many people's attention. Ye Xiao raised his head and saw a middle-aged man standing in front of an ice cube that was as tall as a person, and this ice cube was priced at 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was not a low price. Even in second-grade country like the Golden Fragrance country, not many people have spirit stones, but here in the imperial city of the Grand Sha Empire, the currency used to purchase was spirit stones, and because of this, every single person here have spirit stones with them. But even so, this price was still very high. Many people surrounded it to see if this ice cube could cut anything. Ye Xiao also went up curiously. Amidst the clamoring discussions around him, he carefully observed the ice cubes, but to his disappointment, no matter how he tried, he was unable to see through the ice cubes. My 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Suddenly, Ye Xiao heard a voice filled with sadness. He looked in the direction of that voice and saw that it was the same middle-aged man who just bought an ice cube. From the looks of it, that middle-aged man did not obtain anything from the ice cube he bought. Chapter 167. Confrontation. Ye Xiao shook his head, then he ignored others and focused on the ice cubes. There were many ice cubes here. Suddenly, Ye Xiao felt a little stir in his divine sea. He immediately used his divine sense and saw that the divine soul Emperor Dragon was actually looking at a certain ice cube. Ye Xiao followed its gaze and saw that the ice cube that the divine soul Emperor Dragon was looking at was a small and ordinary-looking ice cube. Not even one of the people here looked at this ice cube more than once. Almost all of them, including Ye Xiao, thought that there was nothing special about this small ice cube. "Buy this ice cube," said the divine soul Emperor Dragon. "Are you sure you want me to buy this ice cube? Is there anything special about it?" Ye Xiao looked at the divine soul Emperor Dragon and asked. "Just buy it and make sure not to cut the ice cube here." The divine soul Emperor Dragon did not answer Ye Xiao. Instead, he simply said what he has to and then closed its eyes once again. Seeing that the divine soul Emperor Dragon does not want to answer, Ye Xiao did not bother him. He arrived in front of the small ice cube and said, "Boss, I'll take this ice cube." "Are you sure you want to buy this ice cube?" The one in charge of selling the ice cubes here was a middle-aged man. "I'm sure I want this one." Ye Xiao nodded his head. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. The middle-aged man looked at Ye Xiao and said, "Do you want me to help you cut the ice cube?" "No, I'll take it as it is." Ye Xiao shook his head, and after paying the spirit stones, he stored the small ice cube on the first floor of the 9-story pagoda. After buying the small ice cube, he started to look at other ice cubes. During all this process, Ye Xiao did not attract anyone's attention. At this time, a young man arrived at the Imperial Garden with his men. Previously, he sent Hao Kun to find out about Ye Xiao. But even after going through many channels, he was unable to find out about Ye Xiao. He was only able to find out that Ye Xiao came here with an old man and a young lady for the secret realm. But he was unable to find out who that old man and the young lady were or where they came from. He told Hao Yu all of these things, and Hao Yu immediately burst out in anger. Finally, he also came to the Imperial Garden to try his luck. Not long after he entered the Imperial Garden, he saw a familiar figure among the people that had arrived. That figure was concentrating on looking at the orderly arrangement of the ice cubes. This person was Ye Xiao. Seeing Ye Xiao, his eyes revealed an incomparably cold expression. Not long ago, he was humiliated by Ye Xiao at the treasure pavilion. How you hated these two people. "Brat, you are also here." Ye Xiao was still looking at the ice cubes when he heard a voice that seems like directed at him. When he turned to look, he saw Hao Yu's angry face. Suddenly a cold smile appeared on his face. I just heard a dog's barking. I never thought that it was not a dog but young Master Hao. Ye Xiao's mouth was sharp as he once again ridiculed Hao Yu. Brat, clean your mouth and speak properly. Hao Yu revealed an incredibly angry expression and stared fiercely at Ye Xiao. He said in anger, Brat, don't think that you can humiliate me again and again, and I cannot do anything to you. You had best pray for yourself. Seeing the confrontation between Ye Xiao and Hao Yu, surrounding people's attention was attracted, causing them to reveal the looks of shock. Who is this person, to actually speak to young Master Hao Yu in such a manner? Could it be that he's not afraid of death? Everyone looked at each other. They did not know where this brat came from, but he was too bold with his words. Ye Xiao's behavior suddenly changed after arriving at the Grand Xia Empire. Even though many people were looking at him as if looking at a dead person, it did not bother Ye Xiao. His expression did not change. He remains calm and collected. Hao Yu wanted to kill Ye Xiao immediately, but he was incapable of making a move here. This was the Imperial Garden. Killing people here and not giving them any face was equivalent to destroying the reputation of the Imperial family. And even if he came from the Hao family, he would still be punished severely if he caused trouble here. Ye Xiao ignored Hao Yu and did not bother with him again. He once again focused on the ice cubes here. I didn't think to smell gunpowder here. At that moment, an incomparably charming voice sounded out. In an archway in the Imperial Garden, a 18 or 19 years old young lady appeared. She wore a long white dress. At this moment, almost every martial artist here was attracted by this young lady. Their gazes were all on her body, revealing expressions of ecstasy. She was Yun Xiaoner, the young lady of the Yun family, which stands at the same level as the Hao family. It was rumored that Yun Xiaoner was a beauty that could topple cities and topple nations. Countless people swallowed their saliva. This kind of woman could be said to be extraordinary. Her every action and gesture would give birth to endless fantasies. Yun Xiaoner, what are doing here? When Hao Yu saw Yun Xiaoner here, his expression, which was already cold, turned colder. He did not think to encounter Yun Xiaoner here. Both Hao and Yun family in confrontation with each other, and they cannot wait to annihilate the other family. But since both families have the same strength, they were unable to do anything to each other. Chapter 168, True Dragon's Blood. Could it be that I am not allowed here? When Yun Xiaoner heard Hao Yu, her smile vanished as she asked coldly. I didn't say that. After saying this, Hao Yu ignored her. He looked at Ye Xiao coldly, and seeing him looking at the ice cubes curiously, he snorted and also started to look at those ice cubes. Yun Xiaoner also did not bother with Hao Yu. She walked toward Ye Xiao, smiled at him, and said, May I know who this young noble is? Ye Xiao looked at her. She really was very beautiful, but compared to Zhao Yufei, she was still slightly inferior. Do you have something to discuss with me? Ye Xiao did not answer her question. Instead he asked one. No, Yun Xiaoner was surprised at first, but then shook her head. Then please don't bother me. After saying this, Ye Xiao walked toward the different ice cube. Ha ha ha, young lady Xiaoner, how was it? Seeing Ye Xiao's behavior with Yun Xiaoner, Hao Yu started laughing loudly. Yun Xiaoner was infuriated as she looked at Hao Yu and Ye Xiao. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind, and that was, this brat is too hateful. Brat, do you know who I am? Yun Xiaoner could not help but arrive in front of Ye Xiao and ask. Yun Xiaoner was very angry. Not only this brat did not give her face, she was even laughed at by Hao Yu. No matter who you are, it has nothing to do with me. Ye Xiao looked at Yun Xiaoner and said coldly. Boss, I'll take this ice cube. Ye Xiao pointed at an ice cube that looked very strange. Not only the ice cube was big, but there was also actually a lotus pattern carved on the top surface of this ice cube, while the back of the ice cube was full black. This ice cube will cost you 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. The middle-aged man that was in charge of selling the ice cube said. Ye Xiao nodded his head, took out 50,000 low-grade spirit stones from his spatial ring, and gave it to the middle-aged man. Would you like to cut the ice cube? The middle-aged man asked. Yes, sir. Ye Xiao nodded his head. Hey, you will see, there will be nothing in this ice cube. Yun Xiaoner said with a snort. Ye Xiao did not say anything. He ignored her and looked at the ice cube that he just bought, which was about to be cut by the middle-aged man. This time, It was not the divine soul emperor dragon who told him to buy this ice cube. It was him who felt that there might be something in this ice cube, so he bought it. The middle-aged man started to cut down the ice cube. Shua. The moment the ice cube was cut open, a terrifying pressure pressed down on everyone here, including the middle-aged man. Almost all the people present felt the terrifying pressure, which made them unable to move except for 2 people. Those 2 people were Ye Xiao and a girl whose face could not be seen. Ye Xiao did not feel this pressure because this terrifying pressure did not press down on him. Dragon's aura. The moment the ice cube was cut open, Ye Xiao immediately recognized the aura that pressed down on everyone. It was a dragon's aura. He looked at his surrounding and saw the young girl that was also looking at him in surprise. She walked toward Ye Xiao and stood beside him. Then they both looked at the ice cube that was cut open. There was nothing there except for a few dark red spots. True dragon's blood. A voice sounded in Ye Xiao's mind. Ye Xiao knew that it was the divine soul emperor dragon that said it in his mind. A true dragon's blood. There are about 7 dark red spots here, which means there are 7 drops of a true dragon's blood. Didn't it mean that little yellow can increase her vitality essence by quite a few drops after absorbing these drops of true dragon's blood? Ye Xiao immediately became excited when he thought of this. These drops of dragon's blood mean that he can get the green liquid, which is the vitality essence of little yellow after she absorbs the dragon's blood, and he can help his master heal with the help of little yellow's vitality essence. Wait, just as Ye Xiao moved forward to take away the 7 drops of dragon's blood, he heard a very soft voice that told her to wait. Ye Xiao stopped and looked at the young girl who was standing beside him. Are you the one who bought this ice cube? The young girl asked in a low voice. Yes, this ice cube is mine. Ye Xiao nodded his head, and after saying this, he again walked toward the ice cube. Do you know what those dark red spots are? The young girl again asked. No, but I won't tell you. Ye Xiao said without even looking at her. These 7 drops of the dragon's blood were sealed here for a very long time, and because of this, it looked like the dark red spots, but in reality, it was not dark red spots but dark red drops of blood. It was also no ordinary dragon's blood but a true dragon's blood. Can you give me a drop of dragon's blood? Just as Ye Xiao was extended his hand toward the dragon's blood drops, he heard the sound transmission in his mind that was transmitted by the young girl. Ye Xiao looked at her in surprise. He never thought that the young girl will recognize the dragon's blood. No, even though he was surprised, he did not think too much about it and bluntly refused her. The young girl was taken aback when Ye Xiao refused her. She never thought that Ye Xiao will refuse to give her a drop of dragon's blood without any second thought. Chapter 169. Zhao Qing'er, I can give you anything you want in exchange for a single drop of dragon's blood. The young lady did not give up. She again asked, and this time, she did not want the drop of dragon's blood for free. Ye Xiao again looked at her and still shook his head. He again refused her. After storing the dragon's blood in his spatial ring, his gaze fell down on a piece of paper that looked almost transparent. But what caught Ye Xiao's attention was that there was a lotus pattern carved on this piece of paper. Ye Xiao immediately stored the piece of paper in his spatial ring. He does not want to let anyone see that piece of paper. Even though he does not know what that piece of paper was, but still, he felt that there was something extraordinary about the piece of paper. After all, it was sealed along with the true dragon's blood. After Ye Xiao took away the piece of paper, he noticed that the lotus pattern that was carved on the top surface of the ice cube, which was already turned into many pieces, now suddenly disappeared. Ye Xiao guessed that the lotus pattern might be related to the piece of transparent paper in some way. When Ye Xiao stored the dragon's blood in the piece of transparent paper, the pressure immediately vanished without any trace. When Ye Xiao looked in his surrounding, he saw many different types of gazes looking at him. He noticed that those gazes were filled with greed, and there were also 2 gazes that were filled with both greed and hatred. These 2 gazes were directed at him by Hao Yu and Yun Xianer. Ye Xiao then turned and looked at the young lady who asked for a drop of dragon's blood. There was no trace of greed or hatred in her eyes. There was only disappointment in her eyes. If not for his master, Ye Xiao would have given her a drop of dragon's blood. Can we talk? The young lady clenched her hands into a fist, and after struggling with her thoughts she finally asked Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao kept silent for a few breaths of time and lastly nodded his head. He agreed to give her some time because he didn't felt any greed from her eyes. They both walked out of the imperial garden and walked toward a tall and exquisite-looking building. Maybe it was because of the young lady, but no one dared to follow them out. Ice and Fire Restaurant. Ye Xiao looked at the name of the restaurant and was surprised to see such a name. Ice and Fire Restaurant is a famous restaurant of my Grand Sha Empire. It is mainly famous for its red-blue wine which can let you feel the burn of a flame and the coldness of ice. The young lady said in low voice. Oh, Ye Xiao's interest was immediately piqued when he heard about the wine. They both entered the Ice and Fire Restaurant and a beautiful young lady welcomed them. Welcome to the Ice and Fire Restaurant, dear guests. The beautiful young lady said with a smile. She was one of the attendants here. The young lady beside Ye Xiao took out a black card and showed it to the lady that welcomed them. Please come with me to our VIP room. The beautiful young lady immediately reacted when she saw the black card. She hurriedly led the young lady and Ye Xiao to the VIP room of the Ice and Fire Restaurant. Ye Xiao guessed that maybe the young lady belongs to a very big and powerful family like the Hao and Yun family. After they both sat down, the young lady ordered some dishes in the red-blue wine for Ye Xiao and herself. After the attendant left after taking the order, the young lady said, I am Zhao Qinger. May I know your name? Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao told her his name. He was surprised to find out the name of the young lady. Her surname was the same as Zhao Yufei. But Ye Xiao did not connect them as Zhao Yufei was from the Azure Dragon country's Heaven Sword sect while Zhao Qinger belongs to the Grand Sha Empire. There was much difference between the two of them. Zhao Qinger nodded her head and at this time, the dishes were also served. Zhao Qinger took off her veil and what appeared in front of Ye Xiao was a very beautiful face of a young lady who was about the same age as him. Ye Xiao also felt many similarities between her and Zhao Yufei. He did not understand the reason but still, he felt that it was impossible for the two of them to be related. They both started eating. The way Zhao Qinger ate was very enchanting. Ye Xiao felt that he will lose control of himself. But he still calmed himself down and started eating. Zhao Qinger was looking at Ye Xiao the entire time secretly to observe his reaction and after seeing his reaction, she secretly nodded her head. I am in need of a drop of dragon's blood and coincidentally, you cut open the ice cube and obtain the dragon's blood. Zhao Qinger looked at Ye Xiao and said after a while. Ye Xiao did not answer her. He only nodded his head and continued to eat. I want a drop of dragon's blood. Can you please give it to me? There was a total of 7 drops of the dragon's blood. Even if you give me 1 drop of it, you will not lose out. Seeing that Ye Xiao did not answer her, she again asked for 1 drop of the dragon's blood. Why do you need a drop of dragon's blood? Ye Xiao still did not give her any answer. He asked the question he wanted to ask because he did not understand why she will need the dragon's blood drop. That, I cannot say, I am sorry. Zhao Qinger shook her head and refused to say the reason why she needed the dragon's blood. Chapter 170. Red-blue wine. Ye Xiao did not ask again. He took out a drop of blood and gave it to her. Thank you. Zhao Qinger took the drop of true dragon's blood from Ye Xiao excitedly and thanked him. Ye Xiao did not say anything. He only nodded his head and continued to eat. He gave a drop of dragon's blood to Zhao Qinger because he felt that this girl is not that bad, and she also resembles Zhao Yufei. Although Zhao Qinger refused to tell him the reason why she needed a drop of dragon's blood, it did not bother him much. Everyone has their own secret. Ye Xiao himself has a great secret, so it is not impossible for Zhao Qinger to have one. After eating, he looked at the wine jar whose mouth was sealed. There was only 1 jar of wine here. He looked at Zhao Qinger and saw that she was silently sitting in her place and was looking at the drop of dragon's blood that Ye Xiao gave her. Miss Zhao, would you like to drink a cup of wine? Ye Xiao felt that it would be rude if he were to not ask Zhao Qinger and drink the wine alone. No, I will not drink it. Young Master Yi, I will take my leave now. If you need any type of help in the Grand Sha Empire, you can come to the Imperial Palace to see me. Zhao Qinger shook her head and said, okay. Ye Xiao did not stop her from leaving. After Zhao Qinger again wore her veil, she left. On the other hand, Ye Xiao looked at the jar of wine. In the same instant, as he removed the cloth cover that was sealing the jar, a burst of wine aroma gushed out of the jar and rushed into his face. After deeply inhaling the wine aroma, Ye Xiao was slightly shaking as a soft redness appeared on his face. The aroma is rich but does not irritate the nose. It is strong but not overwhelming. Ye Xiao already had made an evaluation after inhaling the aroma of the wine and was slightly joyous. Ye Xiao scooped out half of the red-blue wine in a big glass. The wine was half red and half blue in color, as expected of the wine produced by the Ice and Fire restaurant. The red-blue wine was true to its name. It really was red and blue. Ye Xiao brought the big glass which was filled with the red-blue wine, closer to his nose and took a deep breath. The rich and thick wine aroma immediately filled his nasal cavities. Before he even drank a single sip of the wine, he was already salivating and slightly intoxicated. In the Azure Dragon country and even in the Phoenix restaurant of the Golden Fragrance country, he had drunk many types of wine, but he did not feel like what he was feeling right now by just inhaling the aroma of the wine. Ye Xiao eagerly lifted up the wine glass and brought it to his lips. As the wine entered his mouth, it enveloped his tongue and instantly flowed down his throat. A cold feeling spread through his entire body, then in the next moment, it was like a raging fire was burning in his stomach. Just when the flames were going to overwhelm him, he felt a cold feeling reappearing once more. The heat and the cold were constantly alternating. What a fine wine! Ye Xiao smacked his lips with his face filled with enjoyment. Even though he was not knowledgeable when it came to wine, it was the best wine that he had ever tasted. However, even though the taste was delicious, the aftereffect was too strong. Suppressing the urge to continue drinking, Ye Xiao hurriedly circulated his cultivation technique and calmed down the overwhelming feeling that he just felt after drinking a glass of red-blue wine. There was still about another glass of wine left in the jar. He didn't wait and once again filled the glass with the red-blue wine. Only after drinking the wine did he understood the reason why this wine was called red-blue wine. It was not because its color was red and blue, it is because the wine can make one feel the burnt of the fire and the coldness of the ice. After drinking the rest of the wine, Ye Xiao stood up and left. He did not need to pay as Zhao Qinger has already paid the bill. He left the Ice and Fire restaurant and started to stroll the streets and market in the Grand Xia Empire. After not finding anything interesting, Ye Xiao returned to the flying ship. When he stepped on the flying ship, he did not saw anyone. He thought that maybe Tong Nian had gone out with her grandfather. He arrived in his room and after closing the gate, he entered the Heavenly Pearl. After entering the Heavenly Pearl, he called out Little Yellow and gave her the 6 drops of dragon's blood. True dragon's blood. When Little Yellow saw the dragon's blood, she was surprised. "Where did you find the dragon's blood?" she immediately asked. "Does it matter? The main point here is that I obtained the dragon's blood and gave it to you. Now, hurry up and absorb them so that you can give at least me 2 or 3 drops of your vitality essence." "You, humph. So you gave me the dragon's blood so that you can get my vitality essence. Let me tell you, I will not give more than a single drop of my vitality." A scene. Little Yellow snorted and said, "Only 1 drop, but I gave you 6 drops of dragon's blood. Furthermore, what I gave you is no ordinary dragon's blood but a true dragon's blood." Ye Xiao felt that Little Yellow was trying to take advantage of him. He could not help but argue with Little Yellow. How can she do that with him? It is not fair. Chapter 171. Second floor of 9-story pagoda. Little Yellow looked at Ye Xiao and said, "It will take some time to absorb the dragon's blood. After absorbing them, I'll give you a drop of my vitality essence. Even a single drop of my vitality essence is enough to bring a person to life from the brink of death. Even if your body parts were to cut, it will regrow those body parts of you. 1 drop of my vitality essence should be enough for you right now. If you ever need more, I will give you at that time, but now is not the time." When Ye Xiao heard her, he snorted, "Whatever," and left. Little Yellow looked at his disappearing figure and mumbled, "I cannot give you more than a drop of my vitality essence, otherwise it will become a stone in your way of cultivation. If you were to think that you can quickly recover with the help of my vitality essence even after getting seriously injured, what will I do? Since you are the inheritor of the Heavenly Pearl, you have to become stronger, otherwise you will surely die." On the other hand, Ye Xiao did not exit the world of the Heavenly Pearl. He directly arrived at the 2nd floor of the 9-story pagoda. Now that he has started to cultivate the 2nd layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique, he can enter the 2nd floor of the 9-story pagoda. When he arrived at the 2nd floor of the 9-story pagoda, he saw a completely different scene from the 1st floor. The 2nd floor of the 9-story pagoda was more likely a very big garden. He walked into the garden and saw that this garden resembles the grassland outside the 9-story pagoda. The only difference was that this garden was many times bigger than the grassland outside. Suddenly, he felt a stream of information appearing in his mind. When he went through that information, he found out that it really was similar to the grassland outside, but even more amazing. Not only can it evolve a medicinal and spirit herb, but it can also even let them grow many times faster than the world outside. If a medicinal herb takes 100 years to mature, then it will only take 1 year to mature on the second floor of the 9-story pagoda. Not only this, the time for the growth of the medicinal herbs here was inversely proportional to his strength. As his strength will increases, the time it takes for a herb to mature will decrease. Well, the size of the garden here was directly opposite. It was directly proportional to his strength. As his strength will increase and he will break through to the next realm in his cultivation, the size of the garden here will also increase along with his strength. Not only this, he can even let a medicinal herb grow here from a single root. When Ye Xiao found this, his excitement overflowed. He had the root of the spirit-stealing fruit. Didn't it mean that now, the plant of the spirit-stealing fruit can be sprout out from its root again? Ye Xiao now understood that the grassland outside was not the place for growing the medicinal herbs, but this second floor of the 9-story pagoda was the right place. Ye Xiao did not waste his time as he planted one stalk of jade lotus and other medicinal herbs in the big garden that was on the second floor of the 9-story pagoda. He also took out the root of the spirit-stealing fruit from the grassland and planted it in the big garden on the second floor of the 9-story pagoda. After doing all of this, he looked at the garden one last time and exited the 9-story pagoda. After that, he arrived at the small mountain that was surrounded by 12 big mountains. Here he saw that the barrier on the second cave was already open. Previously, when he felt that he could see everything inside the heavenly pearl except for the south direction, he saw that the barrier on the second cave was already broken after he broke through to the martial king realm. Now he came here, entered the second cave. Here, he saw many dazzling stones on the wall of the cave everywhere. He also felt that the spirit energy here was much more condensed than at the first cave. Middle-grade spirit stones. As Ye Xiao expected previously, this second cave was also a spirit stones mine, and it was a mine of the middle-grade spirit stones. He was not much surprised as he had already expected this. He started to mine and only after taking out more than 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones did he stop. Then he exited the world of the heavenly pearl and appeared in the room he was in on the flying ship. He then took out the piece of paper and looked at it curiously. He felt that there was something extraordinary about this piece of paper at the time when he saw it for the first time. Now that he was looking at it, he really did found something. He saw that there was something written on the lotus pattern, but he was unable to really what was written there. He tried many times but still failed to read what was written. He asked the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon if it could read the words that were written on the piece of paper, but the answer the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon gave him made him disappointed. The Divine Soul Emperor Dragon also could not read it. It said that maybe these words belonged to a particular race, but which race, it did not know. Since he could not read it, Ye Xiao stored the piece of paper in the spatial ring and came out of the flying ship. He looked for Tong Nian and her grandfather but was unable to find them. They were still outside and did not return. Chapter 172. Grandmaster Wang's arrival days started to pass slowly, and one day Tong Nian came to him and said that his master has arrived with the other 14 candidates. Ye Xiao did not waste his time and went to meet his master. In these few days, he has been cultivating the second stage of the myriad fire image technique. He was now able to form 7 fire clones. He also wanted to cut open the small ice cube to see what was hidden inside it that had attracted the attention of the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon, but the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon stopped him from doing so. It said that only when he can break through to the martial emperor realm should he cut open the small ice cube. Ye Xiao did not reject the kind intention of the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon, as he knew that it would try to not harm in any way. Since it had said him not to cut open the small ice cube with his current strength, there should be a reason behind it. In these few days not only he cultivated the myriad fire image technique, but he also tried to control the heavenly lightning. Although he had already refined the heavenly lightning and make it his own, he was still far away from truly controlling it. Master. Ye Xiao arrived in front of his master, Grandmaster Wang, and greeted him. Grandmaster Wang nodded his head, but when he saw Ye Xiao, he was shocked. Third stage of the martial king realm. Not only have you broken through to the martial king realm, but you have also actually advanced to the third stage of the martial king realm in just 2 months of time. When Grandmaster Wang said this, all 14 candidates were shocked. 2 months ago, when Ye Xiao arrived at the Heaven Sword sect to obtain the remaining spot to enter the secret realm, he was only at the peak 9th stage of the origin core realm, but now, after just 2 months, he actually advanced by leaps and bounds, and become a third stage martial king realm martial artist. It was unbelievable. How can a cultivator cultivate this fast? This, master, actually, I have a lucky encounter, and only because of that my cultivation increased by this much. Ye Xiao scratched his hair and said with a smile that looked more like an embarrassed smile. Oh, okay. Grandmaster Wang only nodded his head and did not say anything. He already knew that Ye Xiao was not that simple. All of them moved toward the imperial family. The time to enter the secret realm had already arrived. There were only 3 days left and they have to gather at the imperial family. Ye Xiao, you are really something else. How can you be so lucky? You actually not only broke through to the martial king realm but you have also advanced to the 3rd stage of it. While they were moving toward the imperial family, Wenshang approached him and said while putting one of his hands on Ye Xiao's right shoulder. Ye Xiao looked at Wenshang and smiled at him. He said with a voice that looked like he was deep in thought, yes, I really was lucky. When Ye Xiao thought about the terrifying heavenly tribulation and the merging process with the heaven-devouring divine dragon, he could not help but tremble in fear. Wenshang felt Ye Xiao's body trembling and asked, what happened? Nothing. Ye Xiao hurriedly calmed himself down and shook his head toward Wenshang. Soon all of them arrived at the imperial family. At the gate of the imperial family, imperial guards stopped them and asked them to introduce themselves. When Grandmaster Wang told the guards that they had came from the 3rd grade known as Azure Dragon Country to enter the secret realm, the guards showed them a look of disdain. Although the guards looked at Grandmaster Wang, Old Man Tong, Ye Xiao, Lin Hao, and others with disdain, but they did not dare to stop them from entering the imperial palace. After all, it was the order of the emperor of the Grand Sha Empire to let everyone gather at the imperial family before departing for the secret realm. How can they dare to defy the order of the emperor of the Grand Sha Empire? Not long after, all of them entered the imperial family and arrived at the location, which was a large hall where people from many other countries were already gathered. All of them turned to look at Ye Xiao's group of 18. When some of the young men's eyes fell down on Lin Ling and Tong Nian, their eyes immediately lit up. They must be from a 3rd grade country. Yes, look, there are only 16 young men and 2 old men. 15 of them should be the candidates to enter. Why are you all becoming so curious? They are just a bunch of trash from a 3rd grade country. Let's not talk about them. Hey, even though they all are a bunch of trash, those 2 girls are not bad. Yes, those 2 girls are real beauties. What a waste of them to be born in a 3rd grade country. The moment they entered the large hall, they heard the disdainful mocking voices of many young geniuses. Not only those young geniuses, many middle-aged men and the old men who accompanied them here were also looking at Ye Xiao's group with disdain. Ye Xiao and others felt bad after hearing this, but Grandmaster Wang calmed them down and said, don't become anxious or feel that you are inferior to them just because of their mocking. If you really feel inferior to them, then increase your strength and help your country to rise in rank. Grandmaster Wang is right, they are mocking us because our country is only a 3rd grade country. Only when we become stronger can our country rise in rank, and only then these people will shut their mouths. Lin Hao said this while looking at everyone. He was also clenching his fists as the mocking from other geniuses also made him feel sad. Chapter 173. Departure. Lin Hao was not far behind Ye Xiao. Before, when he met Lin Hao at the Heaven Sword Sect, he was already at the 1st stage of the Martial King realm, and now after 2 months, he had once again made a small breakthrough in his cultivation. Now, he was already at the 2nd stage of the Martial King realm. This was also an astounding speed of cultivation. Ye Xiao did not say anything, but at this moment, he also did not felt good. Suddenly, under the gazes of this group of people, Ye Xiao felt 2 killing intent locking on him. He looked in the direction from where the killing intent was coming and saw that the killing intent was actually coming from the Grand Sha Empire's main group of candidates. He looked at everyone and discovered some familiar faces. Hao Yu, Yun Xiaoner, Zhao Qing'er, and Zhao Yufei. Ye Xiao was not surprised to see Hao Yu, Yun Xiaoner, and Zhao Qing'er, but he was surprised to see Zhao Yufei among them. Since Zhao Yufei could participate as a member of the Grand Sha Empire, it means that Zhao Yufei was someone from the Grand Sha Empire, to begin with. Maybe, because of some special reason, she went to Azure Dragon Country and become a disciple of the Heaven Sword Sect. What surprised him more was her cultivation. She was actually already at the 8th stage of the Martial King realm. Only half a step from reaching the 9th stage of the Martial King realm and another step away from becoming a Martial Emperor. How old was she? She was even a year younger than Ye Xiao. But her cultivation was still more than him. She was stronger than him. The killing intent that he felt was actually coming from Hao Yu and Yun Xiaoner. There were also some people who did not know him, but they also revealed a hint of hostility towards him. Most of these people had deep relationships with Hao Yu and Yun Xiaoner. Maybe, both of them have already those people about Ye Xiao offending them, and because of this, those people showed hostility toward him. Grandmaster Wang again looked at the candidates and warned them with a serious face, once you enter the secret realm, don't easily trust anyone, especially those so-called comrades, who smiled to your face while hiding a knife. You must be careful. The enemies you could see coming at you weren't dangerous. The real dangers were the ones you didn't see coming. Ye Xiao, Lin Hao, and others nodded their head. They also understood very well what Grandmaster Wang was trying to tell them. Suddenly at this moment, a terrifying aura falls down from somewhere and immediately enveloped everyone present in the big hall. Not long after, a middle-aged man with the demeanor of a king entered the big hall with some of the officials following behind him. The Emperor is here. We have seen the Emperor. We have seen the Emperor. Immediately, everyone started to greet the Emperor of the Grand Xia Empire. The candidates of the Azure Dragon country were no exception. But there were still some exceptions. These exceptions were Ye Xiao, his master Grandmaster Wang, Tong Nian and her grandfather, and Lin Hao. These 5 people did not greet the Emperor, but at this moment, no one noticed them. There were already too many people present and all of them suddenly started greeting the Emperor, stirring up a commotion in the big hall. Who will pay attention to this group of third-grade country's people? Everyone, no need to be too polite. We will not waste our time here. Let's go to the location where the secret realm is going to open. The Emperor of the Grand Xia Empire said in a tone that was neither humble nor arrogant. He led everyone to a big teleportation circle and said, "We will enter this teleportation circle that was led down here to ease our journey and not to waste much time. Now, my Grand Xia Empire's candidates will enter first, and then the first-ranked country's candidates, then second-ranked country's candidates, and so on. This will be also the order in which you all will enter the secret realm. Now let's go." When he finished what he has to say, the candidates of the Grand Xia Empire entered the teleportation circle, and with the activation of the teleportation circle, they disappeared without any trace. After the Grand Xia Empire, the first-rate country also started to enter the teleportation circle, followed by the second-ranked countries. When it was the turn of the Golden Fragrance Empire to enter the teleportation circle, while others entered the teleportation circle, one of the old man's gaze fell down on Ye Xiao. "Ye Xiao, so you are from a third-grade country." This person was the first elder of the Wang family of Southwood City. When he saw Ye Xiao, he was surprised at first, then his gaze suddenly turned cold. He never thought that the person whom the 3 big families of the Southwood City thought as a descendant of a big family from the imperial city of the Grand Xia Empire was actually just a brat from a third-grade country. Then again one question surfaced in his mind. If Ye Xiao came from a third-grade country, then where exactly he got so many spirit stones on him? When he thought of this, 2 possibilities appeared in his mind. The first one was that Ye Xiao obtained the spatial ring of a deceased mighty cultivator, and the second possibility was that Ye Xiao has discovered a mine of the spirit stones. Whatever the situation was, his gaze immediately turned red with greed, but at this time he controlled himself and calmed down. He did not say much and entered the teleportation circle. Ye Xiao was also shocked to see the changing expression of the first elder of the Wang family. He told himself in his heart that he has to be careful of this person for a while. Chapter 174, Arrival of the Ancestor. Not long after, Ye Xiao and others from the Azure Dragon country entered the teleportation circle. The moment the teleportation circle was activated, he felt the space surrounding him twisting, and in a split second, he saw that the space around him has stabilized. All of them came out of the teleportation circle and saw that in front of them was a tall and majestic white mountain. This mountain was entirely covered with ice and snow. Ice Mountain. It was Lin Ling who exclaimed when she saw the majestic white mountain. "Lin Ling, are you saying that this mountain in front of us is the Ice Mountain?" Wen Shang asked in surprise. I have seen the picture of the Ice Mountain, and it was my master who showed the picture to me." Lin Ling nodded her and said, "Is the gate to enter the secret realm here?" One of the 14 candidates, who was also a disciple of the Red Moon sect, asked in confusion. His question also attracted the attention of not only Ye Xiao and others from the Azure Dragon country, but also the cultivators from other countries. All of them were confused. "Damn brat, this time you'll definitely die within the secret realm. Properly enjoy your final moments." Just as Ye Xiao was looking at the Ice Mountain, a man suddenly sneered at them from one of the groups. Everyone was startled, turning to look who it was who would so openly provoke them. It is actually Hao Yu. When someone looked at the one who spoke just now, he saw that it was Hao Yu who just threatened a martial artist from a third-grade country. I heard that Hao Yu was humiliated by someone at the treasure pavilion. Looks like the rumors are true and the person in question is this brat from the third-grade country. They had heard rumors about Hao Yu being humiliated by someone, but they never thought that it would be actually a young man from a third-grade country. Didn't it mean that this young man was simply courting death? When someone spoke about Hao Yu being humiliated in the treasure pavilion, some people were surprised and some people did not believe it. But now seeing Hao Yu clenching his fist and gritting his teeth angrily, everyone was startled. Was it possible this brat from a third-grade country really humiliated young Master Hao Yu? Is he not afraid of death? Who gave him the confidence to offend young Master Hao Yu? Ye Xiao on the other hand ignored other people's strange gazes. He simply smiled kindly at Hao Yu and asked, "Who are you?" "You, PFFT. As soon as Hao Yu heard that, it was as if he had been poisoned. His face turned black and he coughed up blood. This brat has humiliated him in front of many people in the treasure pavilion. Even after knowing who he was, this brat still chose to continue to humiliate him, but now he was acting as if he does not even know him. Seeing Hao Yu coughing out a mouthful of blood in anger, a middle-aged man came out from the group of the Grand Sha Empire. He icily looked at Ye Xiao and said to Grandmaster Wang and old Ma Tang, "Is this Hao Yu, a third-grade country, taught your disciples?" Grandmaster Wang, who was not planning to interfere with Ye Xiao in his matter, slowly turned and indifferently glanced at the middle-aged man and said, "How I teach my disciple has nothing to do with you. Keep your wild dogs from randomly biting people." Grandmaster Wang's words were incredibly impolite, startling quite a few powerhouses present here. There was actually someone who was not afraid of the imperial family. The middle-aged man who come out and spoke for Hao Yu was the youngest son of the brother of the emperor of the Grand Sha Empire. Now that Grandmaster Wang has offended him, his death is something no one can change. Ye Xiao was also surprised when he saw his master speaking like this. In his memory, Grandmaster Wang never spoke to someone like this. He was a kind and gentle person. Then suddenly what happened to him that he is speaking like this? Good. Do you know who you are talking to? The middle-aged man looked at Grandmaster Wang and said in anger. "I don't know and I don't care who you are. If you have to bark then just bark and go." Grandmaster Wang said coldly. He was not looking for trouble, but in the matter of the younger generation, this middle-aged man came out and tried to cause trouble for their entire group. "You, stop." Just as the middle-aged man was about to say something, a domineering voice echoed. Everyone hastily turned to see that at some point, a white-haired old man had appeared. That old man looked like an ordinary mortal, without the slightest spiritual chi fluctuation or pressure. And yet, just by standing there, he seemed like a vast ocean, and no one dared to disrespect him. "Greetings, ancestor." The middle-aged man quickly bowed towards that white-haired old man respectfully. Hearing that it was actually the ancestor of the imperial family, everyone hastily bowed and greeted him except for Ye Xiao, Grandmaster Wang, Tong Nian, and her grandfather and Lin Hao. It was already the second time when these 5 people did not bow. After merging with the heaven-devouring divine dragon, many changes started to appear on Ye Xiao. He himself did not know when he changed. Ye Xiao did not bow because his nature, his behavior, and everything about the previous him have already changed. Now, he will not even bow in front of heaven and earth, let alone in front of a powerhouse of the Grand Sha Empire. If he really bowed, then how can be qualified to be the inheritor of the heavenly pearl? How can he be qualified to control the 9 dragons? As for Grandmaster Wang, Tong Nian, and her grandfather, Ye Xiao guessed that it was because they did not belong here and they are very powerful. Their strength might be even above the martial ancestor realm, so there was no need for them to bow. How can a powerful and mighty figure bow in front of an old man? As for why Lin Hao did not bow, he was unable to guess. Chapter 175. Entering the secret realm. When the old man waved his hand slightly, and all the people who were bowing got up from their bows. That old man also noticed Ye Xiao's group of 5 not bowing. His eyes flashed with a strange light, but when he saw Grandmaster Wang, Old Man Tong and Tong Nian, his heart started to beat fastly. He was shocked to see that Grandmaster Wang was not a bit inferior to him in terms of cultivation. Even Ye Xiao did not know that his master has recovered some of his injuries, because of which his cultivation once increased slightly. When the old man looked at Tong Nian and her grandfather, his heart could not help but tremble because he found out that he could not see through both of them, but he felt a tyrannical aura from their bodies that were hidden well. That tyrannical aura was countless times stronger than him and was enough to suppress him. Then he looked at Ye Xiao and Lin Hao and saw that both of them were martial king realm martial artists. Only then he took a breath of relief. What he could not understand was that how Tong Nian has such strength. As a member of the royal family, you are examples of virtue and character. For you to fight in front of this many disciples, are you not afraid of your disciples laughing at you? That white-haired old man looked at the middle-aged man and scolded him. Reporting to the ancestor, it was this old man from a third-grade country who. The middle-aged man pointed at Grandmaster Wang and hastily went to explain. Let it be, I can't be bothered with your trivial matters. If you want to fight, that's your own matter. For an old man like myself, as long as I don't see it, I won't care. That white-haired old man impatiently cut him off. Yes, ancestor. The middle-aged man nodded his head and then stood quietly at his place. Grandfather, grandfather. At this moment, two beautiful girls came out of the group of Grand Sha Empire and call out the old man as their grandfather. These two girls were Zhao Qing'er and Zhao Yufei. Qing'er, Yufei, are both of you ready to enter the secret realm? When the old man saw the two girls, a bright smile immediately appeared on his face as he dotingly asked the two girls. Yes, grandfather. Both of them nodded their head. Isn't that Zhao Yufei? She is actually a member of the imperial family of the Grand Sha Empire. When Chu Feng saw Zhao Yufei, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. Not only Chu Feng but all the candidates from the Azure Dragon country who were familiar with Zhao Yufei were also puzzled over how she appeared here with a completely different identity. Zhao Yufei looked toward their group and when she saw Ye Xiao's dumbfounded face, she smiled at him. Seeing her smiling at a young man from a third-grade country, almost all the people present here stare at Ye Xiao. At this moment, Ye Xiao felt countless killing intent locking at him. Obviously, those killing intent were from the admirer of Zhao Yufei. Zhao Qing'er was also surprised to see her sister smiling at Ye Xiao. She was already familiar with Ye Xiao but she did not expected her sister to know Ye Xiao as well. The white-haired old man also looked at Zhao Yufei in surprise and then looked at Ye Xiao. He was already puzzled over how the three people in Ye Xiao's group have the strength not one bit inferior to him and or even stronger. After all, they all belong to a third-grade country. When does a third-grade country start to cultivate such monsters? And now, his granddaughter was actually familiar with a young man from that third-grade country. Then as if he thought of something, his expression eased up. Everyone, now pay attention to what I am going to say now. The secret realm will remain open for 1 year. There are a couple of things I want to warn you about. First of all, the secret realm is completely unfathomable. No one knows what is going on with it. Although there are countless treasures inside it, there are also countless dangers. The slightest carelessness can cause you to forfeit your life. I'd advise you not to treat this lightly. This secret realm was discovered by the cultivators of my imperial family. This is the first time when someone will enter the secret realm, and because of this, we are completely unaware of what kind of secret realm is this. I can only warn all of you to not act rashly inside the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, take every step with caution. There can be unknown danger and there also can be an unknown opportunity. What kind of encounter one will face is dependent on one's luck and fate. The white-haired old man, who was also the ancestor as well as the grandfather of Zhao Qing'er and Zhao Yufei, warned everyone and told them how to act inside the secret realm. Each time, when a secret realm is found or opened, it will greatly benefit the corresponding country and help the country to develop even more. It was said that this world had experienced a huge change in the past. Many of history's miraculous cultivation techniques and treasures had been lost now. There were many treasures in the secret realm that could make up for that loss, and because of this, every country will send their best disciples to explore the secret realm so that they can obtain the treasures, cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, and many other things that can help power to greatly rise in strength. There are all kinds of treasures in a secret realm, and there is also some kind of beasts from the ancient era that were extinct in the outside world. They had continued to proliferate in the secret realm. Because of these beasts, the danger level in a secret realm rises greatly. Chapter 176. Entering the secret realm 2. At this moment, the white-haired old man waved his hand and released a burst of spirit energy, like a gush of sword chi. A ripple appeared in the air and started to slowly undulate. Formation. Ye Xiao watched on as a formation was hidden in the void. The strand of spiritual energy that the white-haired old man had released earlier seemed ordinary, but it was like a key that allowed the formation to open as well. Accompanying the fluctuations of space, a violet vortex suddenly appeared in the middle of the air, slowly rotating. It was like a gate of the starry sky, emitting an incomparably mysterious aura. Suddenly, a huge crack gradually started to appear behind the formation. People were shocked to see another world on the other side of that crack. Endless mountain ranges, ancient trees soaring into the sky, huge vines that coiled like dragons, and mountains that looked to climb as high as the heavens. However, people felt as if they were disconnected, and they were unable to sense that world's aura. When that crack first appeared, that white-haired elder had immediately started forming hand seals. Following his hand seals, an enormous rune appeared behind him, but if someone were to look at it closely, they would be able to tell that this rune was actually made of tens of thousands of smaller runes. That rune lit up this entire space. An explosive sound rang out from the void. The purple vortex had completely opened up. It was completely misty and mysterious. The secret realm is open. All of you will enter the secret realm according to the rank of your countries. When the geniuses heard this, they followed suit. All of them started to enter according to their country's rank. First of all, the geniuses from the Grand Sha Empire entered the secret realm. Following behind them were the geniuses of the first-grade countries, and then second-grade countries and then third-grade countries. When everyone stepped into the purple vortex, a purple power would quietly enter their bodies. This is leaving an imprint on your body. When the secret realm will be about to close, this imprint will help all of you to come out. If some of choose not to come out, this imprint will forcefully teleport them out of the secret realm. The white-haired old man's voice floated over, causing everyone to let their guard down, and step in expectantly. When Ye Xiao stepped into the purple door, without any surprise, a power that was similar to an imprint entered his body. The white-haired old man has already explained about the imprint, so Ye Xiao did not try to stop it. In just an instant, Ye Xiao's body completely entered the secret realm. In that instant, it was as if he passed through different dimensions of space and time, an incomparably wonderful feeling born in his heart. Very quickly, the darkness disappeared, and Ye Xiao felt that he had landed on the ground. He looked around and immediately revealed a look of astonishment. This was an incomparably magnificent dream-like world. Many flowers were blooming on the hillside, and there were also gurgling streams flowing all the way out of his sight. At the moment, there was no one here other than himself. The other people seemed to have been teleported to other locations. Ye Xiao did not immediately leave from the place he landed, but chose to inspect his surroundings carefully. This secret realm was an unexplored secret realm, and there can be many dangers at any place. No matter what, safety was the priority. After Ye Xiao looked around, he did not discover anything. He chose a direction and started to move in that direction. Suddenly, a shrill and miserable scream rang out from far away, and then a terrifying sound shaking the void rang out. Someone has already been killed. Ye Xiao's heart pounded heavily. This was only the beginning. He didn't expect a cultivator to die already. He simply didn't know what exactly the other party had provoked. Immediately after, he activated his ability, the Spirit Devour Escape, which he gained after completely merging with the heaven-devouring divine dragon, and flew toward the direction he was walking with an incomparable speed. Soon, he saw a forest. Without stopping, he entered the forest. The forest was vast, almost limitless. There were rotting plants all around, as well as some magical beasts and poisonous creatures that were hard to guard against. Right now, in this forest, there were berserk beasts, poisonous creatures, and other powerful geniuses everywhere. At this moment, an ear-piercing cry of a bird sounded out, then an enormous figure shot up into the sky, covering the sky and blotting out the sun as it swept up waves of fierce force. This is the horned eagle. Staring at the gigantic bird in the sky, Ye Xiao sighed in admiration. Every feather was as sharp as a sword, and a cold light flickered within. The horned eagle suddenly flapped its wings and dived toward Ye Xiao from the sky. What a sharp sight! Ye Xiao could not help but think in his heart. Then he once again activated the Spirit Devour Escape, and with a whoosh sound, he disappeared from the place he was standing before. The horned eagle missed its target and directly collided with a tree. Exactly at this moment, Ye Xiao appeared behind the back of the horned eagle. Sacred Finger Art. He immediately executed the Sacred Finger Art, which directly pierced in the back of the horned eagle. The horned eagle screamed loudly. It once again flapped its big wings and flew in the sky. It was badly injured by Ye Xiao, and maybe it has high intelligence, because of which, it clearly understood that it has no chance of winning against Ye Xiao. So, it directly escaped without even looking back at Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao was shocked as he looked at the escaping eagle. He never thought that just a mere eagle has this high intelligence in the secret realm. Chapter 177. Starlight Flower. After the horned eagle escaped, Ye Xiao continued to move forward. Not long after, he arrived at a place where there were many mountains. The surrounding mountains had many bizarre stones as well as huge trees. There were many plants that didn't exist in the outer world. Starlight Flower. Ye Xiao suddenly saw a precious medicinal herb located on a cliff not far from him. That herb was around a foot long, and there were many blue-colored flowers that grew out of it. Those flowers were extremely small and covered the plant. They looked like stars covering a sky. They emitted a faint scent. The starlight flower was an extremely precious 5th-tier medicinal herb, a rare main ingredient for some 5th-grade medicinal pills. Ye Xiao noticed that there were actually dozens of them growing out of the cliff, which delighting him to the extreme. The secret realm really was filled with treasures. Even if he didn't need this kind of medicinal ingredient, he could still sell it or exchange it with other medicinal herbs. Ye Xiao quickly flew up that cliff. After arriving in front of one of the starlight flowers, just as he extended his hand to touch it, he suddenly felt danger and jumped back quick as lightning. A ray of light shot right past Ye Xiao's hand. Ye Xiao hurriedly looked at the ray of light and saw that it was a little white rabbit. What was surprising was that this rabbit has 2 large teeth coming out of its mouth while its eyes were blood red. Its body was also covered in many blue spots that looked similar to the starlight flower. Hiding in the middle of hundreds of starlight flowers, it was almost impossible to see it. Ye Xiao did not know what this rabbit was, but he knew that it definitely was not an ordinary beast. Swish, swish. Suddenly, the rabbit's eyes flashed and 2 rays of red light shot toward Ye Xiao. Shit! Ye Xiao hastily dodged the rabbit's attack. SSS's. Unable to touch Ye Xiao, the 2 beams of light collided with the ground, but what shocked Ye Xiao the most was after the 2 beams of light collided with the ground, no explosion rang out. What he saw was something even more shocking. He saw that the place where the 2 beams of light collided started to corrode rapidly. Poison. Ye Xiao understood that those 2 rays of light were actually poisonous. This world was filled with inconceivable existences. This tiny rabbit was actually incredibly venomous. Ye Xiao's expression changed greatly. Because of his carelessness just now, he had almost died. That couldn't be blamed on Ye Xiao. The starlight flower had already gone extinct in the outside world. The fact that he saw so many starlight flowers here made Ye Xiao feel excited, and because of his excitement, he let his guard down. But now, Ye Xiao once again raised his guard as he looked at the poisonous rabbit. Within the secret realm, anything could happen. A small carelessness could lead to death. Ye Xiao did not want to waste his time here. He carefully sensed and saw that this rabbit was only a 4th-grade magical beast. Even though it was poisonous, Ye Xiao did not fear it. Heavenly lightning. With a flick of his finger, a strand of lightning instantly shot toward the rabbit. Its speed was so fast that the rabbit could not dodge on time and was immediately pierced by the strand of lightning, directly dying because of the extremely destructive force. It was the first time when Ye Xiao used the heavenly lightning after refining it. Its effect made him nod his head in satisfaction. After killing the rabbit, Ye Xiao used a stick to lightly prod the starlight flower several times while also using his divine sense to sense any changes. After confirming there were no more rabbits present, he carefully excavated the starlight flowers, leaving a bit of earth on its roots. In a very short amount of time, Ye Xiao carefully harvested more than 50 stalks of the starlight flower. During this process, he also sensed some other rabbits attacking him. He also took care of them in his way of excavating the starlight flower. Those rabbits had not all been just hiding within the starlight flowers. Some of them had been hiding in the surrounding grass or cracks in the stones. They were extremely sly and clever. And exactly this slyness and cleverness made Ye Xiao's guard go up even higher. He no longer dared be the slightest bit careless. However, high risk came with high reward. He had only just entered the secret realm and was currently just in its outer areas, and had already gathered more than 50 starlight flowers. Such treasures had already appeared. Once he went deeper, there would definitely be some other good opportunities waiting for him. After the thing here was done, Ye Xiao started to move again. 2 days later, he suddenly heard a whistling of the wind. A rapid buzzing sound could be heard from his back all of a sudden. Ye Xiao immediately turned around and was stunned after a glimpse. In his sights was an insect as big as a skull, covered in a thick layer of white armor, staring at him with a pair of reddened eyes, which was approaching Ye Xiao at a fast speed while flapping its 8 pairs of silver-colored wings while revealing its sharp fangs with a murderous aura. 8 wings white-armored insect. Ye Xiao was startled when he saw this insect. He immediately recognized this insect as he had seen it in the memories of the formation god. It is said that the 8 wings white-armored insect skull can be used to lay down a great formation. This 8 wings white-armored insect before him was quite a well-known beast. It has a body thoroughly covered in a layer of white armor, because of which, it is very difficult to harm it physically. Chapter 178. 8 wings white-armored insects. Although the 8 wings white-armored insect only possessed a strength of a 5th-grade magical beast, its defense and speed were relatively outstanding. What was more, because of its 8 wings, it could fly so fast that a martial artist below martial emperor realm can only see a blur. Not only that, if a nest of these 8 wings white-armored insects were to attack, it would result in huge damage. Even a peak martial emperor realm expert would flee for his life facing them. That being said, 8 wings white-armored insects had their own weakness. It is extremely vulnerable to fire. If one were to attack with flames, even a martial king realm cultivator could slay it with ease. What a surprise to find an 8 wings white-armored insect here. If that's the case, I'm more than happy to accept your sacrifice. This way, I can collect your skull to lay down a great formation. Ye Xiao uttered a loud laugh, as he prepared himself to slay the 8 wings white-armored insect. At that instant, another surprising event took place. A loud buzzing noise could be heard from a distance away, which caused the ground to tremble and the trees to collapse. What is happening? Ye Xiao frowned as he observed the scene. With a glimpse, his expression stiffened. It was not only a single 8 wings white-armored insect, but there was a whole group of them making their way toward him. Ye Xiao immediately spread his divine sense, and when he tried to see how many 8 wings white-armored insects were there, he was shocked to see that there were more than 108 wings white-armored insects flying toward him at an extreme speed. More than 108 wings white-armored insects, with their fangs revealed and their eyes reddened, together with the deafening sound produced from the flapping of their wings, which resembled a huge downpour of ice which sparkled under the sunlight. The sight along with the terrifying momentum of the insects could easily cause one's scalp to go numb. Even Ye Xiao with his current cultivation felt his hair bristling after seeing this. Damn it! Ye Xiao let out a curse as he collected his thoughts and instantly executed the Spirit Devourer escape to escape from this place as fast as possible. If there were only a few dozen of the 8 wings white-armored insects, Ye Xiao could still with them, as he has a weapon which was their main weakness, beast fire. But now, how would he not leave? Facing a total of more than 100 of the 8 wings white-armored insects, even peak martial emperor realm expert would be intimidated and flee for his life. He was just a 3rd stage martial king realm martial artist. If he did not flee, he would definitely die under the fangs of these 8 wings white-armored insects. It was extremely unwise for Ye Xiao to try opposing a nest of them. The eyes of the 8 wings white-armored insects instantly emitted a red light upon seeing Ye Xiao trying to escape. Seeing this, their murderous aura was increased to the max. The 8 pairs of wings behind their backs began to flap at a higher frequency, causing their speed to be 3 times faster. At that instant, it was as if those more than 108 wings white-armored insects had transformed into a huge white-colored tornado. They swept toward Ye Xiao at an incredible speed. Such a tremendous speed. Ye Xiao was shocked. It has to know that he was using the Spirit Devourer escape ability that he gained after merging with the heaven-devouring divine dragon, but still, these 8 wings white-armored insects were able to shorten their distance with Ye Xiao. It was even more terrifying knowing that these 8 wings white-armored insects were actually faster than him in terms of speed. Since this battle is unavoidable, I'll let you guys have a taste of my sea dragon spear. At this moment, Ye Xiao was incredibly decisive. When he saw he could not escape, then instead of retreating, he launched himself into the air toward the beasts with a kick onto the ground. With a wave of his hand, a shiny blue spear appeared in his hand. Holding the sea dragon spear in his hand, he immediately executed the skill of the sea dragon spear. Sea dragon descends. First style, hands of waves. Immediately, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire area as Ye Xiao executed the first style of the sea dragon descends. The entire area suddenly changed and transformed into a vast sea. As far as one could see, they could only see water. And on top of the water, Ye Xiao was flying while opposite to him, more than 100 of 8 wings white armored insects were flying toward him with their red eyes flashing with red lights. Roar! Suddenly a dragon's roar echoed throughout the entire sea as one after another, countless dragon's claws emerged out of the water and charged toward the 8 wings white armored insects. Bang! 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 A series of metallic clashes could be heard at this moment with the strange noises and screams of more than 100 of 8 wings white armored insects. What Ye Xiao has executed right now was the first style of the Sea Dragon Descends, which was equivalent to a low-grade immortal rank martial arts technique. Although this attack should have exterminated the entire group of the 8 wings white armored insects, Ye Xiao's own strength was still very low. And because of his low strength, he was unable to successfully show the full potential of the first style of the Sea Dragon Descends. After the collision between Ye Xiao's Sea Dragon Descends and more than 100 of 8 wings white armored insects, the sea disappeared in thin air and that place returned to normal. What Ye Xiao saw in front of him was more than half of the 8 wings white armored insects looking at him fiercely. As for the other half of the 8 wings white armored insects, some were dead while some were heavily injured, which caused them unable to fly or fight with Ye Xiao. Chapter 179, Transformation. Ye Xiao once again moved towards the group of 8 wings white armored insects. Since the battle between him and the 8 wings white armored insects had already begun, his only focus was to thoroughly eliminate them now. No matter how many times he has to attack them, he will attack. PSK, 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 PSK. Before Ye Xiao could execute his attack again, the other over 50, 8 wings white armored insects uttered a strange buzzing sound. Following this, the 8 wings white armored insects revealed their fangs and rapidly bit in Ye Xiao's direction while surrounding him from all directions, leaving no gaps. If one were to spectate from the side, they would see Ye Xiao's entire figure be encapsulated by a layer of 8 wings white armored insects, as if he was being devoured by them. A hint of coldness rose from Ye Xiao's heart. Wings of Divine Dragon, Spirit Devour Escape. At this time of life and death, he immediately used the wings of the Divine Dragon, and while flapping his wings, he executed the Spirit Devour Escape. In a flash, he broke the encirclement of the 8 wings white armored insects and distanced himself from them. He was once again ready to attack the 8 wings white armored insects. He swung the Sea Dragon Spear with his hand in the air and took the stance to execute the first style of the Sea Dragon Descends once again. Exactly at this time, all remaining 8 wings white armored insects also flew toward him while making strange noises. Sea Dragon Descends. First style, Hands of Waves. In the nick of time, before the 8 wings white armored insects landed their fangs onto Ye Xiao's body, Ye Xiao executed his most powerful skill and attacked the 8 wings white armored insects. Roar! The entire area once again turned into the sea, and with a dragon's roar, many dragon's claws emerged out of the water and pounced toward the 8 wings white armored insects. At the same time, he also used the Spirit Devour Escape to increase his speed. With a flash, Ye Xiao instantly appeared in front of the 8 wings white armored insects. However, even with his rapid speed, the speed of the 8 wings white armored insects was even faster. But exactly because of this, both Ye Xiao's attack and the 8 wings white armored insects collided with each other, and a loud explosion's sound echoed throughout that area. Boom, boom, bang. Ye Xiao's body was sent flying from the impact, and landed on the ground nearby, resulting in a big hole in the ground. Cough, cough. Ye Xiao felt a great pain in his back. After the collisions with the 8 wings white armored insects, his back felt like it was being ripped apart, causing serious damage to his body, as he coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. On the other hand, the group of 8 wings white armored insects also suffered serious damage. Their numbers also decreased by a large amount. Now there were only slightly more than 20, 8 wings white armored insects left who were making strange noises toward Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao felt as if they were trying to threaten him. They looked as if they were trying to say that Ye Xiao has killed many of their companions, so they will also kill Ye Xiao to take revenge for their dead and injured companions. Before Ye Xiao could rise from the ground, the swarm of 8 wings white armored insects had their emotions rise as if they were about to gain victory in this battle. Seeing Ye Xiao's blood on the ground and his heavy injuries, they flapped their wings and transformed into a few clouds of insects rushing down at Ye Xiao, leaving him no time to rest. Screw you. Upon seeing this, a terrifying battle intent exploded from Ye Xiao's heart. These mere insects actually dared to threaten him. Transform. Bang. With a loud explosion, a huge golden light was emitted from Ye Xiao's back, as the shadow of a dragon appeared and floated in the air, looking down upon the swarm of 8 wings white armored insects. The actions of the 8 wings white armored insects came to a halt, as their eyes were filled with a hint of terror. Suddenly, the shadow disintegrated in the air and Ye Xiao's body started to transform into a dragon. After executing the first style of the sea dragon's descends, all of Ye Xiao's spirit energy was already used up. He was left with no choice but to transform into the heaven-devouring divine dragon and fight with the 8 wings white armored insects. From the moment he has merged with the heaven-devouring divine dragon, it was the first time he was going to truly transform into a dragon. Not long after, Ye Xiao transformed into a black dragon whose every scale was engraved with some beautiful golden patterns. He has transformed into the heaven-devouring divine dragon. After transforming into the heaven-devouring divine dragon, he felt immense strength within his body. He also felt a special kind of power that he never felt before. When he tried to see what kind of power this was, he was shocked to see that he felt this power from the dragon-shaped energy which was roaming within his body. It was exactly that energy that has merged with him along with the heaven-devouring divine dragon. Previously, he tried many times to feel this energy but he failed, and now that he had transformed into the heaven-devouring divine dragon, he finally felt this energy, and finally, he knew why he was unable to feel this energy previously. The most perfect answer for this question would be that he could only feel this energy after transforming into the heaven-devouring divine dragon. He felt that this energy was a kind of very explosive energy, but he also felt that he could not control this energy right now for some reason. Whenever he tried to control this dragon-shaped energy, every time, this energy easily freed itself from his control. Ye Xiao could do nothing about it, he could only see it freeing itself from his control every time. Chapter 180. Familiar feeling. Since he could not control the dragon-shaped energy right now, he did not try to control it again. He looked at more than 20, 8 wings white armored insects with his golden eyes. I will let you all know the consequences of messing with me. Right now, Ye Xiao has already transformed into over 100-meter-long heaven-devouring divine dragon, and in front of his huge body, the 8 wings white armored insects really looked like insects. Devour. Ye Xiao opened his large mouth wide open and said a single word, devour. The moment he said, devour, a black whirlpool appeared in front of his mouth and all the remaining 8 wings white armored insects were devoured by him in an instant. 8 wings white armored insects turned into dust immediately. Ye Xiao was disappointed slightly, as even after devouring more than 20, 8 wings white armored insects, his cultivation did not increase much. Suddenly, Ye Xiao turned his head and looked in a certain direction. He just felt a very familiar aura coming out from that direction. Not long after, he arrived at an extremely secret location. He felt that the familiar aura was coming from behind the bushes in front of him. He transformed back to his original appearance and removed the bushes with his hands. What appeared in front of him was a small cave, and the cave's entrance was also filled with bushes. Ye Xiao stood up. In front of a cave so dark that he couldn't even see his own fingers, there was a foul smell coming from inside. Just when Ye Xiao was hesitating whether he should take the risk to enter the cave or not, he saw 2 black dots flying over from the horizon. Ye Xiao immediately hid half of his body under the cave, seeing those 2 black dots that were flying toward him. At this time, 2 figures stood in the sky and looked at the surroundings as if they were searching for something. Because of the dense bushes, they didn't find any trace of Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao recognized one of them at a glance. It was his enemy, Hao Yu, the young master of the Hao family of Imperial City of the Grand Sha Empire, and the other one was a young man he did not know. Chu Wanli, didn't you said that you have seen a giant dragon flying here? Why cannot I see that dragon? At this time, Ye Xiao heard Hao Yu asking a question about a giant dragon to the young man beside him whose name was Chu Wanli. He immediately understood that maybe this Chu Wanli had seen him from a distance in the dragon's form and thought that there was a dragon here. That's why he brought Hao Yu along with him here to search for that dragon. How could they know that the dragon they were searching for was not a real dragon but Ye Xiao, who previously transformed into the heaven-devouring divine dragon? Young Master Hao Yu, I swear I have seen a giant black and golden dragon with my own eyes here. After seeing that dragon, I hurriedly went to find you so that you can capture that dragon. Chu Wanli hurriedly replied to Hao Yu when he heard Hao Yu's angry voice. Humph, you better not lie to me, otherwise only one result will be waiting for you, and that is death. After saying this, Hao Yu flew in another direction. Chu Wanli's body trembled a little, then he also hurriedly followed Hao Yu. On the other hand, at this moment, Ye Xiao also quietly entered the cave. He did not want to attract the attention of anyone at this time. It was too early to fight with anyone. Ye Xiao held the sea dragon spear in his right hand and the beast fire in his left hand, which acted as a source of light in this dark cave. The cave entrance looked small, but after entering, the space inside was slightly large. The stones on the walls were uneven, forming many ravines. From time to time, drops of water dripped along the walls and flowed into the natural zigzag ditch, flowing past Ye Xiao's feet. As Ye Xiao went deeper, the stench and foul smell became more obvious. Suddenly, a pair of green eyes appeared on the wall, looking coldly at Ye Xiao. The beast fire in Ye Xiao's hand instantly bloomed, and the surroundings suddenly became bright. Then, Ye Xiao saw a scene that caused one's scalp to go numb. Unknowingly, he was surrounded by tens of hundreds of 1-foot-long ants. However, these ants looked a little strange. They had a foot-long body, the grayish-black skin, the green evil eyes, and the protruding fangs. There was also a pair of fleshy wings on their backs. These wings looked very similar to dragon wings, but Ye Xiao did not dare to be confirmed at this moment. Squeak! An ant could not hold it in any longer. After letting out a shrill cry, it jumped towards Ye Xiao. The wings on its back spread out instantly. Ye Xiao directly swung the sea dragon spear and stabbed at the coming ant. With a miserable cry, the sea dragon spear was pierced into the ant's body. Green blood mixed with internal organs flowed on the ground after he took out his spear from the ant's body. Its mouth was still open and closed, but it did not die immediately. Ye Xiao once again stabbed his spear in its head, and at this moment this ant died. At this time, Ye Xiao also saw through their strengths. These ants were only third-grade magical beasts, but their numbers were astoundingly large. Ye Xiao looked deep in the cave. He could still feel the familiar presence there, but he could not tell what that presence was. If he wants to go deeper, he has to first kill all of these tens of hundreds of 1-foot-long strange ants. Chapter 181. Fighting the ants. After observing these strange ants for a while, Ye Xiao finds out that these ants possess a pair of tough and powerful wings that are as tough as the skin of the 8-wings white-armored insect. These ants have a mouth full of plague poison. They were more than a vicious little thing. From my observation, it seems that these ants have mutated because of some reason, causing their wings to look like a dragon's wings and increasing the durability of their wings. These ants' poison is also terrifying. If one's skin were to come in contact with their poison, the skin will start to corrode immediately. At this time, seeing one of their companions die a tragic death, the remaining strange ants flew towards Ye Xiao from all directions. The stench instantly increased dozens of times, and Ye Xiao almost fainted from the foul smell. He hurriedly held his breath and focused. With the swing of his spear, he cut down each and every incoming ant with ease. At the same time, his left palm did not have time to rest. He struck out a palm with the beast fire, instantly burning those ants. Fire clones. Seeing that the beast fire was the most effective way to deal with these ants, without wasting any time, he immediately used the myriad fire image technique and released the 7 fire clones. The moment those 7 fire clones appeared, the entire dark cave lit up with bright light. Fire clones also started to attack and burn the ants badly. Whenever the fire clones and the ants touched each other, the ant immediately let out a shrill cry and was instantly burned to ashes. This is great. Ye Xiao laughed out loud. While ensuring that he wasn't bitten by the ants, he tried his best to use the fire clones and beast fire to kill these ants. Even after killing hundreds of these ants, they still kept coming. They simply did not fear death. One after another, when one died, 2 followed behind, 2 died, and 4 immediately followed behind. This process continued, but the numbers of those ants were not decreasing at all even after massacring them for 2 whole hours. 2 more hours later, Ye Xiao did not know how many ants he had killed. He did not even have time to take a breath of rest. At this moment, he could not be distracted. As long as he was distracted, he might be bitten by the ants. He was not afraid of physical damage, but he was afraid of the poison in the ant's mouth, so he did not dare to gamble. Ye Xiao was like a god of war. Every strike he made could kill more than 3 ants. The sound of his attack and the sharp cries of the ants merged together as if they had become an accompaniment of slaughter. Gradually, Ye Xiao felt that he did not have much spirit energy left in his body. His body began to feel exhausted, and he was almost bitten on the neck by some of the ants. No. I have to find a chance to recover my strength. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't be long before these ants will be able to bite me. Ye Xiao understood at this moment it was not that easy to face these third-grade magical beasts. He was dead tired right now but could not stop fighting. If he dared to stop, those ants will immediately bite him and he will be poisoned. At that time, he will not be able to go back alive from here. Ye Xiao found an opportunity and suddenly struck out with his sea dragon spear. At the same time, he struck out with his palm, creating a path for himself. Immediately, he swung the sea dragon spear to the point where any ants will be destroyed in an instant by coming in contact with his spear. He covered himself as he escaped from the encirclement of the ants. The ants let out a shrill cry and immediately chased after Ye Xiao. From time to time, many ants who were hiding on both sides of the wall attacked him. They were either killed by Ye Xiao's palm or by his sea dragon spear. Before long, at least thousands of ants had gathered behind Ye Xiao's back. The scene looked extremely spectacular. A fork-like path appeared in front of him. Ye Xiao did not hesitate to choose the center path as he felt the familiar feeling was coming from here. As he continues to advance, that familiar feeling also continues to become stronger. Chasing after him were thousands of ants. At first, Ye Xiao thought that there were only tens of hundreds of ants present in this cave, but even after killing those tens of hundreds of ants, these ants keep coming at him. Now, there were already more than 1,000 ants following behind him. Ye Xiao finally saw an opportunity after 10 minutes. There was a dent in the front. As long as he hid in it and used the beast fire for deterrence, he could at least hold on for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. And this much time was sufficient for Ye Xiao to recover more than half of his strength. With a flash, Ye Xiao agilely hid in the dent. At the same time, beast fire shot out in all directions. The ants that originally wanted to squeeze into the dent and bite Ye Xiao suddenly stopped. However, there were too many of them behind him. They pushed forward and the few pitiful ants in front were pushed to the fire pit by their teammates. They were burned by the beast fire until not a single hair of those pitiful ants was left. Outside the dent, his fire clones were still fighting with the ants for him. Although they were fire clones, their fighting prowess was only a little less than Ye Xiao's own fighting prowess. Chapter 182, The Ants Queen. After recovering some of his strength, Ye Xiao once again walked out and started fighting with the ants. The sound of fighting lingered in the air. One ant after another died under Ye Xiao's hand and spear. Half a day later, Ye Xiao was forced his way deeper into the cave. Suddenly, he discovered that the level of the ants in this place had changed from 3rd-grade magical beast to 4th-grade magical beast. Their bodies had become even larger. Kill, kill, kill. He continued to kill without mercy. The ants in front of him died a tragic death under his spear. Some of them were also burned to death by his beast fire. Until the end, Ye Xiao's eyes had turned red from killing. He did not know how many ants he had killed. Finally, he could not help but stop fighting. He could not continue to fight with the ants. There were countless ants attacking him. If this continues, he did not know when, but he will surely be poisoned to death. Spirit Devour Escape. He stopped fighting and directly used his escape technique to escape from the clutches of these ants. He did not escape outside the cave but went even deeper. Not long after he arrived in an empty area. Without thinking much, he immediately started to lay down a killing formation with the help of the skull of 8 wings, white armored insects and other necessary ingredients. The moment he finished laying down the formation, thousands of ants arrived in that empty area. Without wasting any time, he once again used the Spirit Devour Escape and ran deeper into the cave, while when the ants tried to follow him, they were immediately trapped in the killing formation and were instantly killed. Not long after that, he arrived deep inside the cave. There was a huge cave. Inside, there were tens of 4th-grade ants squatting and lying down. This group of ants all surrounded an incomparable skeleton in the middle of the cave. No, perhaps it shouldn't be called just a skeleton because it had a body that was more than 80 meters tall, enormous fleshy wings, powerful claws that were suffused with a metallic luster, together with its sharp fangs and 2-foot-long horns on its head. This was actually the half-devoured corpse of a dragon. If one looked closely, one would be able to see a few huge ants on its body. Beside this dragon was a corpse that was already half turned into a skeleton. Even if it had turned into a corpse, it still faintly emitted a trace of the might it had when it was alive. As expected, the flesh and blood on its body must have been eaten by those ants, and only because of this, they were able to mutate and evolve to be strange poisonous ants they are now. Also, they were able to grow out such a strange wing on their back only because they had eaten too much of the dragon's flesh. Ye Xiao now understood the reason behind their strangeness as well as the reason behind his familiar feeling. All of this was related to the corpse of a dragon in front of him. Squeak squeak. An ant saw him, it ran toward him and cried out wildly. Hearing the ant's shrill cry, other ants also looked at him and pounced toward him while flapping their wings. Sea Dragon descends. First style, Hands of Waves. Ye Xiao once again used his most powerful killing move, turning the entire area into the sea and causing hundreds of dragons' hands to emerge out of the water with a dragon's roar. Ye Xiao slaughtered the ants crazily once again. Not long after, only Ye Xiao was left alive in this large cave. From time to time, he kept hearing some screams from his back. He knew these screams were coming from those thousands of ants who previously followed behind him, and now, they were being killed by the killing formation he had laid down. There was no more ant left at the place where Ye Xiao was standing. Rumble, rumble. Just as he was about to walk toward the corpse of the dragon, the ground suddenly started to shake. He stopped in his track and looked ahead of him and saw an enormous ant was walking toward him at a slow pace. That huge ant scanned the surroundings with its sharp little eyes. When it found that not a single ant was left alive here and all of them were dead, it sprang to its feet, its enormous wings spread sideways, and let out a shrill cry. When Ye Xiao saw this enormous ant, he was shocked. The Ants Queen. A name suddenly appeared in his mind. Since this cave was the nest of ants, there was bound to be an ant queen here. It was just Ye Xiao had ignored this fact previously. Looking at the ant queen, he saw that she was actually a 5th-grade magical beast. Her body was also 2 times larger than a 4th-grade ant that he killed just a few moments ago. Ye Xiao held his sea dragon spear tightly and looked at Ants Queen coldly. The other party looked ferocious and seemed very powerful. The Ants Queen bared her teeth and looked at Ye Xiao ferociously. Then it made a crisp sound and waved its wings to attack Ye Xiao. The Ants Queen spat out a green poisonous mist toward Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao immediately used wings of the divine dragon, and with a flap of his wings, he hurriedly avoided coming in contact with that poisonous mist. Seeing Ye Xiao avoiding its attack, the Ants Queen looked at him with great vigilance in her eyes. Ye Xiao started to think of the ways to kill this Ants Queen. After all, this was a 5th-grade magical beast whose strength was equal to that of a peak martial emperor realm martial artist. Chapter 183, Trouble, Fire Clones. Sea Dragon descends. First style, Hands of Waves. Ye Xiao pounced toward the Ants Queen, released his fire clones, and used the first style of the Sea Dragon descends, colliding with the Ants Queen head-on. Boom! With a loud explosion, both the Ants Queen and Ye Xiao was sent flying in opposite direction. From the corner of Ye Xiao's mouth, blood trickled out. On the other hand, the condition of the Ants Queen was even worse than Ye Xiao. Her entire body was burned charred black because of the fire clones, and coupled with the first style of the Sea Dragon descends that Ye Xiao has executed before, the lower half of her body was almost destroyed. Sacred Finger Art. Without giving the Ants Queen to stand up and make preparation to attack him, Ye Xiao pounced on her while executing the Sacred Finger Art. Before the moment of collision, the Ants Queen turned her head to look at Ye Xiao with great grievance, but exactly at this moment, Ye Xiao's Sacred Finger Art directly pierced through her head, killing her on the spot. Pa, pa, Ye Xiao started to pant as he was too tired at this moment. He sat down the crossed leg and devoured the corpse of the Ants Queen, taking his cultivation to the peak 3rd stage of the Martial King realm, only half a step away from breaking through to the next stage. After resting for a while, Ye Xiao looked at the half-devoured corpse of the dragon. He released Little Yellow and said, "Little Yellow, will this corpse of the dragon help you increasing your vitality essence?" "Call me Queen." Little Yellow snorted at Ye Xiao, then turned her head to look at the corpse of the dragon. It is the corpse of a soaring flood dragon. It has already been dead for more than 1,000 years. There was no trace of blood left, and there is nothing on its body that is worth my time. After saying till here, Little Yellow looked at Ye Xiao and said, "Although there is nothing here that can help me in any way, its entire corpse is already a treasure for you humans. You should take the corpse of the soaring flood dragon, and yes, don't forget to take out the dragon pearl from its body. Just like the beast core, dragon pearl contains the essence and energy of a dragon. You should use the dragon pearl wisely." Ye Xiao nodded his head and took out the dragon pearl from the corpse of the soaring flood dragon. Then, together with its corpse, he stored everything in his spatial ring. Then he looked at Little Yellow and asked, My Queen, can you feel any rare medicinal herb or natural treasure?" Little Yellow snorted at him when she heard him. Then, as if feeling something, she said, "Around 50 miles from here in the south direction, there is a rare medicinal herb which is being guarded by a grade 6 magical beast." "A rare medicinal herb," Being guarded by a grade 6 magical beast. That medicinal herb should at least a grade 5 medicinal herb. Ye Xiao immediately became excited as he sent the little yellow back in the heavenly pearl and walked out of the cave. Young Master Ning, I didn't expect to see meet an ant here. Just as he walked out of the cave and was about to go in the south direction for the rare medicinal herb that little yellow has told him about, he heard an extremely arrogant voice. He raised his head and realized that there were two figures standing side by side 20 meters away from the cave. His eyes were not used to the sunlight as he spent an unknown amount of time in the dark cave, so he did not see them just now. When he looked up, he saw a fellow that he had seen once in front of the ice mountain. Who are you? What do you want? Ye Xiao asked coldly. Hey, ant, you don't even know young Master Ning Qi. The previous young man looked at Ye Xiao and laughed at him. At this moment, the young man called Ning Qi's face showed a trace of shock. In the next moment, he hid it well. This guy is at the peak 3rd stage of the Martial King realm. At this moment, Ye Xiao also realized that Ning Qi was actually a 5th stage Martial King realm martial artist. As for the young man who was behaving like a henchman of Ning Qi, he was only a 4th Martial King realm martial artist. After that, he saw that the two of them seemed to have intentionally or unintentionally looking at the cave behind him. At this moment, Ye Xiao also realized that the smell on his body was probably similar to that of the foul smell of the cave. Ye Xiao deliberately took a step forward and shortened the distance between him and the two young men. A gentle breeze blew over. Ning Qi frowned as he covered his nose with his hand. The young man beside him looked at Ye Xiao coldly. A trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. Ning Qi looked at the cave behind Ye Xiao and said, "Brat, you seem to have stayed inside that cave for a long time. Otherwise, you wouldn't be contaminated with such a heavy smell." Ye Xiao looked at Ning Qi and said coldly, "What does that have to do with you?" The man beside Ning Qi looked at Ye Xiao and said coldly, "I'm from a first-grade country known as Blue Star Country, and this is the young master of the Ning family, which one of the most influential families of the Blue Star Country." "So what? What does your identity have to do with me?" Ye Xiao looked at the two and asked coldly. He already knew what these two guys wanted, but how can he give them his spoil of war? Chapter 184. Trap. The young man beside Ning Qi didn't expect Ye Xiao to be so straightforward. A surge of anger rose from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, he already had the intention to kill Ye Xiao in his heart. Ning Qi seemed to have noticed his companion's killing intent towards Ye Xiao as well. Because that young man did not try to hide it, one could easily tell what his intentions were at this moment. Ye Xiao sneered in his heart, but on the surface, he acted as if he was scared. What do you want to do? Now you know the meaning of fear." Seeing him acting like a scared little cat, the young man laughed at him. He thought that Ye Xiao was really scared after all. Both of their cultivation was above Ye Xiao's cultivation. The fear on Ye Xiao's face intensified. "I have not done anything bad to you guys. Let me go." "Haha, you want to leave? In your dreams." That young man once again sneered at Ye Xiao. At this moment, Ning Qi, who was standing quietly for a while, thought of something and said, "I'll give you two choices. First, I'll kill you. Second, come with me to a place and scout for us. Make your choice." "Do I have a choice?" Ye Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "At least tell me what kind of place you are planning to go and what is in it. It's not a good thing to know too much." Ning Qi said coldly. Clearly, he did not intend to reveal more information to Ye Xiao. Before, he just wanted to rob Ye Xiao of what he has gotten from this smelly cave, but after thinking of a place that he had come across by luck, he gave up the idea of robbing Ye Xiao and decided to use Ye Xiao as a cannon fodder. Ye Xiao planned to act as if he was scared by the two of them, but in reality, he also had a motive behind acting like this. He did not want to fight right now, as he has already fought enough before with those ants. He thought of seeing what these two guys were up to, and after that, he will decide what to do with them. Finally, under their pressure, Ye Xiao slowly walked with them. Soon they arrived in front of another cave in a big mountain. All of them entered this cave. The cave gave off an ice-cold aura. It was also surrounded by a sparkling and translucent layer of ice. The sunlight outside was faintly reflected in the cave, emitting a faint light. After walking for nearly 300 meters, the front of the cave suddenly opened up. It was a huge cave, and above its head was a thin layer of ice. Occasionally, one could see a black shadow flying past. "Go ahead and see if you find any kind of trap here." At this moment, Ning Qi once again said. Ye Xiao nodded his head and went deeper into the cave. He did not go deeper because Ning Qi had told him to do so, but because he felt curious about this place. There is nothing inside. Ye Xiao came back after the time it takes an incense stick to burn, and said, "Impossible. According to our previous investigation, this place should have some sort of trap." The young man beside frowned slightly. A trace of unwillingness flashed across his face. Both Ning Qi and the young man went deeper inside, looked around, and indeed did not see any mechanism. "Looks like there really is no trap in this cave. We were thinking too much," Ning Qi muttered in a low voice. The young man beside him nodded his head and said with an evil smile, "Since there is no trap inside, there is also no need to keep this brat around." After saying that, he suddenly looked at Ning Qi and walked towards him with big strides. "Brat, you should be grateful because you are going to die by my, Duan Jundi's hand." "Die." Duan Jundi threw a punch at Ye Xiao. "Ah." After that, a miserable cry sounded in the entire cave. At first, Ning Qi thought that it was Ye Xiao who has screamed in pain, but then he found something wrong. This sound seemed to be Duan Jundi. Thinking of this, he immediately turned his head to look. Duan Jundi was half kneeling on the ground, his right hand tightly gripping his left arm, blood flowing out. His entire left arm had been chopped off, and the red blood was particularly eye-catching on the icy ground. At the same time, Ye Xiao raised a large spear which emitting a strange aura. "I'll give you another chance. Give that spear over and break one of your arms. I'll let you leave." When Ning Qi saw the sea dragon spear in Ye Xiao's hand, greed immediately appeared in his heart. "Do you think everyone will listen to you?" Ye Xiao looked at Ning Qi and asked coldly. "Give this spear to you." What a joke. This is Sea Dragon Spear. A weapon that surpasses the mystical rank weapons. If you have the ability, come and get it yourself. "Come." Ye Xiao laughed and said. "Beyond the mystical rank weapons? Impossible." When both Ning Qi and Duan Jundi heard Ye Xiao, their first reaction was that Ye Xiao was bluffing. Although they did not believe him, Ning Qi made a prompt decision to kill Ye Xiao and take his spear for himself. Tiger splitting. Rumble, rumble. Before Ning Qi could attack, the ground started to shake wildly. Suddenly, white fog flew out from the ice walls in all directions. Ye Xiao and the other two watched this scene in a daze. They did not understand what was going on. Could it be, there really was a trap and we have activated the trap somehow? Ning Qi looked at Ye Xiao, then he looked at the white fog and said. Chapter 185, Underground Cave Rumble. Rumble. Suddenly, the icy ground began to shake more intensely. Not good, this place is going to collapse. Quickly retreat. Ning Qi hurriedly shouted at Duan Jundi and ran toward the outside of the cave. Bang! The ice ground shattered. Only now did everyone realize that there was another world under the ice ground. It was an extremely large deep hole, the bottom impossible to see. The ice above their heads also smashed down one after another. Before they could react, they were buried in the ice cave. This was a huge commotion. All the geniuses who had been searching for some opportunities within the 1,000 meters of the icy cave had discovered it. They all rushed in this direction. One of them was an old acquaintance of Ye Xiao, the young master of the Hao family, Hao Yu. This is not an ordinary landslide. I've been to that place before, but I did not found anything except for a high-grade earth-rank cultivation technique. It's just an ice cave. Could it be that there was some secret hidden in the ice cave and it was discovered by someone? If this really is the case, then didn't it mean that the cultivation technique that I found there was just for diversion? The real treasure was actually hidden somewhere else. Thinking of this, Hao Yu's flying speed became even faster. He arrived almost immediately. There are traces of a fight. Hao Yu made a decision after checking it. He wanted to dig this place open to see what was going on. At this time, more and more people arrived. Hao Yu sneered in his heart and did not stop them from digging with him. Ah, my leg. Duan Jundi howled miserably. On his left leg, there was a piece of ice weighing more than 500 kilograms. In the distance, Ye Xiao crawled out from a pile of ice. This time, he was smashed down by ice dozens of meters high, causing him to be heavily injured. He took out a jade lotus and threw it into his mouth. Then, he looked at Duan Jundi mockingly. Ning Qi shook his head and immediately walked to Duan Jundi's side. He punched the piece of ice into pieces. Are you all right? Hurry up and give me the healing medicine. And there is also my hands. Brother Ning, please help me find it. I want to connect it. Damn it. Duan Jundi roared angrily. Don't worry, I will help you find it. Ning Qi nodded his head and said, What are you looking for? Have you forgotten about me? Ye Xiao was recovered to his peak. He patted the ice on his body and walked towards Ningqi and Duan Jundi. Duan Jundi was about to curse when Ningqi stopped him and said, Duan Jundi, we don't know where we are now. Why don't we turn our enemies into friends and find a way out of here? At this moment, it is indeed not suitable to fight with this brat. We should first observe the situation here. When Duan Jundi heard Ningqi, he thought for a while and then nodded his head. Ningqi looked at Ye Xiao and said, Brah, ahm. Listen boy, since there is no deep hatred between us, why don't we wait until we get out of here? While Duan Jundi had already agreed with Ningqi's suggestion, but hearing what Ningqi said with a smile to Ye Xiao, his heart was filled with rage. What did he mean by no deep hatred? Even one of his arms was broken. Isn't this a deep hatred? He was just about to flare up when he saw Ningqi glaring at him. He hurriedly stopped himself and tried to calm his heart down. At this moment, Ningqi also found Duan Jundi's arm and threw it into his embrace. Then, he used his gaze to signal and said in a low voice, bear with it for now. It's very painful, I'll help you connect it. A single sentence had two meanings. Seeing that, Duan Jundi snorted and didn't say anything. Subsequently, Ningqi took out a bottle of ointment and quickly put Duan Jundi's arm back together. It was just that he couldn't touch it for a period of time. He had to recuperate for a few months before he could recover to his original state. Alright, seeing that the situation right now is really not right, I'll temporarily spare their dog lives. Ye Xiao could tell that Ningqi and Duan Jundi deliberately pretended to be a wanton young master and spoke flippantly. Sure enough, Ningqi immediately clenched his fists tightly when he heard Ye Xiao while Duan Jundi gritted his teeth in anger. But they still controlled their emotions. As for the word dog life, it was filtered out by them for the time being. They only swore in their hearts that as long as they left this place, they would surely kill Ye Xiao. All of them looked around and found that the place they were at was similar to the entrance of a huge underground palace. The ground was emitting a faint purple light. If it wasn't for the purple light, they wouldn't be able to see each other in this dark place. This place is probably the true face of the ice cave. It just happened to open at this time somehow, Ningqi said while observing the surrounding. While saying this, he also secretly glanced at Ye Xiao. When he thought of the sea dragon spear, an imperceptible coldness flashed across Ningqi's eyes. Immediately after, he revealed a smile and said to Ye Xiao, there's no way back. Why don't we take a look at what's inside this underground palace? What, do you want me to be your cannon fodder again? Ye Xiao glanced at him and said coldly. Of course not, if you are scared, you can wait outside. Ningqi immediately refused and said with a smile. Chapter 186, Inheritance, of course not. If you are scared, you can wait outside. Ningqi immediately refused and said with a smile. After saying that, he winked secretly at Duan Jundi and said, let's go in. Duan Jundi immediately nodded his head when he saw Ningqi's signal and took the lead to walk towards the underground palace with large strides. Ningqi followed closely behind. When he passed by Ye Xiao, he even intentionally glared at Ye Xiao. Alright, I'll go with you. Ye Xiao smiled at this moment and said. Of course, he had also seen Ningqi winking at Duan Jundi. With his divine sense, how could such a simple act of these two remain hidden from his divine sense? Ningqi and Duan Jundi did not say anything. They just nodded their heads at Ye Xiao and continued to walk. After arriving at the underground cave, they saw that the roads in the underground cave were connected in all directions. When they reached the first fork in the road, no one knew how to proceed. Why don't we split up? Ye Xiao suggested at this moment. After thinking for a while, he thought that it would be best for him to explore this unexplored place alone. He did not want to take any kind of risk. If he really explored this place with Ningqi and Duan Jundi, it would mean to always be at a high risk of backstabbing. I agree. Ningqi nodded his head and said. He also thought about the same thing as Ye Xiao and did not want to be at a high risk every time. When all of this was decided, Ye Xiao chose a random path and walked away. Soon his figure disappeared from the sight of Ningqi and Duan Jundi. Ningqi stood still and watched Ye Xiao disappear into the tunnel. He and Duan Jundi did not intend to enter a different path. He went in. Let's follow him, Ningqi said and started to follow Ye Xiao. Young Master Ning, why are we following that brat? Duan Jundi could not understand why Ningqi was following Ye Xiao, so he asked in confusion. Have you forgotten the reason why we wanted to make him follow us in the underground cave? It is very likely that there is some sort of danger here. We can use this opportunity to kill two birds with one arrow. Not only can we find out where this path leads to if there is any trap, but that brat would also be the one to face that trap while we can take this opportunity to get rid of him. Ning Qi explained slowly. Young Master Ning is still the clever one here. Duan Jundi nodded his head and said excitedly. Ye Xiao did not walk too far. After passing through many forks, he finally appeared in a palace covered in purple crystals. The gentle purple light gently brushed against their faces. In front of him was a giant statue of a knight carved out of crystals who was brandishing his sword toward the sky. Ye Xiao was shocked at the beginning. He sized it up a few times. He looked around and found a ragged piece of big paper folded at the foot of the knight. Ye Xiao lifted that piece of paper and unfolded it and saw a knight drawn on the paper which looked very similar to the crystal knight in front of him. There was also something else written on that piece of paper. After reading it, Ye Xiao was overjoyed. He walked in front of the knight and sat down crossed-legged on its feet. Just as he sat down crossed-legged on the knight's feet, he saw the crystal knight's body suddenly erupt with a bone-piercing chill. Soon after, a faint blue light rose and swiftly touched Ye Xiao's body. True Knight Zhao Wufeng's inheritance. Ye Xiao muttered excitedly as he saw the blue light touching him. At this moment, he also saw Ning Qi and Duan Jundi enter one after another. When they saw this scene, they immediately let out a furious roar and attacked Ye Xiao. Kill him, don't let him obtain the inheritance. Ning Qi shouted loudly and ran toward Ye Xiao. The change happened too quickly. At the same time, Hao Yu and the others dug a big hole in the cracked snow mountain. Hao Yu was the first to jump in. When he saw the faint purple light emitting from the underground palace, his face revealed a trace of joy. He quickly rushed into the underground palace. Beside the hole, the others looked at each other. They were hesitating when they looked at each other. It is very likely that there is a treasure that has been unearthed. Even if we are unable to obtain it, we can still go and take a look. If we are lucky and obtain something, we will be able to earn it. That's right, we should not waste this opportunity, let's go. Everyone cheered for each other, and in the end, someone bravely jumped into the underground cave. Someone took the lead. The people behind them had more courage. One after another, they entered the cave. When they saw the underground palace, their faces revealed a look of ecstasy as they swarmed towards the underground palace. Go back and report to young Miss Yun Xiaoner. This matter looks very important. The one who entered the cave just now is the young master of the Hao family, Hao Yu. We are no match for him. It would be best if young Miss Yun Xiaoner could come here personally. Hurry and go. Beside the cave entrance, there were 3 more young men were standing. The leader of this team said to a subordinate beside him. Yes. His subordinates nodded his head and swiftly flew through the air. Let's go down and take a look, but don't do anything unless it's absolutely necessary. The leader looked at the other subordinate and jumped into the underground cave while saying this sentence. Chapter 187, Hao Yu's arrival. Ning Qi and Duan Jundi arrived in front of the crystal knight immediately and pounced at Ye Xiao. Their eyes revealed a trace of greed. They brandished their weapons and attacked Ye Xiao. At this moment, Ye Xiao was in the middle of receiving the inheritance of the true knight Zhao Wufeng, and because of this, he was unable to counterattack or block Ning Qi and Duan Jundi. He helplessly kept looking at Ning Qi and Duan Jundi pouncing at him. However, just as their attack was about to touch Ye Xiao, a tremendous backlash struck their bodies. Both Ning Qi and Duan Jundi let out a miserable cry and were sent flying backward. After some time, both of them crawled up. Duan Jundi looked at Ning Qi and asked, what just happened? At that time, I felt as if. Duan Jundi was unable to explain what he felt at the moment when his attack was about to land on Ye Xiao. I know what happened previously with us. Ning Qi thought for a while and then said. What happened? Duan Jundi looked at Ning Qi with a questioning gaze. He is currently receiving some inheritance and there might be some restriction placed here which stops anyone from attacking the inheritor in the middle of receiving the inheritance. Previously, our action was precisely this which caused the restriction to activate and we were backlashed. Ning Qi explained everything that he understood after observing the situation. So that's how it is. Duan Jundi nodded his head, but then as if he realized something, he looked at Ye Xiao and asked, didn't this mean that this brat is safe and he will also be the one to receive the inheritance? We can do nothing about it. Well, this underground cave is quite big and this is far from being the end of the cave. Let's go deeper. Ning Qi shook his head helplessly and said, Duan Jundi was just about to speak something when he suddenly found that someone had come in. Moreover, this person's aura was very strong. There was even an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Ha ha ha, sure enough, there is a secret in this place. Hao Yu laughed when he saw the strange phenomenon on the Crystal Knight's body. Then, he swept his gaze across the crowd. When he saw Ye Xiao, he was obviously startled. It's you. When he saw Ye Xiao, anger immediately erupted out from the depth of his heart. At this moment he also saw Ye Xiao receiving the inheritance. Hao Yu's face revealed a sinister smile. Then, his laughter gradually grew louder, as if he had gone mad. Ha ha ha, brat, I did not think that I would meet you again so soon. Today, I will return the humiliation 10 times no, 100 times, to you. Who doesn't know how to talk big? I will continue to sit here. If you have the ability, come and catch me. Ye Xiao said with a smile. Obviously, he also understood why Ning Qi and Duan Jundi were unable to touch him, and instead, it was them who got injured. He has already merged with memories of the ancient formation god and was able to see through the restrictions placed here easily. At this time, he was obviously unafraid of Hao Yu attacking him because of this restriction. Hao Yu frowned and looked around and said, "Two Martial King and both of them are injured, could it be that this brat did it?" At this moment, he discovered that Ye Xiao's cultivation base was already at the peak 3rd stage of the Martial King realm. A trace of disbelief flashed across his eyes. The last time he saw Ye Xiao, he did not see what kind of cultivation Ye Xiao had. Although Ye Xiao's cultivation was at the peak 3rd stage of the Martial King realm, he was not afraid of him. What caused him more curious was both Ning Qi and Duan Jundi's cultivation was higher than Ye Xiao, but even so, at this moment, they were injured so badly. Hao Yu was naturally suspicious. Seeing that Ye Xiao was full of confidence, the Crystal Knight behind him, and Ning Qi and Duan Jundi who were injured did not act rashly. After some time, he was unable to stop and rushed towards Ye Xiao. A trace of regret appeared on Ye Xiao's face. If it wasn't for him currently being in the middle of receiving the inheritance, he could have killed Hao Yu here. A faint red fog instantly gushed out from Hao Yu's body and swept towards Ye Xiao. This fog looked like it was actually condensed from spirit energy. It was incomparably sharp and could cut one's throat in an instant. What he wanted to see was fear on Ye Xiao's face before killing him, but at this moment, he did not see even a trace of fear on his face. Instead, he saw a mocking smile on his face. He felt something was wrong, but it was already too late. The restriction was once again activated. A tremendous backlash struck his body just like what happened with Ning Qi and Duan Jundi, but this time, it was even more ferocious than before. Arg! Hao Yu let out a miserable cry and was sent flying backward while vomiting out a mouthful of blood. Why don't we take this opportunity and go deeper? If more people were to come down, obtaining the treasures from here will become even more difficult. Looking at the situation in front of him, Duan Jundi said to Ning Qi. Ning Qi glanced at the Ye Xiao and when thought of his sea dragon spear, which might be a weapon that has surpassed the mystical rank weapons, greed flashed across his eyes. After calming down and looking at Hao Yu, he nodded his head and said, "Let's go." Both Ning Qi and Duan Jundi went deeper to look for some opportunities. Before leaving, Ning Qi once again glanced at Ye Xiao and reluctantly left. At this time, another large group of people swarmed in. Quickly look. A giant crystal statue. Look, someone is receiving an inheritance. Although they had also seen Hao Yu, greed drove them crazy. Someone had already rushed towards Ye Xiao. The corner of Hao Yu's mouth curled into a cold smile as he thought, even I was unable to touch him, let alone you guys. Let's see what will happen to you guys. Sure enough, as soon as their hands were about to touch Ye Xiao, they let out a miserable howl. It was as if they had been hit by a cannonball and were sent flying backward. Even so, the latecomers were still enjoying themselves. They only calmed down after more than a dozen people had fallen. The longer they fought, the more shocked Hao Yu became. This restriction seems to be even more formidable than he had thought it to be. Not long after, no one dared to get close to the Ye Xiao. At this moment, the others were not as crazy as before. They calmed down and stood together with the people they knew. They looked at the others and mainly vigilantly. Who is that person? He is actually receiving the inheritance and no one is able to touch him because of the restriction placed here. Someone said. At this time, another group of people appeared at the entrance of the underground palace. This group of people was being led by a young lady. This lady was Yun Xianer. Not long after, They arrived at the place where Ye Xiao was receiving inheritance. After all, only the path that leads here was shining with a bright light. At this moment, as if Ye Xiao felt something, he immediately closed his eyes, ignoring everyone outside. It's that guy. Young Shauner's eyes suddenly focused as she saw Ye Xiao. She also saw Hao Yu, who was already injured. Seeing Hao Yu's condition, she was shocked. Then she heard from her subordinates who previously entered the underground cave about what had happened before. When she heard this, she was surprised and once again looked at Ye Xiao, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Let's go. She did not plan to stay here and observe Ye Xiao receiving the inheritance, so she went deeper with her subordinates to search for other treasures. Not long after she left, Hao Yu also gritted his teeth and left, and following him, others also left. Now Ye Xiao was alone, receiving the inheritance of the true knight Jia Wufeng's inheritance. Previously, in the piece of paper, he had read how to receive the inheritance of the true knight Jia Wufeng and who Jia Wufeng was. Jia Wufeng was an expert who has once already taken his step to becoming an immortal, but luck was not in his favor to become a true immortal. A disastrous war broke out between humans and demons that caused him to be badly injured, which resulted in his death. Chapter 188. 5 Mystical Weapons. Before his death, true knight Jia Wufeng left his inheritance in a secret location and also left all of his treasures for the inheritor. After some time, Ye Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and 2 rays of light flashed past his eyes. The shining purple light surrounding him also disappeared at this moment. What a pity. Sigh. Ye Xiao could not but sigh in pity, because what he received from the inheritance was a high-grade heaven-ranked cultivation technique and a sword technique. He sighed in pity exactly because of this. He already had the 9-dragon universal circulation technique, so he could not cultivate the technique received from the inheritance. As for the sword technique, he was not a sword user, so it was going to waste on him. Lin Hao and Zhao Yufei, both of them use the sword as their weapon. I'll pass down this technique to both of them. Don't worry, senior, your cultivation and sword technique will not be lost. It will definitely shine in the hands of both of my friends. Ye Xiao looked at the crystal statue and said in a deep voice. Then he bowed at the crystal statue and walked deeper into the cave. According to what he read in that paper as well as from the inheritance, the treasures left here were only for the person who has received the inheritance. He has received the inheritance, so naturally, the treasures here belong to him, but he also knew all the people have already gone deeper to search for the treasures. If he was not fast, then all the treasures will be gained by others. Look, there. Not long after, when he reached deeper, he suddenly heard a voice. Hearing his voice, Ye Xiao turned to look at the source of the voice and saw a young man was pointing at something, and beside him were 10 or so other young geniuses. Everyone including Ye Xiao looked towards the direction that was pointed by that young man and saw 5 balls of light floating in front of the hall. Within the sphere of light, there were all sorts of blades, swords, blades, spears, and halberds. Everyone was shocked as they stared at these 5 light balls. They could tell that these weapons were all extraordinary spiritual tools. It's at least a medial grade mystical weapon or above. All of them, including the young man who pointed his finger in that direction for everyone to take a look, licked their dry lips, looking at the blade above, their eyes blazing with passion. A mystical weapon of this level was something that even a practitioner of the martial ancestor and above would covet. If even they would covet such treasures, forget about the people present here at this time. To them, such a weapon was a fatal attraction. Countless greedy gazes constantly swept across the weapons. The moment everyone saw these weapons, their blood boiled and they went into a frenzy. Snatch. At this time, it was unknown who said this, but everyone immediately flew up and pounced towards the 5 mystical weapons. For a moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. Even though they had said all sorts of rules before, when faced with treasures of this level, they had all forgotten about them and were only thinking of how to snatch them away. These fellows are really. Even though Ye Xiao had expected this to happen, upon seeing such a chaotic scene, his face turned ashen. At this moment, 5 more people appeared here. One of them was called Lu Chong, who was the leader of this group, and he came from an influential family of a first-grade country. We want these 5 weapons. Those who aren't afraid of death, come and take them. Lu Chong let out an incomparably domineering cold snort, and immediately announced the location of the weapon. The other 4 also nodded in tacit understanding. They decided to take one each and divide it up. As for the others, they only regarded them as cannon fodder and didn't put them in their eyes at all. If it was before, they would still want to make use of these people. Ye Xiao did not say anything. He was just looking at these people. He already had a top-grade immortal weapon in his hand, so he did not need these weapons. When Lu Chong said this, the entire competition grounds became silent. It was clear that the threat of the 5 of them was still extremely intimidating. After all, these 5 people came from a first-grade country while they belonged to a second-grade country. The difference between their strength was also far apart. All of these 5 young men were extremely strong with profound cultivation. This won't do. If we were to let all of you take it, wouldn't we return empty-handed? After a long while, there was still someone who rushed out, unable to suppress the greed in his heart. It's mine, haha. He excitedly rushed to the front of a mystical rank sword, wanting to grab it before pulling back. However, Lu Chong, who was at the side, had a cold expression. He did not give him the slightest opportunity, and the surging spirit energy of the 4th stage martial king realm explosively surged out. You're courting death. He saw that there really were people who weren't afraid of death and weren't afraid of their threats. They dared to come up and steal the treasures, so he immediately made a grabbing motion in the air. Immediately, the young man who wanted to grab the sword immediately fell in his hands. Ah! The man was grabbed by one hand and screamed. The next moment, he exploded into a cloud of blood and died. Hiss! Many people trembled in fear when they saw this person's ending, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The difference was too great. Just a casual blow from him was enough to kill them all. Chapter 189. Fight. Such a cruel realization made all the young men's eyes, which were originally shrouded in desire, much clearer. Is there anyone else who is not afraid of death? Lu Chong, with the intent to kill, his voice resonated throughout the entire great hall. At this moment, no one dared to reply. When everyone once again looked at the 5 young men, their eyes were filled with deep fear. Seeing this scene, the 5 of them nodded their heads in satisfaction. These countryside bumpkins have never seen a mystical rank treasure in their lives. They actually have the guts to steal from us. One of the 5 young men beside Lu Chong, whose name was Zhao Tong, sneered, and said indifferently, "They're just a bunch of ants." Lu Chong raised his head, bent down, and looked at the crowd, his tone calm. At this moment, Zhao Tong was the first to walk towards the 5 mystical rank weapons which were floating in the air. He had chosen a sword. The blade of the sword was silver in color, and it cut through one's hair just by blowing on it. Clearly, it was not ordinary. However, when he held it in his hand, a sudden change occurred. In Zhao Tong's hands, the sword was trembling as if it was singing, it shook frantically, and was directly smashed down from the former's hands. What? Zhao Tong did not expect that the sword would actually resist. He was shocked in his heart, but what happened in the next moment made him stare blankly. The sword trembled and actually caused the other 4 mystical weapons to move at the same time, shaking continuously. Soon after, the 5 mystical weapons became beams of light that flew past everywhere. What is happening? Not only Zhao Tong, Lu Chong, and others also do not understand what was going on. The 5 mystical weapons flew toward Ye Xiao and stopped after arriving in front of him. Here comes trouble. Ye Xiao sighed in his heart, and with the wave of his hand, he stored the 5 weapons in his spatial ring. He was the inheritor of the true knight Zhao Wufeng, and according to the inheritance, everything in this cave which was left behind by the true knight Zhao Wufeng belonged to him, including these 5 mystical rank weapons. Although it was not him who called these weapons somehow recognized that it was him who has received the inheritance, so they struggled to free Zhao Tong and arrived in front of him. Now that a treasure was already in front of him, only a fool will not take them. Isn't he the one who was receiving the inheritance under that giant crystal statue? When the people present saw him, one of them said while pointing at him, "Brat, hurry up and give the 5 weapons back." Zhao Tong pointed a sword at Ye Xiao and shouted at him in a cold voice. All 4 of his companions also nodded their heads. "Do you take me as a fool?" Ye Xiao looked at Zhao Tong and replied coldly, "Brat, you are courting death. If you gave us those 5 weapons, we might let you leave, but if you did not give us those 5 weapons, I guarantee that you will die a horrible death." Zhao Tong was infuriated when he heard Ye Xiao. He immediately threatened him coldly. "Hey, attack me only if you want to die." After saying this, Ye Xiao turned back and started to walk in a different direction to search for different treasures. "You, // Zhao Tong pointed at him in anger, but seeing Ye Xiao ignoring him, he directly rushed toward Ye Xiao while executing a martial arts skill with his sword, wanting to cut Ye Xiao's body in half. "You are simply courting death." Seeing Zhao Tong attacking him, Ye Xiao said coldly, "Fire clones, Kill him. He released 3 fire clones and ordered them to kill Zhao Tong. The 3 fire clones immediately rushed toward Zhao Tong. One of them collided with Zhao Tong's attack and was sent flying, while the other 2 directly used the first move of the sacred finger art, which pierced in Zhao Tong's head, killing him on the spot. You actually killed my brother, I will kill you. Seeing Zhao Tong's falling on the ground lifelessly, one of the 4 remaining young men shouted at Ye Xiao and rushed toward Ye Xiao in anger. Clearly, he was the brother of dead Zhao Tong. Ye Xiao stopped moving, turned back, and released the other 4 fire clones. Kill. He only said a single word and all 7 fire clones rushed toward the coming young man. Seeing 7 fire clones, the young man was shocked. He turned back to look at his companions. Lu Chong nodded his head toward the other 2 beside him, and all of them rushed toward the fire clones. Boom, bang, all of them executed their martial arts skill and collided with the fire clones, which caused many explosions that echoed throughout the underground cave. The 4 of them were not much stronger, and the strongest of them was Lu Chong, who was at the 4th stage of the martial king realm. Ye Xiao was someone who can fight against a martial emperor realm martial artist with his current strength, and even though his fire clones only had 90% of his martial prowess, they were still not someone whom Lu Chong and his group can deal with. All 4 of them were badly injured. Blood was flowing out from many parts of their bodies. They looked terrible at this moment, as some part of their bodies were also burned black. They looked at the fire clones in fear. Only now did they know how strong their enemy was. Ye Xiao has not even moved from his place, but their condition was already this bad after fighting with just a few fire clones of Ye Xiao. They now understood that Ye Xiao was not someone whom they could go against. Chapter 190. Source Fluid, Successive Breakthrough, It is time to finish the game. Ye Xiao said in low voice and took out the sea dragon spear, swung it in a circular motion, and took the stance to execute a martial arts skill. Sea Dragon descends. First style, Hands of Waves. Roar. Suddenly, the entire place turned into a vast sea, and with a dragon's roar, hundreds of hands emerged out from the water and easily tore open the bodies of Lu Chong group of 4. All 5 of them died just like that. The spectators there looked at the dead bodies of 4 young men which were damaged so badly that they could not be even recognized now, and then looked at Ye Xiao, who was walking in a different direction with steady steps. No one dared to stop Ye Xiao at this moment. All of them looked at him in fear, as if they were looking at a blood-sucking monster. At this moment, the scene inside the underground cave was extremely chaotic. Everyone was fighting over some treasure, which caused quite a few young geniuses to die. On his way toward the deepest part of the cave, Ye Xiao saw quite a few familiar figures. Hao Yu, Yun Xianer, Ning Qi, Duan Jundi and others, all were trying to get some treasures. He met all of them and saw them trying to break the restriction placed on the treasure to get them. He did not go to take those treasures, as he was not willing to fight with these people right now. Ye Xiao directly circled around the Great Hall and arrived at an even deeper area. Since this place was where true knight Jia Wufeng had left all the treasures he gets in his entire lifetime, there should be quite a few good things inside. If he were to obtain them, he might be able to directly break through again. Ye Xiao thought and kept walking. His footsteps did not stop, as well as he walked straight through the corridors to one of the side halls. When Ye Xiao arrived at the deepest part, he looked at the scene in front of him and could not help but stare. Inside the side hall, there was a pool of extremely dense spirit essence, and it contained an extremely strong fluctuation. It's the source fluid. I actually found such a good item here. Ye Xiao's mind shook the moment he saw the source fluid. This source fluid was an extremely precious treasure that not only can raise one's cultivation base, it can also help one raise the grade of their weapons. Being able to raise the grade of a weapon by several levels was definitely the best choice for refining. Now that he had discovered so many source fluid, how could Ye Xiao not be pleasantly surprised? However, just as he was about to enter the side hall to collect the source fluid, he discovered a powerful restriction placed on top of the main door, blocking all of the people outside. There is actually a formation placed here as well. You want to stop me with a formation? Hey, I can easily break this formation. Ye Xiao laughed as he said this while looking at the formation. If any normal cultivator were to encounter such a formation like this, it would be a headache, but unfortunately, it was Ye Xiao, who has the knowledge and life experience of the ancient formation god. A formation of this level naturally wouldn't be able to stop him. He immediately extended both his hands and formed a profound seal, flying out and striking the formation in the middle of his hands, causing it to continuously shake, and causing it to be on the verge of collapse. "Break for me." Ye Xiao saw that it had not completely shattered, and immediately pointed towards a certain place of the formation that was far away. Immediately after the restrictions went through the impact, a huge crack appeared, and as the crack spread, it finally popped with a ripping sound and completely shattered. After shattering the formation, Ye Xiao walked in with big strides and arrived in front of the source fluid. "What a great item." Ye Xiao nodded his head and said excitedly. There was a lot of source fluid in this small pond. If Ye Xiao were to absorb them using the second layer of the Nine-Dragon Universal Circulation Technique, it would be enough to step into the peak of the 5th stage of the Martial King. Ye Xiao did not waste his time. He first placed an illusion formation at this place so that it can help him not to be discovered by anyone. If anyone were to enter the illusion formation, they will just see that there was nothing here and will return. After placing the illusion formation, Ye Xiao finally entered the small pond source fluid and started to circulate the second layer of the Nine-Dragon Universal Circulation Technique to absorb the source fluid. Very quickly, under the circulation of the second layer of the Nine-Dragon Universal Circulation Technique, his spirit energy started to rise rapidly, and in an extremely short period of time, he felt like breaking through to the next stage of the Martial King realm. It was also very normal. After all, he was already at the peak of the 3rd stage of the Martial King realm. Boom. Boom, boom. Following the absorption of the source fluid, his entire body began to emit a blinding light, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Suddenly, he erupted with an incomparably terrifying devouring force, like a tiger that had been starved for countless days, and directly devoured almost half of the source fluid in the pool. At this moment, when Ye Xiao felt like breaking through to the 4th stage of the Martial King realm, he used the ability, Devour, to devour almost half of the source fluid in this small pond. Ye Xiao was familiar with the process of advancing his cultivation, so he was naturally adept at it. In the blink of an eye, almost half of the pond had been emptied. This kind of appetite was truly huge. After absorbing enough energy, his spirit energy increased again and again. In the blink of an eye, it had broken through shackle between the 3rd and 4th stage of the Martial King realm. Boom. 4th stage of the Martial King realm. After breaking through to the 4th stage of the Martial King realm, he did not stop but continued to absorb the source fluid at a steady pace. Ye Xiao continued to circulate the second layer of the Nine-Dragon Universal Circulation Technique, causing the essence of the source fluid, which was filled with extremely pure spirit energy, to gather endlessly toward him. How tyrannical was the Nine-Dragon Universal Circulation Technique! As he continued to absorb the source fluid, his aura also kept rising. He did not know how much time has passed, but during this period of time, he already felt quite a few people entering the illusion formation that he has placed outside the pond of the source fluid. After not seeing anything here because of the illusion formation, these people left in disappointment. He kept absorbing the source fluid and his aura also kept rising. Not long after, he once again reached the peak of the 4th stage of the Martial King realm. Devour. Ye Xiao once again used the ability to devour at this critical moment, directly devouring almost all of the remaining source fluid from the small pond. When the source fluid was devoured in an instant, the terrifying energy instantly exploded within his body, engulfing all his limbs and bones, and continuously attacking every part of his body. Such a huge impact also caused Ye Xiao to feel pain from the swelling of his body. This was an indication that the amount of spiritual energy was too great and could not be used up in a short period of time. The energy within this body was even more powerful than the energy that Ye Xiao devoured previously in order to break through to the 4th stage of the Martial King realm. Fortunately, Ye Xiao was training in the Nine-Dragon Universal Circulation Technique, otherwise if it was anyone else, their body would be struck by the energy and explode. When he sensed the constant pain from the swelling, Ye Xiao did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly circulated the second layer of the Nine-Dragon Universal Circulation Technique in his body to the extreme. Not long after, he was able to stabilize the energy within his body, which made his body feel quite comfortable. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, a loud explosion sounded from within Ye Xiao's body. 5th stage of the Martial King realm. Ye Xiao slowly spat out a mouthful of impure air as he finally made another breakthrough in his cultivation and stepped on the 5th stage of the Martial King realm. Chapter 191. Blue Fire Soul. Ye Xiao stood up after breaking through to the 5th stage of the Martial King realm and looked down. Some time ago, there used to be a small pond filled with source fluid here, but now, only a deep pit remained. Ye Xiao removed the illusion formation and walked out. He did not see anyone this time. From the looks of it, everyone has already walked out of the underground cave after exploring every bit of it. Seeing no one here means all the treasures inside the underground cave have already been taken by the geniuses. Ye Xiao did not waste his time searching for treasures here. He walked out of the cave and flew in a random direction. After breaking through to the 5th stage of the Martial King realm, his speed of flying became too fast. In the blink of an eye, he traveled hundreds of meters. Soon he arrived in front of a mountain that was erupting with a volcano. The weather here was hot. At this time, he felt some movement from the beast fire within his body as if it was scared of something here. Ye Xiao was surprised. It was the first time when the beast fire was scared by something, but after thinking of something, Ye Xiao immediately became excited. After merging with the memories of the ancient pill god, Ye Xiao has already gained too much knowledge regarding the fire souls. He became excited because according to those memories, the beast fire scared because it felt the existence of true fire soul here. Rumble, rumble, Ye Xiao rushed toward the erupting volcano, but suddenly, a crack appeared on the ground in front of him, which immediately spread straight in line, resulting in the ground dividing up. Holy shit, Ye Xiao was not ready and directly fell down in the abyss that appeared after the ground was divided into two and a deep pit was created. A scalding aura assaulted his face, which made a man like Ye Xiao who had the beast fire to feel a burning sensation throughout his body. It could be seen just how strong that heat was. He hurriedly covered his body with the spirit energy to protect it from burning. He was certain that even a martial emperor realm martial artist would find it difficult to endure the heat. Here, he kept falling down. The situation must be worse down there. Wings of the divine dragon. When the ground below appeared in Ye Xiao's line of sight, he immediately uses the wings of the divine dragon and landed perfectly on the ground. What appeared in front of him was a river of flame. He also saw that the stones here were very tough. He couldn't even cut them apart even with the sea dragon spear and with his current cultivation. After all, these stones can withstand a high temperature. Right now Ye Xiao felt a little regretful. He thought he should not have rushed toward the erupting volcano without a second thought. The temperature was already frightening enough. He was confident that even the martial emperor realm cultivators would be burned alive if they came here. Only a person with a beast fire or a fire soul that can help them resist the temperature here can survive. After 2 hours passed, the entire body of Ye Xiao was covered in sweat. He felt like he was about to be baked dry. Suddenly, a deep crack appeared on the ground around 20 meters away from him. Just as Ye Xiao took a step, he felt a powerful hot stream surging out from deep within the crack. In the blink of an eye, Ye Xiao felt extremely hot as if he was being burned alive by fire. This feeling almost had suddenly made him softly lay paralyzed on the ground. Suddenly a red thing shoots out of the crack, with even more intense scorching heat, making Ye Xiao even more uncomfortable. Red fire soul, it is actually a red fire soul. When Ye Xiao saw the fire soul, he shouted out loud. Without wasting his time, he immediately pounced toward the fire soul to capture it, but at this moment, the movement of beast fire in his body started to become big and big as if it wanted Ye Xiao to move away from the red fire soul. Ye Xiao directly ignored the beast fire. Who would care about a beast fire if there is a true fire soul in front of them? At this moment, as if that red fire spirit, which was floating in the air, felt something, it immediately shoots out toward Ye Xiao. What is going on? Seeing this, Ye Xiao was shocked. Why did the red fire soul fly toward him? The moment red fire soul flew toward him, the beast fire in his body started to struggle intensely as if it wanted to break free from Ye Xiao's body and escape. Shua, but it failed. The red fire soul entered Ye Xiao's body. The moment the fire soul entered into Ye Xiao's body, Ye Xiao's handsome face suddenly distorted from pain as she let out crisp and sharp screams. Ah! Ye Xiao let out a series of mournful screams in pain while rolling on the ground. He did not expect that when fused with the true fire soul, the pain will be this unendurable. Before this, he has also merged with the beast fire, but the pain at that time was not even 30% of what he was feeling right now. What is more, he is already a 5th stage martial king realm martial artist now, and his body was much stronger than the time when he merged with the beast fire. This is necessary because, after the fusion with the fire soul, your flame and body will undergo advancement. That's why you must suffer pain even more severe than what you had experienced previously. At this moment, he heard a sound in his mind. He could tell that it was the divine soul emperor dragon's voice. Ye Xiao felt like he was dying. It is very painful, Ye Xiao screamed. Although he was in agony, he knew that only by enduring the pain could he successfully merge with the red fire spirit. At this moment, he suddenly felt as if something was devouring the beast fire from his body, which once more intensified the pain he was feeling. He tried to see what is going on, but when he looked in his body, he was surprised to see that the red fire soul was actually devouring the beast fire, and what is more, it looked as if it was about to evolve. He immediately understood everything. The red fire soul chose to merge with him because of the beast fire within his body, which could help it to evolve and become a blue fire soul. No wonder the beast fire was struggling hard to escape. It already knew what its fate would be if Ye Xiao tried to merge with the red fire soul. Although he was surprised, he could not even make the expression on his face that of a surprised expression because of the intense pain. The incomparably scorching heat that was constantly increasing within his body made him feel like his body was about to melt. However, he was happy since his body was still fine, although it was very painful. The heat that was radiated from the fusion of the red fire soul and the beast fire within his body was even hotter than the river of flame here. Ye Xiao could do nothing but bear it. He felt that if he could master such a powerful flame, he would be unimaginably strong. Incomparably hot flames were frantically destroying his body, causing him endless pain. If his will was not strong enough, he would have fainted long ago, but he could definitely not faint under such circumstances. The two types of fire in his body were fiercely fighting with each other right now. Ye Xiao knew very clearly that the progress of fusion was very slow. Thinking that he would stay like this, enduring the pain here for a long time, he couldn't help but shout out loud. The river of flame was filled with heart-wrenching screams. Time slowly continued to pass, and after more than 5 days, his voice suddenly stopped and the river of flame calmed down again. Ha ha, ha ha ha. After a short period of silence, a burst of arrogant laughter sounded out. A pillar of fire suddenly gushed out, and Ye Xiao, with a huge pair of blue-colored fire wings on his back, shoots out toward the sky. He successfully merged with the red fire soul, while the red fire soul also evolved into the blue fire soul after devouring the beast fire. After a few days of torture, he finally got the reward he deserves. After flying out of the abyss, he continued to fly in a random direction. Chapter 192, Pack of Wolves. It was a grassy field. The green grass was laid out like a mattress. As a breeze blew past, the grass would sway slightly, as if a gentle wave had passed through. There was an indescribable beauty to this place. However, aside from a young man, there was no one else at this beautiful grassy field. It was completely empty. There was not even a ghost around. That young man lying on the ground facing the sky. His one hand was resting on his forehead while the other hand was on his abdomen. Danger! Suddenly, at this moment, that young man alerted, and hurriedly jumped up. Shoo! The moment that young man jumped up, a small, gray creature suddenly appeared at the place where he was lying down. It was a wolf. Shoo! 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 It was at this moment that a lot of wolves jumped out. They were as big as an elephant, and had bright red eyes, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. Damn! That young man cursed internally and could not help but be cautious. That was because these wolves, each and every one, were actually 5th grade magical beasts. 10, 20, 30, their numbers kept increasing further and further. Finally, a giant wolf that was about the size of a dinosaur jumped out, and this last wolf exuded an aura that would only come from a 6th grade magical beast. Why are there so many wolves here? Ye Xiao was surprised and shocked to see these many wolves appearing at the place where he was resting a few moments ago. That's right, that young man was no other than Ye Xiao. After merging with the fire soul, he walked too many places to search for some treasures, but his luck was bad this time. He did not find any good thing. After searching for around 10 days, he arrived at this grassy field. Seeing the environment and atmosphere here, he decided to take a rest, but who would have thought, not long after he started resting, so many wolves will jump out of nowhere and stare at him as if they were looking at their foods. All of these wolves were actually 5th grade magical beasts. What is more, their leader was actually a 6th grade magical beast. A normal 5th grade magical beast strength is almost equal to a 4th or 5th stage martial emperor realm martial artist. Here, there were more than 50 5th grade magical beasts. And there was also their leader, who was a 6th guard magical beast that was equal to a martial ancestor realm martial artist. If there were only 1 or 2 5th grade magical beasts, Ye Xiao could still fight them, but there were so many wolves here, there was no chance for Ye Xiao to fight. When he realized there was no way to win, he hurriedly fled. Since there was no way to win, then he'd just have to flee. That was the easiest way out. If Ye Xiao had really charged forward to fight with the wolves, that would not be called a battle, but that would be delivering himself up to die. Roar, roar, roar. He began to run, while those wolves roared and followed behind him, refused to give up chasing after him. He only took a breath of relief when he saw the wolves' leader not chasing after him. But even so, more than 55th grade magical beasts were chasing after, which was not a small matter. He could only channel all his energy into running for his life while executing the Spirit Devour escape. Although he was escaping at his full speed, still, in just a few moments, the wolves were able to catch up to him. They arrived right behind Ye Xiao and opened their mouths, ready to bite. Their both upper and lower teeth were like hose, long and sharp, flickering with cold light. Ye Xiao took out the sea dragon spear and used it as a shield to block the attack. A powerful shock wave shook him, causing him to feel so bad he practically wanted to spit out blood. And with such a pause, the large number of wolves who were right behind had come nearer. From the way things were going now, he would definitely be unable to escape. Roar! Suddenly, a powerful and terrifying roar of a magical beast echoed. Ye Xiao's heart thumped out loud. He turned back and saw the leader of the wolves, who was a 6th grade magical beast, chasing after him at this moment. It did not take much longer to appear right behind Ye Xiao. Transform! Ye Xiao hurriedly shouted and transformed into the heaven-devouring divine dragon. Shoo! He still did not choose to fight with the wolves' leader but escape. His speed increased tenfold as he hurriedly escaped. Roar! 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 Because of the aura of a dragon, the wolves stopped for a few moments. The wolves' leader was the first one to come back to its sense. It roared loudly, and hearing its roar, all the wolves behind it also came back to their senses. Those wolves also roared in anger, but Ye Xiao was getting farther and farther from them. Finally, Ye Xiao had left them completely behind him, and there was no sign of him left in their eyes. Foo, foo! Only after running for more than half an hour did Ye Xiao stop. He once again transformed back to his original self and started to pant heavily. Now, where should I go? After some time, he questioned himself. The entire secret realm was very big. Some secret realms was rumored to be comparable to a country in size. He did not know how big this secret realm was, but according to his experiences in these past few days, this secret realm should be even bigger than an empire. This was his first time entering into a secret realm, and he could not help but be astonished, feeling everything was very novel. He once again started his journey. It could be said that this secret realm was really quite big. Even after a few days of journey, he did not see a single person. After a few days, he arrived in front of a big mountain. By this point, there were also gradually more trees, and it was no longer purely grass being the dominant plant species around them. These trees were all scattered throughout a green plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was a unique scenery. Stand right there! A voice was suddenly heard from the top of a tree. Ye Xiao raised his head and saw that there was a person hunched down on top. The person was continuously waving a hand at him, signaling at him to stop going forwards. His eyes were sharp enough to see that the brand on the other's arm was the same as his. Why? Ye Xiao questioned. That man looked a bit defiant, but he was more afraid that Ye Xiao would spoil things, so he could only say, "We are getting ready to kill a three-eyed fire bull, and this is the encirclement zone we have set up. That three-eyed fire bull is about to be tempted over, and if you enter, you may ruin our plans." The three-eyed fire bull was a 5th grade magical beast. It was not a very high level, but one of its 3 eyes was a treasure. It could resist extreme cold, thus they were very highly prized by adventurers, for they would be extremely useful when one explored those places that were freezingly cold. As a result, there were pitifully few fire-eyed bulls left in the outer world, and the price for the eyeballs of the three-eyed fire bull had also become astronomical. When these people discovered that there were three-eyed fire bulls here, it was unavoidable that they would have the desire to hunt them down. However, the three-eyed fire bulls moved in a herd, and if they launched a stampede, then only Martial Emperor realm experts or above would be able to oppose them. Evidently, there was no one in the Martial Emperor realm amongst these people, so there was a need for them to think about how to lure one away from the herd. Only when one of them was away from its herd would they gang up on it and kill it. These thoughts flashed through Ye Xiao's head in an instant. He smiled slightly and said, "This place does not belong to you, and I'm walking my way here, so why do I need to circle around and take a different path?" You. That man was at a loss for words, but then he immediately glared at Ye Xiao and shouted, "If you don't get lost, I'll kill you right now. Don't you dare to be so arrogant in front of me, Emissary. Are you sure you want to use force?" Ye Xiao asked after sighing.